Your educational background was falsified without my consent. Those anti-national remarks were never spoken by me. I never had any inappropriate relationship with fans either. You knew the truth all along, so why are you telling such brazen lies? Do you want me dead that badly? The night stretches over the Chaoyang Park artificial lake in the capital. A 67-hectare man-made expanse where moonlight dances on rippling water and wild ducks glide silently across the surface. On the wooden bridge above the lake, Gu Ran clutches his phone in both hands, his whole body trembling, his voice hoarse and broken as he fires his desperate questions. Stop playing the innocent, Gu Ran. I believe you know perfectly well why. From the other end of the line came an icy female voice. Make as much noise as you want. If you think you have what it takes to win, feel free to sue us at any time. Huafeng Entertainment will see you in court whenever you like. Beep. 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 The call ended. Gu Ran stared blankly at the screen. A helpless laugh escaped his lips. Splash. In the dark of night, the sound of a body hitting the water sent a flock of wild ducks flapping into the sky. On the bridge, the phone continued to vibrate. A WeChat contact saved as Auntie Lu, Mom, had just sent him a new message. Remember to eat well. But there was no one left on the bridge. No one should have ever seen the moon from beneath the water. Gu Ran had. Like a potato chip stuck to a blackboard. After being pulled from the river, the young joggers and elderly parkgoers of Chaoyang Park all swarmed over in a chaotic crowd. Gu Ran was already awake, but he didn't dare open his eyes. He had already realized this body didn't belong to him, because the commands from his brain required constant trial and error before they could guide the body to perform the correct movements. Moreover, he remembered clearly that before losing consciousness, he had been conducting a francium fragment verification experiment at the CAS Institute of High Energy Physics Laboratory. It was impossible for him to be in the water. Once his brain fully assumed control of the body, he pieced together through memory the story of what had happened to him. In this world, he was no longer the young physics prodigy who had risen from the CAS Institute at a remarkably young age, but rather a scandal-plagued celebrity drowning in rumors. He had dropped out of middle school and entered the country's largest entertainment company, Huafeng Entertainment Group, during the second half of 9th grade. With no legal guardian, he had unknowingly signed an exploitative dual contract binding him for 5 years. Throughout those 5 years, the idle training and incubation period, he received a base salary of merely 5,000 yuan per month. Earnings from endorsements, appearance fees, and other revenue were pooled into a profit pool. Only if the profit pool exceeded 500 million during the incubation period, and he successfully renewed his contract afterward, would Huafeng Entertainment pay him a 40% share. Anyone with the slightest experience of the world could see at a glance that Huafeng had set the bar so high precisely because they never intended to pay out a single share. But at the time, for 16-year-old Gu Ran, that contract hadn't seemed unreasonable. 5,000 yuan was an enormous fortune for a student who had grown up on government subsidies and meals provided by countless households. Back then, he truly believed he was worthless, so he signed the contract without hesitation. During his years at Huafeng, he worked himself to the bone, never complaining. As a child starved of familial affection, he genuinely regarded the company as his home, and his manager as family. Even when they falsified his education, manufactured scandals, and crafted fake personas, as long as his manager said it was good for the company, he would lower his head and comply. Even when his appearance fees skyrocketed from 50,000 to millions, he never once complained about receiving only 5,000. Because it was home. Because family was there. It was Huafeng that gave him hope, even if that hope was locked behind glass forever out of reach. But at least he learned that he was not after all worthless. However, 1 week ago, public opinion suddenly turned against him. Fabricated scandals spread widely across the internet. Falsified education, commercial fraud, fake endorsements, treasonous remarks, molestation of fans, a barrage of rumors. Slander, fabrication, and character assassination drowned him the moment he opened his eyes. When he could no longer withstand the assault of public opinion and sought help from the company, he turned around only to discover the fire had started at home. His own manager was personally spreading his rumors across the entire internet, while Huafeng Entertainment issued a public statement harshly condemning their artist's conduct. The leader of the trolls tormenting him turned out to be the person he trusted most. The ones who wanted him dead most were his family. This betrayal was more suffocating than the tsunami of abuse raining down from every direction. From that moment, his reputation was utterly destroyed, beyond recovery, beyond defense. Amid this storm of public opinion, Huafeng got exactly what they wanted. They terminated his artist contract, not only swallowing all his earnings from the past 3 years, but also slapping him with a 70 million yuan breach penalty. And the fool who had done nothing wrong, who had been exploited by the company at every turn, who had worked almost without a single moment's rest, had carried 70 million yuan in debt on his back after a bottle of liquor and jumped off the bridge. The cruelest irony of all, if not for this storm of public opinion, Gu Ran would never have realized he had already created nearly 500 million yuan in value. Sigh, what a fool. Gu Ran let out a long breath. From this moment forward, let that naive and innocent Gu Ran rest in peace. Standing before you is a physics teacher from a key Hunan Province High School's graduating class, a tomato no system, sci-fi veteran founder of Tutoring Empire, strategic partner of the National Defense 7 and C9 University's admissions office's CAS Institute ambassador, and old popsicle himself. Add to bookmarks so you won't get lost. The first 20 chapters were revised several times. Heck, it went completely wrong the more I edited the worse it got. But after chapter 20, I found my rhythm and returned to myself. It's genuinely a great read, rest assured. Just as Gu Ran was sorting through his memories, a Denza D9 drove over from a distance and pulled up by the river with its hazard lights flashing. Excuse me, please make way. Thank you, everyone. No photos, please. Thank you. Two burly men wearing masks jumped out of the car, rushed into the crowd, dragged Gu Ran up from the ground, and carried him on their backs as they sprinted away. Bang! The car door slammed shut. In the back seat, a woman in a red evening dress secretly scrutinized Gu Ran, who was already soaked through. To be honest, among the younger generation of idols, Gu Ran's professional abilities were actually quite impressive. If Huafeng had not been so eager for quick success, a young artist like Gu Ran with looks, ability, and a willingness to work hard could have potentially been groomed into an evergreen star. If Gu Ran had been scouted by Huafeng Entertainment, instead his life might have been entirely different by now. But life has no what-ifs. When Huafeng was first established, Gu Ran was already trapped inside Huafeng Entertainment. And now Huafeng had grown to a certain scale in just 2 years, yet Gu Ran's reputation had already rotted through. As Huafeng's top artist, Lu Keqing had encountered countless people over the past 2 years, but someone whose career had collapsed as completely as Gu Ran's was a first. The hardest thing to reverse in this society is the prejudice in people's hearts. Once public opinion gains momentum and the emotions of the entire internet are stirred up, the truth stops mattering to anyone. So from the professional perspective of a top agent, Gu Ran's chances of rehabilitation were almost zero. Signing him was essentially the company digging itself a massive pit. But in the end, she was only an employee. Since the boss insisted on signing him no matter what, she could only grit her teeth and carry out the order even if she could not make sense of it. Hello, I am Lu Keqing, the top agent at Huafeng Entertainment. Lu Keqing greeted Gu Ran. Hello. Gu Ran turned his head, only now noticing that someone else was seated in the back row. Huafeng Entertainment was the second largest entertainment conglomerate after Huafeng, and although it was established later, it had grown rapidly. The two companies had always been competitors, so in his previous life, Gu Ran had not had much contact with Huafeng. I'll be straightforward, Lu Keqing said. Our Huafeng Entertainment intends to sign you. Huafeng will handle your breach of contract dispute with Huafeng. Even if the lawsuit is ultimately lost, the penalty fees will be covered by us. However, there is one prerequisite. Gu Ran was a bit dizzy from being manhandled by those two burly men. He rubbed his forehead and asked, what prerequisite? You need to sign a 5-year labor contract with our company. During those 5 years, you can only have an employment relationship with our company. You must actively cooperate with the company's business adjustments, work arrangements, and persona shaping. Lu Keqing took a contract out of her bag and briefly outlined the following. Of course, during these 5 years, our company has the following obligations. Our company is obligated to provide the artist with a competitive salary within the industry. Our company is obligated to provide the artist with a reasonable workload and working environment. Our company is obligated to improve and optimize the artist's image and reputation. Lu Keqing had originally prepared a great deal of persuasive talking points to help Gu Ran analyze his situation and convince him to sign, but it seemed none of it was needed at all. Gu Ran nodded decisively. No problem. Lu Keqing was stunned and said in surprise, you don't need to think it over. No need. Gu Ran could see no traps in Huafeng's contract at all. A scandal-ridden artist rejected by the entire internet rarely encountered a generous patron willing to take the fall for him. If he did not sign, with Huafeng carrying 70 million in breach of contract penalties, he had nowhere to go either. Lu Keqing handed the contract over. This is the contract. Once you sign, I will tell you about your first event arrangement. Gu Ran briefly skimmed the contract and signed his name. The content was simple, basically the same as what Lu Keqing had said. There were no fine print or addendums. It seemed it had been hastily prepared, very straightforward in its content. Huafeng has a show called Superbrain. Do you know about it? Gu Ran had an impression of the show Superbrain. It was the country's first large-scale science competition reality show. When it first launched, quite a few prodigies and child geniuses appeared on the program. However, its good fortunes did not last long. Within a year, a scripting scandal was exposed, and its reputation plummeted from then on. You will be participating in the next episode of Superbrain, Lu Keqing said. Gu Ran's head suddenly buzzed, and he became noticeably flustered. He almost suspected that his identity as a transmigrator had been exposed. Otherwise, he simply could not understand why Huafeng would dare to put a scandal-ridden artist with a fabricated education on this kind of show. Afraid of not dying thoroughly enough. This is the first step of rehabilitation. Given your current public opinion situation, there is almost no possibility of rehabilitation through conventional methods. I can only take an unconventional approach, Lu Keqing explained. Right now, central media and official channels have not yet taken a stance, which means you still have a sliver of opportunity. As your first public appearance after your scandal, I need you to attract as much social attention as possible. Superbrain is your best stage for appearing publicly. No one would pay attention to a scandal-ridden artist show unless the show is outrageous enough and bizarre enough to be irresistible. If we arrange a singing and dancing competition for you to do vocals, choreography, and rap, I would bet no one would go watch. But if they hear you are going on an intelligence competition, they cannot help but come see what that is all about. Guran nodded. Once she explained it that way, he understood. And he had to admit this young woman before him did have a few real skills when it came to navigating public opinion. In today's society, no one has the patience to listen to a stained person defend themselves even if that person has been wronged, Liu Keqing said. So once you are on the show and have attracted enough attention, how to rehabilitate becomes the top priority. Do not explain. That accomplishes nothing. Everyone on the internet is an emotional creature. What you need is to stir their emotions, not to reason with them. Before the show begins, Huafeng will continuously and loudly build momentum for you, crafting you into a high IQ genius persona. I need you to go berserk and storm off the stage in the middle to late portion of the show. But you do not need to show the reason. Continue to build suspense for the audience. After you leave the studio, we will arrange for Hualongwen Hospital to come pick you up. Afterwards, Huafeng will organize self-media outlets to leak the reason, hinting at your disgust and stress response to the scripting. Once the internet's curiosity is fully piqued, then we will expose Huafeng's contract. This is only the second step. The third step is image reconstruction. Although the original culprit of the stains on you was Huafeng, and you were only passively draped in that persona, looking back, the scandals on you are indeed facts. Your current education is only middle school. In fact, you did not even finish 9th grade before going to Huafeng. You don't even have a junior high diploma. So afterward, there still needs to be an act of correcting mistakes. If the first two steps go smoothly, and once public opinion is no longer so hostile toward you, then comes the settling phase. Study on your own and pass the undergraduate entrance exam if possible. If you don't have that level of ability, at least pass into a junior college. The company will help arrange things and ultimately fight for you an overseas master's degree. Then comes the dramatic strong return storyline. Liu Keqing murmured, according to this plan, if everything goes smoothly, you will need at least 3 years before you can make a comeback. That means once you return, there will not be much time left for you to develop gradually. So during the years you are laying low, you cannot completely disappear from public view either. Huafeng also has a late-night talk show live broadcast program. After finishing Super Brain, you can report to that project. That is a way to come face-to-face with your fans across the entire internet at close range. Do not be afraid of being criticized. Keep your mindset steady. Let them see your changes and gradually soften the negative emotions online toward you. They say different trades are like mountains separated by bullfights. Just look at this string of arrangements Liu Keqing had laid out one after another. Even if you gave Gu Ran a whole year to think, he could never have come up with something like this. The next day, just as Liu Keqing had anticipated, on major portal websites and social media, a new trending topic surged to the #1 spot amid endless discussions from netizens. Gu Ran to appear on Super Brain. For a moment, this news sent shockwaves across the entire internet. Although Super Brain's reputation had declined, it was still an intellectual competition. You want Gu Ran on that show? How much did he drink to be this delusional? The Rubik's Cube masters and memory experts from early Super Brain seasons also publicly distanced themselves from the current show. Even past champions jointly signed a petition urging the production team to carefully reconsider and withdraw Gu Ran's appearance. At Huafeng Technology Building, the directors watched the backlash of public opinion and the green plunging stocks sweating like ants on a hot pan. They had no objection to spending 70 million to sign Gu Ran. It was pocket change after all. But throwing themselves into the eye of the storm and causing the company's market value to plummet, that was unacceptable. Yet the boss seemed utterly indifferent to his shareholders' panic. Only after Liu Keqing presented her plan in full detail to the board of directors did she manage to slightly calm the shareholders' frenzy. At Huafeng Entertainment Group in the Tingfeng Youth Division, a portly middle-aged woman gazed at the hot topics trending online, a trace of confusion crossing her face. Huafeng Entertainment has lost its mind, actually taking over Gu Ran. Standing beside her, Agent Cui Hao sneered. Gu Ran's value has been completely drained by Huawei. He's now a complete pariah. Huafeng spending 70 million to splash in the internet is just teaching him a lesson. The middle-aged woman sat in her chair, a dazed expression on her face. She knew all too well about Gu Ran's situation. He was a slacker since middle school, consistently at the bottom of his class. If Huawei hadn't discovered him to become an idol, who knows which electronics factory he'd be working in now. Someone like him posed no threat to Huawei. But what she couldn't understand was why Huafeng would sign someone as worthless as Gu Ran. Actually, she had been curious about this question for quite some time. Although she had climbed to her current position at Huawei almost entirely through exploiting Gu Ran's blood, sweat, and tears. But honestly speaking, building Gu Ran's image was almost purely luck. Whether it was the model student, the academic fraud, or the obedient mama's boy, his persona was completely manufactured through assembly line tactics. Normally, such a crudely mass-produced product would have little chance of going viral, but Gu Ran somehow managed to blow up. Once someone becomes famous, they stand under the spotlight like a specimen under a microscope. Any minor flaw gets infinitely magnified. And at that time, Huafeng was competing against Huawei like a mad dog. As Gu Ran's manager, she lived in constant anxiety, every day terrified that his lies would be exposed. But who could have predicted that Huafeng wouldn't exploit the situation and actually let Gu Ran stay popular for so long? What surprised her even more was that after she knocked down this crumbling wall, Huafeng actually signed him away. What were they after? Aunt Hong, should we do something? Gua Hao asked. Gua Yinghong tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, pondering for a moment. Then let's give Huafeng a hand and boost the hype around Superbrain even more. We at Huawei do business with integrity. One purchase comes with a free gift. If they buy a failed Gu Ran, we'll throw in the failure of Superbrain as well. Soon as Gu Ran received the script for the first episode of Superbrain, the internet was stirred wave after wave. First, a photo of a North China Film Academy campus card spread like wildfire online. Then a well-known figure publicly exposed the behind-the-scenes operations of Superbrain. The photo on the campus card was unsurprisingly Gu Ran. An entertainer who never graduated from middle school, gaining admission to North China Film Academy, was an insult to China's educational system. This was no small matter. Lu Keqing knew that after signing Gu Ran, Huawei would definitely make a move. But the prerequisite for dealing with it was that Gu Ran had to confess his hidden troubles without reservation. What's going on here? Academic fraud. On a small scale, it's special admission. On a large scale, it's a legal crime. Once it involves illegality, the opponent's room for maneuver becomes vast. Gu Ran scrolled through his phone, reading the online exposed. This campus card is real. Hearing this, Lu Keqing furrowed her brows slightly. Gu Ran continued, but what's online is false. I'm not really a student at North China Film Academy, just an audit student. It was all marketing created by Huawei back then, basically just to polish my image. After the paperwork was done, they did a round of online promotion, and that was it. I never attended a single class. Even so, Lu Keqing didn't dare let her guard down completely. It wasn't until North China Film Academy issued an urgent denial that things finally settled. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Although the internet remained full of sarcasm, at least they had pulled back from the edge of illegality. So he was just an audit student. North China Film Academy seems to have some principles after all. Favorability 1. Gu Ran probably doesn't even know about CHSI. He saw the student ID and thought he was enrolled. Can't hold it in anymore, bros. Thought he was an academic fraud, turns out he's just a joke. Gu Ran scrolled through the comments, his face growing increasingly grim. These were still the polite ones. Those cursing his parents and wishing violent deaths upon him. He couldn't even bear to look. Huawei really wants to wipe me out completely, Gu Ran muttered. Lu Keqing didn't respond. She had other matters to handle. Although the academic issue continued to draw relentless criticism, it at least pulled Gu Ran back from the brink of criminal charges. But another exposé about the Superbrain program was directly targeting Huafeng. An insider bluntly revealed that during the early days of Superbrain, he had signed up for the show, but was called back by the organizers asking whether he was willing to follow the script. Because he stated he wanted to let his abilities speak for themselves, he was disqualified. This showed that all the past champions of Superbrain were merely actors manufactured for the program's marketing. This wasn't a huge deal. In theory, it would only generate a few minutes of online buzz before being overshadowed by other trending topics. But the problem was the one exposing this scandal was none other than Huang Zhixiao, the annual champion of Zhizhidao and a returned overseas student with outstanding academic credentials. It's him. Gu Ran knew this guy was also a signed artist under Huafeng. However, his career path differed from Gu Ran's. Huang Zhixiao had graduated from MIT and was recruited by Shanghai's talent program upon his return. Originally an analyst at the Shanghai Futures Exchange, his striking appearance combined with his victory in the first season of One Until the End led Huafeng Entertainment to sign him with a high salary and stock options. He later rose to core management through his own abilities. Lu Keqing furrowed her brows. Whether Huang Zhixiao had truly registered for Superbrain was no longer the issue because the production team had indeed done exactly that. Superbrain had long since become a talent competition show common knowledge across the entire internet. The company itself had even intended to cancel the program. But the problem was that Huang Zhixiao's accusations precisely targeted the lifeblood of Huafeng Group. The batch of champions and derivative industries spawned from the early seasons of Superbrain was one of the most important revenue streams for Huafeng Entertainment. This sent the already panicked board members into a frenzy, each calling one after another to urge Lu Keqing to handle the situation properly. The derivative industries from the early Superbrain champions now generated around $1 billion in annual profit. But entertainment companies were extremely volatile under public opinion. Once a crisis erupted, profits could plummet to 1/10/100th or even become worthless overnight. After hanging up, Lu Keqing immediately began brainstorming solutions. But the situation was far from optimistic. As long as Huang Zhixiao refused to retract his words, it was virtually impossible to reverse public sentiment. A hush money. The champions produced in the early days of Superbrain, not counting endorsements and variety show appearances, could generate tens of millions in monthly revenue just from selling courses. And the Superbrain IP alone, through licensing deals with online education platforms, learning machines, reading pens, and brands like Beiji Tao, made counting money an exhausting pastime. To be honest, to protect this profitable venture, Huafeng wouldn't even blink at spending a few million on hush money. But the problem was that Huang Zhixiao belonged to Huafeng and not just any employee. He was a member of the leadership team. Offering him money would be tantamount to feeding blackmail material straight into Huafeng's mouth. From the moment Huang Zhixiao's exposé broke in the afternoon, Lu Kuching had been pacing restlessly in her office. She made at least 30 round trips between the door and her desk. Gu Ran was starting to feel dizzy just watching her. In the early evening, a man burst out of an office in a flurry. Kuching, something happened. Something huge. The man's face was grim, his steps hurried, more panicked than even Lu Kuching. Lu Kuching frowned. Stop causing a scene, President Yang. I'm already working on a solution. Yang Jian scratched his hair. Chairman Lu called me. She gave me an ultimatum: I can resign with honor and Superbrain can be axed, but the business cannot be affected in the slightest. How is that even possible? Every aspect of my division is tethered to Superbrain. If Superbrain goes down, how could the other businesses remain unaffected? I told you I'm handling it. It's all his fault. Yang Jian pointed at Gu Ran. This walking disaster brought all these troubles. Kuching, I really can't understand why you insisted on signing him. All this mess is because of him. He's ruined the company, endangered the project, and now I might lose my job too. President Yang, do you really think saying these things now makes any difference? Lu Kuching looked at the disoriented Yang Jian with undisguised contempt. You're the director of the Superbrain division. Everyone here can panic, but you cannot. If you fall apart, the entire division loses its morale. Go back, manage the public relations crisis, and steady the team. I'll find a way, I promise you. If I can't resolve this, I'll resign before you do. Yang Jian clenched his fists, nervously gripping Lu Kuching's arm tightly. Kuching, you have more ideas and better problem-solving skills. My fate is entirely in your hands. He bowed repeatedly, then retreated from her office, pulling the door shut behind him. Now it was just Gu Ran and Lu Kuching in the office, and the atmosphere grew even more awkward after Yang Jian's tirade. Lu Kuching said, although what he said was true, don't take it to heart. Gu Ran sat upright on the sofa. I have an idea. The core issue right now is Huang Zhixiao claiming the show is rigged. So let him come onto the show. Just beat him, and the problem is solved. Easy for you to say. Huang Zhixiao is a genuine top student. Who here has the confidence to beat him? The past champions. Gu Ran paused. Surely they're not all a bunch of talented actors. Of course not, Lu Kuching replied. Although there was a script, the champions from the early seasons did have real ability. But after winning, they were all pushed to the forefront by the company. It's been so long, and no one knows what their competitive edge looks like now. Besides, given the current public sentiment, winning might help, but losing would make things infinitely worse. Gu Ran rose from the sofa and volunteered. Then let's set up the next episode as a team competition. Huang Zhixiao can bring teammates, and we'll team up with the past champions to compete against them. That way we can secure a win. If it came down to pure intellect and knowledge with his current abilities, he could field 3 or 4 support players and single-handedly take on all of Huafeng in a Superbrain-style competition. In his past life, no one had ever given his academic prowess an objective and fair evaluation. The closest thing to a true assessment came from his advisor when he published his first SCI paper. Gu Ran, your knowledge spans way too many fields. Lu Kuching considered it and agreed it was a solid plan. If Huang Zhixiao, the champion of one until the end, accepted the invitation, Superbrain's popularity would skyrocket exponentially. An internet-recognized academic genius, paired with the credentials clown mocked into silence, would generate enormous buzz. Moreover, teaming up with Gu Ran provided enormous interpretive flexibility. If they won, they could say, even with Gu Ran on our side, you still couldn't beat us, shut up. If they lost, they could say, we had Gu Ran on our team, and you still managed to win. Well played, no complaints. It was airtight either way. Before long, the past champions of Superbrain began arriving at Lu Kuching's office one after another. Sister Kuching, long time no see. Lu Kuching was full of apology. I'm truly sorry for dragging you all into such a big trouble. It's not your fault. These former Superbrain champions were exceedingly lenient toward Lu Kuching, but their attitude toward Gu Ran was altogether different. A handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses said, signing him was arguably the worst move the company could have made. The others shared the same sentiment. Signing him was like directly pointing Huafeng's spear at our company. They went back and forth in front of Lu Kuching, not sparing Gu Ran a glance, yet every single word revolved around him. I don't know the company's reasoning either, Lu Kuching deflected smoothly. Perhaps something to do with the cultural and entertainment reforms. Leaders always have their considerations after all. The cultural and entertainment reforms haven't been finalized yet. No, Lu Kuching said. The special task force is still conducting research. It's a matter of great significance. All right, let's get to the point. Yang Jian told me you're planning to have us appear on the show again. Lu Kuching nodded. Yes. The public opinion pressure from Huang Zhixiao is overwhelming, and he's specifically targeting you all. I'm worried that if we don't respond, it will severely impact you. Compete alongside Huang Zhixiao. They all looked a bit worried. They all considered themselves outstanding. But even among geniuses there were differences. Though they had never faced Huang Zhixiao in competition, watching one until the end made it clear how terrifyingly capable he was. I heard Huang Zhixiao entered the Gifted Children program at 12, joined the National Olympiad training team at 15, won a gold medal in the same year, and went to MIT on a full scholarship. He earned dual doctoral degrees in physics and materials science before returning to China. Everyone has their specialty, Lu Keqing reassured them. In academic and professional fields you may fall slightly short. But Superbrain is our show, and we'll certainly structure it around our strengths. Don't be afraid. They exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Superbrain had a script. For them, it was an open book exam. Combined with fighting together against a common enemy in a relay format, how could they possibly lose? In the afternoon, everyone gathered to organize and select from their areas of expertise. Since the next episode would likely feature a dual format, if Huang Zhixiao appeared, they anticipated that Huafeng Entertainment would prepare questions in advance and come to challenge. What Huafeng Entertainment could secure was the right to determine the theme. The competition format of Superbrain was straightforward. Each episode set a theme, then questions were crafted around it, and all contestants competed on equal footing. After vigorous discussion, the theme was ultimately settled on astronomy. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said, "Let's go with astronomy. Huang and I are professionals. We both graduated from the Department of Astrophysics at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Xiaofeng and Lu Hao have written science fiction and have deep knowledge of astronomy as well. Moreover, they are memory champions with exceptional short-term memory. This episode, the four of us should compete. Huang Zhixiao will be tough to handle, but if the four of us work together, I don't think it will be a problem." Lu Keqing nodded seriously. "All right then, the theme for next episode will be an astronomy competition. This match is crucial. We must win. An outright victory would be even better. Only a resounding victory could completely neutralize the negative impact of public opinion." The scene she hoped to see was the four Huafeng representatives relentlessly buzzing in answers to Huang Zhixiao's questions, while Huang Zhixiao struggled to answer a single one posed by Huafeng's side. If such a scene were to materialize, the prestige of Superbrain's past champions would speak for itself. After consulting with the team, Lu Keqing also synced the information with the Superbrain production crew. Since the next round was a public duel, the decision was made to broadcast it live across the entire internet. A bold, open confrontation. Winner takes all, loser faces ruin. As for Gu Ran's plan, the original three-step strategy was slightly adjusted. At this level, with this format of competition, scripted scenarios were no longer an option. She needed to find another approach. This upcoming competition is of paramount importance. It affects not only Superbrain, but also its derivative businesses. You may participate, but the primary intellectual confrontation will be left to those champion contestants. I'll provide you with draft paper. On the show, your role is simply to write and sketch. The director of photography will occasionally cut to your close-ups, letting the audience notice what you're doing and become curious about what you're writing on your scratch paper. Superbrain currently enjoys tremendous popularity, and I suspect that regardless of the outcome, the buzz will persist for quite a while. You just need to capitalize on the long-tail effect after the episode airs. Once the show ends, I'll have the official Superbrain account release your draft paper. Then we'll build a series of marketing campaigns around your scratch paper." Gu Ran naturally accepted the arrangement. After all, it was the past champions who appeared on the show, and this intellectual contest was their opportunity to prove themselves. He was not suited to steal the spotlight in such a setting. But just to be safe, he asked, "What if those four fall behind? Can I step in to help?" Lu Keqing shot him a look and shook her head. "No need. This format involves mutually prepared questions. Neither side knows what the other has prepared. Just quietly scribble on your scratch paper. Don't cause any trouble. The camera should focus mainly on the four competitors." At 4 in the afternoon, the Superbrain official accounts on Douyin and Weibo formally extended a program invitation to Huang Zhixiao. A decisive battle concerning the universe had already surged to the top of the internet's trending topics. Superbrain is incredibly fierce. They actually called back past champions to compete alongside Huang Zhixiao. It's essentially an intellectual showdown between Huafeng and Huafeng, two entertainment giants. Whoever loses becomes the limited intelligence company. This is a battle for honor. And it's live. This is burning all bridges, leaving no room for retreat. I felt like the past champions of Superbrain actually had genuine skills. I remember Gu Ran is also participating in the next episode. So this is like a 5v5 matchup. Huafeng may only have one truly capable person in Huang Zhixiao, but Huafeng has it rough too. With Gu Ran on their side, it's like four gods carrying one lightweight. Now this is real excitement. The competition format involved each side posing questions to the other. It was a live broadcast, and it featured some of the smartest people in the entertainment industry. This sent the tension soaring. Within mere minutes, the Douyin livestream reservation count for Superbrain surpassed 30,000. Everyone flocked to Huang Zhixiao's Douyin and Weibo accounts to leave messages of encouragement. Roughly half an hour later, Huang Zhixiao posted an update on Weibo, accepting the invitation. The accompanying image was a flight ticket. Gu Ran, largely overlooked by everyone, could clearly sense that after Huang Zhixiao posted that update, the entire room grew noticeably tense. Huang Zhixiao was clearly exerting enormous psychological pressure on them. Lu Keqing looked at everyone with grave seriousness. "Please be fully prepared. We must fight a brilliant battle. I entrust everything to you. Don't worry, everything will be fine." After Huang Zhixiao accepted the invitation, the internet exploded. Superbrain, which had been limping along, saw its livestream reservation count skyrocket to 200,000 within an hour. While this figure might not seem extraordinary for a top Douyin streamer for the Superbrain production team, it was unprecedented heat. And that was just 1 hour. According to the operations department's initial estimates, the total reservations by the end of the day would likely reach 2 million. When the live broadcast began with organic traffic and viral sharing, combined total viewership across all platforms could exceed 5 million. Under normal circumstances, this would be a windfall. But now what fell from the sky was not a pie. It was an anvil. We absolutely cannot lose. We absolutely cannot lose. Lu Keqing pressed her hands against her chest, muttering incessantly. Sister Keqing, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Gu Ren offered comfort. You don't need to worry so much. Huang Zhixiao may look impressive on paper with his academic credentials, but his actual level is quite mediocre. Thanks to Gu Ran's reassurance, Lu Keqing only grew more anxious. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she rubbed her temples and waved her hand. You may go back. Her right eyelid had been twitching persistently, filling her with an uneasy foreboding. The next day, Gu Ran arrived at the tech building on time, munching on a steamed bun. Employees of Huafeng Entertainment spotted Gu Ran and immediately broke into hushed private conversations. From the entrance all the way to the elevator, whispered murmurs continued unabated. Not gonna lie, he's actually quite handsome. Handsome won't fill the company's coffers though. Besides, he's caused quite a lot of trouble for the company. All the public relations mess from the past 2 days has been tied to him. I heard that right after the company announced he'd be on Superbrain, the show itself ran into massive trouble. Gu Ran paid no mind to the whispered murmurs around him. He possessed a detached sense of aloofness, for the troubles had all been provoked by the previous Gu Ran. What concern was it of his? With Lu Keqing occupied with program matters and absent in the morning, Gu Ran found himself thoroughly enjoying the solitude in the office. Settling into her sofa, he casually snatched an A4 sheet of paper and buried himself in scribbling and sketching. His passion for scientific research and physics had not dimmed in the slightest since his transmigration. Recalling those days when he first entered Peking University majoring in physics, he had completed all required credits by his sophomore year before selecting materials science as a second major. In truth, his choice of materials science had been driven by simmering indignation. It began during an academic symposium where he had overheard a distinguished professor's address. The professor stated that among the world's top 10 materials science experts, 6 were ethnic Chinese, graduates either of Tsinghua University or Peking University or of the University of Science and Technology of China, yet not a single one remained in the homeland. At that time, Gu Ran was already a prominent figure at Peking University. Though still a student, he had already garnered modest recognition within academic circles. Fueled by youthful ardor and watching the professor deliver his impassioned lament with tears and chest beating, Gu Ran rose from his seat with a bang on the table. With the battle cry of revitalizing the glory of Chinese materials science is our sacred duty, he unhesitatingly threw himself into the field of materials science. He had been full of soaring ambition back then. Later, driven by sheer passion and a measure of natural talent, he ascended into the ranks of the world's physicists, becoming the youngest leading figure in the physics yearbook. Unaware, a page of A4 paper had become densely covered with formulas and derivations. This was materials science content, a design model he had proposed in his past life. This model essentially served as the summary report of his final experiment regarding the francium fragment research. Although he had sustained a minor but fatal injury during his final experiment, he had still obtained some invaluable research findings. Throughout his 2-year investigation, the francium fragment had remained remarkably stable. The last experiment was the sole instance of vigorous reaction. Gazing at the ceiling, he pondered once again the causes behind the failure of his past life francium fragment verification experiment. All afternoon, the 4 contestants competing on Superbrain during the final stretch before the live broadcast desperately relied upon their extraordinary memories to pore over knowledge related to astronomy. For these masters of memory, short-term retention was their forte. With merely a half-day shelf life to maintain, they could essentially commit everything to perfect recall. Meanwhile, Lu Keqing led her public relations team in busily planning post-broadcast reputation management. Despite the 4 contestants' assurances that they could not possibly lose, yet an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at her heart, whispering that she must prepare for the worst. 8 o'clock in the evening. The live stream was ready to go. The number of viewers pre-registering for this episode of Superbrain had, after a full day of anticipation, surpassed 2 million, as expected. Even though the broadcast room remained shrouded in darkness, it was already swarming with an endless cascade of bullet comments. This is the Battle of Tennyson. The champions of Superbrain's earlier seasons facing the champion of One and Done. If we're truly discussing intelligence, I believe Huang Zhixiao holds the edge. Honestly, the champions of many past Superbrain seasons relied somewhat on tricks. Huang Zhixiao is a genuine physicist. You can tell from the memory training courses sold on Superbrain's livestream. They depend on techniques, not actual intelligence. When will the broadcast officially start? Gu Ran sat in the corner of the contestant seating area, appearing on camera only infrequently. He had likely grasped the current state of public sentiment. Huang Zhixiao's persona as an outstanding student, coupled with the prestige of being the one-and-done champion, generated tremendous anticipation heading into the competition. Meanwhile, the champions from Super Brain's earlier seasons each commanded their own share of buzz and devoted followers. Thus, this clash between two formidable competitors captured nearly all attention. Though he was occasionally swept up in the barrage of comments, the spotlight clearly wasn't on him. At 8:15, the broadcast feed appeared on screen. Under the host's opening remarks and passionate commentary, all contestants entered the arena. This competition format differed from previous years, leaning more toward a challenge-style bout. The theme revolved around astronomy. Both sides prepared 20 questions for each other, which were shuffled into a common question pool. Then the two sides drew lots to determine the speaking order. The first side to perform would randomly draw a question from the pool to answer, and the timer would start immediately. Only after completing one answer could they draw the next question. A total of 10 questions out of 20 had to be answered. Once all questions were completed, the timer stopped, and that duration would serve as the other side's allotted time. While the opposing side began answering, the countdown started. Before the countdown ended, the other side had to complete all remaining questions, otherwise any unfinished questions would be considered forfeited. The rules and procedures were not complex, yet the live chat had already begun heating up. What an exciting format. What if the first competitor is skilled enough to finish in just seconds, eh? If the later competitor still has plenty of time remaining after finishing, what rewards would there be? True. Then the format is still somewhat unfair. If the last person finishes with plenty of time left, bonus points would be better. After the format was announced, numerous viewers offered their suggestions and strategies. According to the current rules, going first is definitely advantageous. If you have absolute confidence, you can answer quickly to compress your opponent's time. If not, you can ignore the time constraint and fully deliberate and double-check. Exactly. Right now, the initiative lies entirely with the first competitor. I suggest adding a time coefficient to the later scores. For example, if the second competitor uses only half the time, their score should be multiplied by a factor of 2. I agree. Adding a coefficient factor would also put some pressure on the first competitor, preventing them from wasting too much time. The suggestions on the live chat were all quite good, but the broadcast had already begun, so the format naturally could not be changed. More importantly, the first to compete was the reigning champion from Huafeng Entertainment. The production team had even less reason to eliminate this first-mover advantage. Along with the broadcast camera, staff members collected the questions prepared by both sides separately. The questions had been printed on sturdy cards in advance. Staff thoroughly shuffled the cards and arranged them in order on numbered display stands. Then, under the host's passionate guidance, the competition officially began. The director switched the broadcast feed to the 4 contestants from Huafeng Entertainment. For the first question, let's select number 6. The host removed the card labeled 6, pressed the stopwatch with one hand, and projected the question onto the large screen with the other. Please answer. The director quickly switched the camera to display the question. If neutron star matter leaves the neutron star, will it become ordinary matter? Please illustrate with examples. Guran glanced at the question, and the answer was already clear in his mind. Yes, it would definitely change. A neutron star maintains this peculiar state of matter, the neutron state, due to the equilibrium between its immense self-gravity and neutron degeneracy pressure. Once outside the neutron star, the gravitational force disappears, and the matter can no longer retain its original form. Providing an example is not difficult. For instance, nucleon electron degenerate matter would indeed undergo change. Degenerate matter is the form in which fermions exist under extremely high density. If removed from an ultra-dense environment like a neutron star, degenerate matter would rapidly heat up, and free neutrons would subsequently decay, producing beta radiation and antineutrino flux. However, this question that Guran solved at a glance posed some difficulty for the contestants on Super Brain. They reached the conclusion that it would change almost instinctively, but they stumbled when it came to providing examples. After roughly 30 seconds of discussion, they gradually offered supplementary details and completed their answers. What exactly they wrote remained unknown for now. They simply submitted their answers and proceeded to select the second question. For the second question, let's select number 8. The host removed the card labeled 8. Begin answering. The large screen displayed the second question. Briefly describe the formation principle of binary star systems. Guran gave a nod upon seeing the second question. This question was considerably more challenging than the first. Binary star systems are a classic topic in astrophysics, and the understanding of their formation principles has been continuously refined and evolving. In the simplest terms, it could be summarized in just a few words: common envelope evolution. For a more detailed explanation, one would need to discuss the Roche lobe and Roche radius. In a sense, the formation principle of binary star systems serves as an entry-level threshold in astrophysics. Perhaps because the question was relatively open-ended, the Super Brain contestants took considerable time on this problem. When the camera focused on their expressions, their visible discomfort was unmistakable. They can't possibly be stumped by this kind of question. Guran couldn't help but laugh and groan simultaneously. This was essentially a freebie question. After approximately 3 minutes, the answers were submitted once again. However, it was clearly evident that all the contestants lacked confidence on their faces. The subsequent questions successively involved topics such as magnetic reconnection mechanisms, dark matter and large-scale structures, and the structure and evolution of compact celestial bodies. Although Gu Ran did not find them particularly difficult, it was evident that the contestants were growing increasingly flustered as each question progressed. Clearly their preparation had veered significantly off course. These memory masters and mental athletes had focused almost entirely on skill-based techniques on the Super Brain show, lacking sufficient professional depth. Having finished all 10 questions, they resembled underperforming students rushing to submit their exams. Sheets filled to the brim, yet uncertain of accuracy or score. Finally, after the last question was submitted, the host pressed the stopwatch's stop button. Total time 43 minutes and 26 seconds. Now the answer sheet passes to Huang Zhixiao. Please select your questions. The program's music director knew how to ramp up the tension. The previously slow lyrical score began tightening, becoming urgent and relentless. The atmosphere felt suffocatingly urgent. Even watching the live stream, Gu Ran felt his own tension mounting. Glancing at the chat stream confirmed it. Everyone felt the same pressure. 43 minutes for 10 questions means roughly 4 minutes per problem. Oh my god, this is so tense. The first round questions are incredibly hard. Even with 4 people working together, 43 minutes feels way too short. I remember the college entrance exam math section was 2 hours long. Don't even compare this to the Gaokao. Any single question here is far more difficult than the final problems on those exams. I'm dying of laughter. I got full marks on everything before the final problem during my Gaokao, had a full hour left, and still couldn't solve it. An average of just 4 minutes per question. Can they even finish this? They definitely made things impossible for Brother Zhixiao. Sorry I fell asleep during the first round. I feel like my entire college education was wasted. I'm out, guys. I'll check back once they reveal the answers. The audience's physics knowledge was clearly inadequate. Yet they couldn't resist watching this kind of intellectual competition. Even through 43 minutes of tedious problem-solving, viewership didn't drop. In fact, the live stream had surpassed 10 million viewers across all platforms. This made it the undisputed top show tonight. Countless viewers with only high school educations watched some of the brightest minds in the entertainment industry push themselves on camera. It had that Olympic watching feeling, a sedentary crowd observing athletes pushing themselves to their limits. Throughout the 40-plus minute wait, Huang Zhiming remained completely composed, focused intently on the big screen. Let's go in order from 1 to 10. The host nodded and picked up question number 1 from the other bank. Please look at the big screen. The camera switched to reveal the question Huafeng Entertainment had prepared for Huang Zhixiao. Immediately, everyone gasped in shock. The chat exploded with disbelief. What the yay? Who even writes questions like this? Is this testing astronomy or memory? Oh my god, is Superbrain's creator insane? This question is absolutely cruel. You'd need the Hubble telescope itself to answer this. Gu Ran shared the same frustration. On the screen was an image of a nebula. The question asked for the nebula's name. If it showed the complete nebula, may be manageable, but this was just a fragment. This was the first question after all this time that actually stumped him. Completely abstract. Since humans began observing the cosmos, countless nebulae have been cataloged and named. Who could identify a nebula from just a partial image? As expected, Huang Zhixiao's initial confidence shattered the moment he saw the first question. He was completely lost. But he chose a smart approach. If he couldn't possibly know the answer, he shouldn't waste time on it. He'd maximize the time saved by skipping this question and apply it to the remaining ones. So recognizing immediately that he couldn't answer it, he scribbled down a random constellation name and submitted. The first question took just 3 seconds. That meant he'd bought himself 4 precious minutes. For the second question, please look at the big screen. Perhaps the competitors on Superbrain understood that such abstract questions repeated too often would seem unfair, so the second question was far more reasonable, even surprising the chat experts. An object falls from rest at a height r above the ground where Earth's radius is also r. Given gravitational acceleration g at the surface and ignoring air resistance, calculate the time to reach the ground. Gu Ran was thinking. Huang Zhixiao on screen was thinking too. But the chat was already blazing with explanations of the solution approach. Isn't this just a middle school problem? Oh my god, do these question writers only do abstract stuff? Either bizarre or way too simple. Does this even need thinking? You know the height and gravitational acceleration. Just apply the kinematics formula, r equals 1/2 gt squared, and you're done. Damn, any high school student could do this. Exactly, you can see the answer immediately. Time equals the square root of 2 r over g. This is killing me. The chat experts flooded the screen with answers. At first they thought Huang Zhixiao was frozen because the question was too easy, but as his brow kept furrowing deeper, netizens realized the problem might not be as straightforward as they'd assumed. Wait, that's wrong. You haven't used the Earth's radius from the problem statement. Bro, you didn't even specify whether g is 10 or 9.8. How am I supposed to calculate anything? The question looked so ordinary that many netizens felt confident, but in reality, it wasn't the typical high school physics problem they imagined. First, the problem states gravitational acceleration at Earth's surface is g, implying it changes with altitude. Additionally, since the object is at a great height, you cannot ignore that variation. Though not a standard high school physics problem, the difficulty was not extreme, more along the lines of a physics competition. After a quick analysis, Gu Ran immediately grasped the approach. After analyzing the principles involved, he realized that the problem was more straightforward than most contestants suspected. This wasn't merely a matter of plugging values into a formula. It required understanding how gravity diminishes with distance from Earth's center and applying that variation across the entire fall. First, assume that at a certain moment the height of an object above the ground is h, and then list the gravitational acceleration at that height. Thus, when time equals 0, the height h is r. When time is t, the height h becomes 0. This allows us to formulate a second-order differential equation and ultimately solve for t. Although the problem-solving approach is not difficult, the process is extremely complex due to the need for double integration. As the camera shifted to Huang Zhixiao, watching him diligently writing furiously on screen, Gu Ran silently nodded. Clearly, he was following the same method. But humans are not computers, and since the computational steps are rigid, it would likely take no less than 10 minutes to arrive at an answer. Once Gu Ran had obtained the problem-solving approach, there was no need to waste time on calculations. Instead, he used the remaining time to ponder whether there might be alternative methods. While Huang Zhixiao was calculating, the Superbrain production team was equally busy. Perhaps noticing too many confused comments in the live chat, the host proactively asked the invited guest for his evaluation of this problem, responding to the questions raised by viewers online. The invited guest was Professor Cui Jimin, an academician of the National Astronomical Observatories of China, considered an authority in astrophysics. Superbrain invited such a distinguished guest for two reasons: first, to serve as a judge, and second, to facilitate interaction with livestream viewers and address their questions during the long waiting period. Upon hearing the host question, Professor Cui Jimin shared his perspective. This problem is very easy to mislead people. People with different educational backgrounds will react differently to this question and arrive at different answers. For our young middle and high school audience, all they need to consider is freefall motion. Based on their physics knowledge, they can simply apply kinematic acceleration formulas to obtain the answer. But for the contestants on stage, there are many factors to consider. For instance, as the height decreases, the acceleration changes continuously. Additionally, one must account for the trajectory of motion. With so many intertwined variables, this is actually a highly deceptive problem. However, the problem-solving approach is not complicated. I believe contestant Huang Zhixiao has already developed his own method. Furthermore, I can reveal that the final result should be an exact number. The reason it yields an exact number is that the given backdrop is Earth. Precisely because it is Earth, many implicit parameters are indirectly provided to us. For example, the rotation period, orbital period, density, first cosmic velocity, angular velocity, and so on. After hearing Professor Cui Jimin's analysis, the previously bustling comment section fell silent all at once. Those who had been loudly claiming they could solve it instantly fell quiet. Once they opened their mouths, their educational level was exposed. Who would dare speak up and look like a fool? Shortly afterward, Gu Ran presented a novel approach from a different angle. What if we treated Earth as a point mass and gave the object an infinitesimally small initial velocity? In that case, according to Kepler's first law, the object would follow an elliptical orbit with Earth as the point mass, serving as one focus of the ellipse. According to Kepler's second law, the product of the object's tangential velocity and its distance to the focus is a constant. Therefore, at the beginning of motion, the distance from the object to Earth's focus is the height, r plus Earth's radius, r equaling 2r. On the opposite side of Earth, because the velocity is extremely large, the distance would approximately equal 0. Furthermore, according to Kepler's third law, the square of the period is proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis. The time for the object to complete one orbit around Earth is the same as that of a satellite orbiting at the first cosmic velocity, namely 1 hour and 44 minutes. After establishing these prerequisites, gradually expanding Earth back to size r reveals that the object would not complete a full orbit before falling onto Earth. In other words, by applying Kepler's three laws together with some high school level calculations, one can determine the time it takes for the object to land. The only cumbersome calculation involves the area swept by the object, namely a quarter of an ellipse plus a right triangle. Finally, using Kepler's second law to compare the areas yields a landing time of approximately 34.5 minutes. Gu Ran glanced at the time. From the flash of inspiration to calculating the final answer, the total time taken was barely 2 minutes. This approach was certainly not the most standard method, but mathematics and physics are like that. Often the less obvious path brings greater delight. Approximately 13 minutes had passed. Huang Zhixiao submitted his answer to the second problem. The time saved on the first question was completely exhausted on the second, and even encroached upon the time allocated for later questions. With 8 problems remaining, the average time per question was further compressed. After collecting Huang Zhixiao's answer, the host announced, "The remaining time is 32 minutes. Please look at the big screen and continue working." After the third problem appeared on the big screen, the comment section was unusually quiet. Both Huang Zhixiao himself and Gu Ran, along with netizens, were utterly perplexed. Currently, stars with an absolute magnitude of -3.5 are barely visible to the naked eye, and Mammon-Casaurus is also barely visible. What change has occurred to this star? What kind of question is this? This is outrageous. What on earth is Mammon-Casaurus? How does whether it can see or not relate to astronomy? It seemed that because the topic was so obscure, Professor Cui Jimin promptly explained, Mamenchosaurus was a dinosaur that roamed the Sichuan-Chongqing region 150 million years ago. The earliest fossil specimens were discovered in our Sichuan-Chongqing area. We all know that the ratio of human pupil diameter to Mamenchosaurus pupil diameter roughly corresponds to the ratio of head height. Humans are approximately 25 centimeters, while Mamenchosaurus ranges from 1.25 meters to 1.75 meters. Therefore, this is also a classic astronomy problem. Professor Chui's explanation provided some supplementary information for Huang Zhixiao, but this question was still absurdly difficult. Even the expert commenters on live chat complained bitterly about the questions produced by Huafeng Entertainment. Come on, who would know the ratio of human to dinosaur pupil diameters? Why do they keep coming up with such bizarre questions? This is far more difficult than the questions from the first round. Forget solving it. Just reading the question leaves you dumbfounded. Gu Ran shook his head with a wry smile. If not for Professor Chui's explanation, he truly would not have been able to solve this problem. However, once the professor provided the supplement, the problem became surprisingly straightforward. It essentially asked in disguise, under what circumstances would a star brighten by 3 to 4 magnitudes over a timescale of 1 to 200 million years? First, variable stars can be ruled out because the entire light curve cycle is only a few decades, while the time gap between humans and dinosaurs is at least 100 million years. So nova remnants and supernova remnants can also be excluded. The only thing left that satisfies the conditions is a red giant. When a star ends its main sequence phase and begins fusion, its outer shell will expand and brighten. However, this brightness increase is not 3 to 4 times, but 3 to 4 orders of magnitude. The problem clearly does not require such an enormous increase in brightness. More importantly, the red giant phase is far shorter than the main sequence phase. A massive star can burn for at most a few million years. Therefore, the possible answer is a low-mass star, one that is just stepping out of the main sequence phase. In addition, there is another possibility: stellar proper motion. That is to say, the star itself did not change its brightness. It simply moved from one side of Earth to the other. Based on the radial velocity calculation, it is roughly a proper motion star that traveled from about 6 astronomical units away from the Sun to a location near 1 astronomical unit over a period of 100 million years. The only difficult part of this question is the timeline of Mamenchosaurus and the pupil diameter. Other than that, it is basically common knowledge in astronomy. Huang Zhixiao thought for about 3 minutes before writing down his answer. Then he proceeded to compress the time as much as possible to complete the remaining questions. From the first 3 questions, the questioning style of Huafeng Entertainment had basically been fully revealed. Some were entirely picture-based questions testing pure memory. Some were extremely tedious calculations. Others involved highly obscure knowledge points. Overall, the difficulty was much greater than the first round. As time ticked away, Huang Zhifeng, who had originally been full of confidence, gradually showed a hint of unease on his face. Gu Ran had originally worried that Huang Zhifeng and his team might mount a comeback, not to mention the voice actor's perfectly timed battle music. It stirred up the emotions of countless viewers, making everyone more anxious than the last. In the end, the situation netizens had feared never appeared. Forget about finishing all the questions in half the time. When Huang Zhixiao completed the final question, less than 1 minute remained on the countdown. If it were not for the extreme time compression, the time would hardly have been enough. After both sides finished their answer sheets, the background music began to become more rhythmic. The real competition was only just beginning. Special guest Professor Cui Jimin walked onto the stage, and with the host assistants began reviewing and scoring. At that moment, the share count in the Super Brain livestream skyrocketed. After staying stable at 10 million viewers for a long time, the numbers experienced a second surge. It surged to 14 million. The usually calm trending topics were completely dominated by Super Brain. Even during the show's hottest 2 years, such popularity had never been seen. The audience in the live stream was even more thrilled than the contestants themselves. Finally finished. Brother Zhixiao's questions are much harder. If he wins, he's truly incredible. If the Super Brain champion loses, I'm going back to binge all the past episodes of Eji Dao Di. Who watches Super Brain seriously anyway? But why does Gu Ran look like a transparent person this episode? He's been lying there writing something the whole time. Probably doodling little figures. What else do you think? You don't seriously think he's writing answers, do you? Laughable. He probably couldn't even understand the questions and just gave up. Gu Ran sat in the contestant seat listlessly spacing out. When the competition began, the camera occasionally focused on him. But after it ended, the director seemed to have forgotten he existed and never put him in frame. Only the trolls and the bullet comments still remembered him. It really proved the saying, diehard fans are haters and haters are true fans. Amidst the continuously rising popularity, the scoring officially began. Although the answers to all the questions were written after the other 4 Super Brain champions discussed them, he had no part in that. He remained optimistic about the results. Because judging by the difficulty of the questions, Super Brain had the advantage. So as long as the skill gap wasn't too large, winning should not be a problem. With the waiting period over, the answer sheets of past Super Brain champions were brought up to the judging table. Professor Cui Jimin reviewed the contestants' answers while commenting, neutron stars are currently the densest celestial bodies known to humanity, besides black holes. They are formed when a star reaches the end of its evolution and undergoes gravitational collapse followed by a supernova explosion. It is one of the final outcomes. Because of their enormous density and gravity, they create unique neutron star matter. We can see that the contestant's answer is affirmative. If neutron star matter leaves the neutron star, it will surely change. However, the answer is slightly incomplete. When the balance between immense gravity and neutron degeneracy pressure is broken, stable neutron states will also change accordingly. Therefore, out of 10 points based on the contestant's answer, I can give 4. A cloud voting feature was also activated in the live stream. However, looking at the numbers scrolling through the bullet comments, most were below 3. Guran had no objections to 4 points. After all, the contestants' answers were overly vague and 4 points was actually on the high side. The formation of binary star systems currently has 3 main theories: gravitational capture theory, tidal disturbance theory, and mass transfer and accretion theory. The mainstream view supports the third. When a main sequence star increases in size during its evolution, it may exceed its Roche lobe, meaning some matter could enter the companion star's gravitational dominance zone, where the companion's gravity exceeds the star's own gravity. This results in mass flowing from one star through the Roche lobe, overflow absorbed by an accretion disk, or transferred via direct impact to another star, forming a binary system. The contestant proposed gravitational capture, which actually aligns more closely with the first theory. This cannot be called entirely wrong. However, this process tends to occur in the early formation stage. For a binary star system to remain stable for hundreds of millions or even billions of years, mass transfer and accretion theory provides stronger support. So for this question, I will give 3 points. As Professor Cui Jimin continued his evaluation and scoring, the 4 Superbrain contestants grew increasingly grim. The host looked at the final score summary somewhat relieved. The scores are in. The champion team's total score is 54 points. The moment this score was announced, everyone's hearts sank. They had all climbed up from small towns through relentless exam preparation, taking countless tests and competitions. None of them had ever failed. The bullet comments erupted with sarcasm upon seeing the total score. 54 out of 5 people. That averages out to less than 12 per person. This is absurd. Superbrain's last shred of dignity is gone. Even a god couldn't save them now. What about Huang Zhixiao? No one knows how many points he'll get, but his questions felt harder. The host did not pause but immediately continued with professional composure. Next, please welcome Professor Cui Jimin to score contestant Huang Zhixiao's answers. Huafeng Entertainment's question format was highly risky as many questions had definitive answers, either calculations or knowledge-based. Right was right, wrong was wrong, quite straightforward. Although incorrect answers could result in immediate 0 points, correct answers generally yielded very high scores. The contestants clenched their fists tightly, praying fervently in their hearts. As Professor Cui Jimin reviewed the answer, scores for Huang Zhixiao came in one after another. The first question on the nebula diagram was naturally answered incorrectly. 0 points. The second question on free-falling objects involved very complex calculations, yet still arrived accurately at the answer of 5 minutes. Thus full marks were awarded directly. The third question about the peculiar Mammon-Casaurus problem was easy to answer with Professor Chui's hints. However, due to incomplete consideration, failing to account for the factor of rotating stars, only half the points were received. Among the remaining questions, except for one particularly obscure question that scored 0, the others all earned points. There was even one full score question and one worth 9 points. The lowest among the rest was basically 4 points. The final score was 62 points. When the host announced the final score, everything exploded. Huafeng Technology Tower had never experienced such a dark night. The Superbrain division was brightly lit, with every employee stationed at their desks resisting the torrent of public opinion like a ferocious beast. The Huafeng board promptly convened an emergency meeting after putting down their phones. Lu Keqing sat in the studio, eyes vacant. The defeat was utterly disgraceful, in terms of personnel questions and scores alike. Huafeng Entertainment could be said to have been completely annihilated. Although Lu Keqing had prepared crisis response plans before the broadcast sitting in the studio, now her intuition still gave her a clear answer: it was already beyond saving. Lu Keqing opened her phone and checked the back-end data. Currently, the Superbrain livestream had reached 17 million total viewers across all platforms, with 3 million live viewers. This meant tens of millions of viewers had witnessed Superbrain's downfall with their own eyes in this livestream. Such extraordinary viewership numbers, if only they had won. But losing was precisely what should not have happened. And losing so miserably. At that moment, nearly 10,000 employees across Huafeng Entertainment were silently mourning in their hearts, grief-stricken by this flash of brilliance before Superbrain's demise. However, the disappearance of Superbrain was still the smallest price to pay. The subsequent repercussions would be far greater. Huafeng would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to make a grand show online. The chain of troubles that followed would be the most headache-inducing. For instance, the over 1 million memory course packages already sold through the Superbrain official livestream would likely face an avalanche of after-sales complaints. Then the tens of millions in monthly revenue from Superbrain spin-offs would go up in smoke. Next would come the breach of contract penalties from endorsements, including 8 walnuts and learning tablets. In short, this live stream could directly bring Huafeng a loss of nearly 2 billion yuan. Lu Keqing's scalp tingled, her mind completely blank. Gu Ran was also stunned. He uncrossed his legs and looked at the 4 champions who sat frozen like statues as if they were idiots. Come on, how do you get only 54 points on such simple questions? Even a high school student wouldn't score this poorly, would they? Absolutely speechless. I've heard of foot binding, but never brain binding. But then again, this episode of Super Brain was originally meant to dispel online doubts, so in a way it succeeded, didn't it? At that moment, the 4 former Super Brain champions before the live cameras looked like frost-bitten persimmons, wilted and lifeless, utterly drained of spirit. You could hardly call them incompetent. If it came to speed-cubing memory challenges or finding differences, few could beat them. But compared to broad knowledge reserves, they were indeed far lacking. They were technical talents while Huang Zhixiao was an academic talent, so they felt wronged in this mental competition as well. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Keqing, barely able to think clearly, instinctively called her boss, intending to offer her resignation. She felt even taking the blame and resigning was letting herself off too lightly. But what surprised her was that after the call connected, there was no furious scolding as expected. Instead, patient reassurance. The negative public opinion surrounding Super Brain has already been a hidden danger for Huafeng. This harsh medicine may not be entirely a bad thing after all. Super Brain is to us what Gu Ran is to Huafeng. Ever since the National 2 New Policy for Cultural and Entertainment Industries was issued, all entertainment companies are scrambling for short-term survival. Don't be too anxious. What matters now is to stay calm, quash the public opinion as much as possible, and minimize losses. The gentle female voice from the other end of the phone calmed Lu Keqing from her panic. I understand, boss. Thank you, boss. Silly girl, we are in a period of transformation. Who knows whether this misfortune may turn out to be a blessing. At that moment, within the Huafeng Technology Tower, the middle-aged woman hung up the phone, then looked at the assembled directors. Her gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern expression. The fallout from Super Brain must be swiftly terminated. This counts as the silver lining in our misfortune. Those 20 billion cannot vanish in vain. After the tumor is excised, we must seize the opportunity regarding the National 2 New Cultural and Entertainment Policy. My purpose is simple, to ensure Huafeng becomes the victor. Many things were unknown to the lower-level staff, but the directors knew perfectly well. The conflict between Huafeng and Huafeng had escalated dramatically in recent times. Huafeng's sudden decisive severing of Gu Ran, their cash cow, was not merely because hot weather makes tempers flare. Rather, the authorities had new policy plans for the cultural and entertainment industry. Whoever gained favor under this policy would enjoy the era's dividends for a long time to come. The profits brought were not mere hundreds of millions or billions. What the authorities intended to nurture was a cultural and entertainment market with a valuation approaching 1 trillion yuan. Meanwhile, as Huafeng's Entertainment Public Opinion Monitoring Division resisted the digital onslaught, everyone surprisingly discovered that online discourse had actually fragmented. Indeed, criticizing Super Brain was not lacking in number, and refund orders were so numerous that the e-commerce department urgently took products offline. However, apart from this, a considerable portion of viewers still found the program's format and content deeply appealing. You could even see people passionately debating specific physics problems in the live chat. Judging by the audience numbers, chat feedback, and online opinion momentum compared to the previously scripted Super Brain, this format had undoubtedly captured hearts. Viewers conditioned by countless variety shows had generally raised their standards. They wanted to see something genuine. Although this time the former champions were thoroughly defeated and ridiculed across the entire internet. Yet for this episode of Super Brain, the chat was overwhelmingly positive. Now this is what a mental competition show should be. Challenging each other without backing down. Now this is a real competition. Exactly what was that junk before? I think Super Brain should just change its format and follow today's template from now on. Although this episode of Super Brain suffered a complete defeat, the program's format received unanimous praise. Wasn't that in itself a kind of victory? As the competition drew to a close, Huang Zhixiao, standing before Super Brain's past champions, basked in the spotlight. Yet before the cameras, he showed no loss of composure, remaining as poised and confident as ever. Guided by the host, he delivered his victory speech. With his signature, deep, resonant voice utterly unruffled, he remarked, Super Brain isn't a bad show at all, but it would be far better without those meticulously scripted plots. I hope future episodes can offer audiences a more authentic variety experience, and that Super Brain will only grow stronger, truly identifying contestants with genuine talent. The champions listened on the verge of cardiac arrest. That wasn't merely trampling on their heads. It was as if someone were constructing a public restroom right atop them. Just criticize the show if you must, man, but don't go taking everyone down with you. As the contestants filed out one by one, the number of viewers in the livestream room plummeted. The host offered a few cursory closing words with not even a preview of the next episode in sight. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Inside the Super Brain division of Huafeng Technology Building, every department, from the production team to IP incubation, live streaming, and business operations, was ablaze with light, everyone diligently stationed at their desks, hard at work. The work itself wasn't particularly pressing, rather everyone was huddled together like players in a game of werewolf, desperately hoping that when Superbrain collapsed, they wouldn't be swept away in the fallout. After all, during the good times they'd been earning highly competitive salaries. If laid off, they feared they'd struggle to find another job this comfortable for the rest of their lives. In the office, Yang Jin, director of the Superbrain project team, stared blankly at his screen, picked up a fountain pen from his desk, and began drafting his resignation letter. The sky was falling. Better run while he still could. After the show wrapped up, Gu Ran made his way toward Lu Kuching's office with the draft papers in hand. The moment he pushed open the door, he spotted Yang Jin sitting stiffly upright on the sofa. His eyes tracked Gu Ran all the way from the doorway. If looks could kill, Gu Ran would have been executed by slow slicing 3 times over by now. These are the draft papers from today's episode. Lu Kuching said she'd need them later, so I left them here. When she gets back, let her know. Yang Jin didn't respond. Gu Ran awkwardly scratched his hairline and quickly slipped away. Meanwhile, Lu Kuching, having invited Professor Cui Jimin and the Superbrain production director, was making her way toward the office. Once she'd received encouragement from the boss, all her energy went into figuring out how to quell the public backlash. Today's format of Superbrain had given her significant inspiration. She'd noticed that audiences seemed deeply engaged by this competitive format involving strategic gameplay between 2 sides. Of course, she understood the crucial element was authenticity. But if it were entirely authentic, judging by today's performance, it would be nothing short of self-degradation. After extensive deliberation, her final strategy was to craft an atmosphere as genuine as possible. Professor Cui Jimin was the linchpin, a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences with unquestioned authority. Having someone of such stature as a special guest seemed far more effective than the celebrity invitations from previous episodes. Regarding the competition format, she wanted Superbrain to undergo complete restructuring, adopting today's system as the foundation and potentially evolving it into a tournament-style bracket. Fresh challengers would continuously come forward to compete, strengthening the competitive spirit. Still, as an entertainment program, pursuing authenticity and format, maintaining momentum would require marketing and discourse. Marketing and buzz ultimately needed to center on people, since any program's profitability at its core depends on individuals as the vehicle. Next, we need to find a challenger strong enough to hold the title, Lu Kuching explained. Essentially, it's the same approach Huafeng used with Huang Zhixiao. Over 80% of Zhan Yidao's revenue came from him alone. The Superbrain director nodded vigorously. Yes, Sister Lu. The sole distinction is that Huang Zhixiao's ability was genuinely formidable. Absolutely right, Sister Lu. I think we should even rename Superbrain entirely. Its reputation online has been thoroughly ruined. Starting fresh with a new name would face far less resistance for marketing campaigns. As Lu Kuching walked toward the office, she shared these thoughts with the two. Upon arrival, she found Yang Jin sitting woodenly on the sofa. My resignation letter's on the desk, Yang Jin stated. Lu Kuching ignored him and casually fed his resignation into the paper shredder. You're the project lead, she said. With everything that's happened to Superbrain, you think you can just walk away. Good luck with that. I've spoken with the boss, Lu Kuching continued. This isn't over yet. You'll only be free to leave once everything settles. Yang Jin detected a flicker of hope. What did the boss say? Moi. Lu Kuching's attention suddenly caught on 2 sheets of A4 paper on the desk. Aren't these the answer keys from the show's question bank? Oh, what's this one? Professor Cui, take a look. Yang Jin was so anxious he lost his composure. Stop staring, Kuching. Tell me quickly, what did the boss say? He felt like an ant on a hot pan with the tiger head guillotine hanging over his neck, poised to fall at any moment. He was different from Lu Kuching. Over the years at Huafeng, Lu Kuching had launched multiple pop sensations, generating substantial revenue for the company, and even becoming a benchmark and role model among many of the agency's managers. Meanwhile, after completing his doctoral studies at Tsinghua University, he had stumbled into Huafeng Entertainment by chance. He had initially been brought in to participate in Superbrain, but inexplicably ended up as the program's director instead. While Superbrain's commercial spin-offs had performed admirably over the past 2 years, they were largely disconnected from his actual responsibilities. His role was meant to oversee everything, though in practice it amounted to very little tangible impact. Despite frequent praise from leadership for Superbrain's strong track record, he felt genuine gratitude mingled with sorrow. He knew deep down that he was essentially an imposter in the position. In meetings, his contributions were little more than perfunctory agreement. Empty platitudes about refining details and sharpening innovation awareness. So when Superbrain faced this crisis, his panic surpassed even the frontline staff's. To put it bluntly, a director's role was simply to slack off during calm periods and take the blame when disaster struck. Lu Kuching watched Yang Jin's dazed, soulless appearance. The boss said the crisis isn't over yet. Rather than worrying yourself sick, you should focus on finding ways to minimize the damage to Superbrain. We discussed it on the way back. We'll rebrand Superbrain with a new name and keep the format exactly as it is today. Lu Kuching said. But there is one thing you need to handle. Yang Jin hurriedly replied. Go on, go on. If I recall correctly, you graduated from Tsinghua University. Yang Jin nodded vigorously. Yes. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD from Tsinghua. Then you must know plenty of capable people. The new program needs a strong challenger like Huang Zhixiao, And with your connections, that shouldn't be difficult, right? Yang Jian pondered for a moment and found the task manageable. Tsinghua naturally attracted the most brilliant minds nationwide, and as someone who had completed both his bachelor's and master's there, he knew he could find knowledgeable and well-connected friends. How much can you offer in signing fees? Lu Keqing replied almost without hesitation. As long as we find someone like this, the 3-year contract will be at least this much. Yang Jian stood beside Lu Keqing, watching her extend her hand and raise her index finger. That single finger represented 100 million yuan. 4 top-tier agents' contract ranges typically fell between 50 million and 300 million. This was an amount Lu Keqing could authorize on her own. Anything exceeding 300 million required reporting to the company. 100 million. Yang Jian stared at Lu Keqing's offer and shivered. A major milestone. When such a number was placed right before one's eyes, who wouldn't be stunned? Now he thought again about his former classmates. They truly weren't worthy. Keqing, look. What about me? Lu Keqing glanced at Yang Jian, a hint of skepticism crossing her face. I also tried today's competition problems, and they were no challenge for me. I've participated in national competitions, and among my graduating cohort, I was recognized as an outstanding graduate. Lu Keqing exchanged a glance with the director, nodding thoughtfully. Yang Jian had graduated from Tsinghua with an integrated bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program, placing him among the absolute elite of China's examination-oriented education system. Although his project management abilities were rudimentary at best, his scholarly knowledge was genuinely impeccable. In their plan, the restructuring of Superbrain and the launch of the next episode needed to happen as soon as possible. The restructuring was straightforward, the rule adjustments were simple, and the arrangement of guests and audience was manageable, but finding a suitable champion within such a brief time frame was extraordinarily difficult. What is a gold medal agent? To put it plainly, they are the venture capitalists of the entertainment industry. Sometimes timing matters more than anything else. With Yang Jian stepping up at this June, if the restructuring of Superbrain proceeded smoothly, the next episode could be launched by the weekend at the latest. Superbrain was currently the hottest topic across the entire internet. Riding this wave, a turnaround was certainly within reach. At that moment, Professor Cui Jimin, who had remained quiet for some time, pointed at the 2 A4 sheets with an expression of astonishment. The content on these 2 sheets is no ordinary matter. When he first glanced at the initial page, it appeared relatively unremarkable. But as he continued reading, his expression grew increasingly astonished. By the time he reached the second page, he was completely captivated. This person is extraordinary. Professor Cui Jimin praised without any reservation. Normally, someone of academician Chui's stature would maintain composure regardless of how much he praised others, yet witnessing such animated enthusiasm in his compliments was unprecedented. The first page contains today's program responses, essentially error-free, Professor Cui murmured, narrowing his eyes at the 2 sheets. Moreover, this transcends mere problem-solving. Without formidable logical reasoning abilities and profound physics knowledge, such ingenious approaches would be virtually impossible. Observe the free-fall problem. We previously believed there was only one solution: to list all known conditions and brute force the answer through double integration. But examine the approach presented here. He inverted the conventional method, introduced several additional assumptions, and employed limit thinking, thereby piercing through the complexity to reveal clarity, transforming an exceedingly arduous calculation into a straightforward high school physics exercise. Solving a problem demonstrates capability, but rendering it this simple, that is genuine mastery. Lu Keqing, unable to fathom the depth of it, remarked, "That's quite impressive then. Had you only seen this single page, that would indeed be remarkable. But having seen the second, it surpasses mere impressiveness." Academician Cui observed intently, his gaze fixed carefully upon the second draft. "The theoretical derivations above lie outside my specialty, yet I recognize this is certainly not haphazard scribbling. My physics intuition tells me this is far from ordinary." Upon hearing Academician Chui's evaluation, Yang Jian was rendered utterly stunned. Others were unaware of who had authored these 2 sheets, but he knew precisely. Could you really tell him that Gu Ran was capable of producing something like this? Lu Keqing and the director once again turned their gazes toward Yang Jian. Academician Cui inquired, "Did you write this?" "It was Gu Ran." Lu Keqing immediately dismissed the obvious answer, then turned to the director. "How many people named Gu Ran does our company have?" "I believe there is only one." Lu Keqing fixed her gaze upon Yang Jian. "President Yang, this is hardly fair. If Gu Ran truly possesses such ability, we would not be in this predicament after losing this episode." As expected, Lu Keqing and the others refused to believe it entirely. Indeed, not only them. Even Yang Jian himself would have doubted it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. If we were to actually connect his microphone to power, it might not necessarily be impossible. "What did you say?" Lu Keqing asked. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Academician Cui finally lifted his gaze from the second page and murmured, "If this person were to serve as champion, there would certainly be no issues." Since Academician Cui has stated it, thus President Yang, you should give the new program a try. Yang Jian's heart was racked with immense torment, but that agony was swiftly entirely compensated by the sum of 100 million yuan. He could not help but ponder whether this effortlessly attainable 100 million represented the singular opportunity of his lifetime. "Keqing, you chose me surely because I graduated from Qingbei, is that right?" Yang Jian attempted to ease his conscience somewhat. Lu Keqing and the director regarded him as though he were peculiar, then raised their eyebrows and cast a glance toward the several drafts in academician Chui's hands. The implication was unmistakable. Given academician Chui's affirmation, the Qingbei credential amounted to nothing. Yang Jian felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Lu Keqing and the director began conferring. Superbrain currently enjoys tremendous popularity. For the next episode, my recommendation is to proceed as swiftly as possible. She glanced at her phone. Today is Thursday. We could schedule the broadcast for Saturday or Sunday evening. Wouldn't that be too hasty? Precisely because it must be urgent. While the audience still retains vivid memories of today's episode, we must capitalize on this momentum immediately, or we shall forfeit any chance of a reversal. The director nodded in agreement. Lu Keqing's resoluteness and swift decision-making were well known throughout Huafeng Entertainment. Indeed, her repeated successes were inextricably linked to her decisive demeanor. Lu Keqing produced her notebook, jotting down notes while issuing directives. There are several matters to be resolved prior to the program's broadcast. The first is a name change. Following the restructuring, the focus will shift from technique to knowledge competition, so the program's title must both honor its heritage and signal its new direction. Second, since this is now a knowledge competition, contestant selection must be strategic. My suggestion is to recruit students from prestigious universities, regardless of their competitive experience or academic rankings, as long as they are enrolled at world-renowned institutions. Third, the pre-program promotion and publicity should be advanced, building anticipation and sustaining audience expectations. The director listened attentively and nodded earnestly. These three matters were hardly daunting. After recording these tasks, he inquired, "What about Gu Ran?" Lu Keqing said, "Have the copywriting department draft a self-criticism for Gu Ran. The writing need not be overly refined given his modest educational background, but it must be moving and convey his sincere resolve to reform. Afterward, I'll send him to Sister E. Ran's late-night talk show. You can also help with the promotion," Lu Keqing said. "Don't fear generating backlash for him. After 3 years of lying low, even the gravest grievances will fade. Who knows, his harsh critics in the live stream might even grow fond of him over time." For the next 2 days, the internet's public opinion arena belonged entirely to Huafeng Entertainment. On her first day at work, Lu Keqing's immediate priority was to instruct all staff on the Superbrain program to stay off Weibo and Douyin and to devote their full attention to their duties. Gu Ran arrived at the office and saw Lu Keqing swamped with work. Just as he was about to collapse onto the sofa, she called out to him, "Report to the studio on the 13th floor and familiarize yourself with the workflow of late-night chat." Late-night chat was located directly above Lu Keqing's office. As soon as Gu Ran stepped off the elevator, a massive cute pink sign caught his eye. The late-night chat logo was styled so seductively it resembled an adult hotel, making everything feel profoundly awkward. Inside Studio 13012, directors sat idle in the vast broadcast room, occupied with their phones. They had already been informed of Gu Ran's arrival as a new streamer. Without so much as lifting their heads, they merely gestured toward the office in the back. "E. Ran is in there." Stung by his colleagues' utter lack of enthusiasm, Gu Ran dragged himself to the office, even more dejected. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, a lazy yet sweet voice drifted through the door. "Come in." The moment those words reached his ears, Gu Ran's weariness and gloom evaporated instantly. The voice was extraordinarily distinctive, almost purifying. Gu Ran pushed open the door and saw a girl with long white hair dressed in a JK uniform, her back to the desk, seated by the floor-to-ceiling window and engrossed in a dress-up game on her Sony handheld console. Not bad. This workplace was practically paradise. Gu Ran stepped into the office and said, "I'm Gu Ran. Lu Keqing asked me to report here." Zhou Ran set down her gaming console, tilted her head, and stared directly at Gu Ran. After a long pause, she murmured, "You're actually quite handsome." Gu Ran took in Zhou Ran's features more clearly. She was far from someone whose beauty only revealed itself from behind. Her face was even more striking. White hair posed a formidable test for skin tone, but the girl before him had clearly passed it effortlessly. "Have a seat, don't be formal." Zhou Ran slid her chair back to the desk. "I once begged Sister Keqing to lend me one of her artists and she refused. Yet now she's voluntarily sending you over. It seems you're rather unwelcome." Gu Ran was equally forthright. "I have caused quite a bit of trouble, yes. But I'm doing my utmost to cooperate. Wherever they tell me to go, I go. Don't overthink it here at Late Night Chat. This show doesn't generate much buzz. We're naturally immune to trending topics. So if you can actually bring some heat, it might work in your favor." Gu Ran had no interest in whether something trended or not. As a pragmatic worker, he only cared about the practical details. "What are our working hours?" 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Upon hearing the schedule, Gu Ran instantly deflated. What kind of cursed hours were these? Is anyone actually watching this late at night? Not even close to the top-tier shows. "The audience isn't huge," Zhou Ran said. "Maybe 3 or 5,000 viewers." Gu Ran found this hard to understand. With only 3 or 5,000 viewers, they still insisted on running this program and even dedicated an entire floor to it. Was she the boss's daughter? Zhou Ran seemed to read Gu Ran's surprise and explained, "Even though the numbers are smaller, the profits aren't. On average, making 2 or 3,000 a day in gifts is no trouble." Gu Ran nodded, suddenly understanding. Yet strangely she felt no surprise at all. Although there were plenty of beautiful women online, someone like Zoe Ran, someone who could outshine all those filtered beauties even without any beauty filters, was truly one of a kind. Add to that her naturally gifted voice, and she was practically a key to the big spenders' safes. What am I here to do? Gu Ran asked again. With looks this good, you're naturally here to stand by my side during the broadcast. Me. Gu Ran said, what can I do? I can't dance or anything. Besides, who watches a guy in the middle of the night? There are no restrictions on you, Zoe Ran said. You can tell stories, sing, take abuse. It doesn't matter. Just keep the audience engaged. Once you're ready to handle things on your own, I'll be able to leave with peace of mind. Wait. Gu Ran's face was etched with displeasure. You make it sound so justified, not caring about my feelings at all. Huh. Zoe Ran chuckled. Sister Kaching told me not to hold back. I can't handle a show this late. I get sleepy after 11. Besides, I couldn't convince those big spenders to tip anyway. If you want me to host this thing, it'd be better to just cut our losses and shut it down. Don't worry. You're handsome enough that you'll surely have female fans. And women spend just as much as men, if not more. Zoe Ran patted the chair beside her and smiled. Come over, and I'll walk you through the broadcasting guidelines. Gu Ran walked over with extreme reluctance. She was starting to miss the Super Brain program even more. Last night after watching that broadcast, she had genuinely felt she might be better suited for that kind of show instead. The Chinese Academy of Sciences. Professor Cui Jimin held a crumpled A4 sheet and made his way through various research institutes at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Almost every academician shared his situation. With their expertise in physics, they could all tell at a glance that the content on that paper was no ordinary thing. Yet none of them could decipher what it specifically meant. Discussions yielded nothing. There was no sense of direction in the conversation, until they arrived at the State Key Laboratory of Polymer Materials at Extreme Environments. When academician Zhao Heng saw that piece of paper, his reaction was completely different from the other academicians. This is a parametric derivation related to radiation and surface stress in materials science. Academician Zhao Heng examined the A4 paper carefully, growing ever more astonished. Who wrote this? One of the employees from Huafeng, Cui Jimin's eyes lit up, quickly asking, well, how would you evaluate the content? Zhao Heng studied it silently for a long while. It's not simple, but you can't tell the specifics just by looking. It needs experimental verification. This looks like a new inorganic composite material model. Judging from what's on the paper, I believe it's quite remarkable. Academician Zhao Heng's response confirmed Cui Jimin's suspicions. His physics intuition told him these derivations were absolutely extraordinary. It seemed his instincts were right. From your professional perspective, does this have any value? It's hard to say before experimental verification is complete, Zhao Heng answered honestly. Because theory and practice are two different things. Besides, we're only seeing the broad outline right now. Alright, then I'll leave it with you. Run some experiments when you have time to verify it. If there's truly something here, I'll help you bring the talent over. Academician Zhao Heng nodded, but did not respond. His gaze never left that piece of paper. Although he claimed it was hard to judge from the standpoint of a materials science academician, this data was sufficient to prove that the person who wrote it was exceptionally talented, even if experiments could not verify it. Many of the derivations and calculations above had been streamlined. On the surface, it was difficult to discern what kind of material was being described. But from the parameter analysis, he could sense that if this structural model could truly be replicated, the resulting polymer material would likely address shortcomings across numerous fields. The most terrifying aspect of this document was not the many cutting-edge derivations and arguments in materials science theory. Rather, it was the parameters listed. If even one of them were satisfied, it would already constitute a major breakthrough in materials science. So many critical parameters concentrated together. If this were real, it would surely spark a massive international scandal. Thus, on one hand, he hoped the material described here could be verified under laboratory conditions, while on the other hand, he practically accepted that success was unlikely. Once I finish the current work, I'll arrange the experiment. Academician Zhao Heng carefully folded the paper and set it aside, then returned to attending to the urgent projects at hand. The competition on the internet was far more fierce than anyone had imagined. Huafeng Entertainment's negative marketing campaigns against Superbrain had reached a frenzied pitch. The disaster-level performance of the previous champions had become the internet's favorite gossip. Netizens would never press for the truth. They would only offer mockery and ridicule at most. It was easy to spot which self-media accounts and bloggers were stirring up public opinion with Huafeng's funding. Those who deliberately linked Superbrain to Huafeng and diverted blame towards Huafeng's other shows and artists. Without a doubt, they were all Huafeng's operatives. But what made it torturous was that during this public relations disaster, Huafeng had no means to fight back. They could only stand firm and endure the barrage of criticism. Huafeng's situation stood in stark contrast. Huang Zhixiao's outstanding performance on Superbrain had elevated his professional standing to a new level. In the process, Yiji Daodi also completely replaced Superbrain's position, becoming the undisputed leader of domestic brain competition variety shows. Like Huafeng Entertainment, yesterday's format change gave Huafeng Entertainment an epiphany. The Yiji Daodi production team also released an announcement that the Saturday episode would feature a complete overhaul of the competition format. The new format, combined with Huang Zhixiao's personal influence, allowing Easy Dowdy to fully capitalize on the entire heat of the brain competition genre, while the whole internet was condemning Superbrain. Huafeng Entertainment, armed with 2 blockbuster announcements, sent 2 brilliant sprays shooting through that murky water. Unfortunately, the late-night chat program featuring Gu Ran was one of those sprays. The other was Superbrain after its restructuring. These 2 announcements were updated almost simultaneously, leaving the haters unsure of which to attack first. To everyone's eyes, Huafeng Entertainment's move this time seemed like a desperate gambler, throwing everything on the table. No terminal patient would ever be treated by grafting 2 more tumors onto their body. But surprisingly, Liu Keqing's unconventional strategy actually worked to turn things around. With so many angles available for criticism, the offensive forces that Huafeng Entertainment had concentrated completely dispersed. What kind of program is Extreme Intellect Duel? Its host and production team are the same as Superbrain's, just with a different name. Wait, is this Superbrain trying to resurrect itself through a different vessel? No way, they're already this lazy and still thinking about revival matches. As expected, when netizens saw the new brain competition program, their reaction matched Liu Keqing's prediction. At first, it was full of mockery and disdain. But with the innovative changes to the competition rules, some netizens actually chose to give it another chance. Look at the rules, they're basically the same as yesterday's competition. Man, you know what, this production team might act all dramatic, but they actually listened to feedback. This time they even added a time coefficient. If contestants finish in a sufficiently short time, the coefficient can go up to double. Why, you know what, judging by the rules alone, Easy Dowdy doesn't seem as appealing as Extreme Intellect Duel. Although Extreme Intellect Duel was released after Easy Dowdy. But I have to admit, Liu Keqing has rich experience. After the name change and format adjustment, it truly gave netizens a refreshed impression. However, no one can ever control public opinion 100%. As the discussion around Extreme Intellect Duel gradually shifted from mockery and curses to anticipation, the direction of public opinion gradually moved beyond predictions. All netizens launched intense discussions about the champion and contestants of the first episode. Do you know what the most crucial factor is that still makes me interested in Extreme Intellect Duel? The most crucial thing is that Extreme Intellect Duel didn't have Gu Ran on the program. This is the decision that turns the ordinary into something magical. Without Gu Ran, I would still want to watch this first episode of Extreme Intellect Duel. The question arises, who is the champion of the first episode? It's someone named Yang Jian. Who is he? Never heard of him. Why is it him? Logically speaking, Huang Zhixiao won yesterday, so he should be the champion, right? In an instant, there was a huge controversy online about the contestant selection for Extreme Intellect Duel. Fortunately, Huang Zhixiao's program is also on the weekend. Therefore, by using this timing issue, they were able to cleverly strangle this problem in its cradle. On Huafeng's side, they didn't make too much response to this. But no response does not mean approval. It's purely because Easy Dowdy is facing the first episode of its first innovation, so they also don't have the energy to prepare for the Extreme Intellect Duel program. But under the netizens' crazy reminders and mentions, Huang Zhixiao also responded in his personal capacity. In order to uphold the authenticity of variety shows, I promise I will definitely participate in the subsequent Extreme Intellect Duel, and I will actively communicate with the Extreme Intellect Duel production team. For the resurrection of Superbrain, Huafeng definitely didn't want to see it. Therefore, the targeting of Extreme Intellect Duel would not stop either. Regarding the news of Gu Ran participating in the late-night chat program, netizens' reactions were relatively consistent. Because on the internet, what kind of person Gu Ran is had already been laid completely bare. So if they still harbored some expectations for Extreme Intellect Duel regarding Gu Ran, everyone could only feel deep disgust. What program is Late Night Chat? It seems like a late-night live broadcast program under Huafeng on Douyin. That female streamer is quite famous. I think her name is Joey Ran. I know she's the one whose cosplay photos were leaked before. Bro, point me in the right direction. There used to be an account when Weibo's regulations weren't so strict, but it was later banned. There's a certain comic app with plenty of image packs uploaded by enthusiasts. Yao Dao Ji, Hu Tao Xiao, Yi Xian Xiao Wu, and many other domestic anime characters. Just search and you'll find them. You're welcome. Good heavens, this late-night chat show seems rather risque. Why am I only discovering such a fantastic program now? If Gu Ran is on this show, what about Zhou Yiran? Damn it, if Gu Ran is replacing Zhou Yiran, I'm going to curse out loud. Who the hell watches some nonsense like this at midnight and smokes mosquito coils? I'm going to watch the show tonight, bros. If there are no girls and only Gu brothers, there's no need to wait. There definitely are girls, otherwise how would they make money with just Gu Ran begging on stream or buying counterfeit cigarettes for people? The online buzz continued to climb steadily. Because of Gu Ran, the late-night chat show reached a height it never deserved. Gu Ran gazed at the vulgar comments in the comment section, feeling deeply apologetic. Being cursed at was one thing, but the real issue was that because of him, Zhou Yiran had also been dragged into it. This filled his heart with profound guilt. But Gu Ran looked up at Zhou Yiran lost in music with her earphones on and felt she couldn't be that kind of person. Gu Ran called out, "Yiran." Zhou Yiran, still wearing her earphones, remained lost in her own world. "Zhou Yiran." Gu Ran raised his voice, startling the directors outside who were playing on their phones. They sat up straight in alarm. Zhou Ran turned around. What is it? My haters are trash-talking you. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and except for the 13th floor of Huafeng Technology building, which was brightly lit, the rest of the floors had mostly emptied out. After the late-night chat show crew finished setting up the live streaming room, they departed the studio and relocated to a separate room to handle post-launch operations. The monthly revenue from gifts and product sales for late-night chat show hovered around 2 million. Aside from over 500,000 in gift income, the bulk of the profits came from e-commerce. Yet even so, compared to Gu Ran's 70 million signing bonus, it was merely a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Gu Ran was exhausted beyond measure, but as he did the calculations, he realized that if Huafeng truly kept him on late-night chat show for 2 years, he would likely lose everything he had. Looking at it this way, he shouldn't have to endure this much longer. At exactly 11 o'clock, Gu Ran sat upright before the camera with a massive wall-mounted television positioned in front of him. On the 120-inch screen displaying the live stream interface, even though it was still in a black screen state, the bullet comments already covered the entire display. Zhou Ran tugged at Gu Ran's arm, glancing at the camera as she whispered, "Don't let those negative comments affect your mood. Once the stream starts, just respond to the normal comments." Gu Ran nodded. He hadn't been particularly affected. He was simply sleepy. The broadcast is about to begin. Get ready. Zhou Ran flashed an OK gesture, casually picked up the teddy bear pillow from the desk, and hugged it to her chest, projecting that effortlessly charming girlfriend next door image, both languid and vibrant, and met tonight's incoming storm of hostility with a bright, lovely smile. Meanwhile, in a villa near the company, Lu Keqing lay reclined by the bay window with a face mask on, holding a tablet, as she watched Gu Ran's late-night livestream debut. Scrolling through the endless barrage of mockery and curses directed at Gu Ran, she almost couldn't resist typing out her own grievances against him. Gu Ran deserves the criticism, but it's unfair that it's spilling over onto Iran. As Gu Ran's manager, Lu Keqing clearly had her loyalties elsewhere. At 1102, the livestream feed appeared on screen. Staring at the cute girl in the pink room alongside Gu Ran, who was annoying in every way except for his decent looks, Lu Keqing was momentarily struck by how incongruously they appeared together. Their quality would absolutely dominate any late-night program. Dropping these two into any idol variety show, they'd be top-tier presence. With Gu Ran making an appearance, tonight's stream was far more lively than usual. Many netizens who had never taken notice of late-night chat show before were entering the room for the first time. Although their primary purpose was to roast Gu Ran, seeing the girl beside him softened their hostile tone considerably. It wasn't just Lu Keqing who was highly attuned to shifts in public sentiment. Gu Ran himself could clearly perceive the change in those haters' behavior after they noticed Zhou Ran. The bullet comments uniformly shifted to this pattern. Gu Ran, why haven't you died yet? Miss, don't be scared, we're not being mean to you. Gu Ran, fuck off. I'll never forgive you for stealing my wife. You fucking bastard, stay away from my wife. I hope a car runs over Gu Ran when he goes out, and may his remaining lifespan be transferred to the Miss. Gu Ran nearly laughed out of sheer exasperation. The level of immaturity from these haters was almost childish. Within less than 5 minutes of going live, the viewer count hit 20,000. However, Zhou Ran glanced at the real-time metrics provided by the backend and didn't feel particularly thrilled about the numbers. The churn rate was simply too high. While the total viewership kept climbing, new viewers arrived only to be immediately replaced by others leaving. Retention was abysmally low, with average watch time under a single minute. Most came in just to drop a single hostile comment and then bounced. Under these conditions, the obvious result was that despite the lively atmosphere and rapidly scrolling comments, gifts were scarce. Even former top donors, upon seeing Gu Ran sitting beside their goddess, lost enthusiasm for sending gifts. Zhou Ran, still bitter about being told not to dance, shot Gu Ran resentful little glances. They had been sitting idle in the live stream for nearly 10 minutes now. Aside from thanking high-level users for entering the room, they had generated almost no entertainment value whatsoever. It wasn't just them. The haters had lost interest in attacking as well. This is so boring. Are you two just sitting here spacing out? Do you really think you're still big celebrities just sitting there getting paid? Just end the stream, already stop making a fool of yourselves. Not talking to you, miss. Just tell Gu Ran to scram. We don't want to see Gu Ran, but we're happy to see you, miss. Miss, could you change into the Demon Slayer cosplay? We want to see that. Miss, wear the Hu Tao outfit, and I'll send a sports car as a gift. Zhou Ran frantically poked Gu Ran's arm beneath the table, on the verge of tears from anxiety. The total unique viewers had reached 120,000, with 40,000 currently online. In any other circumstances, with this many viewers and her professional capabilities, she would have made a fortune by now. But now she could only watch all these viewers slip away for nothing. Emotional value, Zhou Ran whispered while pinching Gu Ran's arm. If you can't handle this, I'm just going to dance. Gu Ran calmly stared at the screen before him and replied in a low voice, don't rush it. Let them vent first. During this initial phase, they won't listen to anything you say. Once they've exhausted their anger, then watch how I handle the broadcast. Witnessing Gu Ran's confident composure, Zhou Ran, who had been restless just moments before, felt inexplicably reassured. Roughly 15 minutes in, due to Gu Ran's complete non-response, the curses in the bullet comments had significantly decreased. It was unbearably dull. Everyone watching the live stream felt genuinely bored. This wasn't two people. They were more like two wax figures placed on display. Let's bounce. This is so boring. Can't even say a single word. Guran, are you mute or something? This show only needs the miss. Why bother putting Guran here just to ruin the vibe? Peace out. Guran, go die. The content of the bullet comments gradually shifted from initial curses and mockery to uniform complaints. It wasn't just the viewers. Even Lu Keqing, who had been eager to peel off her face mask, accidentally fell asleep on the bay window while holding her tablet. They sat idle for another 5 minutes. Zhou Yiran gradually became restless again, but Guran leisurely stood up from in front of the camera, went outside the frame to get a glass of water, and sat back down. After taking a few quick gulps, he capped the bottle and looked at the large screen ahead. Have you all finished ranting? If not, I'll give you more time. Countless netizens witnessing Guran's indifferent expression as if nothing concerned him felt physically aggrieved. The hundreds of thousands of abusive comments aimed at him earlier hadn't stirred him in the slightest, which completely exhausted the spamming netizens. Observing the futile rage scrolling across the bullet comments, Guran smiled. Since you've all vented satisfactorily, let's begin tonight's broadcast. Zhou Yiran gazed at Guran's composed demeanor, recalling how she had presumptuously attempted to counsel him earlier, and a flush of embarrassment crept over her. Late night chat, Guran inquired. What kind of content do you usually stream? Without hesitation, Zhou Yiran replied, dancing. Anything besides dancing. Zhou Yiran pondered for a moment. Competing against other female streamers. And besides that. After a long hesitation, she reluctantly admitted, just chatting. Guran nodded. Then let's just chat. This program aired in the early hours. Wasn't its original purpose to lull insomniacs to sleep? Performing energetic dances in the dead of night would only keep people more awake. Zhou Yiran lowered her head and murmured, if we just chat, you'll lull the big donors to sleep, and there won't be any gifts. Guran could not have cared less. In fact, he was hoping Lu Keqing would deem him incompetent and pull him off this late-night slot. Let's just chat, or maybe give a lecture if that works. For late night, chat who watches a female streamer in the middle of the night to stay awake. We should be helping insomniacs fall asleep instead. Guran was clearly not cut out to be a streamer. Within mere minutes, Zhou Yiran had thoroughly figured him out. This guy simply did not care about what the audience or fans thought. The screen was flooded with comments like, I'm not staying up this late just to look at beauties, yet he bluffed right through it. Let me think about what to say. Guran contemplated for a while, then since this was a dual broadcast, asked Zhou Yiran, what are you good at? Dancing. In terms of knowledge. Zhou Yiran stared at Guran as though he were an idiot, her lips moving rapidly. Though she faced away from the camera and made no sound, Guran could read her lip movements perfectly. We're both illiterate. What knowledge could we possibly discuss? Besides, who stays up past midnight to listen to a lecture? Guran would never monologue for 3 hours straight. Hurry up, the audience is waiting. Zhou Yiran pouted, rubbing her temples. This question truly stumped her. She had collaborated with countless partners across innumerable live streams, yet she had never encountered such an absurd co-host. I don't know. In Chinese class, she could recite a few poems by Li Bai, but anything beyond 4 lines proved difficult. In mathematics, she could solve linear equations, but quadratic ones were a stumbling block. In English, she knew hello and friend, yet all the English words she possessed combined still fell short of filling a single essay. In physics, she could calculate speed, but if the initial velocity was not 0, it became a challenge. In biology, she knew survival of the fittest, but avoided other topics as they were deemed unsuitable for young audiences. In chemistry, she resented that they used English symbols instead of Chinese characters for copper, iron, and zinc. Her English was already weak, so chemistry was hopeless. History and geography were acceptable mainly because in middle school, she had adopted the screen name Elizabeth, having heard it was an Indian princess. India, she believed, lay north of the Siberian steppes. The names in the classic of mountains and seas sounded fa. Politics needed no mention. It was the most tedious subject impossible to absorb no matter how hard she tried. After much deliberation, Zhou Yiran still could not determine which area she excelled at. Guran watched her muttering to herself and felt a surge of admiration. He wanted nothing more than to pull up the company registry and check whether this sure phone was a joint stock company or an IQ limited one. You know mythology, right? Zhou Yiran nodded eagerly. Nuwa mending the sky, Hoi shooting down the sun's Chang'e, flying to the moon Jingwei, filling the sea Quafu, chasing the sun Shinnong, tasting 100 herbs Yu the Great, passing his home 3 times without entering. When it came to mythology, she delivered a flawless rapid-fire recitation. The viewers, the scrolling comments, and Lu Keqing watching the live stream all wore exasperated expressions. It seemed this late-night broadcast was rapidly spiraling into inappropriate territory. What is this kid up to? Is he really the Yin Emperor of entertainment? Destroying every project he touches. Lu Keqing massaged her aching temples only for her face mask to stick to her hand, intensifying her irritation. Zhou Yiran glanced at the barrage of comments flooding the large screen and sensed trouble. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm barely 30 and you're telling me fairy tales. Laughable. What else could you expect from someone at his level? You can't get blood from a stone. Truly boring. I'm out. Tell Guran to scram. Even as new viewers poured in steadily, the rate of departure clearly outpaced the incoming crowd. The number of concurrent viewers in the livestream plummeted from a peak of 50,000 to 30,000. And this was merely after Gu Ran had mentioned mythology, before he had even begun to explain it. It was easy to imagine that as Gu Ran continued narrating, the audience would likely drop below 10,000 before he finished the first mythological tale. Zoe Ran pressed her hands to her chest and silently prayed, praying to see whether the program or she would perish first. Gu Ran, unfazed, opened his bottle and took another sip before saying, "Let us not tell the myths themselves. Let us explore the stories behind them instead." Zoe Ran regarded him with utter despair. "Is there any difference?" "Of course there is," Gu Ran countered. "Have you ever wondered why you remember these myths so vividly?" Zoe Ran saw nothing unusual about it. "Because my parents told me when I was little, obviously." "Your parents told you many things when you were young. Aside from this, can you recall anything else they shared with you back then?" "Naturally," Zoe Ran retorted stubbornly. "Don't roll on the ground, don't play with fire, don't run into the street. There are plenty of them." Gu Ran nodded and murmured, "In truth, apart from our capacity for wisdom, humans are not so different from other animals. Everything your parents taught you was designed to help you survive better, and in that sense other animals are no different. They simply teach their offspring how to evade predators." Zoe Ran nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense." "Now here is the intriguing part," Gu Ran asked. "Why do almost every parent worldwide instinctively tell their children mythical stories when they are young? The difference is merely that the East has its own mythology, while the West has Adam and Eve, Zeus and Noah." This question had never occurred to anyone, not even Zoe Ran, nor the 30,000 viewers in the livestream, nor Lu Keqing watching from afar. What had seemed like a tedious storytelling session unexpectedly began to captivate everyone. But after a moment of reflection, Zoe Ran found a reason convincing enough for herself. Because children are so young, you cannot explain anything profound to them. Myths are simply easy for them to understand. "Myths are easy to understand," he challenged. "I find them quite simple. Otherwise, how could I remember them so vividly? I have retained them since childhood, and even after more than 10 years I can recite them effortlessly." Gu Ran murmured softly, "More than a decade. When you become a mother, you will recount these tales clearly to your sons and daughters. And when you become a grandmother, you will pass them down just as vividly to your grandchildren." The woman's train of thought was evidently unconventional. Upon hearing Gu Ran mention that she was both a mother and a grandmother, Zoe Ran immediately muttered under her breath, "Who wants to be a mother or grandmother? I'm still so young." Gu Ran replied, "What I mean is these memories will accompany you for a very long time. It was a fascinating thing to remember something for an entire lifetime and pass it down to descendants as a matter of course." But what was even more intriguing was that they seemed unaware of the problem themselves. Under Gu Ran's guidance, the once dull barrage of comments also became much more lively. "That's true. My grandmother couldn't even read, yet she still told me mythological stories. There must be something attractive about myths and legends. How magical. I never noticed that before." "Me neither. I didn't even realize it, yet I've been telling my children mythological stories." All the netizens began sharing their own experiences. Lu Keqing's inner complaints subsided, and she was also drawn into Gu Ran's questions. Zoe Ran asked, "Could it be that these mythological stories passed down from generation to generation gradually evolved into versions that are easy for people to remember? So hearing them once makes them stick?" Gu Ran shook his head. "The hippocampus in the human brain is responsible for memory. The superbrain memory course covers what is arguably the most effective memory technique, associative memory. In simple terms, when knowledge units connect with each other, they become easier to remember. From another perspective, the hippocampus has a straightforward mechanism. When you encounter new information, it subconsciously searches your past memories for connections. Once those links are established, the information is easily memorized. But the problem is that these mythological stories, when we hear them, tend to be independent of each other. Not only would children struggle to make sense of this, but even adults would find it difficult to connect these myths together." Zoe Ran pondered this over, counting on her fingers, and realized it was indeed the case. While she could recount all the mythological tales, she couldn't articulate the connections between figures like Huafeng the Great and Jingwei. If only Zoe Ran were in this situation, it could be attributed to a lack of knowledge. But with 30 or 40,000 people watching the livestream all in the same boat, that was the real issue. That was the problem. So logically speaking, mythological stories shouldn't actually be that easy to remember. Zoe Ran was once again puzzled. Then why is that? The barrage displayed the same reaction as Zoe Ran. This type of question, never before pondered, held a fatal attraction for them. Gu Ran had completely captured everyone's curiosity at this moment. He slowly opened his water bottle cap and pointed to the upper left corner. "Click the follow button in the upper left, light up your fan badges, and once we hit 1 million likes, I'll reveal the answer." "Damn it. I'm convinced. Go to hell." In an instant, the barrage completely exploded, and the fan count for the Midnight Chat show began to surge wildly from that point onward. Accompanied by a large number of likes, follows, and shares, countless new traffic began to flood back in. The number of online viewers reached 50,000. Aside from fan badges, all sorts of gifts began to pop up one after another. While big spenders throwing money around on carnivals hadn't made their moves, yet smaller gifts like sports cars were already becoming frequent, with 5 or tin-yuan items like sunglasses and flowers flowing in without pause. Although the individual amounts weren't substantial, the sheer volume of participants compensated for it. In less than a minute, the streams like surged from 2,000 to 1.5 million follows jumped by 6,000, and gift revenue broke through the 1,000 yuan mark. The cumulative number of gift recipients reached 800, equivalent to 20 people paying simultaneously every second. This ability to stir emotions. Neither Zhou Yiran nor even the directors could afford to ignore what they had just witnessed. Once the like requirement was met, Gu Ran set down his cup and admitted honestly, "To be truthful, I don't know the specific reason myself." Before the audience could start criticizing, Zhou Yiran anxiously pinched Gu Ran's arm. "Oh my goodness. How could you be like this?" When I first realized this question, I also found it very strange and asked many people, but none had answers, Gu Ran said. "So I only have some hypotheses. Tell me. Zhou Yiran was impatient. Gu Ran pointed to the upper left corner, but this time, he didn't keep them in suspense. Instead, he said directly, "According to my guess, these mythological legends may have a close connection with the emergence of human wisdom." After saying this, he emphasized again, "It's just a hypothesis." This answer obviously was insufficient to satisfy the audience. Zhou Yiran was even more bewildered, unable to figure it out at all. "How is there a connection?" Gu Ran explained, "Based on current archaeological discoveries, humans are the only intelligent beings in Earth's 4.6 billion years. Zhou Yiran nodded. "Some organisms evolved for billions of years, some even survived multiple mass extinctions, some have existed for tens of times longer than humanity, yet it was humans who developed intelligence. Don't you find this curious?" Obviously, judging from the feedback in the barrage, no one had considered this question before. But once Gu Ran brought it to light, they immediately became curious. Of course, some people offered their own thoughts. In summary, it came down to either random chance and good luck, or perhaps humans had larger brain capacity, making it easier for wisdom to emerge compared to other organisms. But the unified view among everyone was, having grown up in a scientific society, they absolutely refused to believe that these mythological figures endowed humans with wisdom. "Of course it can't be gods," Gu Ran explained. "What I mean is perhaps these myths are not merely legends." Upon hearing this, the barrage erupted once again. In the dead of night, Gu Ran's words were more frightening than ghost stories. "Bro, are you sleep-deprived or something? Do you mean you are really mended the sky? I'm dying of laughter, that's too absurd." Lu Keqing closed her eyes, angrily extinguishing the hope that had just risen within her. Indeed, mud cannot be plastered onto a wall. Clearly, with only a middle school education, she had set her expectations too high. My hypothesis, Gu Ran continued. "Is there a possibility that millions of years ago extraterrestrial life arrived at Earth or the solar system, perhaps for observation or merely passing through? At that time all animals showed no reaction, but early human ancestors looked up and saw the sky. Out of awe toward the unknown, they made gestures of fear or resembling sacrifice, catching the attention of extraterrestrial civilization, which then bestowed civilization upon them. Subsequently, human ancestors described these extraterrestrial civilizations and the anomalous phenomena of the time, forming early myths that were passed down through generations. At the same time, the important ritual of sacrifice, which spanned the Stone Age and Bronze Age, also emerged alongside the birth of human civilization and has continued to the present day." Gu Ran's words hung in the air. The barrage of comments that had filled the screen fell silent for what felt like an eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds. Only after 3 seconds did the comments begin to flow again. "Holy crap, that's terrifying when you think about it. Indeed, it's hard to imagine why our ancestors placed so much emphasis on sacrificial rituals. Honestly, the greatest distinction between humans and other animals might just be the worship of spirits and gods." Zhou Yiran's reaction was far slower than the barrage of comments. He hadn't yet grasped the brilliance of Gu Ran's hypothesis. Seeing the audience gradually accept his speculation, Gu Ran continued, "From an evolutionary perspective, the dividing line of human civilization is when humans learn to use tools. But in reality, many animals, especially primates, have also learned to use tools to varying degrees as a result of survival needs. But this concrete evolution of using tools is clearly distinct from the abstract evolution of consciousness and civilization. And in my view, it is the worship of spirits and deities, sacrificial rituals, and that reverence for the unknown and the intangible that truly sets humans apart from all other creatures." Once Gu Ran finished his hypothesis, the barrage of comments, gifts, likes, and new followers surged once again. Lu Keqing stared in disbelief at Gu Ran, who sat calmly before the camera, feeling somewhat dazed. Could this boy really be Gu Ran? Clearly, these supplementary remarks sent a chill through her. She found it hard to imagine that Gu Ran, the person she knew online as lazy and ignorant, would ever ponder such questions. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, she told herself, trying to steady her emotions. Children his age are prone to idle speculation. It's rather normal. Although she thought this way, it was undeniably a pleasant surprise. At least Gu Ran, who had seemed so lackluster in her eyes, now had a shining quality. Beyond the various exclamations and expressions of awe, some viewers who understood the policies were also engaging in discussion. "I think I've got a general idea now. It seems the guidance opinions on the cultural and entertainment two new policies have had a significant impact on the live streaming industry. I was wondering why late-night programs had shifted to this format. Turns out it was to align with the cultural and entertainment too new. Some viewers unfamiliar with the policies began asking questions. What exactly is the cultural and entertainment too new? Does it prohibit dancing? It wasn't just these viewers who were puzzled. Gu Ran and Zhou Yiran shared their confusion. These kinds of policy matters were entirely new to them, so how had they inexplicably fallen into compliance? A viewer responded, the government's cracking down on the entertainment industry. Many performers who used to post online for attention will likely lose their opportunities going forward. It's mainly about setting the tone for the industry, serving as a model for the public. So from now on, neither celebrities nor programs can tolerate even the slightest blemish, including all those unscrupulous marketing tactics and gimmicky promotions. Now I see why a regular late-night show suddenly turned into knowledge-sharing content. Reading through the explanations in the barrage combined with recalling Huang Zhixiao's expression when he'd seen him downstairs at the company, Gu Ran finally understood. Perhaps Huang Zhixiao harbored no grudge. As a director of Huafeng Entertainment, he wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a traffic star. More likely, he simply saw Gu Ran as a threat to the company's development and crushed him without hesitation. That was all there was to it. Having gone through the complete cycle of capital manipulation, Gu Ran knew when those in power elevate you, even your greatest flaws become virtues. They can lift you to towering heights regardless. But once they decide to destroy you, you're left with no capacity to fight back. Huafeng might have been somewhat better, but as a corporation it was hardly in a strong position either. Yet there was one crucial detail. When Gu Ran had been completely drained by Huafeng, worthless and drowning in debt, Huafeng had agreed to take him on under the cultural and entertainment two new policy, even covering his breach of contract penalties. Gu Ran owed Huafeng Entertainment for this. He would prove to them that this bold gamble had been worth every risk. So many gifts. Zhou Yiran rested her chin on the desk, her eyes curving with joy that she couldn't quite conceal. Gu Ran glanced at the time. It was nearing 1 o'clock. Let's wrap up the stream. He stretched lazily. Zhou Yiran quickly interjected. We're supposed to go until 2. Hasn't the revenue already hit the target? The director checked the figures. The gift revenue from this stream had reached 430 yuan, shattering the daily revenue record for Late Night Chat Cafe. So he gave a reasonable thumbs-up gesture. For Late Night Chat Cafe, the schedule was quite flexible. The only real metric was revenue. Those rules about working fixed hours and overtime only applied to employees who couldn't meet their targets. For the top performer, the company had just one message: do whatever it takes. Gu Ran said, 10 carnival gifts and I'll tease what's coming in the next stream. 20 carnival gifts and I'll make an exception to show off my voice. Hearing this, Zhou Yiran shuddered. If Gu Ran hadn't fallen from grace, 10 carnival gifts would be nothing. But now she honestly struggled to believe anyone would send such a large gift. One carnival gift cost 3,000 yuan. That meant 30,000 to hear a program teaser, or 60,000 for a song. This was absurdly exaggerated. 1 minute countdown. Gu Ran set a time limit. Seconds ticked by. Aside from some minor gifts, the largest was a virtual race car worth just over 100 yuan. Zhou Yiran gradually lost hope as well. After all, she'd originally thought no one would spend 10 carnival gifts just to hear a preview. Halfway through, a high-level user posted, if I add one more segment, let Iran dance, I'll send carnival gifts right now. Seeing the big spender speak up, the barrage immediately erupted with activity. Dance 1. If you dance, I'll gift 2. My loan just got approved. My online loan came through too. Just finished mortgaging my house. Let the miss dance, I'll splash out. Gu Ran remained unmoved. No dancing. 20 seconds left. On the other side of the screen, countless netizens gritted their teeth in frustration, but could do nothing. Finally, at 15 seconds remaining, a gift effect flooded the entire screen. Gu Ran smiled. Thank you, big brother Shalu Huangbuzalu, for the 3 carnival gifts. We still need 7 to reach the first phase. Zhou Yiran whispered, this is Sister Keqing's account. Gu Ran nodded, showing no surprise whatsoever. At last, spurred on by Lu Keqing's example, several eager big spenders finally made their moves. In the final 10 seconds, one carnival gift after another flooded the Late Night Chat Cafe live stream instantly, making it the top performer across all platforms in the 1 a.m. slot. Zhou Yiran stared in disbelief at the barrage of carnival gifts from unfamiliar IDs, repeatedly nodding in gratitude. Count how many there are. 10. 17. 17. Zhou Yiran said in utter disbelief. 17 carnivals. 3,000 each. Zhou Yiran racked her brains, calculating feverishly. Over 50,000. Good heavens. In less than 20 seconds, over 50,000 in gift revenue. Back in the day, even dancing until she developed a herniated disc wouldn't have earned her half that much. 3 more to go, Gu Ran reminded them, then continued. Let's extend the current topic a bit further and give everyone some time to withdraw their earnings. If we finish explaining before the gap is filled, those extra 7 will be wasted. Zhou Yiran gazed at Gu Ran with eyes full of adoration. How audacious. 17 already. If it were her, she'd have been content to round it off by now. Gu Ran remarked. Earlier we speculated that human civilization was born the moment our ancestors first looked up at the sky. Supposing they truly witnessed the activities of extraterrestrial civilizations within our solar system, what exactly were these civilizations doing there? As Gu Ran continued his discussion, the bullet comments erupted with enthusiastic responses. Half the audience urged the generous donors to cash out quickly, while the other half followed Gu Ran's train of thought, letting their imagination run wild. The Great Flood. Every mythological tradition speaks of a catastrophic deluge. Spread the word. Aliens came to help us control the waters. Spread it further. They were actually releasing the floods on Earth. Spread the word. The aliens themselves are water. Gazing at the heated discussion in the comments, Gu Ran commented, the flood may be one possibility, but logically there should be far more events involved. Before I share my more fanciful speculation, let me first introduce you to a principle. Perhaps the previous broadcast had successfully sparked the audience's interest, for many still hadn't fully registered that Gu Ran was about to educate them. Wait bro, you're going to teach us. We've all finished middle school. Regardless of the era, there's always someone eager to stand out. Yet for the large crowd whose curiosity had been properly stirred, such jests were clearly ill-timed. Quiet down, chat. Let Gu go speak. Hurry up and tell us. What did our ancestors see when they looked up? Glancing at the livestream feed, Gu Ran noted, still waiting on those carnival gifts. Let me take a sip of water to wet my throat first. At a research institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a female doctor waiting for experimental results at her workbench slammed her phone down with an audible snap, the screen displaying Gu Ran's livestream. This seemingly demure and shy girl was now whipping her ponytail around, shrieking in the empty laboratory. The anxiety of awaiting her results, combined with Gu Ran's deliberate suspense building on stream, made her desperately want to reach through the screen and beat him senseless. So damn teasing. How can someone be this cruel? Her small heart pounded violently with anger, and she hastily sat back down to compose herself. Don't be angry, or I'll get breast cancer. Watching Gu Ran leisurely sipping his water 10 times over, Wang Yisen's eyes were about to blaze with fury again. Probably got greedy over money. Staring at the screen, she simultaneously anticipated the spectacular carnival effect, while her fingers repeatedly tapped in and out of the recharge page. She wasn't short on money, but to send a whole carnival just because he was dangling suspense, that felt like a terrible deal. She went in and out of the payment interface over a dozen times, watching Gu Ran still struggling to finish his sip of water. Here, take it, you filthy money grubber. Finally, Wang Yisen couldn't resist completing the payment, giving her first donation on the livestream. 3,000 yuan was nothing to her, not to mention her doctoral stipend. Her family alone provided her with 30 to 50,000 in allowance every month. Though the amount wasn't substantial, being manipulated by Gu Ran in such a manner had truly infuriated her. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she shot a comment. Can you start talking now? Noticing the gift animation scrolling across the screen, Gu Ran set down his glass and capped it. Thanks to hardworking little Wang for the carnival. Continuing from earlier, to understand what extraterrestrial civilizations might be doing in our solar system, we first need to grasp something called the Titius-Bode law. A German schoolteacher named Titius-Bode derived a formula for planetary distances AN 4, 10, where n takes values of 0, 3, 6, 12, 24, and each number is double the previous one. The resulting value of A represents the approximate distance of each planet from the Sun in astronomical units. Proposed in the 18th century when astronomy was still in its infancy, this formula helped humanity pinpoint the existence of Uranus. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Earth, and Mercury all roughly conform to this formula as well. But here's the peculiar part. When n equals 12, the calculated distance corresponds to Mars, and when n equals 48, it matches Jupiter. Yet when n equals 24, the planet that should exist at that calculated distance has simply vanished. The chat went absolutely wild. Part of it stemmed from the shock that our solar system had actually lost a planet, but another part came from sheer astonishment that Gu Ran knew so much. They had imagined Gu Ran saying all sorts of outrageous and bizarre things, but never expected to hear such hardcore knowledge come from his mouth. Gugo, have you been possessed? Whoever you are, get off Gu Ran's body. Lu Keqing also massaged her cheeks, gazing at the screen with puzzled eyes. The calculations themselves weren't difficult, just basic arithmetic from 7th grade, but this knowledge clearly extended far beyond the compulsory education curriculum. For someone self-proclaimed as illiterate, knowing so much was clearly overstepping. But for the audience, this doubt paled in comparison to their intense curiosity. Everyone had clearly been captivated by this story once again, unable to spare a thought for anything else. Where is that planet? Where did it go? Wasn't there any human observation of it? Damn, could it have been destroyed by extraterrestrial civilizations? Were our ancestors actually witnessing aliens destroying a planet? Before Gu Ran could even ask, another carnival effect naturally appeared in the livestream. Later, astronomers discovered Ceres at a slightly greater distance, but it shouldn't be that. One reason being it's too small, Gu Ran continued. If it's not Ceres, then we can basically confirm that planet no longer exists. Where it should have been, there is now an asteroid belt. The very asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Although he hadn't yet shared his own speculation, the moment these premises were laid out, countless fans in the chat had already begun their own grand theories. That planet was destroyed, and then the asteroid belt formed in its orbit. Is the asteroid belt made of fragments from that planet, destroyed by extraterrestrial civilizations? Wait, could this be the backdrop to the myth of Hui shooting the suns? The aliens piloted their spaceship to destroy that planet, which turned out to be the true story behind Huafeng chasing the sun. After the planet was annihilated, those aliens used laser weapons to shatter several large fragments, thus giving rise to the legend of Hui shooting down the suns. Then a massive fragment flew toward Earth, blocking out the sky, and sun appearing like a giant black void. The aliens dealt with this fragment corresponding to the legend of Nuwa mending the sky. The destruction of the planet caused gravitational changes which altered the tides and triggered a worldwide flood. This was you the Great controlling the waters. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The bullet comments flew back and forth, and before Gu Ran could even speak, they had already fleshed out a story more vivid than anything he could have told. Such imaginative leaps might seem far-fetched, but paired with Gu Ran's speculation, they actually amplified the impact enormously. In an instant, every viewer was plunged into chilling contemplation. The live stream had unknowingly stretched to 1:30 in the morning. Now Gu Ran was truly drowsy. Just one more carnival needed. 10-second countdown. If it doesn't come, I won't wait. On the first day of the live stream, countless viewers' imaginations had been ignited, and everyone was eager to discover what other stories Gu Ran's mind held. Most crucially, they had already reached 19 carnivals. If they didn't get one more, it would be a real shame. Gu Ran really can't sing, to be honest, but we're just one away. Among the former groups, his singing was definitely the weakest. He relied entirely on pitch correction. But we've already got 19 carnivals. Let it be, let it be. Let Gu Dog go to sleep. Forget it, if nobody else is coming, I will. Stand still, let me send the last one. After over 2 hours of broadcasting, the concurrent viewership had stabilized around 50,000. This was already an impressive result for a late-night slot. More importantly, the churn rate had also quickly stabilized alongside Gu Ran's storytelling. The bullet comments were nothing like the toxic atmosphere at the beginning. It had to be admitted that this single broadcast about the origins of civilization had already turned around this kid's reputation significantly. Setting aside his educational background, he had quite a few ideas. As the countdown reached 3, the carnival special effects appeared in the live stream once more. 20 carnivals achieved. 20. Oh ho. The big shot is being generous. The big shot is being generous. The bullet screen erupted in jubilation, incredibly lively. Gu Ran read out the names of the 20 carnival givers in order, then cleared his throat. Let me give a preview of tomorrow's content first. Tomorrow, continuing from today's topic, I'll share something more interesting. Based on our speculation, what might extraterrestrial civilizations have left for humanity, and what treasures remain undiscovered? This topic clearly aroused even greater curiosity among viewers. A certain well-known scientist said humans only use 5% of their brains. While there must be many more abilities we haven't unlocked yet. That's fabricated, it's been debunked. Stop falling for marketing accounts. Then at most we've developed less than 50%. Whether a slacker can make a comeback depends on the streamer. Having a poor student teach others how to improve, do you think that's reliable? So what? A soccer coach doesn't necessarily play particularly well, and an engineer who builds refrigerators doesn't know how to cool things themselves. Time to sing, it's time to sing. The big brothers sending carnivals also joked, my hand is already on the refund button. If the singing isn't good, I'll immediately claim a minor's refund. Everyone remembered the main event. Few were expecting Gu Ran's singing. But since 20 carnivals had been sent, this song became all the more precious. Lu Keqing placed her phone aside and put in her Bluetooth earphones. As Gu Ran's manager, she felt it necessary to analyze his musical ability from a professional perspective. In a certain research institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Yisan snorted, crossed her arms, and looked dissatisfied at Gu Ran chatting and laughing on the screen. She was a user who had spent 3,000 yuan. If Gu Ran's singing wasn't good, she would also apply for a minor's refund. Meanwhile, Zoe Ran, sitting next to Gu Ran, also quietly shifted outward, making way for Gu Ran. Unlike the fans and viewers, her eyes were filled with anticipation. The current Gu Ran, in her view, was simply a Superman with a low educational background. Not only was he talented at live streaming, but he was also knowledgeable and could still receive so many gifts even after his reputation collapsed. This completely exceeded her expectations. Therefore, regarding singing, she should be the only one looking forward to hearing heavenly voices from Gu Ran. Gu Ran showed a confident smile. Let me think about what to sing for everyone. Having transmigrated to this world for so long, he had also understood the situation fairly well. The music industry in this world was the weakest link in the entertainment sector. There were no shortage of voices touched by angels, but the problem was that this world lacked soul singers. The main issue was the significant shortcomings in lyric writing and composition. This meant that pursuing a singing career, even with excellent talent, made it difficult to earn substantial money. And those whose voices weren't top-notch were basically singing on credit. This formed a vicious cycle. The less promising it became, the fewer fresh voices entered, and the fewer fresh voices, the less promising it became. Unsolvable. So the songs in Gu Ran's memory, when brought out here, would dominate without challenge. Oh, you're killing me, Zoe Ran urged impatiently. Just sing your debut song, the one you're best at. Gu Ran waved his hand, looking thoroughly confident. The next song might make everyone scream. I'll use this song to make the brothers who sent carnivals feel it was more than worth it. A song called Fragrant Rice about childhood memories dedicated to everyone. Joey Ran paused. Fragrant rice? What fragrant rice? The bullet comments were also confused. Seems I haven't heard it. An old song. Hiss. So obscure. Seeing everyone's confusion, Gu Ran cleared his throat and began accompanying himself with whistling. As the whistling sounded, the bullet comments fell completely silent. Everyone searched through all the melodies in their minds, but couldn't find a matching song. Yet this melody captivated everyone. Remember you said home is the only castle running along with the rice fragrance, and river, smiling slightly, I know your childhood dreams. Singing to this point, Joey Ran's eyes grew complex. This melody seemed to suddenly transport her back to when she was 8 years old, lying on the wheat stack at the village entrance, gazing at the stars that night. Her ears were full of frog croaks and cricket sounds in the grass. That carefree, silly girl from childhood eventually became who she was now under the relentless passage of time. All the glamour and brightness couldn't compare to that cool breeze from that single night back then. Gu Ran's singing ability was merely average. It wasn't utterly terrible, but it hovered somewhere between tone deafness and sheer mediocrity. Yet even so, a cappella and unaccompanied, that melody and those lyrics still gripped the hearts of countless viewers. Among the 50,000 viewers in the live stream room, whether they were wage slaves or students, whether they were wealthy benefactors or ordinary folks tending to daily necessities, they all harbored a past brimming with laughter. On that bleak autumn morning, they tucked away the toys that had accompanied their entire childhood into some forgotten corner of life and never retrieved them again. Some battled against life's hardships, others swam through the sea of knowledge, and some ran ragged just to put food on the table. But that cardboard box filled with toys was a treasure each of them held dear. Gu Ran opened that cardboard box with a single song. Many long-forgotten joys resurfaced before their eyes, and this happiness was enough to overshadow every flaw in his singing. After the song ended, Gu Ran cleared his throat twice and took a sip of water to soothe his voice. Though his singing skill was hardly commendable, he could still anticipate the reactions of everyone after listening to this song. These viewers had never experienced such refined artistry before, and opening with Dao Xiang was almost like a dimensional strike. Joey Ran's adoring gaze went without saying. When it came to emotional support, this girl was exceptionally skilled. At that moment in her eyes, Gu Ran had already become a superstar figure. Lu Keqing rose from the bay window, gazing blankly at Gu Ran on the screen with an extremely complicated expression. From the perspective of someone in the entertainment industry, being able to write such a song meant calling him a gifted scholar would actually be an understatement. She considered herself quite passionate about music and had listened to many fine songs with over 100 tracks saved in her playlist. Yet it was rare for any single piece to immerse her so completely that her emotions danced along with the melody. But Gu Ran had managed it. Hiding his light under a bushel, is he? Lu Keqing frowned slightly. Just this evening's live stream had already dispelled much of her negative impression of him. Of course, she wasn't the only one feeling this way. Most of the 50,000 viewers in the live stream shared the same sentiment. They found themselves even more confused by the entertainment circle where truth and falsehood intertwined. Setting aside questions of his educational background and moral character, Gu Ran was by no means lacking in talent. Someone's sending another carnival. Joey Ran murmured softly. After the song concluded, and the viewers slowly emerged from their emotional reverie, the bullet comments and gifts erupted once more. Thank you to Little Wong, who works hard at his brick-moving job, for another carnival. Thank you to Su Bai for the carnival. After a wave of gifts, Gu Ran, who had originally planned to end the live stream early, found himself unintentionally dragged until 2 in the morning. Yet the viewers still seemed reluctant to leave. At a certain research institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Yisin shook off her nostalgia and tapped on her phone's keypad. If he sang another song, how many carnivals would it take? Immediately after, the generous benefactors, who spent lavishly, also began asking. Gu Ran bluntly shook his head. No amount would make me sing another one. It's already 2 in the morning, everyone should sleep. Same time tomorrow. Around tonight at 11, don't be late. Joey Ran quickly added, everyone click that follow button in the top left corner, follow us so you won't get lost, accompanied by everyone's reluctance and farewells. The first live stream came to an unexpected conclusion. The stream was cut. The broadcast ended. Whoosh. The directors rushed out from the control room. Today broke all records. This is incredible. Gu Ran is amazing. The two directors had never been so excited at 2 in the morning. The older colleague in the department was called Old Ma, nearly 40 years old, usually stern and serious, but now his eyes were squinted almost to his ears. The other one, who usually sat at his desk playing mobile games, was called Ji Min. Most operations staff were tech guys with introverted personalities who didn't talk much. But at this moment, he was so excited his voice could have been heard throughout the entire Huafeng Technology building. So strong. Invincible. Old Ma leaned against the desk looking at Joey Ran and asked, guess how much revenue the gifts brought in from this live stream? Joey Ran quickly calculated the number of carnivals from the start to the end of the broadcast, approximately 25. Adding up all the small gifts, card memberships, and miscellaneous items, probably around 10,000. After tallying everything up, she gave an estimate. Is it over 100,000? 130,000. Old Ma exclaimed excitedly. Jimin reviewed the data. Jimin took out a tablet and read aloud. This livestream session had a cumulative viewership of 2.0 people, with the second half stabilizing at around 5.0 viewers. A total of 25 carnivals and 146 sports cars were received along with various other gifts. It's worth noting that the churn rate in the second half was quite low. Due to the time of day, new viewers weren't coming in as rapidly as earlier, but it's foreseeable that tomorrow's broadcast will see rapid growth in numbers. The other metrics like total likes and follows had already become irrelevant. Without exaggeration, Gu Ran's participation instantly elevated Shenilian's earning capacity by several levels. Especially after this livestream, they felt even more optimistic about what lay ahead. Old Lu suggested going out for skewers to celebrate. Gu Ran hastily made an excuse and slipped away. He simply didn't have that much energy. After streaming until now, he was so drowsy his consciousness was nearly blurred. The next day, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Key Research Institute of Extreme Environment Polymer Materials. Academician Zhao Heng appeared in the key laboratory early in the morning. As for verifying the data from Cui Jimin's notes, the first phase of testing should be completed by today. Opening the laboratory door. In front of the large experimental table, Wang Yisin was systematically organizing the experimental data. To wait for the experiment to conclude, she had barely slept the entire night. Professor, the experimental results are in, and they match the data perfectly. Wang Yisin handed over the organized experimental data along with the photocopy of the draft paper. In the stress and anti-magnetism tests, the materials modified according to this draft paper yielded results identical to the theoretical predictions. Zhao Heng took the two sets of data and studied them carefully for a long while. This was created using anisotropic conductive film, correct? Yes, ACF, Wang Yisin pondered. I feel this theoretical derivation isn't just about fixing a specific material production method, but rather providing a new process or theoretical advancement for novel materials. Zhao Heng gazed at the experimental data, surprise growing increasingly evident in his eyes. Currently, ACF production capacity was mainly concentrated in South Korea and Japan, with 80% of the market dominated by DuPont, Hitachi Chemical, and 3M. Domestic ACF production remained stuck in the laboratory verification stage due to outdated processes, making industrial-scale manufacturing impossible. Yet the data from this experiment was like two entirely different products compared to conventional domestic ACF. Some indicators even surpassed those of leading-tier products. Academician Zhao Heng looked at the draft paper again, studied it for a long while, and said, "It can't be considered a theory. To me, it looks like a materials science framework. You see, although some steps involve calculations of various material indicators, his deduction approach is actually different from our old methods. Let's proceed to the second phase." Wang Yisin nodded, then raised a difficulty. We have already prepared for the second phase of the experiment, but there is a parameter omitted here which has caused great trouble in our experiment preparation. We need to obtain this parameter first. What? Wang Yisin pointed to the middle part of the draft paper and said, "Look, here is a formula for calculating the molecular gap. The next modification requires redesigning the molecular gap, and there is a molecular constant in the middle. We don't know this constant. Only with this constant can the molecular gap be calculated by plugging in the various parameters of the molecule. This is equivalent to the molecular distribution density of a material. For polymer materials, any slight deviation could result in two completely different products. Especially for ACF, its function is to restrict the current to flow only from the vertical axis to the substrate. If there is even a slight mistake in the molecular gap calculation, the product would transform from a priceless packaging material into a worthless piece of junk. Now the entire key laboratory has only this one piece of finished ACF product. Its value is hard to estimate. The ACF project has a budget of 12 billion yuan, involving over 20 partner universities and laboratories and hundreds of researchers who worked for 3 years to produce this single perfect experimental material. Although it can be produced continuously, the immature manufacturing process still requires a certain amount of luck to create a perfect experimental specimen. Therefore, faced with such a precious material, Wang Yisin dared not act recklessly. Zhao Heng also nodded solemnly. "You worked all night yesterday. Get some rest first. I'll help you inquire about this molecular constant, and once we figure it out, we can proceed with the next experiment." Okay. Wang Yisin stretched, already extremely sleepy. After bidding farewell to her advisor, she went back to the dormitory to rest without even bothering to eat breakfast. Gu Ran, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. After returning to his residence early yesterday morning, he slept straight until noon. When he woke up, the trending topics about him on various websites had all surged to the top of the charts. First, there were a series of clips from the live broadcast about speculations on the birth of civilization. These unrestrained imaginings, possessing a strong sense of mystery, satisfied the curiosity of countless netizens and spread rapidly. Even if these speculations were uttered by some science fiction writers or self-media, they would still generate considerable buzz, let alone coming from Gu Ran himself. From the heated comment section, one could see that some netizens still believe these contents were created by the copywriting team behind Gu Ran. However, more netizens didn't care about that, and were completely captivated by this imaginative idea. Although this buzz was not low, it still fell slightly short compared to the song he sang live. Gu Ran's song Dao Xiang had almost topped the charts on all platforms. The touching melody had completely captivated countless people. In the comment section of the song clips, there were far fewer personal attacks. More comments expressed praise for the song. Of course, another reason for the song's dominance on the charts was that many well-known singers had almost involuntarily covered it. When those professional singers used their top-tier voices to sing the top-tier lyrics and melody, the song's popularity became an undeniable phenomenon-level topic. Perhaps it was due to the primacy effect. Under the cover video of the diva Su Xiaoxiao, there were even some who shamelessly left outrageous comments. Although Xiaoxiao's version is beautiful, I still think Gu Ran's original has more flavor. Just reading the comments made Gu Ran blush furiously. He opened Su Xiaoxiao's Douyin profile, which had 40 million followers. Since her debut, she had almost won all the Golden Melody Awards and Best Singer of the Year awards, making her an undisputed music diva. After browsing a few of her works, her voice was beyond reproach. Sometimes ethereal and gentle, sometimes passionate and moving. Coupled with her charming makeup and alluring dance, she was almost flawless. Among the many covers of Dao Xiang, hers was the one that satisfied Gu Ran the most. If Gu Ran were to judge himself, his KTV-level singing would not even be worthy of comparison with Su Xiaoxiao's. How could he dare to boast about being good? While Gu Ran was lying in bed enthusiastically scrolling through the trending topics about himself, suddenly there came a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, 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 knock. Open the door. It was a man's voice. Gu Ran frowned slightly, wondering if the company had sent someone to call him to work. I tricked so many gifts yesterday, and they still care about attendance. So annoying. Reluctantly, he put on his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up, still half asleep. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside grew more impatient. Gu Ran couldn't suppress his morning irritation. What the hell are you knocking for? I'm washing up. After his shout, the door fell silent. That was Gu Ran's temper. The more you urged him, the slower he went. He didn't care whether the person outside left or not, and leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face. He even took a dump. After dawdling for over half an hour, he finally stepped out of the room. A man squatting by the door quickly stood up when he heard the door open. Gu Ran recognized the man. It was Yang Jian, who had previously held a resignation letter. Director Yang, you're looking for me. Yang Jian wiped away the impatience on his face, cleared his throat a couple of times, and pulled Gu Ran into the room. Were those 2 sheets of paper that were thrown into the trash in Keqing's office yours? Today, Professor Cui Jimin suddenly approached Lu Keqing to ask who wrote those 2 sheets of paper. Lu Keqing remembered that he happened to be in the office when she returned that night, so she had academician Cui come to find him. Yang Jian slapped himself hard in the face. He was also suffering from his own pride. Because he heard academician Cui praise those 2 sheets of paper to disguise his vanity got the better of him, and he claimed responsibility. But who would have known that academician Cui came not to praise but to ask for data? How could he possibly know what data? After fobbing off academician Cui with the excuse that, I need some time to calculate, he rushed to find someone to patch up the holes in his lie. Gu Ran thought for a moment. Which 2 sheets of paper? The day of Superbrain. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Jian nodded hurriedly. Oh, what's up? Gu Ran suddenly became much more alert. Yang Jian smiled and said, nothing, nothing. I just happened to see those 2 sheets of paper, and I'm curious about one question. I'd like to ask for your advice. Seeing the flattering expression on the other's face, Gu Ran frowned slightly. What? Yang Jian hurriedly pressed on. There's a molecular constant in the middle that you omitted. I don't know what this constant is. Molecular constant. Gu Ran pondered for a moment. The only formula that uses this constant is the molecular gap calculation formula, and he had indeed omitted it. However, the calculations on that paper were originally a theoretical model. If he hadn't been doing experiments, he would never have noticed this parameter. Did you do the experiment? Gu Ran probed. Yang Jian shook his head and smiled. No, just curious. Gu Ran nodded with a forced smile, roughly knowing what was going on. Without doing the experiment, it would be impossible to notice such a detailed issue as the molecular constant. The experiment must have been done, but it probably wasn't Yang Jian himself who did it. With a little association, he could guess that Yang Jian must have taken his theory to show off. This kind of behavior of stealing fame and deceiving the world undoubtedly touched Gu Ran's sore spot. In his past life, he was deceived by academic fraud, and after being reincarnated, he was still being deceived. If he didn't give Yang Jian a reputation-ruining gift package, wouldn't his reincarnation be in vain? Gu Ran shot a cold glance at Yang Jian and gave his answer. The molecular constant is 362. Really? A hint of delight flooded Yang Jian's eyes. Absolutely. Gu Ran nodded with a smile. If that number were divided by 2, it would be the correct answer. But he could hardly be expected to reveal the truth to this academic fraud. If he didn't teach that scoundrel a lesson, Gu Ran would eat his hat. The molecular constant might seem insignificant, but any deviation in it would cause earth-shattering changes to the structural properties of materials. Had the carbon molecular constant of this world been altered by just 5%, the diamonds that luxury jewelry stores prided themselves upon would have been reduced to worthless coal. Gu Ran was unaware of what Yang Jian was plotting, but he knew one thing with certainty: doubling the molecular constant would be enough to reduce all his experiments to rubble. Yang Jian had absolutely no ability to verify the data Gu Ran provided. Still, he figured Gu Ran wouldn't go so far as to deliberately feed him incorrect figures. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal. Yang Jian quickly bid farewell to Gu Ran and departed with his findings. The moment he stepped out of Gu Ran's room, he pulled out his phone and called Professor Cui Jimin. Hello, Professor Cui. I just calculated it. The molecular constant is 362. Upon receiving Yang Jian's data, Professor Cui hung up and immediately contacted academician Zhao Hong. Hey, old Zhao, I've got the data. It's 362. Give it a try. Zhao Hong ended the call and swiftly informed Wang Yisun. Yisun, the molecular constant is 362. You can begin phase 2 experiments. Upon receiving the data, Wang Yisun hurriedly mobilized her junior colleagues to prepare for the second stage. Every formula in the theoretical deduction was laid out clearly. Once the molecular constant was substituted, the molecular gap was soon determined. The meticulous and skillful Wang Yisun carefully placed the material under the microscope and used precision instruments to reorganize its molecular structure. The entire laboratory fell deathly silent as all the graduate students and researchers watched the readings on the display instruments. Approximately 30 minutes later, Wang Yisun set down her equipment. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow with a tissue and leaned back over the observation chamber, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Several researchers staring at the display frowned. Something doesn't feel right. The flexibility index has deteriorated drastically. Wang Yisun remained unresponsive, holding her breath and focusing intently. As the primary operator, she was naturally the first to notice the material's anomalies. But she couldn't for the life of her figure out why. Every step had been executed correctly. The material's performance indicators should not have degraded so severely. The performance gains achieved during Phase 1 were already being completely undone before they'd even begun. The anisotropic conductive adhesive film material, not to mention its durability, heat resistance, and flexibility, was suffering catastrophic failure in its fundamental directional conductivity. Senior sister, is something wrong? Even the conductivity is degrading. Numerous graduate students watched the display instruments in alarm, their hearts pounding in their throats. Wang Yisun's movements turned erratic, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. This ACF sample was extraordinarily precious. Under ordinary circumstances, she was a rigorously disciplined researcher. Had Phase 1 not been so remarkably successful, she would never have proceeded directly to modify the ACF material in Phase 2. After a long silence, Wang Yisun said weakly to her junior colleague beside her, "Go fetch the professor." Soon after, academician Zhao Hong arrived at the laboratory in quick strides. Nearly instinctively, he strode toward the various testing instruments and examined the conductivity and magnetic properties of the anisotropic adhesive film. In a single glance, the old man nearly suffered a heart attack. According to the data, the ACF film had undergone complete and irreversible modification. Its conductivity and antipermeability had vanished almost entirely. Its flexibility was also severely degraded. Bluntly put, the current ACF was indistinguishable from an ordinary plastic sheet. No errors in the experimental procedure. Zhao Hong looked at Wang Yisun. None. Could the molecular constant be wrong? Zhao Hong muttered grimly. He himself had already verified and tested the constant beforehand. Every proportion was essentially correct. A preliminary theoretical validation had been completed. Puzzled, he said, "I verified that molecular constant myself. There shouldn't be any issues." Zhao Hong served as a benchmark in China's materials science, with nearly every expert finding their own scale against his. It would be difficult to find someone in the country who surpassed him. If this molecular constant were fraudulent, did that mean someone had duped even him? Wang Yisun looked at the ruined material at a loss. Normally, if the molecular constant were incorrect, it would be a domino effect. Numerous subsequent deductions would also be wrong. Zhao Hong nodded thoughtfully. Then this constant, even if wrong, wasn't simply a random figure. Wang Yisun nodded. So you mean this constant was scaled up intentionally? Deliberately? Zhao Hong frowned slightly. But for what purpose? Wang Yisun's heart sank. If this were merely an accidental error leading to experimental failure, she could perhaps comfort herself. But to learn that the other party possessed correct data and deliberately fed them false figures, that was something she could not reconcile with. Because of his intentional deception, such critically important material had been wasted. Who is he exactly, sir? Wang Yisun asked dejectedly. Zhao Hong replied. He was introduced by academician Cui Jimin. They met during the Super Brain recording sessions. He appears to be an executive at Huafeng Entertainment. Wang Yisun lamented, why would he deceive us? This entire institute possesses only one such ACF sample with balanced attributes. The other spare films all have various defects. Because of his deliberate provision of incorrect data, we've squandered such vital experimental material. It's fine, don't blame yourself, Zhao Hong said philosophically. We don't know why he gave us wrong data, but we now clearly understand his capabilities. We didn't notify him in advance about this verification experiment either. This is ultimately his research achievement, so some caution is entirely natural. Prepare your experimental materials, and let's go together to Huafeng Entertainment. We'll speak with him directly. All right. Wang Yisun nodded, though grievance still filled her heart. Yet her reverence for this titan of materials science remained unwavering. It was afternoon. Inside Lu Keqing's office, Gu Ran shamelessly leaned over her desk. Sister Keqing, please have mercy on me, will you? Midnight live streams. I truly can't endure them. Look, is there a whitehead forming under my nose? When I got back to the apartment yesterday, my heart was racing so fast I thought I was going to drop dead suddenly. Or just let me go on Ultimate Challenge. I'll slaughter them, I swear. Lu Keqing kept her head buried in the public sentiment data, treating Gu Ran's ramblings as nothing more than empty noise. She glanced up at him, then took out her phone from her pocket and scrolled for a while. We have a fixed plan for you. It's impossible to let you do whatever you please. Your performance on Late Night Chat yesterday was quite good. Leadership called to praise you. It's rather boring, Gu Ran said. Mainly because there's no challenge, you know. Lu Keqing handed him the phone. Take a look at how many people are reaching out to you today. In Lu Keqing's chat list, there were no fewer than 10 new conversations from morning until now. Besides the signed singers under Huafeng Entertainment, there were also several independently operating super first-tier artists. Even Su Xiaoxiao, whom Gu Ran had spotted on Douyin, was prominently listed, and their chat messages were mostly requests for songs. Su Xiaoxiao's was the most provoking. Gu Ran's vocal technique is truly terrible, but his songs are genuinely excellent. If only we could collaborate, what a match made in heaven. Sister Keqing, you simply cannot let someone with such extraordinary songwriting talent be buried under his utterly forgettable voice. I'll go insane. If we could collaborate, I'll treat you to milk tea for the rest of the year. Next time we play mahjong, I'll sing you 10 songs. All high notes if you like. Gu Ran read through the remarkably similar messages, his breathing growing heavier. Wait, is my voice really that unbearable? Lu Keqing didn't even look up from the sentiment metrics. I wouldn't call it merely inadequate. At the very least, it's absolutely catastrophic. She opened Douyin and displayed the data from yesterday's livestream clip alongside Su Xiaoxiao's cover version. That song of yours from yesterday. The livestream clip already has 230 likes. And Su Xiaoxiao's noon cover has accumulated 4 million likes so far. Gu Ran replied, that's because she has enormous traffic. Even with all that traffic, she doesn't match your stubbornness. Then why did you turn them all down? Gu Ran asked. I'm afraid you'll be a flash in the pan, Lu Keqing said. What if I put you on the line and you only have this one song? What then? True, Gu Ran admitted. Rejecting them was the right move. A faint disappointment flickered across Lu Keqing's face. You really only have this one song? Gu Ran shook his head. Not exactly, but I simply don't want to be a songwriting machine. It's too tedious. Look at you getting cocky, Lu Keqing said, unconvinced. Huafeng has a program called Strongest Singer. Are you interested? No, Gu Ran replied without hesitation. I want to appear on Ultimate Challenge. That show is Super Brain's redemption arc. Once the project stabilizes, I'll arrange it for you, Lu Keqing said. Judging from the public sentiment data, yesterday's live stream has significantly reduced netizens' negative impressions of you. Although Ultimate Challenge also had scripted elements, all the contestants were students from top-tier universities. Facing those extremely complex questions, they simply read from their answers, and the audience would never question anything. But if someone with Gu Ran's rather modest educational background were put on stage reading a script, it would be an openly staged performance. This would not only drag Ultimate Challenge back into public scrutiny, but also destroy the new image Gu Ran had painstakingly built. Therefore, for the sake of both the show and Gu Ran, Lu Keqing certainly could not act recklessly. The entire afternoon passed with Gu Ran's relentless pestering, and he did gain something after all. Lu Keqing ultimately softened and agreed to transfer him away from the late-night show as soon as possible. However, she firmly rejected his request to participate in the intelligence competition. Gu Ran's appearance on Late Night Chat had originally been a favor she owed to Yang Jian, a replacement for Iran. Now that she was transferring him back, she had already offended Yang Jian. If she were to push him on to Ultimate Challenge or create yet another intelligence competition show for him, Yang Jian would surely curse her out. What rank did he think he was competing on the same tier as her? Nevertheless, Lu Keqing did need to consider what career path to chart for Gu Ran. A singer could work, but only as a persona, not as the main direction. This track in the entertainment industry was universally recognized as unprofitable. Even Su Xiaoxiao, a heavenly queen who had swept through variety shows and won every conceivable award, primarily earned through endorsements and product sales, leveraging her striking appearance. Those top-tier vocalists without exceptional looks, if not signed to entertainment companies, would all find themselves in dire financial straits. In other words, Su Xiaoxiao's earning power had little to do with her singing ability. It relied entirely on her face. And if making money through looks was so straightforward, why take the long route? Setting aside singing, Gu Ran's imaginative thinking was another notable strength. Storytelling. His tales on Late Night Chat the previous evening had been rather captivating. It was a format never before seen in the entertainment circle. More importantly, during yesterday's live stream, some viewers' speculations made considerable sense. Under the new policies for cultural and entertainment development, the industry was likely to face a major reshuffling, and new tracks would inevitably emerge under policy guidance. Gu Ran had been discarded by Huafeng as a liability to be swept aside, but yesterday's performance proved he was still someone worth developing. Lost in thought, Lu Keqing didn't notice Gu Ran rising to leave. I'm heading to Late Night Chat. As Gu Ran stepped out of the office, the door barely closed behind him when he distinctly felt someone watching him. After performing Daoxiang the night before, the video had spread like wildfire across the internet, making him the center of public attention once again. So from the moment he arrived at the company that afternoon, countless colleagues had been staring and whispering about him. But now he distinctly sensed an unfamiliar gaze. Following the direction that made him uncomfortable, he happened to spot an elderly man in plain clothes accompanying a youthful girl in a windbreaker with a single ponytail searching the building. Faraway Wang Yisun had been fixed on Gu Ran for quite some time. She desperately wanted to greet him, but hesitated, embarrassed by the crowd on the floor. Eventually, it was Gu Ran who proactively offered a warm smile and a nod. But the moment he turned away, he let out a long sigh. This scene reminded him of a particular image, a famine year, a father selling his daughter to a brothel for mere coins. At this moment, it felt exactly like that moment in the past. He only wondered which department this bright, youthful girl would be sold to and how many coins her father would receive. The entertainment industry is much the same. It's a young person's game. Gu Ran had lived for nearly 30 years in his past life, encountering all the handsome men and beautiful women. Yet he had not seen as many in a single day at Huafeng Building. Naturally, some of them had been personally brought here by their parents. No different from the courtesans sold into brothels in days of old. Past 6 o'clock, each department in the company had reached its quitting time, with only a sparse few remaining. That elderly man dared not delay hurrying about with the young girl searching for someone. Meanwhile, Gu Ran headed straight for the elevator, making his way to the late-night talk show production team. "Brother Gu Ran, look what this is." The moment he stepped into the office area, a voice that sent shivers through him drilled right into his eardrums. It gave Gu Ran a jolt, making the left half of his face go slightly numb. Zhou Ran was holding up a glass trophy, beaming with pride. This was a special award from the company for late-night talk. It was the first time this marginal business of the company had ever won an award. Zhou Ran, clutching the trophy, ran over. "Old Ma, help me take a photo with Gu Ran." Old Ma solemnly took out his phone and struck a very professional posing stance smile. Gu Ran grinned. Zhou Ran rose on her tiptoes and casually leaned a bit closer to Gu Ran. "Done." Old Ma made an okay gesture, and Zhou Ran hurried over to check the results. Girls, after all, are always more meticulous. She found every aspect of Old Ma's photography skills utterly lacking. "Old Ma, look how short you made my legs. Stop focusing on my feet, you even captured me on my tiptoes. Why do I look so dark in your lens? Did you not adjust the exposure? Oh well, forget it, just send it to me, I'll retouch it myself." Jimin paid no attention to the lively scene, lying alone on the sofa and enthusiastically playing his mobile game. Gu Ran tucked both hands into his pockets and lay back in his chair, watching the bustling traffic outside the window. The 4 members of Late Night Talk were all fascinating individuals. The office atmosphere was light, almost like a big family. It served as a haven of sorts. "Gu Ran, have you eaten dinner? Should I order some takeout for you?" Old Ma asked. Gu Ran waved his hand. "Can't eat. I'll wait until the live stream." The schedule for Late Night Talk had completely disrupted his normal circadian rhythm. He felt like he only needed 2 meals a day now, one after waking up at noon and one during the late night live stream. At no other time did he have any appetite. "Then I'll wait until the live stream too. You and Jimin eat." Ding dong. A WeChat notification sound rang out. Gu Ran unlocked his phone. It was a message from a woman noted as Mom. The content was mainly reminding him to remember to eat. Gu Ran replied, "MHM, thanks," and then stared at that lotus avatar for a long while, saying nothing. "I'm chatting with Annie." Zhou Ran leaned over the headrest of his chair and asked cautiously. Gu Ran nodded. His impression of the woman marked as Mom was very vague. Not because he had transmigrated, but because the original Gu Ran had little impression of this woman either. Gu Ran had never met this mom in person. He searched through his memories of childhood. He had been abandoned since he was little, and under the sponsorship of a factory director in town, he had rented housing to attend school. The woman with the note, Mom, was someone he had taken online as his mother. It was rather strange. When others chatted online, they either found a younger sister or a girlfriend. Gu Ran, however, had gone and found himself a mother. "You don't get along with your family well either?" Zhou Ran asked. "Why do you say that? I've noticed you only chat once a month or so, and each time it's just 1 or 2 sentences, just like me," Zhou Ran said. "But I'm worse off than you. They only reach out when they need money. Otherwise they never care about me." She smiled bitterly. "They think I'm dirty, that I bring them shame. Yet they never complain that my money is ill-gotten." Watching the atmosphere in the room turn eerie and oppressive, Gu Ran quickly deflected the topic back to himself. "She's not my mom. Actually, I'm an orphan." Zhou Ran looked at Gu Ran's chat list, which was emptier than his face. "But the note says Mom." Gu Ran said, "She's the mom I found online." Hearing this, Zhou Ran's sympathy overflowed, her maternal instincts surging with pity. "I feel so bad for you." "Why feel bad for me?" Gu Ran said. "It was just an accident." "How could this be an accident?" Zhou Ran knew that growing up without a mother's love must feel terribly helpless. However, boys usually had strong self-esteem and would never admit something like wanting a mother. Gu Ran then delivered an answer that caught her completely off guard. "This mom was something I scammed." "Huh? Scammed?" Zhou Ran looked utterly baffled. Gu Ran calmly recounted his past. When I was in 7th grade, I often went hungry. I had no family then. The sponsorship used to arrive regularly on the subsidy card. If it didn't come, you wouldn't know who to ask. When a person gets hungry enough, morality and law vanish. Your only thought becomes eating a full meal. I robbed classmates once. Later, a senior beat me up, and I didn't dare try again. Plus, I was already skinny from long-term malnutrition. After reviewing the situation, I felt I wasn't suited for thievery. So what was I to do? After thinking it over, scamming was the only option. Back then, WeChat had the shake feature, so I used it to find people to scam pretending to be their son. Joey Ran asked in confusion, could you really scam anyone that way? Didn't they ask detailed questions and expose you? There are techniques. Many older people use QQ numbers or their name pinyin as WeChat IDs. If it's a QQ number, you add them on QQ and check their profile. Most have photos of their sons. You just use that photo as your avatar. If their school information or identity details, the effect is doubled. If it's a name in pinyin, use their surname as your screen name. For example, Gulong123. Then you change your WeChat name to Agu. If this person is a father, he might become curious whether Agu is his child or some relative. Joey Ran nodded thoughtfully, then grew somewhat angry. Hey, don't teach me these tricks. I'm not going to scam anyone. It's not that easy to scam people, Gu Ran said. In most cases, you get exposed quickly and get scolded by the other party. Joey Ran agreed. Nowadays, people's anti-fraud awareness was so strong that no matter how well you pretended, there was always a way to verify. So how did that Annie fall for it? What method did you use? She asked curiously. Still the old method. I found her QQ and discovered her most recent post was from 3 years ago with a photo of her son, Gu Ran said in a calm voice. Then I changed my avatar to that photo. After adding her, I said I was her son, currently out of money for food, and asked her to send me a 50 yuan red packet. And then, she sent it. Gu Ran nodded. She sent it. Joey Ran didn't understand. Didn't your aunt verify it? No, Gu Ran shook his head. At the time, I hadn't thought much about it either. I just thought this woman was truly naive. She actually fell for my terribly clumsy act. Then for the entire academic year, nearly all her food money was swindled from her. Besides food money, she also bought 3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. Huh. The more Joey Ran listened, the stranger it sounded. An entire year. How could such a simple lie possibly hold for so long? Actually, even I found it strange by then. Gu Ran said, his nose tingling, his eyes unconsciously growing damp. I thought that once her son came back, my lie would crumble on its own. But she kept foolishly giving me money, urging me to eat well and dress warmly. I was a con artist after all. I certainly couldn't let her know. I figured the more days I could keep it going, the better. And at that time, I seemed to genuinely enjoy that long-lost maternal warmth and care. So I even hoped this strange arrangement could stretch on as long as possible. Although Joey Ran knew lying was wrong, seeing Gu Ran like this still stirred her pity. So when did your aunt discover the truth? First semester of 9th grade, that New Year's Eve. Gu Ran recalled that memory with startling clarity. That night, she suddenly broke down emotionally, begging me to come home and reunite as a family. She said she missed me so terribly, wanted to see me, said she kept dreaming about me. Joey Ran seemed to suddenly understand, her expression darkening with a dreadful realization. You couldn't have gone because you were lying to her. Gu Ran tilted his head up and gazed at the night sky. It was like ink jade, utterly devoid of any light. I hadn't even figured out how to weasel my way out of it. After half an hour or so, she hurriedly apologized, saying she'd lost control of herself, and asked me to ignore everything she'd just said, as if I'd never heard it. Even someone as simple as Joey Ran could guess what had happened. Aunt knew you were lying to her, didn't she? Gu Ran drew in a deep breath and pressed a little harder. A pair of silver threads slid from the corners of his eyes. She actually knew from the very beginning. She knew I couldn't possibly be her son. Aunt's QQ space went 3 years without a single update. Gu Ran nodded. Her biological son had been gone for 3 years. Perhaps it was fate, he murmured. She later confessed that she really liked hearing me call her mom, saying the way I spoke reminded her a lot of her son. But how could that possibly be? I don't have a mother either, and I had absolutely no idea how a child with a mom should talk to her. Joey Ran reached out and gently stroked Gu Ran's hair, though she knew for a boy whose psychological maturity far exceeded her own, such an action was rather impolite. But she had done it almost instinctively. Gu Ran let out a sigh. That New Year's Eve may well be the most unforgettable one of my life. And never ever deceive people. When you're in the act of lying, you might not feel anything. But once the lies end, each one of them will drive into your heart like needle after needle. A mother who had lost her child and a child who had lost his mother ultimately chose to let this lie continue. But that child was left only with guilt and remorse. He only wanted to atone. I barely dared to face her again. Deceiving people was fine, but once deception became reality, I truly wasn't suited to be a son, especially not one who had deceived his own mother. Later, after joining Huafeng, I threw myself into grabbing every project I could find, desperate to earn massive amounts of money to make a name for myself, and then to tell Mom that her unseen son was truly outstanding, capable of giving her a good life. You've never met? Joey Ran asked. Of course not. Back in school, I was a good-for-nothing delinquent, and after I joined Huafeng, I became a puppet manipulated by everyone, Gu Ran said. If she knew, she would be disappointed. I don't think Aunt would be, Zoe Rand said, scrolling through their chat records from the past 2 years. Look, even though you're a liar, she still cares about you so much. For these 2 years, she's been the one initiating conversations, and her tone is so cautious and humble. I truly believe she sees you as her own son. After unburdening himself of all his memories, Gu Rand smiled with a sense of release. It's all in the past. Her child wasn't confident before, but now her child is very outstanding. That's the spirit. Brother Gu Rand is the best. Zoe Rand laughed. Huafeng is far more approachable than Huafeng, and it would also put Anne at ease. You'll make lots of good friends there, and everyone will treat you as part of the family. Just tell her and go meet her. Let me make a name for myself first, Gu Rand smiled. With my notorious reputation right now, if she finds out, it'll only breed more misunderstanding. Zoe Rand crossed her arms and glared at him with undisguised disdain. Look at you. You still claim you've become confident, but you're still scared of this and that. Let me tell you something. You really don't need to be afraid. Even if everyone blackens your name, there will always be one person who firmly stands by you. That person is Mom. Gu Rand fell silent, murmuring to himself, so having a mother makes a child this happy. Before his voice had even faded, Zoe Rand burst into tears. Gu Rand, why are you being so emotional? It breaks my heart. What's there to feel sorry for? It's just a perfectly normal reflection, isn't it? But for a child without a mother, those words carry devastating weight. While Gu Rand and Zoe Rand were steeping themselves in the evening's emotional conversation, Lu Keqing stayed in her office all night. She pulled out the policy documents on the new cultural and entertainment regulations and parsed every single word. The emergence of the new cultural and entertainment regulations stemmed from a prolonged period of chaotic development in the entertainment industry. Excessive capitalization had led to widespread misconduct. Even someone like her, a practitioner within the industry, found it hard to tolerate. Fake academic credentials, morally dubious behavior, endorsing false products. These were considered the lighter offenses. In a certain group chat, she had personally witnessed several entertainers under Huafeng and Huafeng openly hosting explicit parties at a hot spring resort. As far as she knew, at least 5 well-known entertainers each maintained more than one romantic partner. Even those meticulously packaged as pure and innocent possessed values and moral baselines so shockingly low they were nothing short of revolting. The new cultural and entertainment regulations were akin to tightening a binding spell around the entertainment circle, gilded on the outside, rotten within. Some were arrested, some banned, some publicly reprimanded. Though the diseased branches had been pruned, judging by the government's determination, this was clearly only the beginning. From the policy documents, it appeared the state intended to forge a completely renewed entertainment circle, a succession of new-era artists serving as guides and role models. But these rigid high-voltage policy provisions entirely constrained her imagination. What exactly did an artist who could tell new-era stories well look like as described in the policy? Lu Keqing let her imagination run wild. The future looked incredibly promising. If Gu Rand, who Huafeng had treated like garbage and discarded, could work wonders at Huafeng and become a benchmark artist, everything would be possible. Huafeng would undoubtedly receive key attention from the state. But the problem was that the type of artist described in the policy seemed to have absolutely nothing in common with Gu Rand. What exactly is an artist of the new era? Correct values should come first, and then the core socialist values. Patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness must certainly be present. But for Gu Rand, it seemed he lacked both virtue and talent. However, after immersing herself in policy analysis thinking for a long while, she suddenly had a revelation. No, it had always been about how to shape Gu Rand's persona through scripts. Who gave her the audacity to harbor such ambitions, thinking Gu Rand could become a policy benchmark? Although the first episode of Late Night Chat had changed her impression of Gu Rand somewhat, the gap was still too vast. She glanced at the time. There was still an hour before Late Night Chat began. She gathered her documents and left the company. After arriving home, she ground a cup of coffee, took a shower, then wrapped herself in a blanket and lazily reclined on the bay window, quietly awaiting tonight's late-night program. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor of Huafeng Technology Tower, the Superbrain program team, Wang Yisun and Zhao Hong, returned disappointed after meeting the Huafeng Entertainment executive mentioned by Cui Jimin. But after several rounds of conversation, they were deeply disappointed. That man named Yang Jian had an extremely shallow understanding of material science. Despite the teacher and student approaching from multiple angles, he could neither provide answers nor even hold a coherent conversation. As for that piece of paper, he was even more vague, unable to explain anything coherent. It definitely wasn't written by him, Wang Yisun declared her judgment. As the validator of the experiment, her understanding of that theory was second only to the original author. Therefore, she had absolute confidence in her judgment. But the moment he opened his mouth, he insisted it was his own writing. In this circle, no one speaks the truth. With the experiment failed, materials wasted, and Yang Jian's deception exposed, Wang Yisun was filled with resentment. Academician Cui said it was found in the office of a certain Lu. We'll go find her tomorrow. That's our only option. It's getting late, let's head back first. Zhao Hong sighed, his heart brimming with regret. His thirst for this materials science genius was unmistakable. The gap between today's encounter with Yang Jian left him struggling to recover. Wang Yisin hesitantly walked with Xiao Heng to the elevator, then playfully opened the doors and ushered the old man inside before waving. Teacher, why don't you head back first? I'd like to visit a friend and take a taxi back on my own. The old man pondered for a moment. Seeing it was already late at night, he couldn't bear to let a young girl venture out alone. All right, then I'll go with you to take a look. Great. Wang Yisin introduced with great interest. Yesterday, while I was doing experiments, I watched a late-night livestream. The star shared incredibly imaginative sci-fi concepts, and her singing was also wonderful. Your young people's entertainment. I really don't understand it, but I'm happy to learn and stay young. Xiao Heng smiled. Teachers are forever young. Wang Yisin rose on her tiptoes, gazing at the elevator directory, checking the department introductions on each floor one by one. She then pressed the button for the floor where late-night chat was located. As midnight approached, they should theoretically be preparing for the broadcast. While Gu Ran and Wang Yiran were preparing for the livestream, two figures quietly appeared outside the late-night chat studio. Jimin briefly glanced up from his mobile game, caught sight of Wang Yisin, and Xiao Heng then returned to his game. As long as they were human, no ghosts, no trouble. It didn't matter who they were. 1 minute before the livestream began, Gu Ran and Joey Ran had just settled on what to eat for dinner. Old Ma excitedly urged from outside the stream room. After a day of fermentation, even though the camera hadn't turned on yet, the viewer count had already exceeded 100. The Danmaku scrolled enthusiastically, creating an atmosphere of widespread anticipation. On this black screen interface, gift revenue had already accumulated nearly 1000. Glancing at the fan leaderboard, it was full of mobile game endorsements and sisters with profile pictures. Without even checking the data, Old Ma gave a resolute prediction: traffic is going to explode today. Sister Pian and Mobile Game Bro were arguably the most accurate barometers of Douyin live streams. They specifically targeted promising live stream rooms to drop gifts. If the viewer count was high enough, the fan leaderboard became an advertising goldmine. Even before the broadcast had started, various ad slots were competing fiercely, bolstering the two operators' confidence. At precisely 11 o'clock, the live stream began. Perhaps having seen yesterday's clips, new viewers already knew if you dared to troll, Gu Ran would simply mute himself. Moreover, most of today's arrivals had come through hot search, buzz diluting many of the haters. The Danmaku comparatively was far more friendly. However, by observing the ratio of different Danmaku, Gu Ran could deduce why they had come. The most frequent comments praised Daoxiang, followed by those asking for wildly imaginative stories. Watching the current vibe of late-night chat, Lu Keqing could hardly believe it. You see, just the day before yesterday, late-night chat was all about Iran's coquettish charm and hot dances. It had attracted those obscenely wealthy big brothers. But today, everything had completely changed. Keywords like dancing and Sister Iran had become exceedingly rare. As for how the main host of late-night chat, Zhou Iran, viewed this role reversal phenomenon, words were unnecessary. Her gaze was practically nailed to Gu Ran, unable to tear away for even a moment. Her eyes brimmed with a complex array of admiration, appreciation, and concern, a complete fangirl demeanor. Gu Ran, however, remained unchanged after 11 o'clock. He always got sleepy. But professional as ever, his first act after going live was to provide emotional value for his generous supporters. He read out nearly word for word the names of everyone who had sent carnival gifts the day before. One of these big supporters unhesitatingly splurged again, spawning another full-screen effect, setting an example for all the fans. After expressing his thanks, Gu Ran said, "Tonight's schedule is simple. We'll chat for a bit, then I'll take a halftime break for a midnight snack. I'm getting kind of hungry." Gu Dog, no late-night food torture. Thanks for the reminder. I'm ordering barbecue. Gu Dog, what are you eating? Let's continue from yesterday. I truly believe the extraterrestrial civilization thing is real. Getting serious now, I've seen UFOs. I have a complete perpetual motion machine design with a 100% feasibility rate. Hilarious, another episode that exposes educational levels. Under Gu Ran's guidance, the Danmaku quickly got back on track. Many seemed genuinely interested in extraterrestrial civilizations. This surprised Gu Ran slightly because yesterday's speculation on the origins of civilization had focused entirely elsewhere, not on aliens. Aside from these misaligned points, most were treating it as a sci-fi short story. Gu Ran felt even more exasperated. This was speculation, scientific speculation, not some fanciful fantasy. Gu Ran smiled. I must reiterate, I said speculation, not nonsense. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I need to lay it out properly first. Hearing Gu Ran's clarification, the Danmaku grew even more intense. They concluded Gu Ran was bragging, and their reasoning was simple enough. They had never encountered such fascinating content in physics class, so by contrapositive logic, anything this interesting must be nonsense. Amid the cheerful livestream atmosphere, Gu Ran spotted a Danmaku that he felt was perfect for an opening hook. I just saw a comment saying, "Science is rigorous. What does everyone think?" After posing this question, the number of viewers in the livestream room immediately dropped by several thousand. Some first-time viewers quickly exited the livestream to check the app. It was indeed Douyin. It almost felt like attending an online class. Xiao Heng, standing outside the livestream, found it difficult to grasp young people's tastes, utterly bewildered. Do young people nowadays really watch such progressive shows? Wang Yisin smiled and replied, No, that guy is a celebrity, which is why people are watching. No one would enter otherwise, but he does make it quite interesting. And mainly his educational background is quite low, so hearing knowledge shared from his mouth creates a striking contrast that's very captivating. What level of education? Zhao Heng asked. Junior high, I suppose. Oh. Wang Yisun, an avid fan in reality, was somewhat taken aback. She had casually noticed Gu Ran's trending topics before, but merely thought he was all looks. But today, looking through the window, she found that this impressive appearance truly stood out among the crowd. Gu Ran, facing the camera, observed the comments and realized no one cared about scientific rigor. He understood these viewers had no interest in hardcore physics and were here purely for entertainment. The greatest allure of science lies precisely in its imperfection. From the moment humanity branched into science, we have strived around this very imperfection. His voice was soft, barely above a whisper. The 100,000 viewers in the live stream paid no attention to Gu Ran's muttering. Even Joey Ran assumed he was complaining and did not bother to focus on what he said. Outside the live stream, Zhao Heng nodded in agreement. It's no small feat for someone with only a junior high education to articulate such a perspective on science. Right, the contrast is quite striking. Indeed, the writer has solid scientific literacy, Zhao Heng remarked. Then Gu Ran unscrewed his water bottle, raised his voice, and shifted the topic. Let me share something more interesting. Last time we discussed the origin of civilization. There's a question many of you may have wondered about during human civilization's evolution. Why did only Homo sapiens survive? Joey Ran listened, nodded, then wore a confused expression as if she had heard nothing at all. Although Gu Ran spoke Mandarin, she seemed to understand none of it. Are you referring to why only humans developed civilization? Joey Ran whispered helpfully. You mentioned it last time. Perhaps it's because only humans looked up at the stars. Not exactly, Gu Ran replied. According to modern biological taxonomy, humans belong to Eukarya, Animalia, Chordata, Vertebrata, Mammalia, Eutheria, primates, Hominidae, Homo, and Homo sapiens. However, observe any biological family, and you will find they diverge into different genera, each containing multiple species. Humans are no different. Beneath the Hominidae family, numerous hominid species once existed: Homo habilis, Homo rudolfensis, Homo erectus, Homo georgicus, Homo heidelbergensis, Homo floresiensis, and many others. Even more recently, there were Homo heidelbergensis, Homo rhodesiensis, Neanderthal, and Homo floresiensis. But with the rise of Homo sapiens, all these species went extinct. Completely eradicated, not a single one remained. Gu Ran lowered his voice, adding an air of intrigue to this already captivating topic. The barrage of comments was equally authentic. What they liked and disliked was displayed vividly. In this live stream of 100,000 people, it felt as if a million viewers were watching. What a fascinating ancestor. Too fierce. Absolutely wiped them out. You're right. No biological family has ever had just one species. Goodness, by that standard, our ancestors were quite brutal. That doesn't make sense. The world is vast. Even dropping nuclear bombs today wouldn't eliminate everything. Back then, with vast lands and few people, how did our ancestors manage total annihilation? Exactly. The ecology back then was far better. It shouldn't have reached a point of life and death struggle, right? As the comments intensified, everyone gradually realized the issue. First, given the level of civilization at that time, it was theoretically impossible to hunt down other species across the entire world, especially starting from Africa and undertaking such long journeys. Second, 200,000 years ago, the total population of hominid species on Earth was no greater than that of a single province today. Such a small population was more than sufficient to survive on Earth, far from needing to compete and seize resources. There was no reason for them to do so. Third, the advancement of civilizations across the globe was nearly synchronous, as can be seen since medieval times. Humans almost simultaneously learned to use fire, underwent the transition between the Old and New Stone Ages, discovered smelting, entered the Bronze Age, and developed jade culture. Yet it took Homo sapiens 100,000 years to migrate across the world, while civilization emerged almost simultaneously. These puzzling points perfectly captured every viewer's curiosity. The comments flowed fiercely. Old Ma, witnessing the explosive growth in shares and likes, danced excitedly by the window. From Gu Ran and Joey Ran's perspective, they could only see the live stream viewer count reaching over 100,000. However, the actual number of viewers far exceeded this figure. After the story about Homo sapiens began, the audience retention rate dropped by a shocking 3% per minute. Old Ma had been in operations for many years and had never seen such outrageous data. This meant that throughout these 10 minutes, every person who entered the live stream stayed and never left. The current online viewer count had reached 230,000. More terrifyingly, this number continued to surge rapidly, far from peaking. Jimin quickly analyzed user profiles and timed the release of polls, lucky draws, and special effects at just the right moments, building the live stream's mysterious atmosphere to its fullest. Outside the stream, Wang Yisun, listening to Gu Ran's story today, found it even more engaging than yesterday, and a sense of pride welled up within her. How about it, teacher? Isn't it fascinating? She turned to look at him, finding the old gentleman with slightly furrowed brows following Gu Ran's train of thought. As a highly respected material science expert, he had to admit that expertise has its boundaries. In biology, especially human science, he indeed had his shortcomings. Nevertheless, Gu Ran's storytelling undeniably had him captivated. An education of only junior high, Zhao Heng murmured. The ability to raise such a question alone proves his insight is far from ordinary. It feels like his mind is filled with so many intriguing ideas. Wang Yisin observed, watching Gu Ran leaning back in his chair, calmly sipping water and fully in control. This is my first time truly following a program. Zhao Heng cared nothing for programs or celebrities. Right now he was consumed by one question alone. Why did only Homo sapiens remain? School office internet was down, so he could only save his notes locally. Getting close to getting off work, he didn't want to wait, so he decided to check at home. If it hadn't synced, today's chapter would be tentative, and the next chapter would have to be postponed. It was truly disconnected. He'd never lie about that. Zhao Heng could hardly wait to know the answer. But the veteran viewers were completely unflustered. Wang Yisin skillfully took out her phone, entered Gu Ran's live stream, and selected the carnival. Just as the effects of the previous carnival ended, she immediately followed up with another. How captivating a story is can often be judged by the number of carnivals. In the time it took Gu Ran to take a sip of water, 5 carnivals had already been credited. Aside from one advertising fee from a movie-selling girl, the other 4 were pure knowledge payments. Gu Ran closed the lid of his cup and said unhurriedly, "Everyone's divergent thoughts are very reasonable. The common evolution of Homo sapiens and the extinction of other human species are all major doubts. As for why this situation occurred, as usual, I can only offer a guess." As he spoke, Gu Ran put his hand on the teacup again. The bullet comments instantly exploded. "Stop touching your damn teacup. Touch, 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 what's there to touch? Sister Ran, take his teacup away. Next live stream, I want this teacup to disappear from the room forever." Gu Ran toyed with the lid and said, "Is it possible that the other human species didn't die out completely and Homo sapiens didn't traverse the entire Earth on their own 2 feet? Instead, like the evolution of civilizations, at a certain point in time, all human species on Earth simultaneously initiated genetic evolution. Eventually, within a very short period, the gene sequence of modern Homo sapiens was formed." This guess was not unreasonable. Gu Ran said the last human to discover a new continent was Columbus. That was already the 15th century, when human productivity had reached a certain level. But when Columbus found America and saw the Native Americans, it was still sensational enough to be recorded in history. How astonishing was this event! Even today, when the scientific community discovers something remarkable, they still use the phrase, discovering a new continent, to describe it. Then the question arises, Gu Ran shifted the topic. Before Columbus, when were there records of humans setting foot on America? Hearing Gu Ran's question, the bullet comments speculated even more enthusiastically. "I heard there are oracle bones in America. Maybe during the Xia dynasty we reached America. Don't they say America has the genes of us Asians? But there are no records about America in historical texts. Was it Westerners? Impossible. If it were Westerners, then Columbus's discovery of the New World wouldn't have been so sensational." Opinions varied. This was a question that none had ever pondered before. It seemed that on the vast Eurasian landmass, records of America had been a blank for thousands of years. As for Australia, needless to say, it even gave the impression that if America and Australia, these places far from the Eurasian plate, were sunk directly by a meteor 1,000 years ago, no one would notice. Zhao Heng gazed deeply at the boy in the live stream room, with an admiration beyond words. He has the potential to be a science fiction writer. He always notices things that many people take for granted, and from these ordinary things, he finds the extraordinary. Wang Yisin was thinking a good question easily draws people into following the train of thought. That feeling of chilling realization upon reflection seemed to activate some kind of gland, making the brain feel a bit of pleasure. Watching the intense feedback from the audience, Gu Ran gave them some time to discuss fully before continuing to state his view. Before Columbus, the story of humans discovering new continents goes directly back to the era of Homo sapiens, 1 to 200,000 years ago. However, this premise is that Homo sapiens actually migrated across the globe and wiped out all other human species. When Gu Ran led the thoughts of all the livestream viewers in a circle and returned to this assumption, all viewers immediately became less certain about this assumption of Homo sapiens wiping out life on Earth. If it was truly our ancestors who went around the world and wiped out other humans, they shouldn't have forgotten about those relatives in America. Then with an interval of over 100,000 years, it wasn't until modern times that they discovered there was a continent there. Even more so, during these 100,000 years, no matter how history was written in Eurasia, it was never mentioned. To put it bluntly, it was as if they were completely unaware of the existence of America and Australia. Thus, amid this wavering, Gu Ran's theory of common genetic evolution across all human species gained many supporters. Genetic coevolution. Then it might be coevolution. After all, the evolution of civilizations around the world is remarkably synchronous. I still insist on the hypothesis of our ancestors clearing the field. Coevolution is a bit too mystical. You say climate and environment influence the coevolution of legs and toes. I can believe that. But that involves wisdom and civilization. Everyone was at an impasse, and soon 2 distinct factions appeared in the bullet comments. One supported Gu Ran, the other supported the old theory. Currently, Gu Ran's faction seemed slightly weaker. Wang Yisin asked, "Teacher, which side are you on?" She thought her teacher was a venerable old scholar and would tend to be conservative. But unexpectedly, Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said directly, "I'm temporarily on Gu Ran's side, but he needs further assumptions to refine his conjecture." As the live stream progressed and the questions deepened, the likes in the room had already surpassed the 500 mark. Regular gift revenue had already exceeded 500 in the 20 minutes since the stream started. Meanwhile, despite no public relations manipulation from Huafeng relying on the natural actions of the audience and fans, the late-night leaderboard content was almost entirely dominated by Gu Ran. And many organic viewers, after seeing the leaderboard content, would enter the live stream, further increasing the online count. Thus, a very optimistic virtuous cycle was formed. Gu Ran watched the two groups arguing and continued to express his views. Genetic coevolution sounds as absurd as the migration theory, but after I state my next conjecture, I believe most of you will change your attitude. The noisy bullet comments suddenly quieted down considerably. Countless viewers focused intently, waiting for Gu Ran's brilliant insight. As for Zoe Ran beside him, needless to say, her sparkling eyes were filled with the confusion of, "I am a big brain." This time Gu Ran was truly thirsty. The following deduction would be earth-shattering content. If he didn't tease a bit to raise some money, it would be too much of a loss. Gu Ran twisted the lid while clicking his tongue repeatedly. "I can only say that in the next reasoning you will hear content you've never heard before. It will take about 10 minutes. Let me have a sip of water first. Everyone can pay for knowledge. Let's see how many minutes of the 10-minute VIP content you can unlock." As Gu Ran's voice fell, a rare internet spectacle suddenly appeared in the livestream room. The bullet comments flew like a waterfall, while the carnival effects on screen flickered like a glitch, each spectacle lasting barely 2 seconds before looping back to the start. Academician Xiaoheng sighed in frustration. "Why haven't you said it yet?" Wang Yisan laughed as she sent another carnival. "Teacher, this is just a small trick of theirs for live streaming. They make money from gifts, and they always ask for gifts right when they're about to tell you something you most want to hear. You'll get used to it. Just tell us." Xiaoheng said unhappily. "If you tell it well, people will naturally send gifts. Why keep them in suspense like this? You'll drive the audience crazy." "Oh, don't be upset, there are enough gifts now," he's about to tell. Wang Yisan quickly comforted her teacher. Inside the live stream room, Zoe Ran rattled off the gift list like reciting a tongue twister. "All right, 5 minutes unlocked." Gu Ran raised his eyebrows watching the fleeting carnival effects and counted, barely over 10. Even Zoe Ran felt uneasy about how the gifts were being received. 12 carnivals, and only 5 minutes unlocked. Too greedy. Everyone keep it up. Despite her deep resentment toward Gu Ran, the gift effects kept coming non-stop. After another 7 or 8 carnivals came in one after another. An official Douyin account for a fantasy mobile game directly sent a 10-pack of carnivals, instantly filling the comments with "The boss is generous." Zoe Ran was dumbfounded. In her usual live streams, she had to beg and grovel endlessly to earn a single carnival, yet here at Gu Ran's place, they were being given away like water. In just half a minute, over 20 carnivals had been sent, completely opening her eyes. "All right, congratulations everyone on unlocking the VIP chapter," Gu Ran smiled. "What I'm about to share will make you feel every gift was worth it. Cleanse your ears and pay attention. Suppose ancient humans across the globe simultaneously triggered genetic evolution. What would be the catalyst? Take a guess first, see if anyone can figure it out." The bullet comments started buzzing again. If the whole world evolved simultaneously, it must have something universal about it. And since only humans evolved, it should be something intimately connected to us. As speculations poured in, water, air, certain ancient plants, extinct creatures, wheat, sweet potatoes, rice. Endless theories kept emerging one after another. Gu Ran continued, "It's water. Babies are composed of 80 to 90% water, and adults still have about 70%. Water is the source of life for all living things. More importantly, all civilizations at their birth arose along rivers." Upon hearing the answer, water, some quickly raised objections. Water was crucial for humans. It was equally vital for animals. If it truly was water, there'd be no reason only humans developed civilization. Regarding this issue, Gu Ran had pondered before, but never found solid evidence, so he could only speculate to make sense of it. "My guess is that Earth's water has undergone changes. Or rather, today's water is fundamentally different from what it was billions of years ago. The difference lies in that modern water contains additional information, and for some ineffable reason this information can only prompt human genes to evolve. Moreover, human civilization is merely a fragment of what's embedded within the water." Setting aside the credibility of this hypothesis for now, let's continue extending from this assumption. How did people steal, or rather extract, the information concealed within water? Looking at the trajectory of human history, we can observe that civilization's evolution isn't linear. If plotted as a graph, it resembles irregular steps, some shallow, others steep, with gaps spanning tens of thousands of years between certain ones, while others are separated by merely centuries. Modern Homo sapiens took 100,000 years to uniformly transition from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, whereas modern industrial civilization reached its current height in just 200 years. Even the evolution of social systems, from slavery to enfeoffment to the county system, demonstrates a striking consistency. More remarkably, during the Axial Age, the East witnessed a flourishing of diverse schools of thought with masters like Laozi, Confucius, Zhuangzi, Mencius, and Guiguzhi emerging, while the West saw philosophers such as Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates rise to prominence with the light of humanistic brilliance shining simultaneously across both East and West. Considering the simultaneity and explosive nature of civilization, we can further hypothesize that humanity as a species may possess certain methods to excavate or activate latent knowledge hidden within water. Guran was right. These insights undoubtedly drew countless people into reverie. Such imaginative leaps offered everyone an unprecedented experience. This differed fundamentally from the usual experience of listening to audiobooks or watching science videos. The interactive live-streaming narrative format immersed viewers far more deeply. It was even more spine-tingling. How is this excavation achieved? Guran responded, "My hypothesis points to collective consciousness resonance. When the means of production can no longer sustain population growth and all of humanity worldwide begins to grapple with survival anxieties, the singular desire to enhance productivity converges into a unified force, and then a qualitative transformation occurs. Collective consciousness resonance represents an exceedingly obscure concept within psychology. An Austrian psychologist once conducted a biological experiment placing either a single monkey or a group of monkeys in an enclosed ecosystem with limited food resources as a controlled study. The results revealed that individual monkeys exhibited far shorter lifespans and diminished will to survive compared to those living in groups. Furthermore, in group survival scenarios, distinct social divisions of labor emerged along with the adoption of tool usage and novel linguistic systems, substantially boosting work efficiency. From this, researchers formulated a hypothesis on collective consciousness resonance. Organisms facing shared objectives within a collective environment accelerate their evolutionary progression. Before exploring how humans extract information from water, let me share an unscientific conjecture. I take no responsibility for its validity, though consider it merely entertainment." Guran vigorously shielded himself before whispering mysteriously, "People have an penchant for chanting slogans. Regardless of nationality, governments repeatedly emphasize them. For instance, and I mean this as an example, we began promoting a unified ideology years ago, the firm rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Perhaps the purpose of loudly proclaiming this slogan isn't to inform us what actions to take, but rather to unify our nation's collective consciousness, twisting this notion into a single rope." After Guran finished speaking, every viewer in the livestream was once again stunned by his audacious speculation. That soul-piercing eeriness made everyone lose control of their urge to send gifts. What does it feel like to have an exceptionally outstanding idol? What about when that idol utterly shines in front of one's elders? For these two Jihu questions, Wang Yixin seemed to have earned the right to answer. It was an exquisitely comfortable sensation. Her entire being felt as if floating on clouds. Watching her idol perform magnificently before her own teacher was far more gratifying than any boasting she could pull off herself. "Well, teacher?" Wang Yixin asked with a smile. "He's quite impressive, isn't he?" Zhao Heng remained silent for a long moment. When Wang Yixin turned to look at him, she found her teacher's brows deeply furrowed, his entire figure frozen in a state of stunned contemplation. "Teacher?" Wang Yixin tugged gently at his sleeve. Zhao Heng finally snapped out of his daze and nodded. Yes, good." As he gazed at Guran in the live stream, his expression had completely shifted from mere appreciation. Instead, it held a subtle trace of wariness. The prior speculation, that particularly imaginative hypothesis, had indeed thrilled him. Yet the moment Guran mentioned that slogan and its underlying purpose, Zhao Heng's attitude underwent a 360-degree transformation. It was not because of the sheer magnitude of that imaginative leap. It was because what he had said was entirely correct. Few were aware of this matter. Only a handful of elderly academicians who had participated in classified research projects during the 1980s and 1990s held such knowledge. Moreover, the experimental results had remained under absolute secrecy all along. By all rational accounts, no one should have known. What was even more terrifying was that the research back then lacked solid theoretical support at its core. They had merely observed the phenomenon and drawn the conclusion. Yet Guran had deduced such a result solely through his own conjecture. In a certain sense, this actually surpassed their own research. Although it remained merely a hypothesis. But a self-consistent hypothesis was more than enough to send chills down his spine. "Teacher, what's wrong?" It seemed Wang Yixin noticed her teacher's altered demeanor and asked with concern, "Are you tired? Shall we head back?" Zhao Heng shook his head. "I'm fine. Let's listen a little longer." As Guran's speculations and hypotheses unfolded, the number of concurrent viewers in the live stream had already climbed to 700,000, while the drop-off rate plummeted to a mere 2%. Without exaggeration, nearly half of the active users watching late-night streams were currently stationed in Guran's broadcast. A cascade of gift effects came flooding in. This time, no prompting or build-up was needed. The carnival gifts were already lining up in droves. Guran placed the lid back on his cup and spoke in a measured tone. "As I mentioned, a conjecture is a conjecture, and idle talk is idle talk. The two are fundamentally different. If it is indeed a conjecture, there must correspondingly be a set of verification mechanisms. So is there any way to experimentally validate our theory of co-evolving genes? He paused for a moment before delivering his answer. Whether the experimental conditions can currently be met is another matter, but a verification experiment can certainly be designed. Upon hearing this, countless viewers on the bullet screen had already begun to gasp in awe. Many had instantly pledged themselves as followers of Gu Ran's scientific doctrine. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng withdrew the fountain pen from his breast pocket and whispered to Wang Yisin, "Do you have any paper?" Having no idea what her teacher intended, Wang Yisin hastily rummaged through her bag and pulled out a pack of tissues. Paper. Paper suitable for writing and recording. Oh. Wang Yisin quickly rummaged some more and produced a pad of sticky notes. Will these work? Yes. Holding the sticky notes in one hand and the pen in the other, Zhao Heng tilted his head slightly to fix his gaze on Gu Ran, his ears poised to catch every single nuance. Wang Yisin, watching her teacher's demeanor, was somewhat dumbfounded. This was hardly watching a casual entertainment stream on Douyin. It felt exactly like attending a lecture. And what's more, a lecture given to her own teacher. Flushing with embarrassment, Wang Yisin hastily advised, "No need to take notes, teacher. He's just sharing imaginative ideas, not actual knowledge." "Not yet, right?" Wang Yisin offered an awkward smile and promptly fell silent. Gu Ran's fingers lightly tapped against his cup as he calmly stated, "To begin with, verifying the alterations in water can be done by comparing water drawn from deep Antarctic ice with water from the ocean. As for how deep the ice needs to be, that is a judgment for geologists to make. Naturally, everyone might find this puzzling. The melted ice from Antarctica is water, and the water in the ocean is also water. After filtering out impurities and inorganic matter, both are merely H2O. What possible difference could there be?" Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even Zhao Heng, who was taking notes, shared the same confusion. Because Gu Ran's statement was entirely sound on the surface. Water simply is water. It is not that it is water, and therefore its chemical formula is H2O. Rather, it is because its chemical formula is H2O that it qualifies as water. Phrased in a convoluted manner, but simply put, suppose you excavated a block of ice from a sufficient depth in Antarctica, and upon melting it transformed into methane or some other compound. You could not claim that the melted ice yielded water. Only if that block of ice yielded H2O could it be rightly called water. Given that both result in H2O, then what distinction could possibly exist? Observing the bullet screen brimming with doubt and bewilderment, Gu Ran leisurely unveiled the answer. "Do you still remember what I said earlier regarding the function of water? To store information. Now, if storage relied solely on the arrangement of hydrogen-oxygen molecules and chemical bonds, it could hold very little information. Moreover, the information contained within each individual water molecule would be overly uniform. So is there any other possibility beyond molecular storage?" "The answer is yes," Gu Ran replied with a smile. "I refer to it as waves. This wave is not merely ripples or undulating surface motion, but rather the outward manifestation of particle oscillation. For instance, when you spot a stone on the road perfectly motionless, it appears absolutely still within our field of vision. Yet in reality, nothing in this world is absolutely stationary. At its microscopic level, electrons and protons may be in fierce constant motion. The same holds true for water. At that very moment before all present, it was as though a light-emitting doorway were slowly swinging open in the darkness." Zhao Heng listened in silence, his mind already filling in and refining many of the subsequent experimental details. But the live stream audience undoubtedly possessed a far lower level of comprehension than Zhao Heng. Gu Ran continued his explanation. "Let me offer a simple example. As everyone knows, there is a well-known idiom, a pool of stagnant water. So let me ask you all, can water die?" Gu Ran's words fell silent. The bullet screen erupted in uproar. "Water? Isn't water an inorganic substance? A pool of stagnant water should be an adjective, shouldn't it? How could water possibly die?" The bullet screen grew densely packed with tens of thousands of messages popping up every single second. The sheer volume of questions seemed on the verge of shattering the screen. Yet Gu Ran provided an answer that caught everyone completely off guard. "The answer is yes, it can die. You might have all heard the term water age." Zoe Ran shook her head. "I haven't." The reaction on the bullet screen largely mirrored Zoe Ran's. They had all heard of chronological age, dendrochronological age, and bone age. Water age, however, was entirely unknown to them. In everyone's perception, water was in constant cyclical flux, theoretically revolving and renewing with every passing minute and second. There's actually such a concept as water age. Gu Ran explained, water age refers to the duration water remains within underground aquifers. The longer the water age, the greater its molecular vitality and reactivity, rendering it more suitable for human consumption. Such water possesses a heightened capacity to awaken cellular potential within the human body, thereby stimulating the drinker's physiological vigor. Furthermore, foreign researchers once conducted an experiment in which they studied a water sample sealed within a vacuum container. They discovered that water left to sit for extended periods underwent profound transformation. The water molecules lost their vitality, and consuming such aged water could prove fatal. From these two examples, we can understand that water molecules are inherently active, forming a chain-like structure between molecules. When water remains still, this structure gradually expands and extends, causing the water to deteriorate over time until it becomes what we call stagnant or dead water, essentially water that has grown old. Of course, the purpose of discussing this is simply to make clear that not all water is equal. If experiments could demonstrate that contemporary water differs from water tens of thousands of years old, that would serve as corroborating evidence for our hypothesis. As Gu Ran finished speaking, many in the audience were already growing restless with anticipation, particularly those who had become devoted followers of his theories and could hardly contain their eagerness. But where would we even obtain Antarctic ice? Would discovering that earn us a Nobel Prize? Good heavens, the streamer is too incredible. By past midnight, the live stream had drawn over 1 million viewers, many of whom had been jolted from sleep by urgent phone calls and messages. Yet as they listened, they were completely captivated. Virtual gifts from premium subscribers streamed continuously, rarely pausing. Gu Ran had originally planned to save his most sensational revelations for the next broadcast, but now he revealed them without hesitation. Actually, beyond Antarctic ice, there exists a far simpler method. As Gu Ran spoke, he picked up a water glass, and the audience, assuming he was about to request gifts once more, responded by unleashing a barrage of premium subscriptions. However, Gu Ran merely held up the glass as an illustration. We can compare the water that passes through our bodies with naturally occurring water to observe the differences. Because according to the hypothesis, if water affects human genes, then the molecular oscillation frequency of water absorbed by the body must differ from that of water in nature. Gu Ran's words struck the crowd like a revelation. Almost immediately, the chat erupted with enthusiastic responses. Good grief, you're saying it really is true. I always felt that drinking water benefits the brain. Drinking water has always been great for the brain. When my mind felt like a tangled mess during school and work, I relied on water to clear it. Wang Yisun found today's discussion far more captivating than the first day, perhaps because the topic ran deeper or perhaps because she was present in the room. Either way, she was thoroughly engaged. Zhao Heng, sensing Wang Yisun might have questions, murmured, "This has been verified in recent years. After drinking water, brain function improves by approximately 15% compared to when one is thirsty." Wang Yisun smiled. No wonder he always touches his water cup before starting a lecture. He's sharpening his mind. She turned her head and looked at the stack of sticky notes in the teacher's hand. Each one was palm-sized, and together they covered more than a dozen sheets, densely packed with annotations. Enough content to be considered substantial. Gu Ran announced, "Let's wrap up today's live stream here. You've all been incredibly generous with your gifts, and I feel rather embarrassed continuing while my takeout goes cold." Zhou Ran suddenly remembered. "Oh my, I completely forgot. Did the delivery person not even call? You must be starving." She quickly grabbed her phone, intending to scold the irresponsible delivery rider. But dozens of text messages popped up on the screen. Every single message was a reminder to pick up the food, each one clipped and impersonal, in tone utterly devoid of courtesy. What kind of delivery person is this? Can't they even make a phone call? And these texts are so rude. Jimin brought the delivery into the live stream. The hamburger and fries had gone completely cold. Anyone who has eaten fast food knows that cold fries and hot fries are essentially two different species. Zhou Ran held her phone up to the camera, asking the audience to judge. The wall of demanding texts made even the million viewers in the chat bristle with indignation. Fortunately, the delivery platform used virtual numbers. Otherwise, the rider's phone would have been overwhelmed. "Your delivery has arrived. Come get it. Could you please reply in a timely manner? I've been waiting forever. Not anymore. Leave the food at the door and reply. Please respond. Haven't arrived yet. There's confusion upstairs. Sorry." Gu Ran, who had already lost his appetite and was simmering with frustration, muttered upon reading the messages. "Check the delivery app. Is this a deaf-mute rider?" Zhou Ran scrolled through the app as the chat began uniformly tagging a single person. Gu Ran initially did not understand what was happening, until a message floated up. "I sent the texts. I'm the delivery rider. I'm deaf and mute." And then, as if triggered, the crowd's collective instinct to echo began in full force. Tens of thousands of chat messages started repeating that single unassuming comment, until it filled the entire live stream. Seeing this, Gu Ran quickly stood alongside Zhou Ran and offered a sincere apology. "I'm terribly sorry, my friend. I should have guessed. I apologize for my rudeness. Thank you for your hard work. It's my fault for being so absorbed in the live stream that I overlooked your messages." He even took out a piece of paper and wrote out his apology so the rider could read it clearly. The rider then sent another message. "I use translation software with captions. No need to write." Witnessing Gu Ran's earnest apology, some viewers did not quite understand. Zhou Yisun also assumed Gu Ran was simply showing respect for a disabled delivery worker. Gu Ran then explained, "Deaf and mute individuals communicate differently from us. They have never heard tone or intonation, so they do not know how to express it in text. Their messages may seem blunt, but their intentions are always good. Imagine for a moment. You are deaf and mute from birth. You have never heard a sound, you do not understand language, and everything you perceive consists of nouns rather than adjectives. What would your words look like? Next time you order food, pay attention to the rider. If you encounter a deaf and mute delivery person, try to be more patient and kind. Here is a simple way to identify them. If the word order seems unusual, it is very likely a deaf and mute person. Because they struggle to construct grammatically correct sentences, they tend to string together the nouns and verbs they observe. For example, the phrase, "I was hit by someone else's car," would in their mind simply be "they car contact me." When typed out, it becomes something like, "They used a car to hit me." Amid a flood of positive and supportive messages, the delivery writer from earlier responded once more. Briefly, "Thank you. What do you mean by a positive energy live stream? Look at this. Now this is what you call a real celebrity." I'm completely won over by Gugo. Still calling him Gugo? Call him Gushun. I heard Gushun's academic credentials are fabricated. That's hilarious. After these two live streams, they actually are fabricated. This guy's credentials are the fake ones. Gu Rant's extraordinary imagination combined with his kindness toward the deaf-mute delivery driver earned him a massive wave of goodwill across the internet. For a late-night talk show that had already become a cultural phenomenon, it was difficult to imagine just how much such a wave of public opinion would upend. Gu Rant didn't overthink it. He methodically finished every bite of the cold hamburger and fries. No one rushed him to sing, and no one complained that his eating segment was taking too long. Although the only sound in the live stream besides the occasional chewing was silence. The carnivals and gifts kept pouring in without pause. "Alright everyone, wrapping up soon," Gu Rant said after finishing his midnight snack and wiping his mouth. "See you tomorrow." Teasing next time. Tomorrow's content may be absolutely breathtaking. Why? Because for the past 2 days we've been discussing overly macro-level topics, exploring from humanity's perspective. It was too broad, and thus felt distant from us. So tomorrow I'll find some interesting relatable examples to talk about. Tomorrow. No, tonight at 11. Don't miss it. At 2 in the morning, a live stream with over 1 million viewers. With tens of thousands of bullet comments per second. This was extremely rare for Douyin's late-night slot. Not to mention that within that million-person live stream, the audience was incredibly diverse. Many veteran internet marketers with over a decade of experience found themselves utterly amazed by this crazed momentum. Those groups of streamers watching Gu Rant's almost non-stop carnival effects weren't the least bit envious. That's genuine skill. You can't just copy it. But numerous e-commerce live streaming teams also began extracting lessons from Gu Rant's broadcasts, with behind-the-scenes copywriting teams crafting similar scripts, attempting to boost their own popularity through imitation. The final farewell window was always the peak period for gift giving. If yesterday's live stream had already proven Gu Rant's capability, then today was more than enough to place him at the very top of Douyin's live streaming elite. As for who could match his heat, currently no more than 5 people across the entire live streaming platform came close. As carnival gift effects flooded the screen, Joey Ran hurriedly began her favorite thank you segment. Thank you to Nan Kutu, who sent a carnival without saying a word. Thank you to Han Jia's Yiting duo for the carnival. Thank you to Chu Chi by Zhai for the carnival. Thank you to Yong Yuan Li Song Dongfeng ZQ Piaoi Ga Luda Gui Ji Sheng, Wu Xia Yu Xiesiet the Zahua Pu for the carnivals. Thank you to academician Zhao Hong of the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Polymer Materials. For 5 carnivals. Joey Ran read it aloud, completely frozen. Even as the carnival effects continued flashing around her, she stood utterly motionless, as if turned to stone. For real? An academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Zhou Yiran muttered in disbelief. The bullet comments exploded once again. Holy crap, sis. Is this real? An academician is watching Gu Xun's live stream. And sending carnivals. Kind of impressive. Does this mean Gu Xun has been recognized by the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Even Gu Ran himself was quite surprised. Not because an academician from CAS would send him a gift, but because, as he had said at the beginning of his broadcast, his words were not wild nonsense, based instead on well-reasoned speculation. Netizens might just listen for fun and get goosebumps, but for actual academicians it could potentially provide meaningful direction for their research. Hearing it was the Institute of Polymer Materials, Gu Ran went on to offer additional suggestions. Although what I described seems to involve geology and life sciences, material science actually has a relevant direction as well. I said that water may contain information and can even transform human genes. But if that's true, how is that information encoded into the water? I described the water excreted by the human body as essentially a formatted hard drive. So where are these hard drives being re-etched with information? Gu Ran continued, following this logic, we naturally think of the water cycle. Could there be a certain material involved in the water cycle that participates in information recording? Let me state a conclusion: such a material likely exists. It has an oscillation frequency close to that of water molecules, but it is rather difficult to find. It is francium radiation layer. After aging, this layer polymerizes with other substances and attaches to the Earth's surface in fragment form. You might want to search for it. Countless viewers listened in shock to Gu Rant's words. Was he literally guiding academicians at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Although many people had already greatly revised their opinions of Gu Ran, this was truly going too far, to the point where they believed it must be scripted. That academician was definitely fake, probably a staff member of the late-night talk show. Then Gu Ran would say a bunch of esoteric things to interact with them, creating a satisfying fantasy. A tactic seen far too often. But many others, upon hearing Gu Ran's guidance directed at the academician, immediately began searching the fan leaderboard for that CAS academician's ID. Then they opened the personal profile page. Everyone fell silent. Yellow V verification. Beneath academician Zhao Heng's ID, there was a yellow checkmark icon followed by a string of text. Director of the Institute of Polymer Materials, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Dean of the School of Polymer Materials, Tsinghua University, PhD Supervisor. His resume only humbly listed several honors, such as the National Science and Technology Progress Award. His published works consisted of television interviews and a handful of lecture series. Everyone was stunned. It was real. Even if it were a fake academician acting in a scripted routine, they would still have to completely revise their opinion of Gu Ran. But this was a real academician, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Outside the livestream, Wang Yisun and Zhao Heng had already departed. Wang Yisun sat in the car somewhat glum. The driver headed back toward the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Only then did she softly mutter, "Teacher, you've been wearing those same clothes for so many years without changing them. How could you bear to send 5 carnivals at once?" Zhao Heng sat silently in the car, flipping through the sticky notes in his hand. "It's my money. I'll spend it however I please. One would have been enough." "Why 5? Wang Yisun retorted sharply. "If your wife finds out, just wait until you get scolded." Zhao Heng couldn't care less. This is tuition. For a giant in the scientific community like him, currency had long since become merely a simple concept. His clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all basically covered by the state. His frugality was not to save money but purely to practice resource conservation for the nation. To be honest, there were truly very few places where he could spend money. And in his view, 3 carnivals cost only 15,000 yuan. For that price, attending such a lecture was an absolute bargain. Since joining the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Zhao Heng, a leading figure in polymer materials, had rarely found anyone who could give him a lesson. Expertise lies in specialization, and there were still many areas in other disciplines that warranted his attention. He could hardly claim to have gained much from these encounters. Yet today, a long-dormant thirst for knowledge suddenly surged to life within him. There was an inexplicable sensation, as though the neurons deep within his brain responsible for thought had received some peculiar signal and reawakened. How does one put it into words? In the past, he always had the impression that the grand edifice of physics had already been meticulously constructed by physicists across the ages, and all they had to do was add the finishing touches within it. But Gu Ran's whimsical ideas felt more like dragging him out of that grand building of physics and sprinting into an uncharted wilderness than declaring boldly, "The starry sky is lovely. Let's set up camp here." Even if Gu Ran's speculations ultimately proved wrong, this lesson had been profoundly worthwhile, for it had led him to realize one crucial thing. Perhaps the advancement of physics needed to be bolder. And at that very moment in Gu Ran's livestream, over 1 million viewers had completely lost their minds. Once the news spread that the account belonged to a genuine academician, shock and reverence became the dominant themes in the bullet comments. Zhou Ran also scrolled through that account's homepage filled with disbelief. "Brother Gu Ran, he seems to be a real academician." Gu Ran nodded, not paying it too much mind. Such insights might be inspiring, but they barely touched upon real scientific research. Most of them were probably just there for entertainment. But the viewers cared little about such distinctions. They only knew that the academician was real and had even sent 5 carnival gifts. That was recognition of Gu Ran. In that instant, it wasn't just netizens who were affected. Executives at Huafeng Group, who had been silently observing without uttering a word, could hardly restrain themselves and called Lu Keqing at 2 in the morning. As expected, Lu Keqing was not asleep. When the directors proposed formulating an emergency marketing plan overnight, Lu Keqing apologized and immediately placed a call to the marketing and public relations department. They weren't asleep either. Deep into the night, nearly everyone at Huafeng was glued to Gu Ran's livestream, as if witnessing a miracle. As for the marketing plan, although time was pressing, no one felt the slightest panic. Because there was simply so much material in Gu Ran's livestream available for promotion. Those wildly imaginative concepts, the carnival gifts flowing as though free millions of late-night viewers, and the academician's generous tips. Any single one of these would have been enough to top the hot search charts. What gave them a headache wasn't how to formulate a plan, but how to make choices. They couldn't bear to abandon any of the trending topics. Finally, after a brief farewell, Gu Ran ended his livestream, surrounded by cascading carnival effects. Lao Ma and Jimin walked into the studio, but the ecstatic jubilation from yesterday was nowhere to be found this time. Instead, both had become remarkably profound and composed. Too much excitement naturally gives way to its opposite. Setting aside gift revenue, just guess how many carnivals we received? Lao Ma asked. This question stumped Zhou Ran. Yesterday she could still guess, because although there were many, it was only 20 plus which she could recall. But today those relentless carnivals had left her head completely clouded. How could she possibly remember the exact number? She could only be certain that it must have reached into the triple digits. Lao Ma slowly uttered a few words. 238. 200 plus carnivals. Zhou Ran cried out in disbelief. Her brain's calculation module had completely shut down. She couldn't even compute it anymore. She only knew that in her ordinary diligent efforts, it took her a whole month to reach that number. Gu Ran had done it in a single day. More terrifying still was that this was merely Gu Rant's second livestream. You could call it extraordinary livestream talent, yet no one had ever witnessed such phenomenal growth. Or was it simply outstanding content? With her limited understanding, it was difficult for her to even evaluate what kind of content it was. Lao Ma spoke calmly. Tonight the livestream accumulated 4.3 million total clicks, with a peak concurrent viewer count of 1.34 million and total gift revenue of 970,000 yuan. Upon hearing these figures, Zhou Yiran, Lao Ma, and Jimin all jumped up and danced with joy. But this was only the gift revenue. Some streamers earn tens of millions in a single night, but that's through product sales. When it comes to gift revenue alone, nearly 1 million in one session was already enough to rank among the top 20 on Douyin. And in the late-night slot specifically, Gu Ran could unconditionally be called the king of Douyin's midnight programming. It was hard for anyone to imagine in a late-night slot dominated by fiercely competing attractive female streamers who pushed their boundaries further and further to attract viewers, a man had actually managed to break through. Even more incredible was that he achieved this by teaching knowledge. Who could withstand such a thing? Before the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Kuching, who had just finished arranging the marketing tasks, watched the closed live-stream room and savored the non-stop gift effects that had barely paused for a second, then reflected on Gu Rant's ordinary-looking face. For a moment, she felt somewhat dazed. You see, just a couple of days ago, she had sent him to Midnight Chat Cafe with the firm conviction that he would ruin the show, a terribly scheduled livestream, paired with an entertainer drowning in negative public opinion. She had expected the whole thing to collapse into a mess. Who could have foreseen such a magnificent resurgence? More importantly, originally, due to the cultural and entertainment policy adjustments, the borderline suggestive dance program was supposed to be abandoned, yet it had unexpectedly transformed into this educational late-night course, suddenly radiating positive energy. How absurd. Meanwhile, in the Yuten Courtyard residential compound in Beijing, a middle-aged, overweight woman stared at a screenshot sent by her subordinate, with an iron-colored face, her nostrils flaring, as she panted heavily, looking exactly like a pufferfish. As the director of the Listening Youth Business Division and the mastermind behind Gu Ran, Huafeng simply could not believe that the person surrounded by countless gift effects in the screenshot was actually Gu Ran. Those dense layers of gifts, she did not care. Hundreds of thousands or millions were merely drops in the ocean for the capital operations of such a massive entertainment conglomerate. What truly troubled her was how Gu Ran had managed to turn things around. Having manipulated Gu Ran for these past years, she knew his character, knowledge, insight, eloquence, and social skills almost intimately. She was confident that she had already extracted every ounce of value from him, and firmly believed that under her orchestration Gu Ran, swept out by Huafeng, was utterly worthless. Yet watching the screen recording her subordinate had sent over, observing the calm and composed young man in the livestream, she felt a terrifying sense of unfamiliarity. Huafeng pondered and pondered, yet remained bewildered. The only conclusion she could accept was still the script. From the day Gu Ran arrived at Huafeng, she had been handling his case. A junior high school education, authentically so. That could never be faked. Even if he did possess brilliant ideas, his knowledge base could not possibly be this extensive. Moreover, during those years at Huafeng, this fool had treated her almost like a mother figure, sharing everything in his heart, without any reservation whatsoever. It was impossible to possess such extraordinary ability and keep it concealed all along. Thus, there was only one possibility, the script. But one had to admit, even if it was merely the script, this arrangement by Huafeng was remarkably masterful. Relying solely on the stark contrast, Gu Ran's reputation had been salvaged. Huafeng had not slept throughout the night. Gu Ran's explosive popularity and the dramatic reversal of public opinion had placed enormous psychological pressure upon her. During the final months of the cultural entertainment dual new policy evaluation, even the slightest negative news could inflict devastating losses upon Huafeng. She reviewed her past actions. Not a single step had contained any flaw. She had used this same formula to dismantle countless artists, yet no one had ever managed to make a comeback. Regardless, Gu Ran's situation was her responsibility. Now that the embers had reignited, she had to find another way to extinguish this flame. The following day, when Gu Ran awoke as expected, he alone dominated every social media leaderboard. The trending topics offered nothing particularly surprising. They aligned closely with everyone's expectations. Through various livestream clips, wildly imaginative speculations, and the academician's grand celebration, these trending topics had triggered a dramatic reversal in Gu Ran's public image. Stubborn detractors still persisted, but Gu Ran was no longer fighting alone. Without needing to lift a finger himself, throngs of devoted supporters eagerly debated on his behalf. After freshening up, Gu Ran headed to the company. Inside the office, Lu Kuching was bustling about tirelessly. The gloom from recent days had vanished completely. Her countenance now clearly revealed a touch of ease and joy. The moment Gu Ran was about to sit on the sofa, Lu Kuching rose. Let's go meet with the leadership. Huh. Gu Ran showed some reluctance. What for? To receive recognition. The streaming results over the past 2 days had been unexpectedly splendid. Just 2 days prior, the leadership's stance had been to shut down this borderline program as soon as possible. Yet now the board of directors had already made a decision to nurture this show as their ace program. Gu Ran followed Lu Keqing reluctantly toward the conference room. As soon as they entered, a group of kindly-looking elderly people in suits were gazing at him with smiles. Combined with the dim lighting and composed atmosphere, the scene carried a strong sense of a chaebol headquarters. "Hello, everyone," Gu Ran greeted, then looked toward the chairman seated at the center. She was a woman nearing 50. Long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyebrows shaped like crescent moons. Between her smiles, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and mouth flickered faintly in the dim light. And yet, even so, it was evident that in her youth, she must have been a beauty rivaling Lu Keqing. But now, refined by the passage of years, she exuded an even greater sense of warmth and gentleness. It was altogether a different aura. "Keqing told me," the woman began, her voice remarkably soft, "that late-night chat has no script." Gu Ran nodded. "Correct. That is truly remarkable." The woman smiled gently and gestured for them to sit. "Late-night chat has performed exceptionally well these past 2 days." Lu Keqing quickly interjected on Gu Ran's behalf. After Gu Ran joined late-night chat, single-day gift revenue broke through the previous peak on the first day and exceeded 1 million on the second day. Gu Ran corrected, it was 30,000 short of 1 million, about 97,000. The woman chuckled. "Rounded up to 1 million then. The revenue is secondary. I am deeply impressed by your performance." Gu Ran nodded but said nothing. The primary reason was that the fans' intellectual level was rather limited. The content discussed in these programs was essentially speculation that required no deep thought, leaving him with absolutely no desire to reveal his true abilities. "Have you heard about the cultural entertainment dual new policy matters from Keqing?" Gu Ran shook his head. "I have heard some general outline, but the details remain unclear." "You ought to know about this," the woman said, projecting the documents onto the television screen, then proceeded to explain the policies to Gu Ran one by one. Gu Ran's abandonment by Huafeng was somewhat connected to the dual new policy. The documents were lengthy, their contents tedious and dry. The chairman merely highlighted a few key points under the policy guidelines. The average life cycle of past celebrities was approximately 3 years, but under the dual new policy this would gradually extend to 10 years. In simple terms, the celebrity industry driven by capital will face strict regulation. For a considerable period ahead, stars promoted by major enterprises will need to possess higher quality. This is not necessarily a bad thing. A star with sufficient quality is beneficial to both enterprises and society. However, this means the requirements for stars will be higher and the sunk costs will be considerably larger. The policy also mentions the leading and demonstrative role of public figures. Behavioral norms and guidelines will be progressively introduced. The woman elaborated for quite a long time, and Gu Ran grew increasingly drowsy as he listened. Finally, after approximately half an hour of explanation, they arrived at the main point. The true intentions were finally revealed. 3 months from now, the policy support list for cultural entertainment dual new initiatives will be released. The state's position is clear: a substantial batch of policies will tilt toward the cultural entertainment industry. Our country is policy-driven, and obtaining policy support undoubtedly means grasping the greatest opportunity. The woman spoke frankly. Shifeng signed you specifically for this outcome 3 months from now. Compared to Huafeng, Shifeng still has considerable room to grow in terms of influence. Huafeng manages approximately 300 artists, while Shifeng has only 100 plus. In terms of investment and revenue from variety shows and film and television, Huafeng is roughly double that of Shifeng. Therefore, overtaking Huafeng to gain policy favor within 3 months will not be simple. Gu Ran detested making decisions, especially decisions of this kind which lay well outside his competence. How to decide is your leadership's concern. I am merely an employee. I obey arrangements. The woman shook her head and said, "This is the company's decision. The board of directors will not be swayed by fears of losing the wager. But if this decision causes you significant discomfort, the company will withdraw it." A director added, Shifeng's rise from a modest MCN agency to an industry titan ranking second over the years has never relied on decision-making alone, but on unified effort from top to bottom and mutual support in times of crisis. Based on our past experience, for any decision to yield excellent results, those who formulate it and those who implement it must share the same goal. As Gu Ran's agent, Lu Keqing spoke plainly. If you feel excessive pressure, or if you find the current state unsustainable, just say so. But if you don't speak now, you won't be given the opportunity to do so midway. Gu Ran said, "I have only one remark." The woman feared Gu Ran might keep silent like a mute gourd. Hearing that he had something to say, she felt considerably relieved. It would be ideal to lay out all concerns before implementing the decision. "Speak." Shuaha late night talk show poses no problem, but against Huafeng Shifeng cannot merely play defense, Gu Ran said. "I joined Shifeng not for the 70 million yuan penalty clause, but because I believe we share a common enemy. Yet your attitude toward the enemy is far too gentle." Upon hearing Gu Ran's words, the entire board of directors and Lu Keqing were taken aback. "Damn it, we've become the conservatives." The woman smiled and said, "Regarding Huafeng, the board has a detailed plan. We must not act prematurely. There is a saying I have always cherished as my motto, and now I pass it on to you." "What is it?" "It is a line from Chairman Mao's essay, Why Can Red Political Power Exist in China? Today's temporary compromise brews tomorrow's greater war." The woman continued to smile gently, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Gu Ran nodded and developed a degree of respect for this chairwoman. Today the director's meeting with Gu Ran concerned a single matter: whether Gu Ran could endure for 3 months on late-night talk shows. The next 3 months would be crucial for Huafeng, for Huafeng, and indeed for the entire entertainment industry. Huafeng had made countless risk investments over the years, but this investment, in Gu Ran alone, had been the most successful, because they had invested in hope. After Gu Ran and Lu Keqing departed, the directors began deliberating work arrangements for the extended period ahead. Our chairwoman is quite remarkable. Leaving the conference room, Gu Ran commented. Lu Keqing naturally concurred. She had once even regarded the chairwoman as her role model, but she had only acquired her decisiveness. The deeper qualities, broad-mindedness, vision, and the elevated perspective from which she viewed problems, could not be learned without sufficient life experience. After graduation, I worked in many places, yet only Huafeng is truly special, Lu Keqing said. Here there is virtually no internal friction. Everyone need only busily attend to their own duties. This is the effect of having a good leader. The chairwoman's mind is extraordinarily open. Even if you commit grave errors, she always seems capable of penetrating to the essence, correctly attributing the problem, and relieving you of all responsibility that ought not to be yours. Gu Ran said, because the chairwoman is a devoted reader of selected works of Mao Zedong. She employs the great man's methodology to lead the company. Lu Keqing asked, by the way, where did you learn the things you discussed on the live stream? Instinctively, Gu Ran laughed. Otherwise, do you truly believe I'm a dropout who never finished junior high? Lu Keqing was utterly baffled and lacked conviction in the background investigation she had personally conducted. Isn't that the case? As the two were jesting, they returned to the office. Upon opening the door, they saw academician Cui Jimin waiting on the sofa with an elderly man and a young girl. Professor Cui, what brings you here? The program doesn't start until tomorrow, does it? Lu Keqing hastily sat opposite the sofa and directed Gu Ran to pour tea for everyone. Gu Ran cast a glance at the girl on the sofa. The girl returned a radiant smile, and sunlight bathed her figure in a soft halo that outlined the most youthful visage of a young maiden. The old man was no different, his smile equally benevolent. Gu Ran had encountered them before. Yesterday, he had been seeking someone in the building. Yet he still could not fathom why this grandfather and granddaughter showed him such kindness. Gu Ran seized several paper cups and deftly poured water. Cui Jimin introduced the grandfather and granddaughter beside him. This is academician Zhao Heng, director of the Institute of Polymer Materials at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Cough, cough. Gu Ran nearly choked on his water. Did you send me a carnival gift yesterday? Zhao Heng waved his hand with a smile. The insights you shared on the live stream were quite profound. Thank you, thank you. Lu Keqing shot Gu Ran a reproachful glance, then smiled. Ignore him, it's nothing. Cui Jimin continued introducing. This is academician Zhao Heng's student Dr. Wang Yisen. He then introduced Lu Keqing to the two. This is Lu Keqing, Huafeng Entertainment's premier agent, an exceptionally talented young woman. Cui Jimin took a sip of water and came straight to the point. Keqing, a few days ago you took 2 sheets of scratch paper from here. Academician Zhao Heng verified the data on that paper and encountered certain problems. He may need to locate the original author. Gu Ran, listening nearby, nearly suffocated on his water. So that was why Yang Jian had been pressuring him for parameters. He had struck up an association with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Lu Keqing said awkwardly. I'm unclear who the original author is either. That day we were all at the Superbrain filming site. Before she could finish, Gu Ran interjected. I wrote those 2 sheets of paper. I thought Yang Jian had taken them. It was you. After Gu Ran's words fell, Lu Keqing's office fell silent. Lu Keqing frowned, regarding Gu Ran with an expression that plainly warned him not to cause trouble. Zhao Heng's gaze was filled entirely with astonishment. Wang Yisen's expression was far more complex. She was surprised at first, but since she had personally conducted the verification experiment, she understood just how lofty the theoretical level was. Moreover, through her intensive online browsing, she was also aware of the concerns regarding Gu Ran's educational credentials. Thus she remained uncertain whether to believe it or not. Seeing everyone dumbfounded, Gu Ran explained, it truly was written by me. Previously Yang Jian had asked me about the molecular constant. I suspected he intended to use my work for academic fraud, so I provided him with an incorrect parameter. Wang Yisen hastily asked, what molecular constant did you tell him? 362. The actual value is 181. I deliberately doubled it. Gu Ran answered without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yisen turned around and looked at Zhao Heng in disbelief. Zhao Heng's eyes were filled with astonishment. Oh, as a leading figure in the field of materials science in China, he fully understood the weight of that theoretical deduction. Although the theory merely proposed a novel design framework for materials science, without undergoing rigorous debate and confirmation, this line of thought was not something an ordinary scholar could have summarized. There were indeed some clever insights within it, but such insights could only emerge from a foundation of rich knowledge and accumulated experience. While it was difficult for him to assess Gu Ran's level based solely on this document, as the chairman of the Packaging and Materials Science Committee, this material alone would be sufficient to grant him the title of Distinguished Young Scholar or Excellent Young Scholar without any issue. Did you really write this? Wang Yisin remained incredulous. Online rumors claimed he only had a middle school education, and recent public opinion even suggested that his middle school diploma was forged. It was hard for Wang Yisin to imagine that such a discourse on material science could have come from Gu Ran. Gu Ran felt no psychological pressure at all and was only puzzled by her shock. Yes, I wrote it. It's just a structural design framework for materials science, breaking away from traditional materials science thinking and designing from the perspective of force fields. Wang Yisin's brow furrowed even more because Gu Ran was right. Compared to Yang Jian's irrelevant description yesterday, Gu Ran had hit the nail on the head in just a few words. Are you sure the molecular constant is 181? Wang Yisin asked. The previous molecular constant already cost us a precious batch of material with incalculable economic value. If it's wrong again, not only will the verification of this theoretical model fail, but another critical material project will also have to be declared a failure. What precious material? Gu Ran said, scientific research cannot be measured by economic value. Material is material, an element is an element. Even if it's californium costing tens of millions per gram in scientific research, it's just an element. If you tie it to money, then every study would be fraught with hesitation. Gu Ran's lecturing did not bother Zhao Hong, but for Wang Yisin it felt like an affront. It made her seem like a miser. But ACF materials are subject to global sanctions against China, and our lab has only produced a few pieces, she defended herself. I used economic value as an example only to show its preciousness, not because I care about money. Gu Ran thought it was some rare material, but upon hearing ACF, he only responded with a nonchalant, oh. Although he didn't know exactly which ACF, she meant no matter which one it shouldn't warrant the adjective precious. Which ACF? Epoxy conductive adhesive film, or artificial cartilage foam? Lu Keqing, listening to the exchange between Gu Ran and Wang Yisin, looked utterly bewildered. How could Gu Ran know such obscure and tongue-twisting terms? English words rolled off his tongue. This was a scene she wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, in the midst of serious academic discussion, no one paid attention to Lu Keqing's confusion. Wang Yisin said, of course it's the epoxy conductive adhesive film, but I'm referring to the high insulation, high directional conductivity, premium film, not the usual kind. Domestically, the production volume of epoxy conductive adhesive film is not insignificant. In terms of weight alone, it consistently ranks first. But if you consider performance and quality together, it suddenly becomes overlooked. Against the backdrop of increasingly severe technological blockades and commercial sanctions this year, the term bottleneck has become very popular. Although many netizens are not entirely clear about which specific areas or links are being choked, they are correct on one point. That is, under the prohibition of trade in certain high-end equipment and materials, the development of many high-tech industries in China will face severe stagnation. When it comes to bottleneck issues, many people tend to focus on grand-scale things, such as machine tools, lithography machines, and so on. But in reality, when it comes down to it, all problems ultimately boil down to materials. For example, this epoxy conductive film is a minor but crucial component in the design and manufacturing of circuit boards, electronic packaging, and microwave devices. Its applications span military and daily use. If this process technology is not conquered, it will severely hinder the development of the entire electronics industry under the backdrop of sanctions. Gu Ran nodded. What are the current curing temperature and electron escape rate? For excellent ACF materials, the curing temperature is below 150 C, and the electron escape rate is below 5. Wang Yisin replied, the curing temperature is around 230 C, and the electron escape rate is 12. Only when the heat resistance matches the operating temperature can excellent performance be achieved. If the operating temperature exceeds the heat resistance, not only will performance be greatly compromised, but damage could occur at any time, leading to the failure of the entire component. The factor affecting the curing temperature is the electron escape rate. With a 12 escape rate, to put it simply, if current flows through a wire, 10 of the electricity is lost to internal resistance. How could it not get hot? Gu Ran was also taken aback. The scientific research level in this world seemed far behind his original one. When he first entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences, this material had already been conquered. Since you've already started verification experiments, go ahead and continue with the new design framework. It should be no problem to reduce the electron escape rate to below 5. I'm not sure how much the curing temperature can be lowered, but it will definitely be below 150 C. Because when Gu Ran proposed this theory, the ACF problem had already been encountered, so the process flow was not improved. However, he thought that according to his own theoretical design, all parameters should certainly be stronger. After a brief exchange, Wang Yisin had no more doubts. It was not just a smooth discussion, or it felt like a teacher imparting knowledge. Although it was just a back and forth, Wang Yisin could clearly sense that Gu Ran's ability was firmly above her own. Zhao Hong, who had been listening all along, finally voiced his curiosity after the exchange ended. Your thinking in materials science is very unique, unlike anything from the academic establishment. Who was your teacher? He was the editor-in-chief of nearly all materials science textbooks in China. If not his, then he reviewed and verified them. So he knew best the teaching approach and the kind of talent it would produce. Undoubtedly, Gu Ran did not seem like a product of this educational machine. Gu Ran smiled. Self-taught. Wang Yisin was dumbfounded. How could it be self-taught? Material science is so difficult, and with all the new lab materials without a mentor or years of experiments, how could you have summarized such cutting-edge conclusions? As an outsider, Lu Keqing was not at all surprised by whatever Gu Ran was saying at this moment. She was not a science student, but she had her wits about her. Watching Gu Ran chatting and laughing with the academicians, she now realized she had been completely fooled, spectacularly so. Out of professional habit, she had already pieced together the emotional journey Gu Ran must have endured along the way. On his first day at Huafeng, he realized he had walked into a predatory company sold off, like cheap merchandise. Bound by the contract, there was no way out, so he half gave up, while quietly teaching himself. No one to lift my ambitions toward the clouds, so I tread through snow to the mountain's peak. From the very first day at Huafeng, Gu Ran vowed that one day he would trample beneath his feet and stand atop the pinnacle. She even began to believe that all the talk about fake credentials and moral scandals had been staged by him. A 3-year waiting period finally expired. The Dragon King struck back from the shadows, and he deliberately burned his own reputation to sever ties with Huafeng. Also, he could draw his sword and behead Huafeng's dog leader right on horseback. It all made sense now. The logic was perfectly consistent. Lu Keqing stood dumbfounded beside them, staring at Gu Ran, who still appeared utterly unreliable and had already scripted an entire story in her mind. Whether the plot was plausible or absurd, she believed every word of it. Zhao Hong said, "Yisun, please continue verifying the new molecular constants when you return." Wang Yisun nodded. All right then. Wang Yisun left to return to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to arrange further verification. Zhao Hong smiled at Lu Keqing and asked, "I'd like to have a private word with Gu Ran. Would that be convenient?" Lu Keqing quickly snapped back to reality and nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll step out first. You two talk." Lu Keqing and Cui Jimin walked out of the office together. Professor Cui Jimin glanced toward the office and remarked, "If only we could switch someone for tomorrow's extreme intelligence competition." Lu Keqing was still lost in thought. Well, the main purpose of the extreme intelligence competition is to clean up the mess for the superbrain. The company is now heavily investing in Gu Ran with a flagship program, and I'm worried he'll be overwhelmed if there are too many commitments. How do you plan to leverage the public opinion surrounding him? Although Cui Jimin was also an academician, he was not as purely academic as Zhao Hong. He frequently attended commercial events and maintained cooperative ties with Huafeng Entertainment, making him something of an insider in the entertainment world and giving him a thorough understanding of Gu Ran's situation. Low educational background. Dropout, they said. If Gu Ran's true capabilities were revealed, it would likely send shockwaves across the entire internet. To be honest, I'm still a bit at a loss myself. Let's report to leadership first and see how the directors want to arrange things. Gu Ran had hidden his depths so well that in her view, he must have had his own plans and strategies. Furthermore, someone with such profound depth of character, she truly did not believe herself capable of devising any plans on his behalf. Recalling everything that had happened over this period, she suddenly felt her earlier actions had been rather rash. Inside the office, Zhao Hong looked at Gu Ran, his eyes brimming with appreciation. But their private conversation was hardly meant simply for praise. "I watched the entire stream yesterday standing just outside your broadcast area." Gu Ran was flattered and hastily replied, "I saw you at the company this afternoon as well." The broadcast effect was excellent. The elder gentleman nodded, offering his approval. But in future streams, some matters should be carefully evaluated before being discussed. Know which topics are appropriate to raise and which are better left unsaid. Zhao Heng's eyes were full of warmth, yet his veiled hints were unmistakable. Gu Ran sensed something. "Did I say something wrong yesterday?" Zhao Heng warned him, "Regarding the matter of national rejuvenation, do not mention it again in the future. If you must give examples, use foreign cases instead." Gu Ran froze for a moment, gazing at the elderly man before him. The only explanation for such earnest admonition was that his suspicions had proven correct. Could the hypothesis about consciousness resonance possibly be true? Zhao Heng gave no direct answer, merely smiling. "You are very clever. You understand with a single hint. I know you have already drawn your own red line, knowing which topics to address and which to leave untouched." Gu Ran nodded, recognizing that Director Zhao's silence was effectively an acknowledgement. In truth, Gu Ran was not surprised, for in his past life, he had often discussed this very topic with others at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The same pattern held true. Younger academicians were always eager to engage in his most imaginative speculations, while the senior academics, who could offer the most professional guidance, consistently sidestepped the subject. It was as though they were deliberately avoiding the question. Zhao Hong was no different now. "By the way, that francium fragment you mentioned at the end of your live stream." After a brief reminder, he changed the subject and asked, "Why were you so certain?" Why was he so certain? The answer was simple. Gu Ran had discovered this very thing in his past life. In fact, it was precisely because of a failed francium fragment experiment that he had come to this world. On Earth, the total accumulated amount of francium could never exceed 3 grams at any given time, and its half-life was merely 20 minutes. In the natural world, francium compounds had never been discovered. Therefore, even without complete research results, he was thoroughly convinced that this material held enormous secrets. Gu Ran responded, "It may require some time to locate, but it should exist." After all, this was a different world. He dared not be entirely certain. However, the laws of physics remained unchanged, and if both the microscopic and macroscopic worlds were identical to his own, then if his hypothesis of civilization's origin held true and water indeed contained information, francium fragments ought to exist as well. We could initially use near-Earth experimental satellites to detect whether a francium decay layer exists, Guran suggested. If such a layer truly exists, we can confirm that francium fragments have fallen to the surface. Finding them becomes merely a matter of time. Zhao Heng's keen interest in francium fragments stemmed largely from the fact that he had never encountered such a material before, and no human civilization could possibly manufacture a compound with such an extremely short decay cycle. And yet human civilization's progress was inextricably linked to material science. Thus he eagerly anticipated what kind of leap forward humanity might achieve if francium fragments truly existed. How do you know there might be a francium decay layer? Guran considered for a moment and deflected. Let us observe first and speak later. If it truly exists, I will then explain the reasons. The discovery of francium was Guran's greatest achievement in the field of materials science, a process that could never be clarified in a few casual words. Therefore, it would be far more prudent to wait until the francium decay layer was actually discovered before working backward to explain it. Academician Zhao nodded and did not press further. After all, there were still many pressing matters for the Institute of Polymer Materials. As for the issue of francium fragments, it would not be too late to investigate once their current ACF project was complete. However, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean within the CIA headquarters in the United States, numerous key officials were conducting a revised risk assessment of the operational dangers facing spies currently operating in China. The trigger for this reassessment mechanism was a short video clip from a late-night live stream. In that video, a single sentence spoken by a young Chinese man activated a network crisis monitoring intelligence alert at the CIA, after aging the francium radiation layer aggregates with other substances forming fragments that detach and fall to the Earth's surface. Countless CIA officials were utterly stunned. What the hell? How does a mere streamer know about the existence of francium fragments? The entire CIA, every key operative was utterly stunned. How could he possibly know? Francium fragments were also top secret in the United States. The secret had not even been disclosed to the scientific community. Those who knew, aside from a select few high-ranking officials in the White House, were limited to the CIA. This was all for the sake of absolute confidentiality. Even within the CIA, the number of people aware of the francium fragments could be counted on one's fingers. The CIA operatives scattered across countries worldwide only knew they were tasked with gathering certain items, yet they themselves remained unaware of what those items actually were or their purpose. As the head of the CIA, York was willing to swear on the Bible that the matter of the francium fragments could never have leaked. Instantly, a cloud of suspicion descended upon the heads of the CIA's key operatives. Someone broke the silence in the meeting room. Is it possible that the existence of the francium fragments is no longer a secret in China? York took a deep breath of cold air, still trembling with residual fear. The information on the francium fragments came from sealed document No. 4, York explained. In theory, no one but us should have studied or understood these fragments. China had shown no prior activity, making it seem unlikely they already knew about them. Someone spoke gravely. China has always operated this way. Their secrecy standards surpass our own. Consider their nuclear industry development in the last century. They excel at concealment. We must never forget this. York picked up the phone and issued an order: investigate that Chinese person's background immediately. Before long, an operative entered the laboratory carrying a file. The file was surprisingly simple, catching York off guard. He had expected someone with Chinese government ties to be the one publicly revealing the francium element. He found it hard to believe that information about this Chinese person's identity amounted to just a single sheet of paper. York took the file, his expression darkening further. It wasn't even a full page. If not for the excessive line spacing, half a sheet would have sufficed to display everything. And this was in English. Characters were more numerous, the grammar more rigorous. In Chinese, 2 sentences would have captured it all. Born in Los Angeles, orphaned at an early age, junior high school graduate, joined Huafeng Entertainment at 15, with acting credits including. York set the document down. The assembled officials began passing it around. As they reviewed Gu Ran's mundane and unremarkable life history, far from feeling relieved, everyone grew increasingly grave. York spoke solemnly. Do you sense the problem? Without hesitation, everyone nodded. It was too pristine. This Chinese person's record was far too immaculate. Nothing warranted suspicion, yet that very cleanliness became the greatest concern. If his background was accurate, a dropout from junior high, how could someone like him possibly know about francium fragments? He likely didn't even understand what francium was. York stated firmly. This can only prove one thing. This resume is fabricated. Everyone nodded without hesitation. Without question, they confirmed their leader's hypothesis. They all shared this conviction. Someone who could mention francium fragments could not possibly possess such limited education. The Chinese government must have forged this to conceal something. Having clashed with China countless times, they claimed thorough knowledge of the country. Unfortunately, China's approach was overly conspicuous, like burying 300 taels of silver while declaring, "I didn't steal it." They had underestimated the CIA. Once the officials grasped this, they quickly reached a consensus. They treated this speculation as certainty. Then a pressing dilemma emerged: what about the CIA operatives currently in China? Facing the imminent counter-espionage crackdown, they couldn't simply wait for disaster. We must arrange for the safe evacuation of our operatives as soon as possible. China will likely tighten security measures in the coming period. The officials nodded. Since China holds the largest concentration of francium fragments, we've deployed the most operatives there. The evacuation will take considerable time. Compress the timeline as much as possible, York said gravely. We cannot abandon anyone in hostile territory. That afternoon, countless foreign nationals hiking and camping across China's natural parks, uninhabited zones, deserts, and grasslands simultaneously received an email. The message contained CIA orders to terminate their missions and withdraw. Instantly, many foreign tourists with bulky backpacks abruptly ended their group tours. Their journeys concluded, they began the rush back. The China State Administration of Cyberspace suddenly saw a surge in exit visa applications from foreign nationals, reaching its highest point in over a year. At first, the numbers seemed odd but plausible. Perhaps many were returning home to vote ahead of upcoming elections. But when the following week's appointment slots filled to capacity and suspicious individuals previously flagged by the Cybersecurity Bureau as potential spies also applied to leave, the situation grew deeply concerning. Such a mass exodus was unprecedented. What was happening with America? Were they on the brink of collapse? After years of outsmarting these spies, the Cybersecurity Bureau had grown accustomed to their presence. With them all departing, the Bureau found itself unmoored. Arrest a few and interrogate them. What's actually going on? That evening, Gu Ran prepared for his late-night talk show broadcast. Jimin was still playing mobile games, though this time, he was spending heavily. Zhou Yiran, unable to dance during her live broadcast, had grown so bored that she was dancing in her streaming room even outside of broadcast hours. Even she was puzzled. Back when she earned money dancing on stream, she couldn't stand it. But now that Gu Ran prohibited her from dancing during broadcasts, she had come to realize she actually enjoyed it. As for the oldest among them, Old Ma, he remained grounded and focused, still analyzing data. With several hours still remaining before the broadcast, the account metrics and audience demographics of Midnight Chat provided ample material for his research. Today's viral surge in public opinion had driven a dramatic increase in followers for Midnight Chat. Reviewing today's promotional strategies, the Chinese Academy of Sciences' generous tipping stood out as the most impactful. The video generated tens of millions of visits to his profile, bringing in nearly 2 million new followers. Combined, all other marketing efforts amounted to no more than this single incident. Old Ma rubbed his hands together, already anticipating tonight's broadcast performance. Your old employer's program is airing tonight. Seeing Gu Ran arrive, Zhou Yiran emerged from the office. What program? Yi Dao Di, mimicking last episode's Super Brain. They've modified the competition rules with Huang Zhixiao as the defending champion. Gu Ran nodded. Oh, when does it start? Around 9. Is it being streamed? Yes. Until what time? 12 roughly. Understood, Gu Ran replied. Huafeng was getting overconfident, daring to clash with Midnight Chat's time slot. This was asking for trouble. At precisely 11 o'clock, when Midnight Chat launched, he would show Huafeng Entertainment what true ruthlessness looked like. It must be said, the format of the previous episode of Super Brain was truly spectacular. Moreover, Huang Zhixiao had won over countless fans with his performance in that episode. Therefore, in an era where quality of variety shows varies greatly, Ji Dao Di still managed to attract a considerable number of viewers. At 8:10 p.m., while the livestream room was still filled with sponsor advertisements, Gu Ran noticed that the online viewer count had already broken through 1,000. Old Ma checked the Douyin creator data platform and reported, the exact number is 23,000. Once the program officially begins, the peak could potentially reach 1 million. Old Ma offered a rough estimate from his professional perspective. A program differs from an entertainer. In the latter's case, success depends on fans alone, while a program relies on capital. Therefore, when Gu Ran reaches 1 million concurrent viewers, it becomes a rare and invaluable milestone. Yet for a show, achieving 1 million concurrent viewers on Douyin is not particularly difficult. As Ji Dao Di began, the viewer count indeed surged wildly from around 2,000. By the time all contestants had appeared, the online audience had already reached over 500,000. The new program rules unfolded under the host's introduction. From the feedback in the barrage, the effect was quite satisfactory. At the very bottom of the program, registration information was even made public. Ji Dao Di would open to all of society, and anyone with talent and learning could challenge the champion. This openness represented absolute trust in Huang Zhixiao, and it was also a massive online marketing campaign. In no time, a trending topic solely about the open registration channel rapidly climbed to the top of the charts. Gu Ran took out his phone and sent a WeChat voice message to Lu Keqing. Have you watched Ji Dao Di? Lu Keqing replied almost instantly, I'm watching it right now. Sign me up? I want to stomp some noobs. A few minutes of silence followed on Lu Keqing's end. Then the status bar displayed that she was typing. I've discussed it with my superiors. Let me lay the groundwork first. Let Huafeng soar higher so the fall will hurt all the more. Gu Ran put down his phone and gazed at the utterly tedious program. The restructured Ji Dao Di had become a pure intellectual competition. The questions appeared intimidating at first glance, making one instinctively think, how impressive. He must know so much. But looking past the surface, they were simply tedious, uninspired questions. Gu Ran watched for a while, grew bored, and set his phone aside. Yet variety shows by their very nature exist for entertainment. So although lacking in depth, this format and level of intellect remained highly popular on the internet. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to climb steadily. By 10:30 it had astonishingly reached 2.3 million. And then, there was no more. At 10:30 Gu Ran went live ahead of schedule. In the Ji Dao Di live stream, with nearly 2 million concurrent viewers, the barrage began to flood the screen. God Gu is online now. I love God Gu's unpredictability. Brothers Midnight Talk Show has gathered. The operations team behind Ji Dao Di frantically pressed keys like playing a piano, banning users left and right. But they simply couldn't keep up. The barrage was so densely packed with provocative comments that they found themselves overwhelmed. In the end, they simply shut off the comment feature entirely. Immediately after, the data monitoring staff at Ji Dao Di stared at the back-end figures in sheer panic, exclaiming it was as if possessed. The speed at which the viewer count plummeted was genuinely shocking to witness. 2 million viewers, and within just one short minute the count dropped below 1 million. 3 more minutes later it had fallen to around 500,000. This terrifying rate of viewer attrition left the entire livestream team at Ji Dao Di on edge. What on earth was the point of continuing to broadcast? Had they ever encountered a variety show with fewer than 1 million viewers? Even more alarming was that 5000 was not even the floor. Many passers-by who were not regular fans of Midnight Talk Show had stepped into the livestream for a look and never returned. This was precisely Huang Zhixiao's climactic moment, overcoming obstacle after obstacle. Even so, they still couldn't hold on to viewers. Then why bother broadcasting past midnight? While some rejoiced, others despaired. At this very moment, inside the Midnight Talk Show livestream at Huafeng Technology Building, Old Ma watched with eyes full of delight as the viewer count far exceeded expectations. They had gone live 30 minutes early, and without any prior notice the viewer count had broken through 1 million within 5 short minutes. Most of these were brand new viewers entering the livestream for the first time. Many of them still bore the fan badges from Ji Dao Di. This sudden early start had essentially siphoned away their entire audience. A move so devastatingly effective it bordered on genius. It was as if Qin Shi Huang touched a power line, winning by an overwhelming margin. Old Ma stood by the window, frantically gesturing toward the microphone, signaling Gu Ran to quickly ramp up the entertainment value and retain the new viewers. Gu Ran flashed an OK sign. For the first time in all his days on Midnight Talk Show, he demonstrated genuine professionalism from the heart. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., it was approximately 10 a.m. Inside the CIA headquarters, the work pace had been slightly adjusted. A group of agents were tasked with investigating more information about Gu Ran. York demanded precision down to the specific moment Gu Ran met certain individuals, and even the identity of those individuals. If evacuating spies in China was a defensive maneuver, then investigating Gu Ran was an offensive one. China's intelligence apparatus operated with extraordinary precision, and York deeply hoped to trace the web of connections through Gu Ran. Because after reporting the francium fragment matter to the White House the previous day, a White House politician had asked a question that sent chills down his spine. Could there be a mole within the CIA? The thought terrified York. If China had learned about the francium fragments through the CIA, it would mean the agency had been compromised to the point of being riddled with holes. This only reinforced his determination to thoroughly investigate Gu Ran. Another group of agents was in fact already engaged in this very task. However, they did not need to comb through mountains of documents. Their mission was simply to watch Gu Ran's live streams. And so a multitude of new Douyin accounts bearing the handles of Chinese mainland netizens simultaneously converged upon Gu Ran's live stream room. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Yisin received the broadcast notification and promptly opened her phone. She watched the live stream while conducting experiments. The second phase of the experiment proceeded exceptionally smoothly under the correct parameters. Another batch of material originally possessing inferior characteristics achieved a qualitative leap after being improved through Gu Ran's structural design methodology. At this point, the curing temperature and electron emission rate had already reached mainstream commercial standards, yet she still did not stop, because she felt the limits were still far away. Thus her mindset had shifted from merely catching up to surpassing. And naturally this only deepened her interest in Gu Ran. The livestream simply could not be missed. As soon as the broadcast began, she immediately sent a grand gift. On the fan-ranking academician Zhao Heng's account, due to the sheer volume of gifts sent, had already reached level 43. His fan badge had reached level 8 as well. The rather awkward consequence was that the moment he entered the livestream, a system announcement echoed across the entire room. And now this. CIA agents, upon seeing academician Zhao Heng of the Chinese Academy of Sciences enter the livestream, became even more convinced of their suspicions. This account has been verified as belonging to the academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and ID tracking confirms it is indeed registered within the academy. The subordinate quickly pinpointed the account's exact location. The results showed no discrepancies in identity or location information, confirming it was accessed and viewed by the person himself. This discovery became a precious breakthrough for the entire CIA. York wore an even more scheming expression. "I knew it. There's definitely something wrong with this Gu Ran." Surrounded by his subordinates' flattering praises, old York was utterly pleased beyond words. While watching the live stream, he recounted his glorious history, how he had spotted a spy at a single glance, and how he had cracked a massive counterfeit currency case. His tales were told with such flair that everyone was instantly captivated. With their conviction that Gu Ran was suspicious firmly cemented, they all watched the live stream even more intently. By all rights, given Gu Ran's previous broadcast content, they might have begun to doubt their own judgment. But today, almost as if by design, Gu Ran's topic drove the CIA into a complete frenzy. As per his routine, Gu Ran went to pour a glass of water before beginning his lecture. The veteran viewers, already familiar with the routine, quietly started sending gifts and tips. Zhou Ran's melodious voice now served only one purpose: to express gratitude for the gifts. "Thank you to Samsara-chan for 3 carnivals. Thank you to Chi Yuronyu for 2 carnivals. Thank you to Chu Chi by Zhai Zhui Sui Jiao Yuan de Ai Men 2 Zi Wu So Wei de You Weirdo. And Chung Yu for 1 carnival each." As Zhou Ran's thanks continued, Gu Ran felt his throat properly moistened. But before speaking, he first considered academician Zhao Heng's warnings. What should be said, and what should not? Topics about foreign countries should be preferred over those about our own. "Thank you all for your gifts," he said after a moment's thought. "Regarding how to extract information from water for human use yesterday, I mentioned I would discuss something more specific. So let us choose an example to illustrate. I know there is an example that will surely interest everyone. Have you ever wondered about a certain nation, one that suffered defeat in the First World War and signed a crushing, unequal treaty, yet within just a few decades launched the Second World War and nearly single-handedly swept across the entire European continent?" As Gu Ran's voice fell, the bullet comments exploded with emojis, specifically the first emoji in the 3rd row from the bottom, accompanied by the text "Shihai." Together they were sent en masse. In an instant, the entire screen was flooded with Shihai. The spectacle was so overwhelming that even the CIA officers felt their scalps tingle. Old York, of Jewish descent, was particularly pale with anger. "Exactly," Gu Ran continued. "Let us talk about Germany. Truthfully, I originally wanted to speak about our own nation, for no one else in the world could turn every boast into reality as we have. But due to certain uncontrollable factors, our story will have to wait for another opportunity." As a former member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he still vividly remembered one slogan from the Academy: "Strive to catch up with and surpass the world's advanced levels." When he first joined the Academy, young and ambitious, he felt this slogan was outdated. They should have already moved on, for they themselves were now at the world's forefront. But an old academician said something that left him utterly shocked. "This slogan has been here since 1956. What did 1956 mean? At that time, the nation was rising from the ashes, its century of humiliation freshly ended. China then was no different from a backward agrarian country like South Africa today. No exaggeration. China at that time could barely manufacture stools and mattress pads. Meanwhile, America and the Western nations, after 100 or 200 years of industrialization, already boasted towering skyscrapers, aircraft, missiles, and aircraft carriers patrolling the globe. To modernize this slogan seems unremarkable. But imagine traveling back to 1956, standing in a courtyard of rammed earth, where not even brick walls existed, and seeing this slogan. Would one not shed tears? Gu Ran did not know what others would feel, but he knew he certainly would have. Regrettably, under academician Zhao Heng's admonition, he could only seal this story in his heart for now. He then returned to the topic at hand. "Before discussing Germany, let me start from a place you may find even more fascinating. Everyone has heard of Area 51, correct?" Without a doubt, Gu Ran had mastered the key to traffic. He had deeply intuited what his audience cared about most. Area 51, legendary and renowned, who had not heard of it? More importantly, because the legends surrounding Area 51 were perpetually tangled between truth and fiction, such an ethereal mystery held a fatal allure for people. Bullet comments quickly confirmed that viewers had indeed heard of it. Gu Ran said, "But I can tell you that among all the people in this world who truly understand the real Area 51, there are fewer than 10. Due to information classification laws in recent years, the American government declassified materials that had been sealed for over 50 years. I suppose most of you have heard of this incident. Judging from the bullet comments, the majority were indeed familiar with it. The legend of Area 51 had been rampant since the last century. Its popularity in recent years, however, had already faded significantly compared to earlier times. The fundamental reason was that the materials had been declassified. While the information was still classified, self-proclaimed experts could freely speculate about aliens and UFOs without restraint. But after declassification, the public discovered it was merely some routine experiments, and the mystery collapsed into mediocrity. Because anyone peddling further nonsense would be immediately exposed. The audience already knew the facts and would no longer buy into the hype. So when Gu Ran brought up Area 51 again, it seemed to trigger an instinctive skepticism among viewers. Meanwhile, the professional trollers lurking in Gu Ran's livestream room, those who collected clips out of context to build smear cases, perked up instantly. Like self-appointed debunkers, they leaned in carefully searching for any flaws in Gu Rant's words. The bullet comments on Area 51 ranged wildly across every conceivable fantasy. Gu Ran took a sip of plain water and continued, but in reality, only a portion has been made public. Some of the truly important materials remain at the White House, accessible solely to successive American presidents. Of course, do not imagine anything too fantastical. There are no aliens and no UFOs. These are still grounded conventional scientific achievements. Zhou Ran looked at Gu Ran in surprise. Do you know what those classified documents say? Gu Ran shook his head. How could I possibly know? I am not the American president. You scared me. Zhou Ran patted her chest. From her bewildered expression, it was clear. If Gu Ran had claimed he knew, she might have actually believed him. We can only search for clues in the publicly available materials, Gu Ran said. I noticed an interesting pattern among the research personnel at Area 51 from the 1960s to 1970s. Among over 100 researchers, German-descended scientists accounted for 70%. And the scientific achievements born from Area 51 include, but are not limited to, the Minuteman ICBM, the Apollo moon landing program, and a project you may not have heard much about, the Sagitta project. So the question is, what secret lies hidden within the waters of Area 51? Thank you all for watching. Let us begin today's session. Before I start, a brief note. I have a new short story collection available on WeChat mini program. Search Nai Mao to Sway By if you're interested. Now let us dive into today's topic. Alright, let us return to our subject. The connection between Area 51 and water-based information extraction is not as distant as it may seem. The real mystery of Area 51 does not lie in aliens or UFOs. It lies in an extraordinary piece of research that has been whispered about, but never officially confirmed. And that research, my friends, is what we will explore together tonight. Thank you for staying with me. Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhao Heng shared Gu Ran's live broadcast to the WeChat group named Loving Family. Zhao Heng, director of the Institute of Astrophysics, was his paternal cousin, and their eldest uncle had once served as chief engineer for the Long March rocket series. The younger nephews in the group were all now key figures at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This extended family shared a good habit. Whenever they encountered difficulties or troubles at work, they would promptly bring them up in the group chat, and everyone would offer their insights and advice. Therefore, Zhao Heng was well aware of the challenges each family member had faced. He had previously heard Zhao Heng mention the Project Sylvia, so he immediately added Zhao Heng in the group. Copy it to Douyin and watch this live stream. Soon Zhao Heng replied, I don't use Douyin. Next person, hurry up and pay attention. The streamer is talking about Project Sylvia. In a residence near Tsinghua Peking University, Zhao Heng, who was surrounded by 3 generations enjoying family time, stared at his phone screen in utter bewilderment. He briefly wondered if Zhao Heng's grandson had snatched his phone to mess with him. Zhao Heng sent one final reminder. It's about to begin, hurry up. Meanwhile, in the United States, the CIA's livestream feed experienced a slight delay due to the translation process. But once the staff translated Gu Rant's words, York and the other senior CIA officials collectively drew sharp breaths. Much of the other content was unremarkable. Many had already been discussed by others before Gu Ran. But there was one thing that had scarcely been mentioned by anyone. That was Project Sylvia. Many veterans at the CIA had heard of it in earlier years, but only in passing. Because the project was swiftly classified at the highest level, anyone born after the 1970s had likely never even heard of it. York was different from the rest. As the head of American intelligence, there was hardly anything he did not know. Even the most private details about the president and first lady's bedtime routines. He would know them if he wished. Yet concerning Project Sylvia, even he lacked detailed knowledge of its true nature. He only knew that it was an initiative launched in the 1960s at Area 51. The publicly stated purpose was to launch hundreds of millions of steel needles into space to form a ring of conductive material encircling Earth, supposedly to reflect radio signals and establish a wireless communication network. But the hallmark of Area 51 was that every publicly announced purpose served only to conceal the true objective. Therefore, nobody truly knew what America intended by launching hundreds of millions of steel needles into space. For precisely this reason, when York heard Gu Ran mention Project Sylvia during the live stream, his entire demeanor instantly tensed. This was tantamount to flaunting America's most closely guarded secrets in plain sight. York drew a cold breath of alarm, for the mere fact that someone outside the intelligence community knew of Project Sylvia proved that American intelligence breaches had reached alarming proportions. It also indicated that this Chinese man named Gu Ran likely held a very considerable position within China. As a seasoned intelligence veteran, York firmly believed that if China had intercepted intelligence of this caliber, they would never have shared it with someone of no consequence. In China, at the Cyberspace Administration, staff members immediately perked up upon noticing a surge of visits to domestic networks originating from Washington state in the United States labeled as Northern Chinese netizens. This is too strange. The staff members stared at the data puzzled, as virtually all IP addresses seemed to converge on a single destination. Trace those IP addresses and check whether they belong to U.S. government agencies. Soon after extensive analysis and path tracing, several staff members pinpointed the location. they exclaimed in astonishment. It's CIA headquarters. Upon hearing this, the entire Foreign Intelligence Department sobered up immediately. The CIA? What on earth has gotten into them recently? Why can't I make any sense of their actions anymore? Many agents shared this sentiment. These past few days, every move made by the CIA had been extraordinarily bizarre. The problem was that they had absolutely no idea what the Americans were actually attempting to accomplish. Their intentions remained completely opaque. Where are they directing their attention? After a brief tracing effort, the answer emerged. Douyin platform, a live stream room called Late Night Chats. All inbound IP addresses are concentrated there. Smack. The department head slammed his palm on the desk and spoke in a grave tone. Could this be a rendezvous point for domestic spies? Pull up that live stream immediately. And so, in the office of China's National Intelligence Agency, within the mysterious and elite Foreign Intelligence Department, where screens once displayed suspect profiles and intelligence analyses, there now appeared a live stream room filled with bullet comments and animated GIF effects. Over 1 million viewers. Department head Hu Wenba analyzed calmly. The large audience actually makes it easier for covert contact. Everyone stay alert. Any bullet comments or GIFs sent from overseas IDs must be collected immediately. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment within Gu Ran's modest live stream room, heavyweights from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the CIA, and the Cyberspace Administration had already gathered. Meanwhile, Gu Ran remained completely unaware of everything. He continued his live stream at his own steady pace. The countless viewers' reactions to the various projects at Area 51 largely aligned with his expectations. They demonstrated encyclopedic knowledge of the Minuteman missile program and the Apollo moon landings. But they knew absolutely nothing about Project Sylvia. By far the most heated discussion centered without question on the Apollo program. The moon landing was a hoax. If they had truly landed on the moon in the 1960s, we'd have reached Mars by now. America can't even manage a moon landing today. 2 astronauts are still stranded on the space station. Amidst the animated debate, Gu Ran asked, "Why do you believe the Apollo program was fabricated?" The bullet comments offered a wide array of reasons. That was the 1960s. They still used rotary phones. With the aerospace technology available back then, can you imagine sending a person to the moon and bringing them safely home and broadcasting it live the entire time? Gu Ran shook his head. That reasoning is insufficient. Time alone is not the sole measure of technological capability. For instance, the heights achieved in theoretical physics during the 1960s remain beyond our reach even today. Consider other possibilities. Soon the bullet comments offered a new response. If the 1960s moon landing was genuine, then there is no logical reason we cannot return to the moon now. If you argue that new technology might have unverified components, then we could simply replicate the mission using the original technology from 60 years ago. I recently saw a news report that NASA can no longer manufacture lunar spacesuits and has had to put out a bounty instead. This reason sounded considerably more credible. Gu Ran followed the thread of conversation and expanded upon it. Suppose merely as a hypothetical that the moon landing was genuine. Then what did America lack in the process of reaching the moon that now prevents them from attempting it again? Everyone pondered for quite a while, offering all sorts of responses. Some mentioned industrial relocation, others claimed there was no motivation to land on the moon, and still others suggested the records had been lost. But none of them hit the mark. Gu Ran continued to guide the discussion. Next, let us turn our gaze back 60 years. In the 50s and 60s of the 20th century, America and the Soviet Union independently pursued intercontinental ballistic missile development. Around 1960, the first generation of ICBMs was deployed to both nations' armed forces. This part isn't particularly surprising since both the Soviet R-7 and America's Atlas were heavily derived from the German V-2 rocket, representing raw power-driven progress. But from this point onward, technological development underwent a dramatic acceleration. In 1961, Yuri Gagarin boarded Vostok 1 and entered outer space. Meanwhile, America's moon landing program was officially launched. Gu Ran held a water cup, gazing seriously at the camera as he spoke calmly. Doesn't anyone feel that the gap here is far too large? Intercontinental ballistic missiles are like constructing a building. Germany's V-2 rockets from World War II laid the foundation. Guided by the theoretical frameworks of first cosmic velocity and ramjet engine-specific impulse, as long as one kept adding resources brick by brick, the rockets could eventually fly farther and farther. If technological development had followed a normal trajectory, the story would have unfolded like this. After the 60s, scientists would have discovered that with enough fuel, intercontinental ballistic missiles could reach outer space, and the focus of the arms race would naturally shift from ICBMs to artificial satellites. But it seemed they skipped this step entirely, jumping straight into crewed spaceflight programs. Crewed spaceflight and intercontinental ballistic missiles belong to entirely different tracks. Overwhelming force with brute power is not difficult. But simultaneously ensuring astronauts enter space safely and return safely, that is truly terrifying. Because this tests not only engine technology, but also communications, materials science, automation, remote sensing, and telemetry and control technology, among countless others. Under Gu Ran's guidance, the bullet screen discussions also heated up. Are you serious? America and the Soviet Union didn't officially deploy ICBMs until the 60s. Gagarin entered space right after I were first deployed. That sounds rather alarming. Now that you mention it, it does seem strange. Going directly from ICBMs to crewed spaceflight, where did all that technology come from? Zhao Heng, watching the live stream, tagged Zhao Heng in his family group chat and sent a message, "Are you watching the stream?" Zhao Heng replied, "I'm watching." Who is this kid? His insights are quite unique. What do you think about the question he raised? Zhao Heng was a materials scientist, and his understanding of aerospace and astrophysics was not deep. Yet his interest in this question was no less than that of a true specialist. Normally when Gu Ran teased suspense, Zhao Heng could only patiently wait. But today was different. There were professionals present. Zhao Heng was an authority in astrophysics and well-versed in aerospace matters. After a long pause, Zhao Heng replied, "This question is difficult to answer. During the American-Soviet space race, we had virtually no opportunity to participate, so we never really collected any intelligence. But the question he raised does carry some merit. Looking back now, America and the Soviet Union were extraordinarily powerful during that period. Almost illogically so." Zhao Heng asked, "Is the Apollo program real?" Zhao Heng gave a relatively conservative answer. The international consensus and China's official position both affirm that it is real. Of course, skeptical voices have always existed, since it is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Some always argue that America was able to land on the moon because it poured the entire nation's resources into it. But crewed moon landing, much like solving a difficult equation, requires genuine capability. Without it, no amount of effort, no matter how desperate, will produce a solution. Under Gu Ran's gradual guidance, every viewer's curiosity reached its peak. The number of concurrent viewers in the livestream broke through 1,500,000. Bullet comments flooded the screen at tens of thousands per second, making it the undisputed #1 program of the late-night slot. This was nothing unusual, since Gu Ran had also claimed the late-night championship the day before. He was already accustomed to it. But the difference today was that the neighboring channel was Eji Dao Di, a competitive reality show. As the runner-up in the late-night slot, Eji Dao Di's studio was eerily quiet. The audience was not small, having recovered from a low of 300,000 to around 500,000. But compared to Gu Ran's livestream, it could only be described as deserted. An operations staff member of Eji Dao Di checked the audience demographics. Good heavens, the average age was 45, with women making up 73%. Essentially, it was a crowd of devoted mothers. Amid the dense stream of comments, nearly half were messages like, "Zhixiao, keep going. Auntie believes in you." The director of Eji Dao Di, having lost all enthusiasm, signaled to Huang Zhixiao on stage with a gesture indicating that he could wrap up early. Meanwhile, Gu Ran's livestream was still awash with grand gift notifications. Viewers' curiosity about Area 51 and the Apollo program had reached an absolute peak. Everyone was eager to know the truth. I had long pondered the reasons behind this technological leap, considering every possible explanation. Finally, by comparing the United States and Soviet Union with other industrial nations, I discovered a variable that existed only in those two countries and nowhere else. Gu Ran set down his water cup and murmured, "They were the victorious powers of World War II. The only two nations that partitioned Germany's assets." After World War II, America launched Operation Paperclip, hunting down German scientists across Europe and bringing them to the United States. The Soviet Union took a more direct approach. Upon capturing Berlin, they immediately dismantled Germany's entire industrial infrastructure and production lines and transported them intact back home. One took the people and the other took the technology. Having said this, Gu Ran let the implication speak for itself. America and the Soviet Union's technological leap is because of Germany. Well, you're not wrong. During World War II, Germany did seem to produce all sorts of remarkable innovations. The prototypes of ICBMs, drones, and even doomsday weaponry. Back to the main thread, 70% of the people in Area 51 are of German descent. Soon the livestream topic refocused from its scattered tangents back to the beginning. Only then did everyone realize that beneath everything Gu Ran had been saying, the recurring theme could be reduced to 3 words: Germany. Of course, before delving into Germany, Gu Ran first addressed the loose ends he had planted earlier. Why did the Soviet Union achieve crewed spaceflight before America? Following this line of reasoning, the answer should already be clear. Compared to America's paperclip program, the Soviet Union, possessing complete production lines and full technical blueprints, naturally advanced faster. As for the crewed moon landing, explaining that will be a bit more complicated. Because before I explain the Apollo program, I must first introduce the Ford project and clarify what America's purpose was in launching billions of steel needles into space. The way Gu Ran picked up his water cup was as if he had triggered the audience's gift button. Carnival effects flashed wildly on the screen. Dozens of carnivals erupted in rapid succession within seconds. Gu Ran took a sip of water and calmly explained, "The Apollo project began in 1961, proposed 43 days after Soviet astronaut Gagarin entered space. However, what most people may not know is that 20 days before the lunar landing plan was proposed, America conducted its own manned spaceflight," Gu Ran murmured. Alan Shepard entered space on May 5, in 1961, aboard the Freedom 7 spacecraft. You've probably never heard of him because America didn't promote it extensively, and the reason for that is that Freedom 7 never even entered Earth orbit. It could only be considered a suborbital flight reaching an altitude of just over 100 kilometers above the surface and lasting 15 minutes. How should we evaluate this? Generally speaking, the trajectory of a missile launch forms a semicircle where range relates to altitude, as diameter relates to radius. So Shepard essentially performed a mid to short-range missile test, flying a loop. Compared to the Soviets, one could hardly say it was slightly inferior. It was more like shameless opportunism. At this, laughter and jeers erupted across the bullet comments. Meanwhile, at CIA headquarters, the faces of those key officials turned grim. Despite the fact that the Soviet Union had already collapsed, Gurant's words were simply too brutal. Especially with the bullet comments filled with dense mockery, these officials were boiling with rage. Just as everyone was stewing in their anger, old York's fingers flew rapidly across the keyboard, typing out a string of text before converting it to Chinese via a translation file and posting it in the bullet comments. Bullshit. Is Germany your elderly father? How unfilial are you being? If I'm not mistaken, weren't we also invaded by fascists? Although Shepard didn't reach Earth orbit as the first landing into space, it was still a significant and important advance. Seeing their boss unleash an attack, these officials could no longer remain silent. One after another, they began defending their great America amidst a flood of mockery and ridicule across the screen. But amid the storm of tens of thousands of bullet comments per second, their messages were like grains of sand. Nobody noticed them. Of course, there were exceptions. As a famous talk show host once said, as long as you dare to be yourself, someone will always love you. At China's National Security Bureau, Hu Wenbo, head of the External Intelligence Division, turned over and over the bullet comments sent from an IP address in Washington, D.C., USA. He read them at least dozens of times, then fell into deep contemplation. Doesn't look like a covert message. The agent beside him nodded. What the hell, these foreigners have no manners. Hu Wenbo shot him a sharp glance. Watch your language. Another staff member looked at the dense wall of profanity and said, they're trolling this streamer. I can see that, Hu Wenbo pondered. But logically, the CIA wouldn't act so recklessly. There must be some hidden message concealed within these insults. Collect these bullet comments and send them to the decryption team. Have them attempt to break it. Yes, sir. All members of the decryption team stared blankly at the encrypted information delivered from the External Intelligence Department. They were completely dumbfounded. The team leader squirmed uneasily, constantly reflecting on whether he had offended anyone from the neighboring department recently. After a long while, he said to his subordinate, go next door and ask, does old Hu have some kind of issue with our department? Is he indirectly attacking us here? In the live stream, after the laughter and cheers, silence and mystery returned once again. Later, America drew lessons from this manned flight. Gu Ran continued. According to public records, the fundamental reason Freedom 7 could only perform suborbital flights lay in materials. Unlike intercontinental missiles, manned flights require ensuring the astronaut's safety, so given America's material capabilities at the time, suborbital flight was all they could guarantee. An intercontinental missile is like throwing a stone. If you can hurl it hard enough, it becomes a rock carrying a nuclear warhead, and even if the engine compartment melts in the latter half of the trajectory, it doesn't matter. But a manned spacecraft cannot be treated this way. You must not only ensure the power compartment provides sufficient thrust, but also guarantee the vector engine functions flawlessly during re-entry. The parachutes deploy normally under high-speed descent, and the crew module withstands temperatures of thousands of degrees. These material requirements are extremely demanding. During the period that followed, both the Gemini program and the Mercury program faced similar circumstances, always remaining within suborbital flights below 200 kilometers. This situation persisted until 1963. Gu Ran changed the subject. That year, the Project Westford project was launched and 430 million steel dipoles were sent into space. And then the material challenges that had plagued American manned spaceflight were suddenly resolved. With the cause and effect laid out so clearly, anyone clever enough would immediately draw the connection. So Project Westford was actually meant to solve the material problem for manned spaceflight. Over 400 million steel needles. What kind of material were they trying to obtain in space? Damn, this gives me chills when I think about it. Alien materials. Facing everyone's confusion, Gu Ran said, do you remember something I mentioned before yesterday's stream ended? The audience naturally remembered. It was a term they had never heard of before, francium decay layer francium fragments. Gu Ran said, those francium fragments are very likely the key that enabled America to achieve the Apollo lunar landing program. According to my hypothesis, the francium decay layer surrounding Earth blocked cosmic rays, solar winds, and various deep space radiation, nurturing Earth's ecological environment. Spaceships built from the fallen material would undoubtedly function as miniature ecosystems, naturally satisfying all the conditions required for a lunar landing. Everything connected. Across the entire live stream, countless viewers exclaimed in delight, because all those seemingly unrelated flights of fancy had now converged, woven together into one coherent whole. That feeling of diverse paths leading to the same destination made everyone's spines tingle with unease. They feared not the wild speculation arising one after another. They only feared that these speculations might ultimately corroborate each other. Across the bullet comments, exclamations densely packed every line. Various astonishing terms followed in rapid succession. Not only the viewers, but even inside the CIA building, a pin could have been heard dropping at that moment. Old York watched the live stream with a grave expression. He could not distinguish truth from fiction, for he had no clearance to review the files on Project Westford. But his intuition told him it did not seem false. Whether through a leak or some other cause, the atmosphere in the entire conference room was suffocatingly oppressive. He dared not be certain about anything else, but there was one thing he firmly believed, that this Gu Ran absolutely had the backing of the Chinese government. Suddenly, several investigators who had been assigned to look into Gu Ran's background knocked on the conference room door. "Boss, the updated files have arrived. Would you like to review them now?" Upon hearing this, Old York's reaction was predictable. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Bring the documents in." Although it was supplementary material, there still wasn't much. The updated content mainly consisted of some personal information and social connections of Gu Ran. As for earlier information, it was essentially worthless. However, years of intelligence work allowed him to keenly spot a suspicious point. What does this sociological mother mean? He had heard of biological and legal parents. When did the concept of a sociological mother emerge? The staff member explained, "There is no blood relation nor a legally recognized mother-child relationship. She is a mother met online." Hearing this, the dignitaries in the entire meeting room wore uniform expressions of doubt. Would you find a mother online? Absolutely not. No sensible person would adopt a mother online. Old York asked, "Have you investigated the identity of that sociological mother?" "We have. She's an ordinary woman, previously worked at a state-owned energy enterprise in China, resigned 6 years ago, and has been idle at home since." "Which state-owned enterprise?" "China Petrochemical." As a seasoned veteran who had dealt with China for many years, Old York mused shrewdly. "As far as I know, the pay and conditions at Sinopec are quite generous. Isn't her resignation a bit unusual? Once you fall into suspect thinking, everyone looks suspicious. Perhaps this woman is Gu Ran's contact. All tasks from the government department are likely relayed through her." Old York said sternly, "Is there a way to obtain their communications through technical means?" The agent promptly accepted the order. "I will do everything in my power. Go." The CIA members looked at Old York cautiously. "Boss, if our guess is correct, what should we do?" Old York was silent for a long time, then said, "The key step in following the clues is to pull the vine from under the soil and expose it to the sunlight." The group pondered Old York's words and nodded silently. They didn't actually understand, but they had to pretend to, otherwise they would look very foolish. In the Huafeng building inside the live streaming room of Late Night Chat Cafe, Gu Ran picked up his water glass again. As for the number of carnival gifts, Joey Ran had given up counting. She only knew it had exceeded 100. It had only been an hour since the stream started. At this rate, they might break the record again today. She glanced at Douyin's live streaming rankings and saw that Late Night Chat Cafe had become the undisputed top. She also noticed that the previously second place, One Job to the End, had already ended its stream early. She whispered, "One Job to the End has ended the stream." It was just past 1130 p.m., but the production team of One Job to the End had no desire to continue broadcasting. The audience loss was extremely severe, a disaster. Yet the stream content was fine and Huang Zhixiao's performance was fine. Everything went smoothly, but no one was watching. Before the stream started, the operators were very satisfied with the revamp and reservation numbers of One Job to the End. According to their predictions, given Huang Zhixiao's performance on Superbrain, it seemed easy to exceed 5 million viewers for the entire live stream. But now it was less than 1/10. What was even more infuriating was that the viewers who had originally reserved One Job to the End were now all attracted to Gu Ran's stream next door. After ending his stream, Huang Zhixiao stared coldly at his phone screen. In the picture, Gu Ran sat behind dazzling gift effects, his calm and composed demeanor making Huang grit his teeth in anger. Upon learning that One Job to the End had been forced to shut down, Gu Ran showed little reaction. No significant influx of new viewers entered his stream either. At most just over 20. For a stream already approaching 3 million viewers, it was insignificant. It seemed One Job to the End and Huang Zhixiao were useless after all. He had overestimated his opponents again. After moistening his throat, Gu Ran looked at the screen full of carnival gifts and picked a few to thank. Thanks to Speed Fast Fei Rang for the carnival, thanks to Wolfhead Crow for the gift, thanks to Nan Yu for the carnival. As Gu Ran expressed his thanks, the barrage comments exploded in frustration. "Stop thanking and get on with the story. If you keep thanking, you'll get thirsty again. If you get thirsty, you'll reach for your water glass again. Keep touching that glass and sooner or later I'll find your home and steal it in the middle of the night." Gu Ran laughed and said, "All right, let's continue." He instantly switched into character. As soon as he got down to business, his playful grin vanished. In its place was a mysterious expression. With a slight frown, neither happy nor sad, he spoke in a low voice. "When we talk about Area 51 projects, whether the Apollo program or the Westford project, both were driven by German-born scientists. And as we just mentioned, the Soviet Union's ability to be first in manned spaceflight was also due to their plunder of German industrial technology. Moreover, if you have some knowledge of the history of physics, it's not hard to see that in the early 20th century German physicists made tremendous contributions to the development of physics worldwide. Many are household names: Einstein, Leibniz, Hertz, Riemann, Planck, Heisenberg. Even Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, who studied at the University of Göttingen in Germany, once said something astonishing: even if you gathered all the physicists in the world, they might not be able to develop the atomic bomb before the Germans. So the question is, why German scientists? Pondering. The entire live stream, nearly 3 million people, were all pondering. Some newer viewers had no clue. Some regulars had already guessed the clue. This was the final piece of the story Gu Ran was telling, and it would circle back to the beginning, back to a question about how humanity extracted civilization from water. Amidst the dense barrage, some seemed on the verge of touching that answer. Gu Ran stopped being cryptic and announced the answer. The reason is that during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, due to a series of internal and external troubles, Germany inadvertently forged an incredibly formidable cohesion among its entire nation. And this terrifying cohesion of consciousness allowed the nation to serendipitously activate part of the information within water. Then came the astonishing resurgence and technological achievements. Gu Ran only gave a simple hint. Many viewers in the barrage began to explain the content from the previous 2 days' streams to the new audience, and along the way they explained the logic. But to Gu Ran's surprise, not many in the barrage questioned this hypothesis. The majority expressed awe and astonishment. Perhaps it was a kind of mysterious filter regarding Germany, which after being utterly defeated in World War I rose rapidly in just 1 or 2 decades, and then single-handedly challenged the whole of Europe again. Or perhaps it was the turbulent changes in the current international situation that left many people with an inexplicable sense of shock about that period of history. Gu Ran looked at the exclamations in the barrage and felt a bit dejected. Because he had another, even more passionate story in his heart, one that took place on this very land he loved most. He desperately wanted to tell it, but recalling Zhao Heng's warning, he hesitated and stopped several times. The Danmu and gifts continued to flood the screen in a frenzy. Gu Ran fell silent. Lu Keqing noticed his unusual state and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Gu Ran said nothing, unscrewed his cup lid, and began to drink water. He was pondering, or rather weighing the pros and cons. Although his rationality kept telling him that if he stayed silent, everything would be fine. He could peacefully accept gifts, the audience could watch the stream without worry, and even Huafeng could smoothly continue building up his deity-like status. But if he spoke out, the platform might restrict his traffic for various reasons, or even ban his account, potentially inviting a host of unnecessary troubles. Yet he had never been a purely rational person. Next, I'm going to tell a story about us and our ancestors. A senior has warned me that speaking out might affect my career development, but if I don't tell it, I'll feel I've betrayed my ancestors. This story may leave some listeners unmoved, while it might inspire and affect others, Gu Ran said solemnly. As long as it touches even one person, my gamble will have been worth it. These words tempered the fervent Danmu, calming it somewhat. Netizens who had been boisterously discussing World War II in Germany also grew quieter. In the live stream room, with over 3 million viewers, all were eagerly awaiting the story Gu Ran would tell next. Zhou Ran watched Gu Ran cautiously. "I don't know what you plan to say, but if keeping silent will make you suffer, then tell it. Whatever trouble follows, Ji Min Lao Ma, and I will shoulder it together with you." Gu Ran glanced at Zhou Ran, smiled, and nodded. "It's not like we're going to battle. There's no need to be so solemn." Lu Keqing, observing Gu Ran's resolute declaration, as if burning his boats, frowned slightly. She did not know what Gu Ran intended to say, but she could sense that the forthcoming content might prove somewhat uncontrollable. The company had just poured all its resources into him. If he were to falter before achieving success, the hope that Huafeng Entertainment had so painstakingly nurtured would be dashed once more. But after pondering for a while, she ultimately chose not to interrupt Gu Ran's livestream. She could sense that he was not a rash or ignorant man, nor did she consider herself smarter than Gu Ran. Thus, she finally opted to trust him. Gu Ran cleared his throat. The Danmu immediately flooded with protect messages, as if bestowing a protective talisman upon him. Perhaps realizing that some VIP content was imminent, the audience, who had been eager to send gifts, no longer held back and generously bestowed carnival upon him. While Gu Ran merely took a sip of water, over a dozen more carnival effects floated across the screen. Gifts worth 3,000 yuan were scarcely seen once in many days in other livestream rooms. But in the late-night talk show Chowco, with 3 million concurrent viewers, they were extraordinarily common. Many anchors in the livestream room were enviously shivering. The most galling part was that they had to plead tirelessly, wearing out their lips and smoky their throats, just to receive cheaper gifts. Meanwhile, Gu Ran's method for obtaining gifts was simply to drink water to moisten his voice. The only one with a smoky throat was Zhou Ran, who kept thanking them for their "who could bear this." "Thank you Jisuo Wuchun Bai for the carnival. Thank you Han Jesuia Ting Duo for sending Dongfeng from afar. Thank you Tian Wen Na for the carnival. Thank you Bo Hui Shi Junti for the carnival. Thank you Jilang Tu Wuya and Shi Yu Chiaron Yu for the 3 carnivals. Thank you Zhui Sui Jiao Yuan de Ai Men 2Z for the carnival." Gu Ran set down his cup and said solemnly, "You need not be astonished by the creativity of German scientists, for our story is far more wondrous and more worthy of pride. We must strive to catch up with and surpass world advanced levels." This slogan should be familiar to everyone. Take a guess, when was it first proposed? After posing the question, Gu ran. The Danmu erupted into heated discussion. The slogan was quite famous, so unsurprisingly the vast majority had heard of it. It's the Chinese Academy of Sciences slogan. Catch up with and surpass world advanced levels. That should have been proposed in the 1980s, oh right. Revitalize the nation through science and education. When was it for comprehensive modernization? No, it should have been after the Soviet Union collapsed in the 1990s, right? That was when they talked about hiding one's capabilities and biding one's time while striving to catch up. Murmurs filled the air. Yet on the dense wall of Danmu, he could scarcely find any reference to the 1950s. Of course there were exceptions. Some knew but lacked the habit of sending Danmu. Like Gu Ran, they simply watched calmly as the young netizens on screen freely voiced their answers, such as Zhao Heng and Zhao Hang. They placed their phones aside and nearly simultaneously fell into remembrance. 1956. The past was so distant, nearly 7 decades ago. At that time both were still children. The brothers' childhood memories had long grown faint, but they knew their elders likely around that period had answered the nation's call and rushed back from overseas. While their father and uncle conducted scientific research, the two brothers spent their entire childhood within the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They had seen the earliest version of that slogan. It was hung on the earthen wall of a workshop. Photos found online showed the fabric remarkably aged, yet in truth, it had been that worn when first erected. Then a leader visited the academy, saying he wanted to leave some encouragement and expectation for the researchers who had dedicated themselves to China. Their father thought that since it was meant to inspire, it should be conspicuous enough for every researcher to see upon entering. Writing it on paper was out of the question, it would deteriorate with wind and rain. Ink on cloth was best. The task of finding fabric fell to Zhao Heng's father, but after searching for a long while, not a single piece of clean good cloth could be found anywhere in the academy. In the end, they went to the infirmary, tore off 2 cloth sheets, sewed them together, and only then completed the mission. The workshop where the slogan hung was actually the liquid fuel laboratory. Its earthen wall looked dilapidated. In fact, not only the walls were earthen, but the roof was made of thatch. A thatched laboratory, sweltering in summer, drafty in winter. As children, they loved to play, running all over the yard, visiting everywhere, but never caring to go there. They only ever saw uncles and elders emerge from that fiery kiln drenched in sweat, then wait for their perspiration to dry before stepping back inside. When they were too young to understand, because the laboratory was too hot for anyone to endure, and with the frequent smell of kerosene, they had thought these uncles and elders were coal miners. It was only later, as they grew older and attended school, that they learned those ragged figures crouching outside the kiln sweating profusely were actually top-tier engineers and physicists. Brothers Zhao Heng and Zhao Hang recalled the past, smiling bitterly with a touch of sorrow. Such details, they feared, were now unknown to today's youth. But they were very fortunate that someone would intentionally bring this history to light. The bullet comments guessed almost every year from the 1980s to 2010. Going further back, few ventured guesses. Because China was too weak at that time. Technological development requires long accumulation. China transformed from an agricultural to an industrial nation, but in the early decades its gap with the United States, the Soviet Union, and Europe was too vast. Just now Gu Ran was talking about the space race during the Cold War. Others had already landed on the moon, while we were just proposing military modernization. Therefore, the vast majority of viewers naturally assumed that such a slogan emerged at least after the 1980s. Gu Ran said it was 1956. He continued, "I know everyone might be surprised." He continued, "At that time the country was riddled with wounds. The century of humiliation had just ended. The land of China was devastated. Our own industry was barely a handful of light industries. How could we propose such a slogan? Wouldn't it be too arrogant?" He continued, "Honestly, I thought the same when I first learned about it." The bullet comments quieted down considerably. Everyone's thoughts drifted back to that seemingly distant era. And that was an era when people couldn't even get enough to eat. Gu Ran said, "In fact, our ancestors did not let us down. In the 1960s, facing nuclear threats from both the United States and the Soviet Union, they learned that the country urgently needed nuclear weapons. They indeed lived in obscurity in the desert for years and finally detonated that atomic bomb for us." He continued, "Perhaps everyone today knows about the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. But I firmly believe that using these 4 words to summarize those years of hardship, anonymity, and the countless predecessors is deeply inappropriate." He continued, "Because these 4 words cannot at all describe the difficulty of the mission and the immense price paid to accomplish it." He continued, "In that situation, with almost no high-precision machine tools or complete industrial production lines relying on fragmented information and hand-operated abacuses, they managed to develop nuclear weapons, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and artificial satellites." He continued, "This was an incredibly unbelievable industrial miracle." He continued, "At that time the United States was already the world's largest industrial power with a commanding lead, and Europe had centuries of industrial revolution accumulation. We only had incomplete nuclear industrial facilities from early Soviet assistance, and even those facilities were only partial technical support for small nuclear power plants. Many details I cannot delve into for certain reasons, but you can put yourselves in the 1960s and imagine the situation. On one hand, you can't make bricks without straw. On the other, you have a baby crying in your arms. He continued, and outside there were two aggressive bullies eyeing us covetously. It's hard to describe it with any word other than miracle. He continued, now I might use the concept of collective consciousness resonance. In terms of results orientation, it might be because the country was besieged on all sides with the United States and the Soviet Union periodically threatening us with nuclear weapons. In that desperate situation, the entire nation united as one and finally accomplished this seemingly impossible feat. He continued, we can now in the present where we have caught up with and surpassed world advanced levels, while scrolling on our phones casually say that when the whole nation unites to do one thing, any miracle can be created. He continued, but Gu Ran looked at the camera with a complex expression when they formulated this slogan, and during the research process they knew nothing about the outcome. He continued, they only knew that the country urgently needed these things to stand tall. They were determined to exhaust their last ounce of strength to complete the mission. He continued, that's all. Because the country needed it, they accomplished it. Over 3 million viewers listening to this most incredible causal theory felt tumultuous waves in their hearts as well. The bullet comments were filled with tributes. Before this, for many people, the difficulty of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite was just an adjective. Without having experienced it firsthand, that adjective could only be understood superficially. But after Gu Ran's reminder, everyone realized that it was an era when if a hydropower station or steel plant had a problem, they had to write letters humbly requesting the Soviet Union to send experts for help. At that time, China was just one of the many countries in the global independence movements. It was in the same situation as many small, long-colonized, impoverished, and weak nations, or even worse. Yet it was in that era that China defeated the 17-nation coalition led by the United States and developed the 2 bombs and 1 satellite in the gap between 2 superpowers. Times have changed. 60 years is just one generation's lifetime. Many once weak countries remain weak today. Only China, through the struggles of generation after generation, has become indestructible. The screen was full of gift effects. The bullet comments were full of tributes and remembrance. Gu Ran finally used emotional words to give the live stream a final uplift. We were born in an era when our predecessors were gradually leaving. They used their entire lives to teach us a lesson in the face of strong national cohesion. All difficulties are paper tigers. After Gu Ran finished, the bullet comments were filled with red flags. An ocean of red moved countless viewers. On Zhao Heng's phone, a WeChat notification popped up. It was a message from the Loving Family group. Zhao Heng said, this young man is really good. Zhao Heng closed WeChat, returned to Douyin, and opened the gift list. Wang Yisin, waiting for experiment results in the lab, was about to send a carnival gift, but when she saw the subsequent gift effects, she was completely stunned. Zhao Heng from the Institute of Polymer Materials, Chinese Academy of Sciences, sent 15 carnivals. Even more terrifying, it didn't stop. 20, 25. Finally, the number stopped at 30. Thankfully, she knew what was going on. If the master's wife had seen it, she would probably think the master had been scammed. She started to feel a bit scared. She should have recorded the screen herself and let the master watch the replay. Who would have thought that an old man watching a live stream would send dozens of carnivals, each costing 300 yuan at a time? At CIA headquarters, the officials had just finished listening to the translation. This basically completely confirmed their suspicions. Gu Ran was simply too popular. At such a young age with such values, who would believe he has no government background? Old Yerk, for one, firmly did not believe it. In the late-night talk show studio, Gu Ran looked at Zhao Heng's 30 carnivals and felt a bit flattered and overwhelmed. The word flattered was not quite accurate. To be precise, it was more like terrified. If it were a big corporate boss or some super rich guy, he could accept the money with peace of mind. But the key person was the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and he was an old man in his 70s or 80s. Taking this money felt somewhat guilty. It always felt like some damn online fraud targeting the elderly. The only difference was that scammers give care while he gave concepts. This gift felt too hot to handle. Gu Ran hurriedly expressed his gratitude in person, then gestured to old Ma to disable the tipping function. Thank you, academician Zhao Heng, for the 30 carnivals. Now let me say a few final off-topic words before ending the stream. Gu Ran took a sip of water to moisten his throat and asked, our forebears dedicated their entire lives to fulfilling the grand vow of catching up with and surpassing world-class standards. So does everyone know what our generation's mission is? The barrage quickly yielded a unified response, great rejuvenation. He nodded and continued, then does anyone know when this slogan was first proposed? The barrage pondered, but Gu Ran didn't wait for random guesses. He proactively revealed the answer. It was in 2012. Older friends might recall the state of online discourse back then. Many younger viewers in the live stream are unfamiliar with the internet climate of that era. Numerous veteran viewers shared their impressions of the internet a decade ago. Back then, there were many 50-cent party members. The internet of that time could be summed up in 3 words: lack of confidence. Patriotic normal people were a minority, the paid trolls, and the Guide the Way faction were the majority. Now it's much better, completely reversed. The crowd discussed and reminisced. They couldn't help but marvel at the earth-shaking changes in the internet over the past decade. Those voices that mocked compatriots, ridiculed the motherland, and glorified Europe and America had gradually lost their support. Gu Ran built on the barrage sharing and said, from my perspective, that crisis was no less severe than what our forebears faced. Because countless voices were all doing one thing, creating conflict, sowing division, and then completely eroding cohesion. At that time, we were almost driven to the brink. If the slogan hadn't been proposed in time to unify our thinking, it's hard to imagine the consequences. Listening to Gu Ran's summary and elaboration, countless viewers in the live stream suddenly felt the profound significance of that slogan's proposal at that moment. With the J-20 and dual aircraft carriers providing confidence, and with cultural confidence, cultural pride, and national rejuvenation providing spirit, everyone recalled that it seemed to be from the time the slogan was proposed that public opinion officially sounded the charge for a counterattack. We ordinary people may not be able to do much, but I hope everyone remembers the lessons our forebears gave us. Stay united. Gu Ran glanced at the live stream. Nearly 4 million people. Some may listen, some may not. I can't influence too many, but I hope everyone always remembers that the enemy is still there. Please maintain our cohesion, and then we will be invincible. After speaking, Gu Ran checked the time. It was nearly 1:30 a.m. Perfect timing. He waved his hand to bid farewell to the 4 million viewers. I started half an hour early and ended half an hour early. Perfectly reasonable. Today's live stream ends here. The stream closed, but countless people remained immersed in the emotion lingering in the chat room. They savored the moment for a long time. At the China National Security Bureau, Hu Wenbo watched the now dark screen and praised repeatedly, "This young man is really good. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit him." Many staff members had just snapped out of their own emotions. They nodded in unison. This was no mere entertainment stream. Setting aside the grand and fantastic speculation, it was essentially a lesson in ideological and political education. With this kid's ideological awareness, our security bureau could definitely develop him. Hu Wenbo yawned and steered the conversation back to business. Any findings on those CIA bugs? A staff member replied, the decryption team said they couldn't extract any intelligence, and they asked if you had a problem with them. Why would I have a problem? They're all experts in decrypting ciphertext. I'd be too busy courting them. Hu Wenbo said, then fell into deep thought. He couldn't believe the CIA came just to watch a live stream. The surge in exit applications further confirmed that the CIA's incursion into the Chinese internet for this live stream must have some ulterior motive. Did I notice an academician was also in the live stream? Hu Wenbo asked. It's academician Zhao Hong from the CAS Polymer Materials Lab, someone replied. He sent 30 carnivals. Although the decryption team reported no suspicious information, Hu Wenbo dared not let his guard down. An academician watching a live stream and sending 30 carnivals. He murmured. Unprecedented. Should we investigate tomorrow? Hu Wenbo nodded. Invite him to the Security Bureau for a chat. While the Security Bureau remained puzzled and suspicious, the CIA's top brass had no doubts left. That final off-topic segment essentially made them abandon all illusions. It was a direct public reprimand. How did that public opinion disaster come about? Who blew the wind? Others might not know, but the CIA certainly did. And now Gu Ran, in a live stream with 4 million viewers, openly discussed this matter and warned the audience to stay vigilant. What kind of behavior was this? This was clearly an act of fulfilling government duties. What legitimate streamer would say such serious content? Old York said in a deep voice, it seems that not only the search for Francium spies has been impacted, but our offensive in public opinion will likely suffer as well. This country of China is indeed very good at preparing for the worst. A new round of public opinion offensive had already been placed on the agenda at the White House. The CIA had even started drafting specific details. But who could have imagined that before it even began it had been preempted and prevented? Old York looked suspiciously at everyone in the office. He now strongly suspected that the Chinese mole was right there in that very room. The other agents were terrified by Old York's hawk-like, wolf-like gaze. A chill ran through their hearts. The boss was suspecting them. Forget loyalty, their capabilities were plain to see. If they were spies, would they even have the competence to pull it off? Just as they were about to speak, Old York gave orders in a cold voice. Proceed, as we discussed earlier. The entire meeting room fell silent. The earlier pretense of understanding now backfired. One senior official gritted his teeth and asked, Boss, what measures do we take next? Old York clenched his fists, took a deep breath to clear his nearly clogged cardiovascular system, and said, I don't care how you do it. Make him completely disappear from the Chinese internet. After the late-night talk show went off the air, Gu Ran still felt a bit unsettled. He quickly opened the anti-fraud app on his phone, found the AI customer service, and briefly described his situation. Soon he received a reply not constituting fraud. Gu Ran typed another supplement, but the gift giver is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The reply remained that it did not constitute fraud. At this, Gu Ran finally let out a long sigh of relief. Academician Zhao Hong, sending a few Jiahua gifts could be considered a marketing highlight. But sending 30 at once made it look like money laundering. For those beautiful female PK streamers, one could say a big boss mortgaged his assets for his beloved. But how could one explain an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences sending gifts to him? Did the academician learn something genuine from Gu Ran? Fortunately, it was not deemed fraud, or he would have had to lay low for a couple of days. Lao Ma and Ji Min entered the broadcast room, both nearly numb to the data from this live stream. It wasn't that they were used to breaking records time and again. Rather, the numbers had grown beyond their comprehension, redefining their understanding of the industry. Leveraging Gu Ran's personal brand, the peak concurrent online viewers reached 3 million. The total gift value exceeded 3 million yuan. Averaged over a normal live stream, that would be 6 Jiahua gifts per minute. Not even in their wildest dreams had the two dared to imagine such a thing. The next day, while Gu Ran was still asleep, a fierce silent public opinion battle between Huafeng and Shifeng raged on the internet. Huafeng Group launched a highly misleading public opinion offensive at 3 in the morning. A large number of bot accounts began stirring up trouble under the banners of Gu Ran advocates for Germany and Gu Ran promotes historical nihilism. Through various tactics of taking things out of context and splicing footage, they produced many short video clips that spread wildly across the internet. With the fueling of some netizens who were unaware of the truth, one negative hashtag after another about Gu Ran was pushed to the top of the trending list in the early hours. Fortunately, the Shifeng Public Opinion Monitoring Department on duty woke Lu Kuching from her sleep at the initial stage of the controversy. Lu Kuching immediately realized the severity of the situation. If these negative opinions and trending topics persisted until the morning peak, it would cause enormous damage. So she promptly led the Shifeng PR team to launch a counterattack. But the problem was the huge disparity in cost-effectiveness between spreading rumors and refuting them. Compared to Huafeng's fierce offensive, Shifeng's defense was clearly struggling. Once netizens' emotions took over their minds, rationality was lost. The hardest thing in the world to change is prejudice. Therefore, from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Despite the Shifeng PR team organizing multiple counterattacks, the results were minimal. Lu Kuching stared at the still widely circulating spliced videos and the countless online condemnations, her face icy cold. The public opinion analyst muttered, looking at the overwhelming catastrophic pressure. Huafeng is using a suicide-style public opinion strategy. Spreading such baseless rumors on such a scale will surely lead to criminal penalties later, but they are willing to risk that to go after Gu Ran. This was a common tactic of Huafeng. In the past, they had used this method, at the cost of 3 executives being imprisoned, to ruin a very talented singer. Although the rumors were eventually refuted, the widely spread falsehoods still caused that singer's popularity to plummet to below 30% from a top-tier star to a fringe artist. Lu Kuching's face was almost frosty, exuding a chilling aura that kept people at bay. How is the video dissemination situation on both sides? The opposing side released during a window period, so their early accumulation was fast. Now the total play count across the entire network is approaching 30 million. Our videos were reported and restricted in batches as soon as they were released. Currently, none have gone viral. The existing 3 million plays were all bought through Douyin. What about getting Douyin's official intervention? Lu Kuching asked. Too late. Verification and investigation take time. In the end, the best they can do is issue a statement after the public opinion battle is over, showing the investigation results. The analyst shook his head. Maybe Douyin's official statement won't come out faster than the cyber police's handling. But whether through the cyber police or Douyin's official channels, it won't solve the exposure impact during the upcoming morning peak. The entire Shifeng PR team was in a dilemma, everyone struggling to find a nearly hopeless solution. This kind of open strategy where you know what they're going to do but can't change it was the most disheartening. The sky gradually brightened. Vehicles began to flow on the main road outside the Shifeng building. And then a turning point appeared. In the gloomy, oppressive office, a sudden cry broke out. A video has gone viral. Then one voice after another came from different work areas. 2 videos have suddenly broken 1.0 shares. Another one went viral. A rumor refuting hashtag has entered the social trending list. Hearing this, Lu Kuching and the analyst were startled and quickly checked. The hundreds of videos that had sunk like stones in the early hours suddenly became active. It seemed a massive force had stirred up this stagnant pool. Under widespread restrictions and positive comments, the restriction effect seems to have lifted. The analyst's fingers flew across the keyboard and mouse, checking the data trends of each video. Another huge wave of traffic has reactivated these videos that Douyin's algorithm had abandoned. Lu Kuching looked excitedly at the videos on the screen. The number of shares, likes, and comments were growing at a terrifyingly rapid rate. 2 negative hashtags have been pushed off. 3 positive hashtags have entered the trending list. The last negative hashtag has dropped to 5th on the trending list and is still falling. The opposing videos are being widely reported and restricted. The tables have turned. The entire PR team, everyone clenching their fists, erupted into warm cheers echoing through the entire Shifeng building as the last rumor hashtag fell off the trending list. Time 7:43 a.m. Before the morning peak, the public opinion had landed safely, albeit with a scare. The public opinion analyst, almost beyond his understanding of such a turnaround, murmured incredulously, "How could this happen?" Such a reversal in public opinion was something that tens of millions of yuan in promotional spending could never achieve. A staff member from the PR team said in a tone full of shock, "Look at the comments section." Everyone opened the comments, clicked on the profiles of netizens who had left comments, liked or shared, and saw Gu Ran's fan badges prominently displayed. They tried clicking on dozens of them, and without exception it was the same. At that moment, everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with awe. The reason for this victory in the public opinion battle was so simple. It was simply because those comrades who had stayed up late watching Gu Ran's livestream had woken up. Dawn. Bright sunlight streamed through the glass curtain walls of Huafeng Technology Tower, cascading into the office. The PR team and Lu Keqing, who had not slept all night, stared at the fully suppressed public opinion, unable to speak for a long time. From the irresistible surge of public opinion to its complete suppression, it took only 30 or 40 minutes. What kind of concept is this? Huafeng PR's most celebrated online marketing campaign cost 20 million yuan and took 2 days, achieving 3 billion views across the entire web. That case was extensively praised at the company's annual meeting back then. It even became recognized as one of the typical cases of national online marketing. Huafeng Group's public opinion campaign today mobilized numerous MCN agencies. Judging from the coverage of distributed fragmented videos, it spanned nearly dozens of fields, including fashion, women's interests, current affairs, automotive, digital technology, and history. According to professional traffic specialists on the Huaxiao PR team, Huafeng Group's expenditure for this public opinion campaign should have been between 8 million and 30 million yuan. Because the pricing of some MCN agencies was not transparent, the range was quite wide. And there's 700 million plays across the entire network. How long did it take? The answer was 4 hours, from 3 in the morning until 7. While Huafeng's response involved distributing 134 videos, achieving a total of 1.2 billion views across the network. So how many views before 7 o'clock? Less than 100 million. Because of mass reports, they received risk warnings shortly after release. Nearly all videos were throttled. While the fragmented rumor videos were rampant, they could only passively endure the attacks. But after 7 o'clock, massive traffic suddenly flooded in. Countless likes, comments, and shares cleared all negative status from every video, and through sheer volume of views reactivated the recommendation algorithm. Moreover, as Huafeng's videos began spreading aggressively, the balance of power completely reversed, and it was Huafeng's fragmented videos that started being throttled or even blocked and deleted. This thoroughly satisfying battle was almost like a dream for Huafeng's PR department. This was a hard-fought battle that might not have been won even spending 100 million yuan, yet they pulled off a stunning turnaround in just 43 minutes against the current. What was even more astonishing was that the netizens leaving comments and messages were almost all wearing Gu Ran's fan badges. At that moment, she was thoroughly convinced by Gu Ran. An entertainment program with such cohesion was nearly unprecedented. I never expected Gu Ran's ideological lesson yesterday to take effect so quickly. After her sigh, Lu Keqing said to her PR colleagues, "Everyone, one final effort. Compile all the defamatory videos published by Huafeng. I'll have legal file lawsuits." PR staff immediately printed the organized spreadsheet. All 220 videos have been recorded, not a single one missed. Good, she turned to the public sentiment analyst. Check one final time to see if there are any defamatory videos spreading widely and stay on alert. If there are any signs of resurgence, report to me immediately. Understood. After giving her instructions, Lu Keqing took the spreadsheet and stepped out. On her way to the legal department, she looked at Gu Ran's WeChat avatar, a cartoon figure with a dog, and typed out a flurry of messages only to delete them one by one. She had wanted to tell Gu Ran that the thrilling public opinion battle this night had been averted, but decided against it. Although Gu Ran was the target, only those who experienced such things firsthand could truly understand. How could Gu Ran, the person at the center of it all, be compared to her? Thinking this way, Lu Keqing felt even more frustrated. They claimed the rumors targeted Gu Ran, yet his sleep quality was completely unaffected, while she had spent the night exhausted and anxious. For a moment, she could not tell whether Huafeng's cyberbullying was aimed at Gu Ran or herself. Meanwhile, as Huafeng Group celebrated surviving the crisis at the Xing'an General Administration Building in Beijing, China, more than 20 overnight Xing'an Bureau network monitoring staff were lazily stretching their backs. Throughout the entire monitoring hall, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed everywhere. Huafeng's PR team is nowhere near Huafeng's level, one staff member complained. That's obvious. Looking at last year's financial report, Huafeng Entertainment's marketing expenditure was 7.8 billion, while Huafeng Entertainment was only 1.3 billion. The gap in their incubated MCN agencies is even larger. Organize the activity logs and submit them to the boss so he can schedule a meeting with Huafeng in the next few days. They need discipline. They were just penalized recently and still haven't learned their lesson. Over 1,600 fragmented videos. You've worn my fingers out. Remember to ask the boss to optimize the banning process. Huafeng Group's PR team busied themselves monitoring and responding to over 100 videos, but the actual number of fragmented videos Huafeng deployed across entire internet was over 1,600. Obviously, whatever Huafeng Group had not found was being handled by them. During the entire suppression operation, Huafeng's PR team was essentially contributing nothing, and they had to admit it. From 3 in the morning until 7, the Xin'an Bureau was effectively helping Shifeng fight this public opinion storm. At the very least, they could be considered comrades fighting side by side. Not expecting you to be the pillar holding everything up, but at minimum, you should charge forward together. Yet the national forces had already reached the city gates, and the other side was surrendering, while an entertainment company was still cleaning their weapons back home. If not for their combat effectiveness, this battle truly could not have been won at all. And this is an entertainment company. Seriously, an entertainment company, a type of company that should be most focused on public opinion and traffic, and this is what they deliver. Though battling Huafeng left them aching all over, at least Huafeng's PR team earned their respect. If those people pursued legitimate work and joined the Xin'an Bureau, they would undoubtedly be elite forces. As for Shifeng, they wouldn't take them even if paid. While Xin'an Bureau staff heaped mockery and scorn in Shifeng Tower, over 30 kilometers away from the Xin'an General Administration building, Shifeng's PR team was raising their glasses to celebrate this thoroughly satisfying battle. Simply absurd. And after evaluating both PR teams, what surprised the Xin'an Bureau most was the force that began flooding in after 7 in the morning. The Xin'an Bureau did only one thing from beginning to end: discover rumor videos and ban them. But they made no intervention regarding the debunking videos published by Shifeng Group. Or rather, their authority was limited to bans alone. How videos receive traffic is determined by the platform. There are simply 2 channels: paid promotion and algorithmic distribution. Then first eliminate the former option. Shifeng had indeed invested heavily in traffic boosting. From their platform-wide monitoring system, it could be seen that between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m., Shifeng successively poured millions of yuan into dough promotion. However, this kind of crude cash battle was like a seesaw. Whoever placed the larger chips would tilt the traffic in their favor, and Huafeng, unhesitating to spin, was naturally the undisputed victor. After several waves of traffic investment failed to yield results, the Shifeng Group gave up, leaving their entire public relations team rendered useless. It was infuriating to think about and nearly impossible to imagine what kind of so-called experts made up Shifeng's PR team. With paid promotion ruled out, the only possibility left was the algorithm. Douyin's algorithm operates on a clear catfish effect. When the large fish begin swimming, smaller ones gather around them, swelling into a massive school. But if the large fish stops moving, the school scatters, and the big one sinks to the bottom. During those early morning hours, every video from the Shifeng Group had become a sinking fish. All of them had been abandoned by the algorithm and classified as worthless, low-quality content due to massive complaints, without exception. But after 7 o'clock, a certain force brought those sunken fish back to life. It was simply unbelievable. As for which party wielded this force, it was difficult to determine. But one thing was certain: Shifeng could be ruled out first. They lacked the capability. Organic traffic was also theoretically impossible, because once abandoned by the algorithm, these videos received virtually no exposure. The only explanation was that tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of users at the same time found these videos through keyword searches and engaged with them. Of course, like Shifeng, they also investigated the identity behind these traffic sources. The difference was that Shifeng could only randomly sample a portion of users for review, while they had access to big data on all users. Activating all of Shifeng's 100-plus videos would require approximately 30 million in traffic investment. Indeed, among these tens of millions of users triggering the catfish effect, there was a batch of followers who held Gu Rant's fan badges, numbering around 2 million. In fact, out of the 3 million-plus comments across these 100-plus videos, over 2 million were contributed by them. However, on the other hand, among tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of shares and likes, these 2 million people accounted for only 1/10. So where did the remaining 28 million in traffic come from? Shifeng's inadequate PR team, relying on their extremely unprofessional methods of investigating the comment sections, concluded that it was entirely Gu Rant's fans. But this was no different from investigating whether every passenger on a train had bought a ticket. Because on the internet, the silent majority dominates. Those who leave comments are almost always people with strong biases. So naturally, the vast majority of commenters were fans. But the National Information Security Bureau, which possessed big data on all users, would not rashly draw such a hasty conclusion. They conducted multiple rounds of filtering and big data analysis on those 28 million users, but found no common characteristics. These users' attributes were nearly indistinguishable from organic traffic. This left everyone deeply perplexed. They even called Douyin's official team, terrifying the operations director, who had been sound asleep. After verification, it turned out not to be Douyin's doing either. This left everyone utterly bewildered. Although the outcome appeared positive, Gu Rant's rumors had been cleared, positive videos had been widely spread, and no public opinion crisis had materialized. But unless this issue was fully understood, it would remain a tremendous risk for the National Information Security Bureau. Because if someone could manipulate traffic by circumventing algorithms and paid promotion, today they could support Gu Rant. But tomorrow who they would support remained unknown. This situation had briefly surfaced once before, and on that occasion, they were actively making fun of a certain celebrity. However, since it was merely mockery without rumor-mongering, and that celebrity was already notorious and banned, the matter was dropped. But its reappearance forced them to take it seriously. Staff at the National Information Security Bureau logged the incident and submitted copies to both the Cybersecurity Department and Douyin's Security Division, and demanded a thorough investigation into the root cause. Meanwhile, in the Central Undergraduate Dormitory building at USDC, room 21804, shirtless boys in floral shorts grinned at their computer screens. Their hair was disheveled and their desks were cluttered with cigarettes, mineral water bottles, serving as ashtrays, scattered textbooks, and half-eaten ham sausages. No mother could look at this scene and resist giving them a beating before walking away. On each of the four boys' screens, dozens of Douyin videos were playing. One of them had sent photos of his roommates battling anti-fans throughout the night along with screenshots from their computers via private message to the late-night talk show account. Then he typed out a message. Master Gu, I'm your fan Gao Qinshi, a computer science student at USDC. Tonight we stayed up late playing League of Legends when we noticed someone trashing you online. We were furious and immediately jumped into battle against the anti-fans, pulling an all-nighter. I've watched your live stream for 2 days now, and you're incredibly brilliant. There are so many topics I thought about before, but never figured out. Damn, after you explain them, it all makes so much sense. We're just students with no money to send carnival gifts, so we can only do what we can with our skills to help you. Tonight my 3 brothers and I pulled an all-nighter and defeated the anti-fans. Could you make me a room moderator in tonight's live stream? Please, please, bro. Crying. Sobbing. As soon as these college students sent their message, Old Ma, who had just sat down at his workstation to analyze data, spotted it. Old Ma was completely baffled. What public opinion crisis? What anti-fans? The internet was peaceful and sunny. The trending searches were all filled with positive videos about Gu Ran. He promptly dismissed it. Gao Qinshi, who had fought through the night, saw his message read but unanswered, and his fragile heart shattered instantly. Brothers appealing to emotion doesn't seem to work. Everyone sighed and said, I told you to act within our means. You wouldn't listen. Act within your means was slang in Dorm 218. As the saying goes, like master, like servant. These 4 seemingly loser boys in shirtless floral shorts all had poor academic records and gained admission through programming scholarships. From day one, they had been truancy-prone troublemakers. For them, the phrase, act within your means, translated to, with their capabilities, everything was within reach. The 4 disillusioned troublemakers under Lao Ma's deliberate indifference finally decided to take actions within their capabilities. After ordering breakfast delivery, the 4 of them slurped their noodles while discussing how to approach their idol during tonight's livestream. Be polite. You must express your utmost respect to God Gu. Preparing a meeting gift. It's the first time we meet. Better get ready. Meanwhile, beneath the bright sunlight, several less than sunny individuals arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. 2 men in black business attire wearing Ministry of State security badges on their chests walked with heads held high into the Institute of Polymer Materials, drawing the attention of everyone around. Then came the sharp questioning from elder academician Zhao Heng inside the institute office. Over 10 minutes later, the furious commotion subsided. The 2 men were seen bending their backs and lowering their heads, timidly following behind the upright elder academician Zhao Heng as he strode out of the CS compound. The 2 men's faces were filled with embarrassment and apology, their earlier authority completely gone, while the old gentleman remained sullen and silent. Naturally, he would offer no warm welcome to the 2 agents who had carelessly burst into his office without warning and invited him to drink tea at the Ministry of State Security. But all he could do was maintain his scowl. As the department responsible for national security, the Ministry of State Security held supreme authority. He had an obligation to cooperate with all investigations. Yet his heart was troubled. A person who simply devoted himself to research was investigated on the spot, and they barged in openly before all the other colleagues at CAS. What would they think? Upon arriving at the Ministry of State Security, the old man continued to ignore everyone. Hu Wenba, a straightforward man, chuckled twice. Academician Zhao, thank you for coming. Why wasn't a formal notice issued? Why wasn't the institute notified in advance? Academician Zhao countered. For his generation, personal integrity and moral standing mattered most. Furthermore, he had spent his entire life working diligently, pouring his heart and soul into advancing China's materials science. He had never done anything that could be considered a betrayal of the nation. Such indiscriminate investigations made no sense to him. Hu Wenba quickly poured a glass of water for the elder and offered an apologetic smile. The matter was urgent, so we couldn't complete the formal procedures in time. Rest assured, once this is resolved, I will personally visit the Chinese Academy of Sciences to explain the situation to you. That night, those who stayed awake all night included not only Huafeng Entertainment, Huafeng Entertainment, the Cyber Surveillance Department, and the CAS Dormitory 218, but also the counter-espionage investigators dispatched by the Ministry of State Security and their director, Hu Wenba himself. The materials submitted by the Cyber Surveillance Department now sat on his desk. Even after hearing from his subordinates that an unprecedented internet public opinion confrontation had unfolded that evening, he who typically relished such dramatic events had no interest in reviewing them. This clearly demonstrated the urgency of his claims. At this moment, one thing was of paramount importance to him: unraveling the espionage case involving those attempting to leave the country. The operation had been launched at dawn yesterday, and counter-espionage agents had apprehended several suspicious individuals who were currently held at the local police station. After an overnight of isolated interrogations, no valid information had been obtained. With only 8 hours remaining before the suspects were due for release, he needed to uncover the conspiracy orchestrated by the United States within this final window. Zhao Heng was still unaware of what had occurred, so he skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. Tell me, why have you brought me here? Hu Wenbo brought over a series of printed evidence and placed it gently before Zhao Heng. It contained records of Zhao Heng's livestream viewing and gift-giving activity. The thorough preparation reflected the ministry's strict standards, presenting irrefutable facts and evidence to leave no room for denial. As Zhao Heng examined each screenshot and transaction record, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Was this an investigation into money laundering? The total amount barely exceeded 100,000 yuan. He admitted this was the largest expenditure he had made in years, but surely as the director of a CAS branch institute, such a sum wouldn't warrant such serious scrutiny. Zhao Heng nodded and acknowledged, "Yes, I made those gifts. Is there a problem with that? Do you think someone who has worked his entire life cannot afford to spend 100,000 yuan of his savings?" Hu Wenbo remained silent, carefully studying Zhao Heng's micro-expressions. It was strange. There was not the slightest sign of guilt or unease. He asked again, "Why did you send gifts?" Zhao Heng immediately grew angry, staring at Hu Wenbo in disbelief. "That young man named Gu Ran gave an excellent talk. I enjoyed it and sent gifts as appreciation. What's wrong with that?" Something was off. Not right at all. Hu Wenbo quickly waved his hand. He was conducting an investigation here, not running anti-fraud operations. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Hu Wenbo reorganized his thoughts and asked, "You sent 5 gifts the first time and 30 the second time. Why?" Zhao Heng became thoroughly frustrated, having no idea what Hu Wenbo was actually investigating. What purpose did these bizarre questions serve? Could you ask some meaningful questions? "I sent 5 because I gained something from the first day's session, but worried his well might be dry," he said with visible emotion. "I sent more the second day after realizing my concerns were unfounded. As for 30, that's simply all my wife left on my card. Is there a problem with that?" Hu Wenbo observed the elder's expression, but still detected nothing suspicious. Just then a staff member delivered a document. Taking the document, Hu Wenbo reviewed it outside. It contained a comprehensive record of Zhao Heng's activities over the past year, covering both his daily life and online presence, yet still revealed no abnormal behavior whatsoever. Only then did he feel completely at ease, though filled with remorse, toward academician Zhao. His position demanded such meticulous caution, and alienating people was inevitable. Returning from outside, Hu Wenbo sincerely apologized to Zhao Heng, and then explained the real reason for summoning him. Over the past couple of days, a large number of suspicious foreign nationals submitted exit visa applications in batches. Suspecting something amiss, we arrested several and are currently interrogating them. Academician Zhao frowned slightly, and upon hearing this, his earlier resentment eased considerably. For him, national interests always took precedence over personal matters. He asked with concern, "Have you learned anything from the interrogations?" "Nothing yet," replied Hu Wenbo, his typically boisterous demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow and visible anxiety. "We only discovered a physics manual in their luggage. All 5 suspects carried identical copies. I suspect this may be connected to intelligence gathering on China's technological advancements. I apologize sincerely," he continued with regret. "Yesterday, CIA operatives were also in that late-night chat livestream room. We had been monitoring them closely. When we discovered you were watching and unusually sent 30 carnivals as gifts, suspicion naturally turned toward you. I committed a grave error in judgment by acting prematurely. Please forgive my rashness. However, since you're here, could you please review this physics manual and see if it might provide any leads?" Academician Zhao took the booklet and began flipping through it. After reviewing just 2 pages and roughly 10 seconds, he suddenly stared at Hu Wenbo with wide-eyed astonishment. This. Take your time, please explain slowly," Hu Wenbo urged anxiously at the director's intense reaction. Some of the parameters and derivations in this physics booklet bore a striking resemblance to the material structure design sketches provided by Gu Ran, yet the direction of their reasoning diverged significantly. Zhao Heng found it difficult to discern what the thin 7 to 8 page booklet was calculating, but reading through it gave him the same impression as Gu Ran's draft papers. "Let's go find Gu Ran. I suppose only he can provide the answer," Academician Zhao proposed with an expression of utmost seriousness entirely devoid of any hint of jest. Hu Wenbo couldn't fathom why a viral celebrity could offer any answers, but he made no effort to verify. Instead, he immediately dispatched staff to Sure Phone Group to fetch Gu Ran. Only after his team had set out did he ask, "Do you know anything about Gu Ran's situation?" Academician Zhao. Zhao Heng shook his head. He had only just met Gu Ran the previous day. Hu Wenbo outlined for Zhao Heng the recent public sentiment surrounding Gu Ran along with his educational background. Yet none of it seemed to the slightest degree alter Zhao Heng's impression of him. The content on that preliminary draft was itself a golden hallmark. Whether or not he had completed middle school, whether he was merely an uneducated cowherd boy, it hardly mattered. "Indeed, I have never encountered a physics genius who achieved brilliance without systematic education," Zhao Heng remarked. "But he stands before us right now, which ought to dispel all doubts." Moreover, he differs markedly from many students I have encountered. Different? Oh, he was certainly different. How could someone untouched by formal academic corruption compare to those who had endured over a decade of grueling study? Hu Wenba didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Within the National Security Bureau, one could trace every record of any individual from birth to the present with absolute clarity. Gu Ran was no exception. After being abandoned at the hospital in his childhood, Gu Ran fell under the care of welfare institutions. Perhaps due to the absence of guardians, he displayed a peculiar, almost innate aversion to schooling from an early age. Had compulsory education not mandated a 100% enrollment rate for children of appropriate age, he likely would not have even reached middle school. By the time he reached 9th grade and entered Huafeng, he had effectively severed all ties with the educational system. So this delinquent had mired himself in the chaotic entertainment industry for 3 or 4 years only to emerge as a physics prodigy. They say the entertainment circle runs deep. Does that mean it's an ocean of knowledge? Hu Wenba was no academic and could not evaluate Gu Ran from a professional standpoint. Yet as a seasoned veteran of information and intelligence work, he persisted in maintaining his skepticism toward Gu Ran. Professional instinct prevented him from dismissing such an extraordinary matter with a simple label of miracle. Huafeng Technology Building. For an entertainment company, the moment the National Security Bureau's official vehicle pulled up before its entrance, the curtains rose on what felt like a disaster film. Outside, the waiting paparazzi eagerly raised their phones, snapping photographs with furious clicks. Inside, colleagues once brimming with vitality and enthusiasm now hung their heads despondent and lifeless. Who collapsed this time? Panic rippled through every floor. The National Security Bureau handled numerous duties, one of which was overseeing entertainment industry compliance. Acts of mutual exposure and malicious defamation on the internet were mere trifles in the Bureau's eyes. Once they intervened, it meant a living person would be utterly erased from the digital world. Not even a chance to struggle would be afforded them. Crowds watched as Bureau staff entered the Huafeng Technology Building, then saw Liu Kuching rush out, and shortly thereafter return with Gu Ran in tow. At precisely 9:13 in the morning, the staff departed again, this time with Gu Ran accompanying them. Gu Ran's eyes half closed. He felt as though drifting on clouds. Even as the car engine purred to life, he still couldn't grasp what was happening. It wasn't until halfway through the journey that he fully woke. His grumpy disposition flared instantly. "Who are you people? Where are we going?" "The National Security Bureau," replied the two agents seated in the front. Gu Ran's anger surged briefly, then deflated entirely. "The National Security Bureau? For what? We're not sure. Don't worry, you'll find out when we arrive." Gu Ran could have wept. He recalled academician Zhao Heng's earlier warning, "Some things cannot be spoken of." Truly careless of him, Gu Ran. They had warned him outright, yet he remained stubborn. Well, there it was. His career in the entertainment industry was over. He would have to return to his original vocation at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and pursue scientific research to make a name for himself. Upon arriving at the bureau accompanied by 2 staff members, Gu Ran was taken directly to Hu Wenba's office. To his surprise, old academician Zhao Heng was also present. Gu Ran stood dumbfounded. Along the way, he had been replaying his mistakes, wondering where he had overstepped and how best to offer a sincere apology. And now it turned out that this little old man had filed a complaint. So that's what "he who does not heed the advice of elders shall suffer its consequences" meant, refusing to listen to me and reporting me instead. Gu Ran frowned, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Heng. "You deceitful old fellow," looked honest enough on the surface. With one hand in his pocket and the other gripping a teacup, Hu Wenba regarded Gu Ran. "Hello, I am Hu Wenba, director of the National Security Bureau. You streamed so late last night. Did you get enough rest?" Gu Ran sighed and said sincerely, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." The atmosphere in the office froze instantly. Hu Wenba had raised his teacup to his lips, but set it back down. He then eyed Gu Ran warily. To be honest, after yesterday's ideological lesson, although he harbored doubts about Gu Ran's scholarship, he had never questioned his character. If Gu Ran hadn't exposed himself, Hu Wenba likely would have overlooked conducting a thorough review. "Damn it, I was arbitrary again." Drawing in a sharp breath, Hu Wenba warned sternly, "Confess everything yourself." Gu Ran's face shifted, instantaneously racked with theatrical remorse as he launched into a heartfelt self-criticism. He confessed that he should not have broadcasted such matters, that he had lacked proper restraint, and promised to prepare thoroughly before future broadcasts, eliminating any recurrence of such imprudent improvisation. Consuming the tea in his cup with visible disappointment, Hu Wenba said, "Enough. I didn't summon you for this matter." He then briefed Gu Ran about the booklet. However, he omitted all details regarding spies or the CIA, merely informing Gu Ran that the thin booklet might conceal certain information. Gu Ran was stunned. So the National Security Bureau had summoned him over a problem set. Zhao Heng added, "I examined the contents of the booklet. Some of the derivation steps and formulaic notations bear considerable similarity to your material structure design. See if you can identify any issues." Upon hearing Zhao Heng's words, Gu Ran's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of skepticism crossing his face. He found it hard to believe anyone in this world could have written such content. "Let me see." Gu Ran settled onto the sofa and opened the booklet, poring over its contents with intense focus. Before reading more than 2 lines, all traces of drowsiness vanished, and his entire being tensed with concentration. Gu Ran extended his hand. "Give me a pen." Hu Wenbo hastily pulled a gel pen from the cup and handed it over. Then under the watchful eyes of both Hu Wenbo and Zhao Heng, Gu Ran began marking items on the notebook one by one. They held their breath, daring not make a sound. Yet when they inadvertently caught a glimpse of Gu Ran's expression, they were still taken aback. At that moment, Gu Ran's entire attention was focused on the notebook, a hint of astonishment barely concealed in his eyes. Hu Wenbo, observing more closely, could sense that Gu Ran's muscles were completely tensed, and his goosebumps were visible to the naked eye. Such a condition usually meant either extreme tension or extreme excitement. It seemed that this thin notebook indeed concealed some secrets. While Gu Ran was making his annotations, Hu Wenbo waited and periodically glanced down at his watch. Over an hour had passed since the suspect's release. As time slipped away rapidly, he grew increasingly anxious, more so than Gu Ran himself. Finally, half an hour later, Gu Ran set down the pen and gazed strangely at the densely covered markings on the page. Hu Wenbo quickly asked, "Well, did you discover anything?" Gu Ran looked up dazedly and regarded Zhao Heng. "Do you know why you felt a sense of familiarity?" Zhao Heng shook his head. "I just felt that some of the steps resembled your deductions, but upon closer inspection I could make out nothing. I didn't know what he was calculating." "He was calculating whether there's a barrier in the sky," Gu Ran said, pointing toward the window. "I've done similar calculations before, though not as detailed as his. But the procedure was essentially the same. It was precisely through this calculation that I deduced the existence of the francium decay layer. The material structure design model you saw is in fact a derivative of this same calculation. Many of the steps are shared, which is why it feels familiar to you." In his previous life, almost all of Gu Ran's physics achievements had radiated outward from the francium fragments as their origin point. And the material structure design proposal he had scribbled on the scratch paper had also been influenced by the research findings related to those francium fragments. But what he never expected was that in this world, aside from himself, another person in China had also discovered the existence of francium fragments. Hu Wenbo had no idea what the francium decay layer was. Zhao Heng prior to this had only treated the francium fragments mentioned on Gu Ran's livestream as an interesting research direction and had not taken it seriously enough to prioritize. Thus, after hearing Gu Ran's assessment of this notebook, both men were filled with confusion. And Zhao Heng's greatest doubt was, did the francium decay layer truly exist? "Are you saying?" Zhao Heng exclaimed in surprise. "This notebook contains the deduction of the francium decay layer." Gu Ran explained. To be precise, he did not know of the francium decay layer's existence at the beginning. It was only after performing the calculations that he discovered a layer of non-liquid substance similar to ink at the outermost edge of Earth's atmosphere. Through analysis and comparison of various physical and chemical properties, he ultimately confirmed it was francium. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng was utterly astonished. How could this be calculated? As for Hu Wenbo, he did not understand these academic matters. He only cared about the authenticity of the deduction, because if they could clarify this notebook, it would be absolutely crucial for the upcoming interrogation. "It's quite easy to calculate," Gu Ran said. "Collect all data from domestic and foreign astronomical observation centers regarding gravitational waves, electromagnetic waves, cosmic rays, and so on. Then reset the parameters, establish a standard unit, and you will discover an interesting phenomenon. For the same gravitational waves or cosmic rays, there will always be several data points with noticeable discrepancies across different observation stations. And for the same observation station, comparing gravitational waves and cosmic rays from different periods under equal standard units, certain individual data points will also show significant errors." Gu Ran's explanation was somewhat convoluted. Zhao Heng could only grasp it through simple analogy. If gravitational waves and cosmic rays were likened to beams of light from a flashlight and the atmosphere to a pane of glass, then what Gu Ran described was that the light transmittance through that glass varied across different areas. This further led to the conclusion that the glass might have inconsistent thickness. But for something as vast as the atmosphere and gravitational waves, differences in thickness would not produce noticeably significant errors on a cosmic scale. Therefore, a more accurate description would be that the frosted texture across different parts of the glass varied unevenly. Thus, Zhao Heng murmured in astonishment. "So you mean that cosmic rays and gravitational waves, when entering Earth from different locations, experience significantly different energy attenuation?" "That alone is not what's surprising," Gu Ran said. "What's truly remarkable is that these discrepancies are not haphazard. After calculation, you will find all the errors are remarkably uniform. For instance, the isotope magnetic dipole moment is consistently around 179, and the atomic nucleus coupling constant is approximately 832. Realizing something, Zhao Heng hurriedly flipped through the notebook. These two parameters appear in this notebook. He turned the notebook to the 3rd and 5th pages, pointing out the numbers to Hu Wenbo and Gu Ran. On the notebook, these two parameters were written as 135 and 833, respectively. The margin of error was virtually negligible. Hu Wenbo looked at those two sections and confirmed the figures were indeed present. But given his naturally suspicious disposition, he involuntarily pondered one possibility. Could it be that the two data points Gu Ran mentioned were simply fabricated by him based on these very numbers? Although the doubt lingered, he did not interrupt. Instead, he buried the question in his heart and continued listening to Gu Ran's exposition. Gu Ran continued, "When I obtained those parameters, I immediately realized there must be a secret hidden within them. After cross-referencing all elements, I ultimately zeroed in on francium. All of its physical properties nearly matched the data perfectly." "I see." Zhao Heng nodded thoughtfully. However, Gu Ran looked down at the notebook, his brow furrowing slightly. The deduction in this notebook appears to have been deliberately scrambled. Gu Ran pointed with the tip of his pen to the marked sections. "Look here, his sequence is completely disrupted. This should have been the preliminary calculation, yet it's placed at the end. And here an entire formula is flawed. But if you break it apart and recombine it with the formula on the second to last page, without adding anything, you obtain two complete and correct formulas. Then there's another portion that's quite peculiar. Sections of calculation entirely unrelated to the francium decay layer deduction. According to Gu Ran's description, someone had deliberately disassembled every formula and deductive step concerning the francium decay layer from the booklet into individual fragments, then randomly inserted them into an entirely unrelated calculation process." Zhao Heng nodded in sudden enlightenment beside him. Now it makes sense. After receiving the booklet, he had stared at it for a long time, sensing that something profound lay hidden within its pages, yet unable to decipher it. Initially, he had assumed the derivations were simply too profound beyond his capacity to grasp. Only after Gu Ran's clarification did the realization dawn on him. The entire booklet's calculations had been deliberately scrambled. But why would anyone do this? Gu Ran felt no thrill of enlightenment. Instead, gazing at the chaotic and disordered content, he was utterly puzzled and turned to Hu Wenbo with a bewildered expression. "Where did you obtain this booklet?" Hu Wenbo glanced at Zhao Heng, seemingly seeking confirmation of Gu Ran's words. Zhao Heng nodded firmly, giving his affirmative. Only then did Hu Wenbo reply, "It was recovered from a foreigner." "A foreigner?" "Yes, all suspected spies. Every single one of them possessed such a booklet." Gu Ran examined the messy booklet filled with annotations and suddenly realized something. Then this could be a code book. A code book? Hu Wenbo frowned slightly. Gu Ran turned to Zhao Heng. "Do you remember what I mentioned during the live stream? That the existence of francium fragments?" Zhao Heng nodded. "I remember. They may already be in action," Gu Ran said gravely. "They are faster than us." Hu Wenbo asked, "What exactly are francium fragments?" Gu Ran ignored him and bent down to retrieve several printed sheets from beside the desk. He buried his head in the papers and began organizing. Setting the booklet aside, he studied the pre-made annotations and, following the correct sequence, painstakingly transcribed the completely scrambled derivation process. In his past life, he had never fully understood what francium fragments specifically were or their exact applications. But he knew one thing. Those extraordinary physical properties made it a material capable of revolutionizing current technological standards. The progress of human technology ultimately rests on the advancement of materials. Yet material progress is exceedingly difficult. Countless material scientists spend their entire lives without ever discovering or creating something that meaningfully advances human civilization. This brute force approach to progress severely constrains the trajectory of human civilization. But francium fragments were an exception. They required no research, no decades of testing, no generational cycles of exhaustive verification. They simply existed. All one needed to do was find them and pick them up. And in that moment, one possessed a material far beyond the current level of human civilization. Gu Ran had once envisioned countless scenarios and proposed various plans centered on francium fragments, but constrained by the cautious and conservative culture of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, everything ultimately remained confined to PowerPoint presentations. In truth, if there had been more courage to take risks, advancing technological applications concurrently, while still unraveling the nature of francium fragments, the pace of development would have surged forward long ago. But that was all in the past. In his previous life, China had seized the initiative, yet foolishly squandered its head start, wasting an extraordinary opportunity for scientific and technological advancement. Now the United States held the lead, and this made him exceedingly tense. If America located and applied the francium fragments first, it would pose a devastating threat to China. After reorganizing the notes, Gu Ran quickly obtained two sets of derivations. Regarding the francium decay layer portion, there were no issues. Once all the steps appeared in their correct and ordered sequence, the entire derivation process became a straightforward exercise, so simple that even a high school student could read through it and understand the material properties and parameter specifications for francium fragments. This time Zhao Heng could see everything at a glance. As for the other section of the derivation, it had not been deliberately disrupted in its sequence and logic. It was internally complete. But in terms of content, it had absolutely nothing to do with the francium decay layer. It was clearly related to astrophysics. Only after reading it over 3 or 5 times did he faintly begin to detect something significant. "This is a calculation of celestial trajectories and impact points," Gu Ran said, studying the derivations in confusion. "But it isn't for a single celestial body. It provides a computational model, a framework capable of processing countless similar objects." Zhao Heng asked, "What is the final result of these calculations?" The coordinate ranges where these celestial bodies will impact, Gu Ran replied. There are parameters included here. Substituting them into the trajectory states should allow us to approximately calculate the latitudinal and longitudinal intersections. Based on 4 intersection points, we can then narrow down the impact zone. What is this for? Zhao Heng bewildered asked. Meteorites. Gu Ran also shook his head in confusion. Probably not. The entire calculation consists of 2 phases, one from Earth's surface to near-Earth orbit, and the other from near-Earth orbit back to the surface. Zhao Heng guessed perplexedly, could it be satellite recovery? If so, what connection does satellite recovery have with the francium decay layer? Why are these 2 combined? Are they used for observation? Zhao Heng's train of thought wandered, and suddenly it gave Gu Ran an important inspiration. He quickly thought of something and asked, do you think it could be the Ford project? Those steel needles. Zhao Heng also nodded eagerly. Indeed, that's possible. If the Ford project was indeed a space operation targeting francium fragments. In that case, the impact points of those steel needles would from a certain perspective very likely also be the impact points of francium fragments. So this booklet is a spy's operational guide, Gu Ran continued along Zhao Heng's reasoning. Through some decryption method they restore the scrambled code of this booklet. Then they use the francium fragment derivations to learn the properties of the fragments, use the impact calculation model to determine where francium fragments would land within China, and finally proceed to search for them. If this truly is a codebook, it means they can solve both the problem of what material to find and where to find it with a single encrypted password, without any need for radio communication, Hu Wenba observed impressed. That's a brilliant idea. While Hu Wenba was deep in thought considering whether his organization could borrow this methodology for future operations, Gu Ran was already hunched over the desk rapidly optimizing the computational logic. In the end, the impact location depended on only one variable, namely how long the steel needles remained in orbit. But the problem lay in the fact that impact points were tied to flight duration, and the Ford project took place over 60 years ago. From the moment those hundreds of millions of steel needles entered space, they could have fallen to Earth at any moment. To calculate all possible impact points meant substituting every single second across those 60 years into the model. The computational load was staggering, no less arduous than manually calculating the mass of every celestial body in the Milky Way. Director Zhao, Gu Ran calculated without looking up. Yes, yes. Zhao Heng promptly responded. Help me apply for access to the Tianhe supercomputer. Tianhe. No, not Tianhe, Taihu Light. Apply for access to Taihu Light's supercomputing resources. Regarding the trajectory calculation, if you already know the exact moment when the copper needles from the SIF project would fall, it is simply an ordinary high school level math problem. But without the precise impact time, it becomes a mathematical nightmare. Because you only know a time window, from the proposal of the SIF project to the present roughly 60-odd years. This means you must pinpoint an exact moment within those 60 years. Take a simple example. A game everyone has surely played. Think of a number between 1 and 60, then have someone else guess what it is. Hard to guess, isn't it? Under completely random conditions with 0 hints, the success rate is only 1 in 60. Nearly impossible to get right on the first try. And now calculating this impact point is over 30 million times more difficult than that game. Because you are not searching for a single year among 60, but rather a single second within nearly 2 billion seconds. The difficulty seems daunting. Let me simplify further. If you relax the precision from 1 second to 1 minute, reducing the computational difficulty 60-fold, how long would a personal computer need to run this calculation? The answer is 6,000 years. What is even more despairing is this: even if you set the precision to 1 minute, sit before the computer for 6,000 years, and finally wait for the result, you would discover the answer is utterly meaningless. Because this is applied work, not merely solving a textbook problem, where computing the answer alone constitutes success. Relevant personnel still need to use that answer to conduct searches. And for a copper needle hurtling through low Earth orbit at high speed, 1 minute is roughly enough to travel from northeast China all the way to Lingnan. You glance at the answer and realize anywhere within the entire nation is possible. Then your 6,000 years of computation would have been for nothing. You might as well skip the calculations and conduct a ground-by-ground carpet search instead. But with the support of the Sunway Taihu Light, the situation changes entirely. As the fastest supercomputer in the world, Taihu Light achieves 1,200 million operations per second. Each chip delivers computational power equivalent to 20 personal computers. Within the Wuxi Supercomputing Center, where the Sunway Taihu Light supercomputer resides, there are over 40,000 such chips. Gu Ran handed his organized function matrix to Zhao Heng, instructing him to contact the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As for temporal precision, Gu Ran set it at 0.1 seconds. After Zhao Heng urgently reported the situation to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Institute of Computing Technology coordinated with the Wuxi Supercomputing Center to suspend all ongoing projects. The Wukong Dark Matter Detection Data Analysis and the Gravitational Wave Measurement Project, freeing all computational resources. Wuxi Sunway Taihu Light. Inside the vast supercomputing center, the towering computational units, standing in formation within the server room, resembled mecha warriors standing at full alert, radiating coldness and majesty. In the spotless climate-controlled server room, held at a constant 20 degrees Celsius, they waited in silence. Upon receiving the function matrix dispatched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, over 100 staff members at the data center immediately began programming and uploading. Because the originally complex calculations had already been simplified by Gu Ran into countless elementary function operations, the engineer's workload was dramatically reduced. Half an hour later, everyone consolidated their completed modules and uploaded them one by one. At the Wuxi Supercomputing Center inside the server room, staff clad in white cleanroom suits stood among the towering hosts of Taihu Light. The bustling humans at the control consoles formed an incredibly striking contrast with the sharply defined massive machines gleaming in silver metal beneath. Viewed through the surveillance cameras, it resembled a world-renowned painting steeped in technological sophistication. After staff confirmed that both the machines and the programs were functioning normally, the boot command was issued from the control console. At 10:11 in the morning, with less than 6 hours remaining before the detention ended, Taihu Light officially started. In an instant, dim green lights ignited and flickered across countless towering hosts, and a faint low hum echoed through the cavernous server room. Taihu Light, these towering, austere mecha warriors, after 10 seconds of initialization, abruptly shifted into high-frequency operation. The deep rumbling hum made every hair on your body stand on end. The electronic fluorinated liquid cooling system, previously flowing slowly, began operating at maximum velocity to rapidly dissipate the intense heat generated under full computational load. The moment the supercomputer embodying humanity's most cutting-edge technology began operating at full capacity, that surge of pride was almost beyond words to describe. Hu Wenba, Gu Ran, and the others kept vigil beside the coffee table, awaiting news from Taihu Light. 12:34 at noon. With fewer than 4 hours remaining before the release, a China map file of 3,560 megabytes quietly arrived in Zhao Heng's work email from the Taihu Light Supercomputing Center. On the map, dense black dots clustered into successive dark patches. This was a discrete distribution chart of every possible impact point for the copper needles across 60 years, calculated at 0.1 second intervals. Areas outside China's borders were disregarded. Those within China currently concentrated in the northern, northeastern, and central western regions. Hu Wenba scrolled through the map, selecting the areas with the highest black dot density. After sending Gu Ran's deduced francium fragment analysis to local operatives, he immediately notified them to proceed to their target locations for search based on the material characteristics outlined in the predictions. Director Zhao. Gu Ran looked at the map. Go ahead, Zhao Heng replied. Notify nearby research institutes or university laboratories to prepare for material verification. Gu Ran briefly outlined the verification standards, instruments, and requirements. Zhao Heng then immediately applied the criteria provided by Gu Ran to conduct the screening, identifying 3 to 5 qualifying universities or research institutes around each search area. 2:53 in the afternoon. The final hour before lifting the detention had begun. The first suspected francium fragment was discovered on the Ulan mud grasslands, roughly the size of an eyeglass lens. Shortly after, 4 more suspected fragments, ranging from fingernail size to palm size, were found in succession across the greater Xing'an range. Upon receiving the report, Hu Wenba immediately issued orders for the materials to be rushed to the research institutes that Zhao Heng had pre-coordinated with for verification. 3:42 in the afternoon. Zhao Heng's phone buzzed with a series of messages. All the test data piled into his inbox one by one before he could even organize them into documents. Zhao Heng set his phone on the coffee table. Gu Ran patiently swiped through the screen, examining the verification data on magnetism, reactivity, malleability, and conductivity. An expression of growing excitement and delight washed over his face. It is indeed francium. Gu Ran felt a profound sense of relief, and then waves of lingering dread rose in his heart. He felt immensely fortunate to have discovered and halted the loss of the francium fragments in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. After a moment, he looked at Hu Wenba. You said a large group of foreigners concentrated their departure applications. Hu Wenba nodded. Yes. Approve it quickly and let them leave, but make sure thorough inspections are conducted at exit. Additionally, for the locations marked on the map, prevent any foreigners from entering for the foreseeable future. Hearing Gu Ran's stern orders, Hu Wenba barely had the nerve to counter. After all, those are suspicious individuals. If we let them all go, I worry we might miss something important. Before he could finish, Gu Ran cut him off decisively. The most crucial matter for both the Xiaonan Bureau and the Chinese Academy of Sciences right now is only one thing: collecting the francium fragments. As long as we accomplish this, there is nothing else to worry about. Hu Wenba looked at Gu Ran sitting on the sofa, his gaze sharp and piercing, and felt an indescribable sensation. The Gu Ran before him seemed like an entirely different person from the one he had pieced together through the Xiaonan Bureau's intelligence. As the head of the Xiaonan Bureau, Hu Wenba had always been the one picking on others. No one had ever dared to defy him before. And yet here it was, defied by Gu Ran, an entertainer. How to put it? The Xian Bureau and entertainers were like cats and mice. In the past, whenever he caught sight of an entertainer, that entertainer would end up behind bars. Not only had he never been dominated by an entertainer, but few entertainers even dared to meet his gaze directly. Yet now the situation between him and Gu Ran was completely reversed, as if a mouse had cornered a cat and unleashed a barrage of blows. At that moment, Hu Wenba's impression of Gu Ran shattered in an instant, and a new image gradually took shape in his mind. This new version of Gu Ran possessed an unfathomable depth of cunning that left him utterly bewildered. Then I'll make the arrangements. Hu Wenba admitted defeat, unable to overpower Gu Ran's aura. The once decisive head of the Xian Bureau now found himself seeking permission. Let me confirm one final time. Shall we just let those spies go? Gu Ran nodded. Not just let them go, make them disappear as fast as possible. After Hu Wenba left, Gu Ran and Zhao Heng departed as well. Walking along, Gu Ran's mind was consumed by the francium fragments. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Director Zhao. Zhao Heng walked while staring down at his phone, repeatedly marveling at the test parameters. Some values, such as high temperature resistance and magnetic shielding properties, were so outstanding that they made one instinctively suspect data fabrication. Yet the consistent findings from multiple research institutes repeatedly confirmed their authenticity, sending him into a state of pure excitement. He had spent his entire life working with materials. Without exaggeration, if he had created this francium fragment, he would willingly face death the next day. Director Zhao. Gu Ran called out again. Zhao Heng startled back to reality. Yes, I'm here. I have many well-developed ideas regarding the francium fragments, Gu Ran said excitedly. Please let me take the lead on the subsequent research and implementation. Zhao Heng nodded almost without hesitation. Gu Ran was the discoverer of the francium fragments, and the only person who could truly be said to understand them. If not him, Zhao Heng truly had no second choice. Drawing on his past life experience, Gu Ran asked in advance, the follow-up work on the francium fragments will inevitably involve risk and bold approaches. I may need considerable authority in this regard. I wonder if you can secure it for me. What kind of authority? Zhao Heng asked. I hope to pursue research and application simultaneously. I know this is risky, but it is absolutely necessary. As you've seen, the United States has collected francium fragments before us. They may already be developing technologies around them. We must accelerate our efforts. Some risks simply must be taken. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng nodded without hesitation. No problem. The moment I return to the institute, I'll help you apply for it. Watching Zhao Heng leave, Gu Ran felt deep gratitude for the old man's forthright nature and his absolute trust. If the francium fragments could enter the research and application phase ahead of schedule, he could hardly imagine how gratifying it would be. If there was one person in the world who understood how happy Gu Ran was at that moment, it was the Didi driver. On the way back to the company, Gu Ran's exuberant joy in the car kept the driver anxious the entire ride. One moment he was grinning from ear to ear, the next he was dancing in his seat, clicking his tongue in delight, leading the driver to suspect he had just been discharged from the Hualongwen Mental Hospital. The driver was forced to crawl along at a snail's pace, his right hand perpetually hovering near the door, ready to bail at any moment. Gu Ran, of course, was oblivious to the driver's distress. He was simply savoring the joy of the present moment. It was the satisfaction of a long-coveted dream finally realized. Driver, let me tell you a story. The driver swallowed hard, cast a wary glance at the rearview mirror, and stiffly forced a smile, terrified of provoking Gu Ran further. Go ahead. Tell me. I'm listening. Gu Ran sighed, softly murmuring. On a warm and sunny afternoon, I met the Lady Francium on a script. But I didn't know where she was. To find her, I lost count of how many all-nighters I pulled, and how many people I humbly begged. The francium fragment was classified information, so he certainly couldn't reveal it. Yet the ache of regret deeply engraved in his heart made it impossible for him to keep quiet. The driver, thoroughly bewildered, offered a perfunctory response. Online romance, right? Those are unreliable. Judging by your looks, you must have plenty of girls chasing you in real life. Gu Ran remained lost in his own world. Then a very, very long time later, in some desolate and uninhabited place, I found that Lady Francium, no bigger than a fingernail. The driver's face went pale as a sheet, his mind completely blank. A fingernail. Though much time had passed, Gu Ran still vividly remembered what the first francium fragment looked like. Recalling it, he couldn't help but smile. She may have looked rather shabby, but they say beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. I even wrote many articles about her, several of which were published in Nature. In order to convince her family to accept me, I tried countless times, proving how wonderful she was in every way. But unfortunately, we never made it to the altar in the end. There were always people throwing every excuse, regulation, and institution in our way. Isn't that particularly regrettable? The driver hastily nodded. Why, yes. It is quite regrettable. Though utterly confused, he felt he had somehow figured out how this handsome young man had gone mad. But now they've agreed. Gu Ran sounded as though a great burden had been lifted, his face radiating joy. The driver looked completely bewildered. Wait. A fingernail. Made it to the altar. Your family approved your marriage. The car pulled up in front of the Huafeng Technology building. Gu Ran didn't answer, laughed heartily twice, and stepped out. Watching Gu Ran stride into the building with an unrestrained laugh, the driver, still shaken, pulled out his phone and sent a voice message to the driver group chat. Brothers, I just gave a ride to a psycho. You've seen the news. Foreigners marrying dogs, marrying Hatsune Miku. Guess what? I encountered someone who wanted to marry his own fingernail. The sorrows and joys of mankind are never truly shared. The news that Gu Ran had been taken away by the National Security Bureau in the morning after being exposed and further discussed was generating tremendous attention on the internet at that time. For the entertainment industry, the National Security Bureau essentially carried the image of an executioner. It would not act lightly, but once it did, it meant the complete end of an artist's career. That morning, countless paparazzi had captured images of Gu Ran getting into the National Security Bureau's car, instantly causing a sensation across the internet. But what Gu Ran had not expected was that the dominant voice in all the discussions was actually arguing for his innocence. Countless people used the most sincere words to describe the positive energy they had felt in Gu Ran's livestream room, repeatedly emphasizing that a responsible artist like him should not be banned. At the General Administration of Chinese Culture and Media, within the Special Office for the two new cultural initiatives, several reviewers pored over various videos about Gu Ran, their eyes full of approval. They had known about Gu Ran before, and shortly after the two new initiatives were rolled out, a major earthquake hit the entertainment industry. And in that earthquake, Gu Ran had probably been the hardest hit. To be honest, their initial impression of him had not been very favorable. Because when he was at Huafeng, Gu Ran basically came across as a mass-produced entertainer, someone entirely replaceable. But to their surprise, after leaving Huafeng and joining Shurfeng, Gu Ran's image underwent such a dramatic transformation in just a few short days. Nowadays, half of the cultural entertainment rankings were filled with clips from his livestream yesterday. His tribute to the pioneers and his understanding of national cohesion were spreading widely across the internet. This was undoubtedly the direction advocated by the two new initiatives. Although the two new special task force generally would not show too obvious bias, watching such a positive energy artist, one who had been hard-won recognition from the internet, on the verge of falling, they still decided to do something for Gu Ran. Meanwhile, at the National Security Bureau headquarters, Hu Wenba, who was handling departure procedures, went numb upon seeing the public opinion report submitted by his subordinates. An overwhelming cyber attack was underway across the internet, and the target of this cyberbullying was none other than their National Security Bureau. Although the National Security Bureau did not maintain official social media accounts, every comment beneath all the videos about Gu Ran on every platform was somehow connected to them. Various doubts, incomprehension, mockery, and ridicule poured down like torrential rain with no way to escape. We have become the villains. Hu Wenba looked at those tens of millions of comments and felt his scalp tingle. The National Security Bureau had handled countless cases of cyberbullying, yet when it was their turn, they suddenly felt deflated. Just as he was pondering how to silence the public outcry, he received a call from the Special Task Force for the two new cultural initiatives. After brief discussions, a public statement was released through the cultural initiative's official account across all platforms. The content was straightforward, simply outlining the reasons and details behind the National Security Bureau's invitation to Gu Ran that day. Of course, the specifics were fabricated on the spot by Hu Wenba. He provided a detailed account of the public opinion battle that unfolded in the early morning hours, then claimed that calling Gu Ran was merely to investigate the incident. He omitted any mention of the francium fragment discovery or the espionage case. Since the earlier public opinion incident had genuinely occurred, this actually lent credibility to his fabricated statement. When the official account of the two new cultural initiatives published this statement, it once again sparked a sensation across the entire internet. Netizens were astonished that they had been completely unaware of the fierce online battle that had erupted while they slept. Even harder to believe was that amid the rampant spread of rumors, they had decisively turned the tide before sunrise. Especially after seeing that the National Security Bureau had stayed awake all night processing 1,600 negative videos and the extensive list of violations, everyone shifted their stance and began apologizing to the Bureau. The board of directors of Shurfeng Group watched the announcement released by the two new initiatives with disbelief. They could use their connections to learn that Gu Ran had not been called in by the National Security Bureau for any wrongdoing, and could also get information from the Radio and Television Bureau about the direction of future cultural development, but they could not get any information from the two new initiatives. This was because the two new initiatives had never expressed their stance. As a review and evaluation body, it needed to maintain absolute neutrality. Therefore, throughout the entire duration of the two new initiatives' work, the Shurfeng board had never been clear about how great the competitive gap was between Shurfeng and Huafeng. But today, the official two new initiatives directly issued an announcement for Gu Ran, which undoubtedly sent a positive signal. It gave the board great confidence. At this point, in their view, signing Gu Ran was undoubtedly Shurfeng's most proud investment since the two new policies were issued. As for Liu Keqing and the public relations team of Shurfeng Group, now looking at the announcement published by the official two new initiatives account, they felt mixed emotions. Gu Ran was fine, which made them naturally happy. But seeing the 1,600 negative videos made public, they were a bit overwhelmed. Recalling the tension of the early morning hours, they felt quite ashamed. As for Gu Ran, he had already arrived early at the late-night chat venue and was preparing for his livestream. Since leaving the National Security Bureau, he had not checked his phone at all. Whatever trending topics, hashtags, or public opinion existed now were all meaningless to him. His mind was entirely consumed by the francium fragment. Although it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, he had already decided to start broadcasting. For his final live stream, he still wanted to leave a perfect conclusion. If nothing unexpected happened after Zhao Hong helped him establish connections with the Chinese Academy of Sciences tomorrow, he would be transferring jobs. Although Jin City may be delightful, it is better to return home soon. Although the entertainment industry was enjoyable, the allure of the francium fragment was simply too great for him. When Zhou Ran and Lao Ma saw Gu Ran rushing to start his broadcast so early, they were both greatly shocked. Is it only 8 o'clock? Brothers might be heading to the Chinese Academy of Sciences tomorrow. Gu Ran clicked his tongue, feigning regret. For this final session, I will spend more time with the audience. Hearing this, Zhou Ran and Lao Ma both froze. Even Ji Min, who had been absorbed in playing mobile games, stared at Gu Ran with wide eyes, wondering if he had misheard. Gu Ran shook his head, pretending to be profound. Some things cannot be spoken. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the reporting hall, under the lights, Zhao Hong stood on stage with Wang Yisin holding the ACF membrane that had completed all verification processes and passionately argued on Gu Ran's behalf before the assembled academicians. Below the stage, the group of academicians sitting in the shadows were conducting the final round of voting on whether to approve Gu Ran's special appointment to the academy. When core academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences holding positions at or above the level of institute directors propose major decisions, an internal referendum is triggered. All votes are cast anonymously. Directors from each affiliated institute, along with relevant leaders from the CAS Political Department and the China Science and Industry Ministry, attend to cast their votes. When 60% of participating voters approve, the decision is considered passed. The internal referendum consists of 3 rounds with success achieved if passed in any round. Zhao Hong and Wang Yisin were now engaged in the third and final round. The previous 2 rounds had both ended in failure. If this final attempt also failed, Gu Ran would virtually have no chance of securing the distinguished appointment. In the first round, Zhao Hong reported to the institute directors and the China Science and Industry Committee regarding the ACF film and francium fragments. This served both as a work report to his superiors and as an introduction to Gu Ran's research capabilities. He had initially believed the referendum would pass in the first round, but regrettably it fell short with only 40% approval. During the second round, Zhao Hong detailed the various conjectures and reasoning Gu Ran had presented during his live broadcast, along with the numerous interactions he had experienced with him. From deciphering that physics workbook to constructing the molecular structure design model for advanced materials, every encounter reinforced his conviction that Gu Ran was an exceptionally rare physical genius. In his determination to bring Gu Ran into the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had even staked his own reputation on a wager with fellow academicians. Yet the second round ultimately ended in failure as well. By the third round, he had exhausted his arguments. He understood the skepticism surrounding a former celebrity who had dropped out of middle school and suddenly emerged as a scientific prodigy. A transformation that invited doubt from those who didn't know him personally. The other academicians lacked the direct exposure to Gu Ran's abilities that he had witnessed. They had never seen his talents with their own eyes, so their inability to vote in favor was entirely understandable. But the fault didn't lie with Gu Ran. Wang Yisin clutched the report materials, her expression heavy with worry. She wanted to speak given the precarious situation, yet the sight of all those academicians before her robbed her of courage. These were the very pillars who had lifted China to its upright position. She was far from qualified to offer them guidance. Zhao Hong patted Wang Yisin's shoulder. You should head back, he said. Wang Yisin, visibly concerned, replied, Teacher. It's fine, go ahead. Wang Yisin gathered the materials and bowed to the academicians below, then hurried out of the briefing hall. The heavy door swung shut with a solid thud. The briefing hall door closed. A profound silence settled over the hall. Stage lighting cast the assembled academicians into shadow, obscuring their features from Zhao Heng's view. He set his materials on the lectern and stepped forward. This is the final round of voting. I feel I've exhausted my arguments, so let me share what I've observed. Zhao Hong paused briefly before continuing. My instincts tell me that missing out on Gu Ran would be a tremendous loss for the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But we all know what chasm lies before the Chinese Academy of Sciences today. Someone must build a bridge across this gap and lead Chinese scientific research toward new horizons to continue exploring. Within the Academy, we have encountered too many scientific geniuses, diligent, sharp-minded, meticulous, and deeply learned. Yet we also know clearly that they preserve the established order, but lack the spirit to pioneer new frontiers. They can push the current framework of physics to its absolute limit, but they rarely dare to venture into uncharted territory. Zhao Hong sighed. Of course this is our doing. We have cultivated countless outstanding students for our motherland, but we have not produced a generation of physicists. We have all been consciously or unconsciously preparing the next generation of successors. But I believe you share my unease facing the successive physics revolutions ahead. We have little confidence in our successors. Take Yisin, for instance. She is the senior flagship of the Materials Institute and the student I have been most proud of over all these years. She absolutely deserves the description of excellence. In any scientific verification or reverse engineering, her caution, diligence, and profound theoretical foundation in materials science make her perfectly capable. But I know where her greatest weakness lies. She is an extraordinarily capable soldier, but it would be difficult for her to become a general willing to burn all bridges. She lacks the courage and resolve befitting a general. She has no determination to fight with her back to the river, nor the stubborn obsession that refuses to yield even after hitting the southern wall. We emerge from an era of absolute scarcity through sheer grit. We all understand that to accomplish miracles, the most critical element is neither extensive knowledge nor tireless hard work. It is obsession. On a paved road, anyone can trek forward. With a bit more effort and learning, one simply goes farther. China has many people and many geniuses. On paved roads, diligence can always compensate for inadequacy. But what of a wilderness choked with thorns? Diligence and knowledge alone cannot sustain them, and carving out a new world for their wounds will force them to stop, too fearful to advance. Only reckless obsession and madness like audacity can drive them forward, bleeding and unbroken. Such people are seldom seen. But in Gu Ran I have felt a stubbornness and a touch of madness that commands attention. Zhao Heng recalled everything that had happened that day, organizing his impressions into words. You have not seen him immersed in his calculations. I have. It is a level of concentration that ordinary people rarely achieve. Moreover, that ultimate focus persisted for hours on end. During his calculations he transforms into someone else, aloof, reclusive, cold, and piercing. Yet he radiates an aura that convinces you whether it takes 1 hour or 1 day, 1 month, or 1 year, or even longer, he will inevitably reach his goal. Even in silence he inspires natural and effortless confidence. Zhao Heng looked at the audience and smiled wryly. We are all old hands who have lived long enough to see much. In research we may sometimes miss the right direction, but when it comes to judging character we rarely misread. After he finished, murmurs of discussion rippled through the briefing hall. After a moment, Zhao Heng, director of the Key Institute of Astrophysics, spoke up. I watched Gu Ran's broadcast once. Indeed, from his content one can sense that this young man is extraordinary. Besides, Zhao Heng is a remarkably cautious person. Someone he would stake his own reputation on defending. I believe will bring us surprises. Zhao Heng turned toward his own cousin with deep gratitude. In this moment of isolation his principled stand was truly invaluable. After a pause, Ding Yi, a leader of the China Science and Industry Ministry and former director of the Key Institute of Astrophysics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, suddenly spoke. If what you say is true, then he is indeed talent urgently needed by China's scientific community. The ministry has no objections. The decisive factor remains how the academy decides. The Ministry of Industry and Technology oversaw the two academies alongside China's military industry. As the superior administrative body of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, once Ding Yi gave his tacit approval, resistance within the academy naturally diminished. When the president of CAS said, "Does anyone have further questions? If not, let us proceed to the vote." Approximately 5 minutes later the third round of voting concluded. Zhao Heng glanced nervously at the screen. A total of 43 votes were cast with 31 in favor. Upon seeing the results, Zhao Heng exhaled in relief. The lights in the hall brightened. Ding Yi was unsurprised by the outcome. Whether to appoint a special researcher or not, most academicians simply followed the ministry's guidance. Once he had signaled his acquiescence, the result was scarcely in doubt. However, the referendum was only the beginning. As matters concluded, numerous issues requiring attention emerged. Ding Yi asked, Gu Ran is a streamer and entertainer, correct? Zhao Heng nodded. Yes. Such an identity is too conspicuous. Ding Yi pondered for a moment. You must make it clear to him that he would be collaborating with CAS under the title of specially appointed researcher. However, CAS will handle this matter discreetly, and he should not draw public attention to it. Zhao Heng quickly expressed his agreement. Many scientific research projects at CAS were classified in nature, so lower profile was always preferable. Given Gu Ran's current internet-wide popularity, expecting him to remain completely anonymous was unrealistic. The best they could hope for was minimal disruption. Ding Yi spoke gravely. Additionally, the National Information Security Administration notified me today of something. They mentioned that Gu Ran's livestream has attracted numerous overseas IP addresses. The Academy should remain vigilant regarding this matter. Zhao Heng explained, this is likely because Gu Ran mentioned francium fragments during his livestream previously. President Huan proposed, my suggestion is that Gu Ran maintain his current routine, continue streaming and working as usual. The proportion of scientific research can be gradually increased until a suitable balance is established. For CS, Gu Ran's greatest challenge was not his ability. His competence could be assessed within a single day. Whether capable or not was straightforward and undeniable. The real issue lay in his formidable internet exposure. Conducting scientific research, particularly highly confidential research, while under intense public scrutiny, was absolutely untenable. Thus, a gradual transition from streamer to CAS researcher might well be the optimal approach to ease public attention. Ding Yi nodded. Externally, simply state that he remains an entertainer. Zhao Heng had no objections to these arrangements. He then turned to substantive discussion. Regarding the forthcoming research on francium fragments, we should also establish a proper plan. President Huan stated, "Let us establish a key laboratory under the Materials Academy. The specific research projects can be formulated by your department." Yes, however, in researching and developing francium fragments, we are already one step behind. We must accelerate our efforts moving forward. During this period of catching up, some aggressive measures may be necessary, so I wish to forewarn you. Ding E and Huan exchanged nods, silently acquiescing. For a novel material such as francium fragments, they possessed virtually no prior understanding and could therefore formulate no established research standards. Their attitude was straightforward: let the Materials Academy lead the initiative on francium fragments. After some time of research, encountering mistakes, and navigating pitfalls, appropriate constraints would become evident. Only then would standards be established and authority delimited. Consequently, this unregulated interim period inadvertently granted enormous freedom to the research and development of francium elements. While CAS held its vigorous seminar at the Huafeng Technology Building, Gu Ran sat energetically before his livestream camera preparing for the broadcast. It was 8:30 in the evening. Compared to his usual midnight broadcasts at 11 or 12, he now radiated enthusiasm. Zoe Ran sat beside Gu Ran with a conflicted expression, opened Douyin, and pushed her phone toward him. The first episode of Extreme Wisdom Clash airs today. Should we perhaps avoid clashing schedules? After the previous episode of Superbrain nearly caused trouble competing against Huang Zhixiao, they were now relying on Extreme Wisdom Clash to turn things around. Late night chat had essentially become a magnet for traffic. Once it went live, it would likely drain all viewership from Extreme Wisdom Clash instantly. Hearing Zhou Yiran's concern, Old Ma and Ji Min both paused their preparations. "You're right, Brother Gu. We're from the same root after all." Gu Ran countered, "Don't you want to see the upper limit of late night chat?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yiran and the others exchanged knowing smiles, though they felt apologetic toward Extreme Wisdom Clash. Though late night chat's concurrent viewer count had been rising steadily over recent days, those streams had all begun in the early morning hours, when Douyin's daily active users had already dropped, significantly capping potential reach. Now, hearing Gu Ran's proposal, they were filled with anticipation. If they hosted a live stream during peak daily activity hours in the evening, who knew how much traffic they could attract? Old Ma and Ji Min silently resumed adjusting the livestream equipment, while Zhou Yiran hurriedly touched up her makeup. Extreme Wisdom Clash. What Extreme Wisdom Clash? They claimed no acquaintance. By 9 o'clock, the livestream room was fully prepared, and Gu Ran and Zhou Yiran took their positions before the cameras. Old Ma and Ji Min eagerly anticipating the event headed toward the office. Gu Ran's momentum had sustained throughout the day. From being taken away by the Information Security Bureau during daylight hours to the Bureau's evening statement, compounded by fermentation across millions of netizens nationwide, late night chat alone gained 1.6 million new followers, while livestream reservations exceeded 2 million. With all favorable factors aligning and the broadcast scheduled during the golden evening hours of 8 or 9 o'clock, they could scarcely imagine how many simultaneous viewers they would attract. At precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, late night chat unexpectedly launched its livestream. 30 seconds later, the viewer count surpassed 10,000. Within 1 minute, it exceeded 1,000,000. 5 minutes and the count reached 500,000. A dense cascade of bullet comments began flooding the stream. "What's this, bro? Pulling a surprise, are we? The most unpunctual episode yet. That's exactly why I love your unpredictability." While waiting for viewers to arrive, Gu Ran patiently selected comments to respond, weaving tales of the day's events at the Information Security Bureau. Of course, not a single word of truth was spoken. Everything relied entirely on imagination. Perhaps sensing that Gu Ran had suffered tremendous grievance at the hands of the Information Security Bureau, various small gifts began continuously appearing on screen, offering digital comfort and consolation. Through countless shares across the platform, the concurrent viewer count skyrocketed past 1 million within 10 minutes. Thus, after taking 2 sips of plain water, Gu Ran commenced today's broadcast amid cascades and a screen full of supportive comments. "Brothers, we're starting early today, but we won't be leaving early. Surprised. Delighted. We have plenty of time, and given how cheerful I am, I plan to share something truly explosive this time. I'll give you all 2 minutes. Quick, go drink 2 bottles of those walnut beverages, then type brain replenished in the chat." A live streaming room with 1 million concurrent viewers. After Gu Ran announced the official start of the broadcast, the viewer count surged once again. Meanwhile, at the Superbrain studio, no, it was now called the Ultimate Challenge Studio, Lu Keqing sat in the director's seat, her brows tightly knitted, restless and uneasy, her expression even worse than during her menstrual cramps. Yang Jin's performance on the show could only be described as a catastrophe. The Ultimate Challenge aired at 8 o'clock, and Yang Jin's highlight moment came during his entrance ceremony between 8 and 8:05. Then came the social death, lasting from 8:10 until now. His stage presence was virtually non-existent. His lines were below amateur level. His exaggerated body movements and affected broadcasting tone may have made him feel wonderful, but they made Lu Keqing and the director desperately want to find a crack in the floor to crawl into. An intellectual competition had quickly turned into a comedy show. After the broadcast went live, traffic in the streaming room indeed grew rapidly, but everyone was there to watch a spectacle. Liu Kaching, who had hoped to stage a desperate turnaround with Ultimate Intelligence Challenge, was now utterly despondent. Gu Ran is starting his broadcast. The director suddenly tugged at Liu Kaching's sleeve as if spotting a lifeline. Liu Kaching's face lit up with unexpected joy. Has the traffic for Ultimate Intelligence dropped? It has dropped, the director replied with relief, and dropping fast. The two watched the backstage data with bated breath, watching the traffic plummet from 2 million down to 100,000, then 200,000, then 500,000. Tears welled up in their eyes. When the number dropped to around 300,000, the director subtly signaled the host to cut the entire second half of the program. The show was concluded perfunctorily. The entire studio, every staff member felt a weight lift from their shoulders. This was undoubtedly the most unforgettable day of their lives. A humiliation so profound they would likely never experience anything so embarrassing again. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a massive display screen hung before the briefing hall broadcasting Gu Ran's livestream. Upon receiving the advance notification about the early start of the broadcast, Zhao Heng immediately interrupted the ongoing discussion and projected the live stream onto the display screen. Seated among the crowd, he confidently introduced Gu Ran's broadcast to the Academy directors beside him. As everyone watched the remarkably handsome and youthful Gu Ran, their faces showed considerable surprise. He was far younger than they had imagined. Ding, he asked in confusion, so young. Exactly, Zhao Heng said. But don't judge a book by its cover. Once he opens his mouth, you'll immediately understand his caliber. If you listen to the entire broadcast from start to finish, I think the subsequent admission assessment could be omitted entirely. Aside from Zhao Heng, everyone present maintained a skeptical attitude toward Gu Ran. Late-night talk show live stream room. The viewer count had dropped by nearly a few 100,000. Old Ma analyzed for a long while, but could not figure out the reason. Jimin silently exited the live stream and checked the trending popularity list. He had intended to see whether a major streamer had gone live during this primetime slot. But after seeing the 8 Walnuts live stream room surge from rank 438 to rank 86, everything became clear. The once listless streamer was now vibrant and energetic. Watching the massive influx of traffic and the enthusiastic ordering, they had sold nearly 50,000 boxes in just 2 minutes, a surprise akin to winning the lottery. Jimin returned to the late-night talk show live stream room, sent a bullet comment red packet in the operations center reading "Purchase 8 walnuts from window link number 1, and then added the 8 walnuts product link to the nearly empty shopping cart. And so the viewer exodus was simply contained. Shortly after, 8 walnuts priced at 71 yuan per box vanished from inventory at a rate of over 100 boxes per second. Gu Ran smiled and said, "Come on brothers, you really are quite persuasive." Then viewers who had already purchased 8 walnuts began flooding the bullet comments. "Brain supplementation successful. Already placed my order. My brain can wait." Then the official account of 8 walnuts also appeared in Gu Ran's live stream, generously gifting 10 carnival events as advertising fees. "Thank you 8 walnuts for the 10 carnivals," Gu Ran said cheerfully. "All right brothers, now that our brains are supplemented, let's get back to the main topic. In our previous broadcasts, we dug a hole. We discussed civilization, consciousness, and evolution. So today let's discuss one question." Gu Ran's voice grew low. "What controls us? Genes, consciousness, gut bacteria, the brain, or something beyond the dimensions we know?" As his voice faded, the bullet comments erupted with extraordinary enthusiasm for this question. Some longtime viewers began connecting it to his previous broadcasts and offered their own answers. Regardless of how absurd the answers might be, one obvious feeling emerged after several broadcasts of conditioning. The proportion of well-reasoned bullet comments among the crowd of jokester comments had noticeably increased. The bullet comments offered all kinds of answers. The common thread was that they were all wrong. Gu Ran said, "Let's state the conclusion first, then analyze one by one to verify it. In my view, what controls humanity should be some higher dimensional entity, something analogous to code." The bullet comments responded instantly. "God Gu, do you also think our lives are scripted like a program? I only started believing in fate when I reached my 40s or 50s. Actually, I've long known that life is predetermined. Are we living in a virtual world? I seem to recall many scientists discussing this hypothesis before." Watching the bullet comments spiral into baseless speculation, Gu Ran promptly interrupted, "Pay attention. I said analogous to code, not code itself. To prevent confusion, let me rephrase, I won't call it code, let's call it logic. This logic may not be complex at all. It may not even have the time or energy to script every individual's entire life. According to Occam's razor, it might consist of merely one extremely simple rule." Gu Ran paused, took a sip of water, and continued, "For instance, this logic dictates that the task you must accomplish in this lifetime is to calculate what 1 + 1 equals. Then your birth represents the logic transitioning from abstract concept to concrete form, and the you at this moment is the logic itself. Although you are the logic itself, you are unaware of the task you bear. Only your subconscious constantly nudges you to do various things, gradually drawing you closer to your mission." As he described this, a bullet comment caught his attention. "Then what happens after completing the task assigned by the logic? What would happen?" Gu Ran paused, then shook his head. "I don't know. The true logic is perhaps far more difficult than completing the task of 1 + 1 = 2. Humanity is still very far from accomplishing it. But some people may have taken the wrong path and misread the question, successfully completing an incorrect logic. We can derive certain answers from them. Speaking, he looked straight into the camera, and those people either commit suicide or claim to have attained enlightenment. Gu Ran's conjecture sparked immense interest among the audience. According to his reasoning, the driving force behind humanity's survival to this day was merely a simple logic. Some viewers with a philosophical bent found the word logic too rigid, so they dressed it in literary terms, calling it truth. I think Gu Shen is right. If we put it another way, logic could also be called truth. Humans live for truth. Isn't that the principle of in the morning hear the way, in the evening die content? Other viewers watching the bullet comments diverge and expand also began to voice their opinions. I live to fully experience life. What do I live for? I don't know either. I live to realize my dreams. I certainly don't live to deliver takeout. In the reporting hall of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the barrage of bullet comments nearly obscured Gu Ran completely, while the academicians sat in silence, watching the live stream with calm expressions. Zhao Heng occasionally stole glances at the others' expressions. In his view, although Gu Ran's topic seemed more inclined toward philosophy, it was certainly something that could pique curiosity. He eagerly anticipated seeing surprise or astonishment on their faces, but as he observed their solemn statue-like expressions, disappointment set in. How could they remain so utterly unresponsive? In reality, the academicians were not indifferent to Gu Ran's stream. Everyone present except for the brothers Zhao Heng and Zhao Heng was watching Gu Ran for the first time. Before the stream began, they had considered many possibilities and speculated about what topics Gu Ran might discuss. Yet none of them expected that what he said would completely exceed their expectations. If it were merely the topic exceeding expectations, they might have exclaimed in surprise, "This kid sure has a lot of ideas." But when they heard Gu Ran's subsequent conjecture about logic, everyone became as they were now. It wasn't that they had no reaction, rather before they could react, their minds had already plunged into the hypothesis Gu Ran had constructed. Ding Yi stared intently at the stream, his mind repeatedly digesting Gu Ran's conjecture. Though the stream had just begun, and Gu Ran had spoken no more than 20 sentences, those few words were enough to plunge him into deep thought. He had once pondered this question himself, or rather those who study physics upon reaching a certain height inevitably return to contemplate it. It wasn't that Gu Ran's words were particularly stunning. He had simply opened an ancient door that had long been dust-laden and neglected, and coincidentally the academicians were all deeply interested in what lay beyond. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Heng asked, "How's Gu Ran's opening? This kid is quite interesting, isn't he?" Huan emerged from his silence and nodded slightly. This opening proves he has thought things through, but how deep his thinking goes remains to be seen. Over the next few minutes, the other academicians gradually snapped out of their reverie. During this time, following Gu Ran's train of thought and hints, they had already pondered far ahead. This was a habit cultivated over years. When a question was posed, they almost involuntarily began to associate and extrapolate. Such a habit greatly aided their work. For instance, during progress reports and problem discussions, they could leap forward in large strides without needing to advance step by step, significantly improving research efficiency and reducing communication costs. But it also had a major drawback. For example, by now they already had their own answers to Gu Ran's conjecture. This meant that each of them had a reference answer in their minds. The academicians now resembled teachers grading exam papers with answer keys in hand. They were no longer listeners, but had become judges standing above the questions. Meanwhile, Gu Ran remained utterly unaware of all this. He could not possibly imagine how many great minds had gathered in his modest livestream room. He was earnestly reading the flood of conjectures and discussions, trying not to miss any meaningful bullet comments. After all the viewers had fully expressed their thoughts, he finally spoke. "Whether it's truth the way or ideals, you're all quite close to what I'm saying. Your understanding is correct, but the answer is wrong." Instantly, the opinion leaders who had spoken with such certainty in the bullet comments were somewhat disheartened. Why isn't it? It's truth. Humans live for dreams. Those who had voiced their opinions now argued fiercely in their own defense. Viewers who had been quietly watching the stream grew irritated by the chatter in the bullet comments. "Stop arguing, just listen to Gu Shen." The content that followed would inevitably be somewhat abstract. If not explained clearly enough, the audience in the live stream might struggle to absorb it. Thus Gu Ran paused briefly, repeatedly organizing his thoughts. Whether it's so-called truth the way or ideals, they are too narrow, or rather they are the deliberate pursuits of only a portion of people. What is the truth for a person in a vegetative state? What is the way for a mental patient? What are the ideals of an old grandmother who has never left the mountains? The logic that provides rationale for all human actions must be universally applicable on the scale of all humanity. He waved his hand. Of course, directly discussing advanced life forms like humans is too complex for everyone. Let's start with single-celled organisms. The bullet comments erupted. "Hey streamer, don't insult us like that. I'm done for, I'm worse than a paramecium. This mouse is really hurt." Watching the playful comments, Gu Ran took a couple of sips of water, then unhurriedly gave the audience a simple explanation of the theory of biological origins. According to current scientific hypotheses, the origin of life traces back to the formation of amino acids and nucleotides. Under suitable conditions, a lightning strike hit the primordial atmosphere composed of water, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and other gases forming amino acids. Meanwhile, under conditions such as volcanic eruptions and strong ultraviolet radiation, ammonia and methane formed complex macromolecular structures, which then catalyzed by metal elements became nucleotides. Then, using amino acids as building blocks, proteins were assembled. Using nucleotides as building blocks, DNA was formed. Through the continuous evolution of proteins and DNA, the first life emerged in the oceans. These were common knowledge, so Gu Ran did not elaborate. But as soon as he finished, he immediately shifted into a mysterious tone. However, you can look up how science defines life, and you'll find something very strange. Quick-witted viewers immediately split their screens to search. Soon explanations appeared in the bullet comments. Life refers to living organisms with vital functions. What are vital functions? The ability to survive and reproduce. The ability to respond to external stimuli. The ability to interact and mutually depend on the external environment. The ability to expel waste from the body. The characteristics of heredity and variation. The origin of life was summed up in a single phrase, but the definition of life was narrowly confined by rules. Although the audience had not yet realized what Gu Ran was trying to convey, they gradually sensed something peculiar. Within 30 minutes of going live, the viewer count surpassed 2 million. Yet among all those watching, hardly anyone had ever stopped to consider this question. Therefore, even if one sensed something amiss, it was nearly impossible to articulate. Before the audience could urge him on, Gu Ran directly unraveled the mystery they harbored. The origin of life presents an inescapable problem. Scientists have acknowledged that living organisms emerged from non-living matter. Yet in defining life, they exhaust every possible term to create a thorough division between living and non-living entities. Gu Ran concluded and gently rested his palm on the cup lid, because they realized a serious issue. There exists no third nature between the living and the non-living. The third nature, in simple terms, is a hypothetical concept that is neither non-living nor living. Yet clearly such a thing that is neither one nor the other does not seem to exist, or rather it has not yet been discovered. Shortly after, the live stream comments seemed to thin out, as if everyone had fallen into deep thought. Though over 2 million people watched, the comment section remained eerily silent. No one dared offer an answer. Gu Ran understood that his audience still hadn't grasped the significance of what they were discussing. He prompted them. Scientists, in their hypothesis of non-living matter giving rise to life, have handed the generative process over to an elusive randomness. How abstract is this randomness? Imagine you're holding a pile of silicon, arsenic, antimony, copper, gold, and other elements. You raise them high into the air and scatter them to the ground. Give yourself infinite time and infinite attempts, and eventually, through sheer chance, you would scatter a CPU chip from that pile of elements. But you must understand, life is far more complex than a CPU chip, and the absence of a third nature means what? It means that from the very moment of birth, a living organism is already fully alive. This may sound like nonsense, but consider this: when you scatter those elements before a chip emerges, shouldn't there logically exist countless transitional forms? For instance, perhaps half a chip falls out, or a non-functional chip is scattered. Applied to living organisms, this would mean the existence of unformed prokaryotic beings or specimens of eukaryotic cells in the process of formation. Unfortunately, none of these things exist. Even taking a more conservative view, if passing the first hurdle proves simple, then, when it comes to the formation of life itself, during this process, shouldn't there also appear organisms lacking reproductive, hereditary, or survival functions? Yet in reality, none exist either. Gu Ran shook his head calmly. From the moment of birth, living organisms are extraordinarily perfect. Guided by his prompting, the comments flooded across the entire screen. Exactly. That's precisely what I was thinking. Logically speaking, functions like reproduction, digestion, and excretion should have evolved gradually too. There's no reason for life to appear so perfect the instant it emerges. Enthusiastic discussions erupted across the comment section. Gu Ran took a sip of water and replaced the lid. Continue thinking. Setting aside the assumption of how life emerged, what is the starting point of all organisms? Let's not consider viruses for now. I'll explain them later. As soon as he spoke, the comments fell silent once more. The most mind-bending episode yet. I'm fried. I give up thinking. Let me check if my 8 walnuts have shipped. I've downed 10 bottles, and my brain still isn't working. Gu Ran replied. The most primitive eukaryotic and prokaryotic organisms, animals, plants, fungi, and bacteria, all trace their evolution back to this starting point. Now let me summarize what we've discussed. First, we rejected the hypothesis that inorganic matter could produce life through a simple random process. Then we learned that the evolutionary origin of all plants and animals lies in eukaryotic and prokaryotic organisms. Does everyone accept this information? If he asked a question, not a single comment appeared. But if he asked whether everyone understood, suddenly they all claimed knowledge. Gu Ran chuckled wryly and shook his head. Very well. Now I'm going to take you on a wild ride. Hold on tight, and don't fall behind. In previous streams, I mentioned that water may harbor information. I also said that water can die. This means that after those higher dimensional civilizations stored information on Earth, they faced another question: how to ensure water would never die. First, they needed to solve the problem of Earth's water being blown dry by solar wind. Second, they had to ensure it wouldn't completely freeze into dead water, like other water-bearing celestial bodies. Finally, they needed to maximize the continuous cycling of water, preventing it from seeping away or drying up. So they calculated an atmosphere was necessary, a system to keep water flowing continuously, and something capable of self-adaptive temperature regulation for Earth. Can you guess what method they ultimately devised? With the mind-bending portion behind them, and the realm of speculation now open, every viewer grew bold. Darn it. Green leafy plants. Animals. Insects. Birds. Forest. Everyone is correct, Guran smiled. We now know the answer: forests, wetlands, grasslands, bacteria, animals. All these ecosystems play an extraordinarily vital role in the global water cycle. And all the vibrant, flourishing scenes of today trace their origin back 3 billion years. 3 billion years ago, to ensure that the information within water could be preserved for billions, even tens of billions, of years, they released two primitive eukaryotic organisms onto Earth and programmed them with the simplest possible logic: reproduction. One was named cyanobacteria, also known as blue-green algae. The other was called photosynthetic bacteria. The difference lies in this: cyanobacteria perform oxygenic photosynthesis, while photosynthetic bacteria conduct anoxygenic photosynthesis under anaerobic conditions, the most primitive form of photophosphorylation. Many may have heard of cyanobacteria, but photosynthetic bacteria are less famous and less widely known. Yet it is precisely the cooperation between these two eukaryotic organisms that constructed the remarkably perfect Earth we see today. Neither could be spared. From the moment those two brothers appeared on Earth, they shared a single drive: to reproduce. Driven by the need to replicate, they began performing photosynthesis to absorb energy. Then the reproduced cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria continued photosynthesizing, continued reproducing. Cycle after cycle. And very soon cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria covered the entire planet. The two great families joined forces and triggered the great oxidation event on Earth. However, this came with both benefits and drawbacks. The benefit was that they created an ideal environment for water. The drawback was that during massive reproduction, some rebellious offshoots inevitably emerged. And so immediately following came the arrival of the first biological explosion era. After finishing the story about cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria, Guran picked up his water cup to moisten his throat, his gaze simultaneously fixed on the reactions scrolling across the screen. He was rather concerned that his viewers might struggle to keep up. After all, many were newcomers who had not watched the previous broadcast episode about water. Thus, he harbored some doubts about their capacity to absorb the material. Fortunately, however, the enthusiastic reactions and varied exclamations in the bullet comments were sufficient proof that their comprehension was quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, within the briefing hall, all the academicians gazed at the screen with astonished expressions. Everyone displayed amazement that exceeded their expectations. Zhao Heng sat among the crowd, sipping from his thermos, just like Guran, a wordless satisfaction settling in his heart. He had said he would not misjudge people, and he did not. Wang Shuhong, the dean of the Medical Biology Institute, was undoubtedly the most profoundly shaken of all the academicians. Everyone had given thought to the topic Guran was about to address. Yet what she had not anticipated was the enormous divergence between Guran's exposition and her own understanding. Even more striking was that the direction he pursued lay in territory she had never once contemplated. She had nearly treated the origin of life as an established theorem, for within the Medical Biology Institute this question constituted a research endeavor that was tremendously cumbersome, yet yielded meager returns. It was akin to the mathematics department neglecting multivariable complex functions and ballistic calculations to instead bury itself in investigating why 1 + 1 = 2. You might ask whether it holds any utility. This constitutes a fundamental speculative inquiry within the discipline, a matter where the slightest perturbation ripples through the entire system. To say it is merely useful would be an understatement. It is extraordinarily, profoundly useful. But when you turn that question inward and honestly assess its practical value, hesitation inevitably follows. For this foundational question has already been accepted as an axiom. Upon this foundation, towering edifices have already been erected, while others are now renovating their homes in diverse styles, European, industrial, Japanese, and adorning them in myriad ways. We remain an unfinished shell. Yet to refuse renovation and instead press ourselves to the ground to scrutinize whether the foundation is stable strikes one as rather misguided. After all, should the foundation prove unsound, all occupants within the building would perish beneath its collapse. But if we neglect the renovations, only we ourselves will endure the discomfort. The Medical Biology Institute mirrored this reality perfectly. With biopharmaceuticals, DNA sequencing, molecular genetics, and a host of other pursuits demanding attention, naturally, no one had pondered such a fundamental question as the origin of life. Precisely because no one had contemplated it, when she listened to Guran's methodical exposition unfold, a profound sense of awe surged within her. I believe I now understand what President Zhao was saying earlier, Wang Shuheng murmured to herself. This young man truly possesses qualities we lack. Who in deep absorption of Gu Ran's exposition asked in a somber tone, Shuheng, how do you regard what he is saying? Regarding the question of life's origin, his reasoning is quite sound. I will not deny that, Wang Shuheng responded. However, I remain skeptical about his treatment of viruses as special organisms which he has yet to fully elaborate and his hypothesis regarding information carried in water. It would be ideal to discuss this with him in person. I watched the episode about information in water, Zhao Heng said. I shall explain it to you later. Wang Shuheng smiled. It seems President Zhao holds this young man in high regard. Then I am even more eager to make his acquaintance. If he proves as capable as suggested, our biology institute certainly has need of talented people. Bold conjectures and self-consistent hypotheses could only demonstrate that Gu Ran possessed extraordinary thinking. Yet in scientific research, imagination merely sets the ceiling, competence determines the floor. And how high that floor stood was precisely what mattered most. Therefore, until she knew his actual capabilities, her remarks remained mere jest. She would not seriously attempt to poach him. Meanwhile, in Dormitory 218 of the University of Science and Technology of China, after an intense and spirited battle royale had come to a regretful end, with a staggering point differential of 1739. Gao Qinshi glanced down at his phone, slapped his thigh, and kicked Lu Ruiwen beside him awake. Damn it. Stop it. God Gu is streaming. Lu Ruiwen rubbed his sore hip and cursed. Are you stupid? Open your eyes and check the time on my computer. Check your phone. All you do is play games. Gao Qinshi turned up the volume. On screen, Gu Ran rubbed his water cup and said in a leisurely manner, Brothers, there is no need to get too excited. The story of cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria is frankly the most monotonous segment. The real feature, the great biological explosion, comes next. Give everyone a moment to digest what I just covered, and while you're at it, spread the word and send some gifts. Hearing Gu Ran's voice, the crowd wiped their eyes and double-checked that this was indeed a live broadcast rather than a recording, then erupted into chaos. Why did he start streaming already? It's only 9 o'clock. Gao Qinshi sighed, gazing at his hopelessly idle companions. Hurry up and get to work. Stop just staring. With those words spoken, everyone scrambled back to their computers, fingers flying across keyboards. Within their 4-person shared custom programming environment, line after line of code cascaded downward like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Gu Ran's appeal was on full display within the livestream interface. Within the room of over 3 million viewers, the share count surged by tens of thousands. The carnival visual effects flashed rapidly at an astonishing rate. Zhou Yiran hurriedly called out thanks from the side. Thank you Kaizhong AI, Qi Nayo Haixin for 99 carnivals. Thank you Yuhua Qingfeng for 48 carnivals. Thank you Yuai Tanlong for 39 carnivals. Thank you Guodafeng Pangpang Fuzhu and Yuan Salangman, fans of Jungle Cat, for 10 carnivals. Thank you Xiang and Gu Ran Zhuang by AAA for 20 carnivals. After so many broadcasts, Zhou Yiran's mind might not have grown sharper, but her tongue had certainly quickened considerably. Just a couple of days prior, during rapid-fire acknowledgments, her angel-kissed voice had been utterly useless. But after days of practice, she now faced no difficulty whatsoever. Was this not in itself a form of progress? Gu Ran watched the screen ablaze with carnival effects and bullet comments uniformly urging him onward. He cleared his throat and was about to begin when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the back-end data old Ma had just sent. He was instantly stunned, double-checking several times before confirming he had not miscounted. Concurrent viewers in the livestream. 36 million. He was not the only one left speechless. At that very moment, Douyin's technical department was in absolute disarray. The anomalous viewer surge in Gu Ran's stream mirrored the algorithmic anomaly that had appeared at dawn. The same target, the same pattern. Without needing to deliberate, they knew exactly who was behind it. Old adversaries. They could not compete, could not catch them. Just as the department's top programmers were preparing to bury their heads in the sand like ostriches, a surprise suddenly descended upon them. Gu Ran's livestream, entirely beyond his control, had accepted the PK challenge. In the frame of the opposing stream, 4 enormous heads poked out at various angles, eagerly greeting Gu Ran. God Gu, we're your fans. We don't have much money, just sending you some traffic. Can you give us a room moderator role? Gu Ran maintained his smile and whispered to Zhou Yiran, did you initiate the PK? No, I didn't. Gu Ran glanced at the absurd viewer count displayed on the screenshot and immediately understood everything. These fellows each possessed their own formidable talents. The Douyin Technology Department was already mobilizing. These elite programmers, recruited from top-tier universities and even national cybersecurity agencies, immediately sprang into action. On one hand, they captured screenshots of the staggering viewer count in Gu Ran's livestream and tagged the faces of the 4 ringleaders as suspect 1 through 4. On the other hand, they reached out to the Information Security Bureau, reporting their findings on several incidents of algorithm manipulation that had occurred on Douyin over the past 6 months. Although the entire process was reactive, and even identifying the suspects relied entirely on them making reckless mistakes, who could say that patient waiting wasn't a form of capability? At the Information Security Bureau, the Cyber Monitoring Division, upon receiving Douyin's investigation results, almost immediately sought out Director Hu Wenba. Director, the agent reported, Douyin has identified the individuals behind today's coordinated traffic push. They are 4 computer science students from the University of Science and Technology of China. I believe the previous incidents of abnormal traffic pushes are likely their doing as well. Hu Wenba, occupied with other matters, nodded and replied, good. Make thorough records. Figure out what vulnerability they exploited and how they executed it. Yes, sir. The agent hesitated, his expression awkward, and did not leave. Hu Wenba looked up. Still something else. Sir, these are exceptional talents, the agent said with a wry smile. They'd be a waste if they ended up behind bars. Hu Wenba set aside his current work for a moment. The agent's words had indeed struck a chord. In the past few incidents of abnormal traffic manipulation, both Douyin and the Information Security Bureau had been at a loss. These 2 organizations represented respectively the world's leading social platform and the most formidable force in national cybersecurity, each brimming with the finest minds in computer science. To outmaneuver both of them so brazenly right under their noses spoke volumes about these 4 students' abilities. Even if these students ended up in prison, there was no cause for alarm. Once released, all they would need to do was disclose the reason for their incarceration, and countless tech giants would compete for their services. Hu Wenba pondered. Lately, he had clearly noticed an increase in suspicious IP activity originating from overseas. With spies gradually leaving the country and the CIA's focus inevitably shifting towards cyberspace, the coming battles for national cybersecurity would be formidable. For such a mission, there was no such thing as too much technical talent. Leave this matter to me, Hu Wenba said. Let them spend some time in detention to learn their place. Once they've learned their lesson, I'll get them out. Understood, sir. The agent grinned and departed. Meanwhile, in Gu Ran's livestream, the barrage of comments from over 30 million viewers completely blanketed the screen. Stab a needle anywhere, and you'd pull out 5 or 6 comments stuck to it. How staggering was this number? Simply put, Douyin's daily active users stood at 600 million. During the peak hours of 8 to 9 in the evening, approximately 2 to 300 million users were active on the platform. 30 million meant that at that very moment, 1 in every 10 people browsing Douyin in China was watching Gu Ran's livestream. Including those who didn't use Douyin, it was roughly 1 in 40 Chinese citizens. Before Gu Ran, the highest simultaneous online record on Douyin was 5 million. That record belonged to Huafeng, who had even had it commemorated on a trophy displayed on the company's culture wall as one of their greatest achievements. Now inside a live stream with over 30 million viewers, every single one of those 30 million people was utterly baffled. What is this live stream even for? Selling walnuts or something? Why am I being pushed here? This old lady just likes watching young guys like this. Gu Ran's regular viewers were just as bewildered by the sudden flood of newcomers and the impromptu PK battle. Damn, 30 million people. Incredible, bro. My eyes have been opened. What exactly is top-tier traffic? Jimin was a clever man. Watching the flood of over 30 million viewers pour in, he showed none of the confusion and panic that had gripped old Ma. Instead, he swiftly distributed 10 membership bag giveaways. Relying solely on the 1 Mao per card membership fee, he collected nearly 300,000 yuan in just 3 minutes. Are you a dog streamer? Seriously. So many people here, I thought it was a 10,000 yuan giveaway bag. We all raced to grab it only to find no 10,000, just 1. Gu Ran couldn't make out the dense wall of comments at all. He could only look at the 4 guys on the PK screen and asked in utter confusion, how did you manage this? Hold on. Gao Chinchi hastily disabled the donation feature on his own livestream. Brothers, no need to tip me. Just tip Gushin instead. Then he chuckled and added, right now, every single Douyin user, as soon as they finish one video, the next one will be your livestream. Even if they swipe past it, the very next video they watch will still be your livestream. Gu Ran gave a stiff smile, having never imagined these 4 could be this fanatical. Every Douyin user. Perhaps seeing his idol's excitement, the 4 of them wouldn't stop chattering away, each chiming in one after another. Exactly. I thought we'd break 100 million. Gushin, I've had a question I've been wanting to ask. I sent a comment, but you never replied. I have a question too. It's always puzzled me. Your theory about water makes sense, but I can't understand it. If all information is in water, why did humans develop civilization, while fish, which have always lived in water, never did? And what about creatures that have lived in water for hundreds of millions of years? Why didn't they either? Gu Ran began his explanation. First, let me correct one point. I don't think humanity independently evolved the ability to access information in water. Rather, I lean toward the belief that the information within water chose humanity. Perhaps at the moment the asteroid belt formed, they realized that Earth's increasingly complex environment could no longer sustain self-regulation through an ecosystem composed solely of simple life forms. And when they searched Earth for a species capable of shouldering this responsibility, they found humanity, looking up at the stars. After Gu Ran finished speaking, the regular viewers were deeply satisfied. The over 30 million new viewers, however, were completely lost. This live stream isn't exactly appropriate, is it? Like a lecture from Channel 10. An online course. Wait, are people really sending gifts for this? Andy doesn't understand, but Annie loves you. Just as the live stream erupted in lively chaos, an utterly outrageous event unfolded under the watchful eyes of tens of millions. Several additional figures in formal suits entered the frame alongside the four guys. Gu Ran recognized their uniforms and insignia instantly. The Information Security Bureau. He knew them well. Once the suspect's information had been reported to the technical department of Douyin, agents from the local branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences promptly launched an arrest operation. Multiple program alterations, cyberattacks, illicit enrichment, and substantial financial damage. The two agents from the Information Security Bureau before Gu Ran's live stream, and the eyes of over 30 million viewers read out the various charges. This is what social death looks like. This is what a public execution feels like. Not much more to it than that. The four boys were let out of frame by the agents, though their voices could still be faintly heard in the distance. Imprisonment, fines, expulsion from university. Gu Ran knew well that only individuals with extraordinary capabilities could exert such influence over Douyin, and they were university students. If a criminal record and a few years behind bars were to extinguish such promise, it would be a profound waste. As Gu Ran was worrying about these talented fans, Gao Qinshi suddenly rushed into the frame. God Gu, give me moderator privileges, I beg you. The PK battle was interrupted. Across the entire live stream, all the fans filled with a sense of solemn farewell typed in their chat, "Rest in peace, brother." With a heavy heart, Gu Ran opened his historical connection records and appointed the very first moderator in the history of his late-night talk show. What does it mean to be young? What does vitality truly look like? What does resourcefulness entail? Gu Ran had a profound understanding of all three today. Meanwhile, inside the Information Security Bureau's official vehicle, the four of them, Gao Qinshi and his companions, sat unflinching despite the biting cold wind. Because the moment they began their PK connection with God Gu, the official Douyin team had immediately reached out to them. Douyin's terms were clear: join ByteDance Group, and the charges would be dropped immediately with a minimum annual salary of 1.5 million yuan per person. Having long cherished a carefree existence during 4 years of university, the group now stood at the crossroads between prison and corporate capital. They chose the latter. They understood very well that they would walk free within a day at most. Hence they displayed a composure that left the agents utterly bewildered. "Bro, can the sentence be negotiated? Does it have to be 5 years? The agent said nothing. "I heard if you invent a new technology, you can get a reduced sentence." The agent remained silent, focused on driving. "If we win a national award bringing honor to the prison, that would count as sentence reduction, right?" The agent, growing impatient, finally spoke. "Now you're scared. Why didn't you think of the consequences back when you were committing those illegal acts?" Gao Qinshi shook his head. "It's not fear. If a sentence reduction isn't possible, that's fine too. But tell me, do prisons have computers?" The agents, utterly speechless at these youngsters, chose not to reply further. Seeing the driver ignore them, Gao Qinshi tapped the front seat agent. "Do you have a phone? Could you search for God Gu's live stream and check if I'm a moderator now?" Meanwhile, in the late-night talk show, the live stream had already completed its farewell ceremony for the four brothers. Gu Ran, who deeply valued talent, could not simply abandon his fans. He had done the Information Security Bureau a great favor today, and Hu Wenba owed him a favor in return. For the sake of those remarkable young men, spending this favor felt entirely worthwhile. Curiously, even after they were taken away by the Bureau, their lingering issues remained unresolved by Douyin's technical department. The anomaly in Douyin's algorithm had not yet been corrected. Although Gu Ran's livestream was gaining nearly 1 million viewers every minute, this pace remained negligible compared to the colossal total volume and the continuous influx through the anomalous algorithm. Gu Ran wasted no time. Riding the peak traffic, he continued to unfold his theories. "Alright, let's return to the main topic. Follow my reasoning, brothers. We were discussing how over 3 billion years ago they stored information within water. To ensure the normal operation of Earth's water cycle, they placed 2 primordial organisms, cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria. These 2 lineages, relying on the simple logic of reproduction, spread across the entire globe." Gu Ran briefly recapitulated the suspended topic, both to refocus the scattered audience and to provide newcomers, over 30 million strong, with a concise explanation. Clearly, the new viewers found Gu Ran's conclusion rather acceptable. Among 30 million people, only a few million slowly typed question marks. Who are they? Is this about God? What is this stream for? Preaching. 3 billion years ago. Who is God's ancestor? As a tidal wave of questions surged through the chat, Gu Ran naturally chose to ignore them and continued. That was indeed an ingenious strategy. The rapidly multiplying cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria soon covered the entire surface, but they overlooked one matter. When these ancient lineages occupied the entire surface, leaving no room for further expansion, something unexpected occurred. The logic of reproduction did not vanish despite global domination. It persisted. Thus a new logic emerged. We call it competition. And so a grand mutation unfolded, marking Earth's first biological explosion. Leading this transformation was genetic material. Gu Ran paused, realizing that before describing this great mutation, some foundational explanation was necessary. As everyone knows, RNA came before DNA. We also know that DNA serves as the foundation of life, carrying the genetic instructions for building and operating organisms. RNA acts as a messenger molecule, copying genetic directives from DNA to synthesize specific proteins. Everyone is aware that cyanobacteria possess DNA as their genetic material, while RNA exists solely within the cytoplasm. Gu Ran's expression turned enigmatic, heightening the audience's anticipation. Supposing these facts are known, might we speculate that before DNA appeared, the primitive cyanobacteria and photosynthetic bacteria, in their initial expansion, possessed only RNA within their cells? Since reproduction was their sole concern, RNA alone sufficed. Guided by Gu Ran's reasoning, the audience readily accepted this proposition. Since DNA emerged later than RNA, the earliest life forms on Earth naturally contained only RNA, gradually evolving DNA over time. Within reason, this logic appeared flawless. The immense advantage of having a massive audience became strikingly evident. Many older viewers had little biological training. When contemplating, they overlooked specialized technicalities. They concerned themselves only with cause and effect. If it made sense, it was accepted. Remarkably accommodating indeed. In the Chinese Academy of Sciences briefing hall, academician Wang Suang listened to Gu Ran's hypothesis and shook his head with a furrowed brow. If this hypothesis were to hold, it would create a paradox. Gu Ran's narrative had completely diverged from what the assembled academicians had anticipated. Now everyone was almost entirely being led along by his train of thought. Hearing Wang Suang's questioning, everyone turned to look at her. Watching Gu Ran's live stream at the Chinese Academy of Sciences offered a tremendous advantage. There were masters from every field present, so no matter where the discussion wandered, any questions raised would be answered by highly professional academicians. Wang Suang murmured, "Currently, organisms that only have RNA are what we call viruses. Viruses are non-cellular life forms without metabolic machinery. They cannot survive outside of a host. If the initial cyanobacteria were RNA-based organisms, yet could not reproduce independently, unless the initial cyanobacteria represent an entirely new category of life form." She immediately dismissed the thought the moment it arose, for it was far too fanciful. Having pondered for a long time without reaching any conclusion, Wang Suang could only refocus her attention on the livestream, eager to see what reasoning Gu Ran would offer. Gu Ran watched as a bullet comment he had been hoping to see finally scrolled across the screen, then continued with his previous topic. "I saw a viewer mention that viruses also consist only of RNA. Excellent. You've grasped the crux of the matter. If we suggest that the initial cyanobacteria reproduced like viruses, few would likely object. But if we claim the initial cyanobacteria were simply viruses, biologists would probably leap to their feet and slap our knees in indignation." Inside the briefing hall, Wang Suang was visibly displeased, for she was not particularly tall, and she had even chosen to study biology partly out of hope of growing taller. Unaware that a biologist academician was watching in his live stream, Gu Ran continued, "Actually, I am more inclined to believe that the initial cyanobacteria, as the mother of all life, may have been an independent form of life distinct from all organisms existing today. First, everyone needs a basic understanding of the difference between DNA and RNA. Take an ant colony as an example. DNA is like the queen, while RNA is like the worker ants, soldier ants, and male ants. Compared to the monotony of DNA, RNA is far more diverse, including messenger RNA, transfer RNA, long non-coding RNA, telomerase RNA, and countless others. It's all about whatever the cell needs. I've got it. If I were RNA, I'd be fed up. Why should you DNA sit at home giving orders while dumping all the messy, exhausting work on me? Are kings and generals born noble?" Gu Ran said calmly, "Exactly right. DNA truly has that kind of pedigree. Just as the ant colony entrusts fertilization and reproduction to the queen, RNA willingly handed over its genetic information to DNA. That's essentially self-castration." After Gu Ran finished speaking, tens of millions of new viewers began enthusiastically posting comments. "I'm having my son watch this. What grade biology is this from? Can my middle school daughter understand this? Bring her over. My third-grade son is already listening beside me." This kind of bewildering livestream truly opened their eyes. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of middle and high school families across the nation were doing the same thing, dragging their gaming-addicted, novel-obsessed children over and forcing them to learn in Gu Ran's livestream. Gu Ran shivered involuntarily as he scrolled through the barrage of makeup class comments filling the screen, a cold chill crawling up from his spine to the crown of his head. Damn its spiritual resonance. Despite the hostility from students nationwide, Gu Ran continued, "But here's the thing. What if before DNA emerged among all those various types of RNA there existed one with genetic function that served precisely the role DNA would later take on? Perhaps when it came to merely executing the logic of reproduction, this RNA, with genetic function, was more than sufficient. However, once the logic of competition kicked in, this unstable single-stranded RNA structure would be easily altered by competitors, leading to cellular death. So why would this drive the emergence of DNA? The answer became clear upon reflection. Doubly helical structures with complementary base pairs are vastly more stable than single-stranded RNA. Thus, after DNA evolved its double helix structure, RNA willingly surrendered its genetic functions to it. As Gu Ran concluded, both new and veteran viewers experienced sudden enlightenment. Even the reluctant students forced to watch were somewhat surprised. This online course wasn't entirely boring. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Suhong's expression showed visible excitement after hearing Gu Ran's explanation. She didn't even care whether the hypothesis was true or false. What she understood completely at that moment was why Zhao Hong had such high hopes for Gu Ran. She did not believe any of her students could have proposed such a hypothesis. For the first time, she genuinely wanted to compete with Zhao Hong for Gu Ran. However, this was merely the opening act of the livestream. For the main performance to come, Gu Ran had laid extensive groundwork. He opened his water bottle and took a drink. Amid the carnival gift effects flooding the screen, several unfamiliar IDs were already appearing. Countless small gifts poured in. From the moment DNA appeared, all essential characteristics of the primordial life matrix were finally in place, and a grand epic of life officially unfolded. After billions of years of evolution, once DNA had accumulated sufficient information, 60 million years ago the first animal sponge appeared, actively abandoning chlorophyll while strengthening its flagellar evolution. 50 million years ago, the first primitive plant forming symbiosis with lichens emerged on land. This marked the beginning of organisms that had evolved for billions of years, advancing from lower forms toward higher biological complexity. The emergence of more advanced life forms brought increasingly fierce competition. To ensure better survival, animals and plants began activating information from their DNA to strengthen themselves. Due to differences in information extracted from DNA, primitive plants and animals rapidly diversified into numerous groups. Thus, the Cambrian explosion of species arrived. No sooner had Gu Ran finished speaking than the bullet comments thickened by at least 4 layers. Virtually everyone in the live stream had never considered such an esoteric question. While new viewers were still marveling at this refreshing hypothesis, veteran viewers had already mastered connecting the context. So our logic is reproduction and competition. No wonder. I've got nothing but lewd thoughts. But competition seems fine. Humans are pretty caring. Give it a rest, you upright, terrifying ape obsessed with listing the food chain 3 times a day. Watching the conversation return to competition, Gu Ran calmly shook his head. If human logic were that simple, civilization itself would never have emerged. The total number of viewers in the live stream, after a sharp decline, gradually stabilized. When the story about DNA and the Cambrian explosion concluded, the total audience gradually stabilized between 18 million and 20 million. Although it continued to dwindle, the rate of loss had slowed from millions per second to hundreds of thousands per second. While achieving the record for the highest concurrent viewers on Douyin, Gu Ran also reached another milestone. The person with the most blocks on the entire platform. Due to the abnormal push notifications, some viewers who left the stream in order to avoid further interference from the late-night chat room could only block Gu Ran. Yet Gu Ran's live stream remained completely unaffected by this wave of millions of simultaneous blocks. After the speculation about the Cambrian explosion concluded, virtual gifts such as membership cards, flowers, and carnival celebrations flooded the screen with countless special effects. The vast majority of viewers who had modest spending power relied on their numerical advantage to take the lead in accumulated gift amounts. Everyone was filled with anticipation for what was to come. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, in the lecture hall, academician Wang Suong savored Gu Ran's live stream, his face etched with an indescribable astonishment. It was not that he was convinced by Gu Ran's conjecture, but rather astonished at how Gu Ran's thinking was so extraordinarily different from the norm. The state of the academicians watching the live stream had now completely changed from the beginning. Zhao Hong felt a surge of joy and summarized, according to what Gu Ran said, the cause of the Cambrian explosion was the emergence of DNA. Wang Suong murmured, I had never thought of this line of reasoning. Because a large number of early organisms lacked hard structures, they did not easily leave fossils. Only some impression fossils preserved evidence of their existence. These impression fossils are hard to analyze biologically, so the biological community attributes the Cambrian explosion merely to the adaptive evolution of higher life forms in response to drastic environmental changes. Due to the absence of fossil evidence, she could not rigorously verify whether Gu Ran's conjecture that the genetic material of primitive low-level organisms evolved from RNA to DNA was valid. Yet she felt an inexplicable certainty about the speculation that higher life forms began to exploit the information stored in DNA, leading to the Cambrian explosion. The beauty and unfathomable depth of life become increasingly astonishing as research deepens. All silicon-based products created by human ingenuity fall short of even a billionth of the perfection of the cerebral cortex. Therefore, attributing the biological explosion to simple genetic mutation seemed overly simplistic. However, in her view, Gu Ran's conjecture was not yet perfect. The evidence was insufficient. Yet, even so, she did not feel disappointed by the lack of evidence. Instead, she was filled with anticipation, waiting to see how Gu Ran would elaborate. As for the other academicians, they had no deep expertise in biology and knew they had never been particularly interested in the field. But after watching Gu Ran's live stream, everyone's thirst for knowledge and curiosity had surged within them like a storm. Huan looked at the young man on the screen and marveled, I don't understand much about biology, but I can clearly see the research traits this kid possesses. The angle from which he approaches problems is entirely different from ours and from the vast number of scholars we have personally cultivated. He always finds an entry point that ordinary people would never think of, and then stands at a perspective that no one expects to contemplate the issue. Everyone nodded in agreement, as Huan had perfectly articulated the feeling they all shared. Such a way of thinking can only be described as a unique gift. Ding, he murmured, his gaze fixed on Gu Ran on the screen, a hint of excitement hidden in his eyes. As the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology of China with a deep understanding of the nation's education system, he was acutely aware of how rare individuals like Gu Ran were among the educated population. Education, as the saying goes, is like the foolish old man who moved the mountain. How much of the mountain named knowledge you can remove depends on the tools in your hands, and more importantly on your diligence. Those with inferior education might use a shovel to dig. Those with access to superior resources might use an excavator. Although the gap objectively exists, cases of diligence overcoming clumsiness are never lacking. Yet unique thinking is difficult to cultivate later in life, even with the most abundant material resources. To continue with the metaphor of the foolish old man, while everyone is laboring day and night to move the mountain, those with unique thinking might sit cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, leisurely pondering the purpose of moving it. And when others compare how high they have stacked their piles, they have already unhurriedly crossed the mountain and begun exploring the scenery beyond. The reason Ding Yi used the example of the foolish old man moving the mountain was not only because its spiritual core resonated with scientific research, but also because it accurately reflected the current state of physics. This mountain truly exists. It is the solid edifice of physics built by countless giants over the past centuries. Those who move the mountain also truly exist. They are the countless physicists and researchers both at home and abroad. The rich theoretical systems left by these giants are both a treasure and an obstacle for later generations. Now nearly all scholars worldwide are struggling to move and digest these mountains from their prime to old age, sighing in awe as they gaze at the peaks that still tower into the clouds. Once people hoped for a prodigy who could clear the mountain faster and, standing on the shoulders of giants, lead humanity to a higher level. But as theoretical physics continued to develop and expand, they gradually realized that this mountain was growing ever higher and more unshakable. Slowly, completely moving the mountain became a fantasy. Only then did people realize that because of this mountain, the progress of physics had been stagnant for a very long time. Quantum mechanics, relativity, classical physics, string theory. The most brilliant radiance of theoretical physics after a dazzling flare before the 1950s, it gradually dimmed. In the decades that followed, only those who moved the mountain were seen. No new peaks emerged. After a long silence, Ding Yi spoke. Everyone should know why I was transferred from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to the Ministry of Science and Technology of China. Upon hearing this, the group turned serious. At the end of last year, after the second China Physics and New Quality Technology Development Conference, the Chinese Academy of Sciences underwent a major reorganization. A large number of pioneering talents who had won national awards for technological innovation and progress were transferred to the Ministry of Science and Technology of China, tasked with drawing up the century-long blueprint for the development of physics in China. If science and technology are saplings and fruits, then the development of theoretical physics is the process of reclaiming barren land. The more fertile soil reclamation produces, the more saplings can be planted and the more fruit born. However, the reality is that since the 21st century, against the backdrop of rapid technological advancement, and Huaxiao reserves of theoretical physics have been severely depleted. Ding Yi was once the director of the Key Institute of Astrophysics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and among the academicians transferred this time, he held the highest rank. His task, put simply, was to spare no effort to promote the development of theoretical physics. Beyond the contributions of these academicians, it was necessary to create a constant flow of fresh blood for theoretical physics exploration through various measures, including, but not limited to, educational reform, talent cultivation, and talent scouting. Yet only after accepting this mission did he realize its formidable difficulty. This was because domestic physics education had long relied on a single leg. For theoretical physics, which generated no profit, offered little economic value, and yielded minimal benefits, it was not merely neglect, it was practically abandonment. Thus, burdened with the task of advancing theoretical physics, Ding Yi found himself like a headless fly, crashing blindly into darkness, bruised and battered. And now, gazing at Gu Ran on the screen, he seemed to glimpse a faint ray of light piercing through the abyssal darkness. The solemnity and seriousness upon everyone's faces showed they fully understood the immense burden shouldered by the Huaxiao Ministry of Science and Industry, as well as the gravity of that responsibility. Therefore, Ding Yi wasted no words and stated his position bluntly. Gu Ran, the Ministry of Science and Industry claims him. His academic qualifications. He was genuinely uncertain about Gu Ran's scholarly depth. Yet he harbored no concern. The academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were the finest tutors imaginable. Compared to Gu Ran's unparalleled way of thinking, filling in knowledge was trivially easy. Zhao Heng, who had been smug and triumphant, froze abruptly upon hearing Ding Yi's words. "Old Ding, what are you talking about?" Huan, the director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, slammed his fist on the table. "Ding Yi, don't push your luck. Ding, he cleared his throat and enunciated every word with deliberate weight. I say, I want Gu Ran. The Commission of Science, Industry, and Naval Affairs reported directly to the state. It could act first and report afterward with decisions superseding those of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Its voice carried undeniable authority. Zhao Heng knitted his brows in agitation, his eyebrows nearly bristling. Wait, research on francium fragments is equally urgent. Right now Gu Ran is the only one who understands them. If you take him away, what am I supposed to do? I can lend him to you. Ding, I see you no longer hold the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the least regard. Who in thundered? This matter must be handled reasonably. Don't be tyrannical. Gu Ran belongs to us at the Academy. Meanwhile, as the Chinese Academy of Sciences erupted into heated debate, Gu Ran, surrounded by endless gifts and a torrent of bullet comments, continued with his previous topic. Whether new or returning viewers, they all possessed a high degree of acceptance toward his speculations. The sole difference was that newcomers, having not watched the earlier episodes, felt somewhat confused about the connections between water, DNA, and information. Therefore, before delving into the narrative from higher organisms to humanity, Gu Ran first provided a concise exposition. Many of you are likely curious about why within the same DNA of primitive animals so many distinct species have evolved, Gu Ran continued. But the truth is that the potential encoded in DNA far exceeds what we have witnessed. The profusion of species existing today is merely the first modest display of DNA's capabilities. Have any of you heard of junk DNA, non-coding DNA? Gu Ran's words fell, and immediately the bullet comments erupted. Someone gently shattered. The streamer shouldn't be so cruel. I feel like that's describing me. Junk DNA created a junky version of me. LMAO, my friend is emotionally destroyed. The densely packed bullet comments were mostly engaged in internet banter. Very few actually addressed the concept of junk DNA meaningfully. Wang Suhong, watching the live stream, suddenly grasped something under Gu Ran's prompting and murmured softly, I understand now. With this, his hypothesis gained substantially stronger support. The other academicians had yet to realize the implication and were about to ask Wang Suhong what he had discovered when Gu Ran himself began the explanation. The human genome contains approximately 3.16 billion base pairs, yet the portion that actually constitutes functional genes accounts for less than 2% of the total. Furthermore, deducting another 3% of base pairs responsible for regulating protein coding genes, the remaining 95% possess no protein coding function. We refer to this as non-coding DNA. So here arises the question, if this so-called useless DNA serves no purpose in the development of life, then why has it been faithfully replicated across generations? After Gu Ran's explanation, the bullet comments flooded with astonishment. This means that humanity's understanding of DNA information amounts to only 2%. What lies hidden within the remaining 95%? Why does this sound somewhat terrifying? Do you all feel it too? Humans seem extraordinarily like a vessel, a container that stores information. Guided by Gu Ran's exposition, an atmosphere thick with eeriness gradually permeated the bullet comments. These contents were entirely unfamiliar to them. They hardly dared imagine that such complex and intelligent beings as humans relied on merely 2% of their DNA for what truly mattered. Glancing at the bullet comments, Gu Ran nodded slightly. One comment struck me as quite interesting. It suggested that humans resemble a container for storing information. In fact, that observation proves remarkably accurate. DNA functions like a hard drive imprinted with information activated only when a living organism requires certain activities. The information accessible to humanity occupies merely 2% of that entire drive. Of course, I anticipate some might argue this is merely conjecture about DNA, that the remaining non-coding sequences may indeed carry no significance or information whatsoever. Gu Ran shook his head. Unfortunately, that is not the case. In certain ancient bacteria, remnants of more primordial DNA persist. Since the 1980s, and numerous scientists have devoted themselves to studying this DNA. Their findings subsequently shattered conventional human understanding. Within the DNA of these ancient bacteria, extremely anomalous gene sequences emerged. Every pair of fixed base pairs was interspersed with irregular base pairs of varying sequences. Noticing the audience's bewilderment, he continued with an analogy. Let me offer a simple example. When you are reading a Chinese comprehension passage and encounter dialogue, are all the characters spoken words enclosed within quotation marks? Regardless of what is said, the format remains consistent, an opening quotation mark followed by the character's words, then a closing quotation mark. Extending this analogy to the ancient bacterial DNA, we may consider the quotation marks as the fixed base pairs, while the content enclosed between them represents the irregular, unordered base pairs. Gu Ran picked up his water cup and spoke in a soft, measured tone. Based on our hypothesis regarding the information encoded within DNA, these irregular base pairs very likely constitute the information embedded within DNA itself. But what you would never expect is that these unordered base pairs are in fact far from meaningless random combinations. Rather, they originate from the organism we deliberately bypassed at the beginning of this live stream. Viruses. Gu Ran's words had barely settled when some viewers began searching based on what he had said. The content was simply too bizarre to ignore. It was already absurd enough that only 2% of human genes were functional, and now you're telling me those primitive DNA sequences actually store information bit by bit, much like programming. Taken separately, both claims were already outrageous. Combined, they nearly shattered everyone's understanding, leading some to suspect Gu Ran was deliberately obfuscating to frighten them. Inside the CAS briefing hall, the academicians shared the same perplexity as the audience. They were specialists in their fields, capable of confident discourse elsewhere, but biology remained beyond their expertise. Yet in biology, particularly the niche field of life's origins, they felt genuinely lost. Still, resorting to Baidu searches was beneath their dignity as scholars. All eyes turned to Wang Suang with questioning looks. Clearly a more authoritative figure was present. When most agreed that Gu Ran was exaggerating or fabricating, no one expected Wang Suang to nod gently and respond, "He's not wrong. The nucleotides expressing proteins in the human body do account for a very small proportion. Indeed, 90% of genes don't participate in expression. But describing them as a hard drive or code isn't quite right. A better analogy would be a large corporation. The expressed genes are the decision-makers, management, and workers, while those useless genes are the redundant slackers. Ordinarily, these slackers contribute nothing, but when a critical project arises and the entire company is at a loss, one or two might undergo a mutation and step forward to take on the task." Everyone nodded, then asked, "What about those bizarre sequences he mentioned?" Wang Suang nodded again. Back in the 1980s, the Spanish biologist Francisco Mojica studied archaea isolated from salt marshes. It was in these archaea that the anomalous DNA sequence Gu Ran described was first discovered. A regularly repeating sequence with a palindromic structure formed by alternating 30 random base pairs and 36 fixed base pairs. The biological community named this repetitive sequence CRISPR. Initially, people thought those disordered base pairs were just meaningless random combinations until they discovered that a certain organism's genes perfectly matched these disordered base pairs. She nodded slightly. "Exactly right, it's viruses." Hearing this, everyone's faces showed profound astonishment. This astonishment came from two sources: the considerable shock of having their suspicions confirmed and an immeasurable sense of unfamiliarity regarding Gu Ran's knowledge and erudition. Even Zhao Heng, who knew Gu Ran best among all the academicians, was full of surprise. He found it difficult to imagine where Gu Ran's boundaries of knowledge might lie. From molecular structure design in materials science, to reconstructing the deduction process of francium fragments, to such esoteric knowledge in biology. He seemed to know everything, making his earlier live-stream hypotheses feel considerably more credible upon reflection. Amidst the thrilling surges of imagination, time slipped away quietly. In the few days since Gu Ran joined Late Night Chat, he had been elaborating on civilization and life. Though already growing severely drowsy as a farewell broadcast, he felt it necessary to push through and leave this series with an ellipsis. The next part will be even more interesting. But before taking everyone on this imaginative journey, I should probably inform you of something first. Today marks the end. I won't be on Late Night Chat anymore. Sigh, what a pity. Gu Ran suppressed his inner joy and spoke sorrowfully. To be honest, I can't bear to leave you all. But there's nothing I can do. Due to force majeure circumstances, I can only accompany you this far. Before this final brainstorming session, let me see the depth of your wallets, alright? The moment Gu Ran's voice fell, the bullet comments erupted instantly. What? Why? Did he say something he shouldn't have, or is there some other reason? Late Night Chat is so great. Going into acting and variety shows would be such a waste of talent. God, Gu, we don't need to suffer in the entertainment industry. Let's be the kings of the streaming world. Exactly. Back in the entertainment circle, you were completely buried. Then a group of high-level users who entered the live room riding rockets and yachts, a stark contrast to their usual aloofness, spoke up upon hearing that Gu Ran was leaving Late Night Chat. How much are they offering you for variety shows and film roles? We'll make up the difference. Just name your price. I'll call my account manager to cancel the limit. No problem. Witnessing the tycoon's bold declarations, other viewers with ordinary finances also began egging them on, pretending to follow suit. No worries, I've already mortgaged my house. The loan was approved, just say the number, God, Gu. Gu Ran covered his face, struggling to suppress his laughter, and choked out. This is hard to put into words, brothers. The amount doesn't matter to me. It's more about my personal pursuit. You all understand, right? This pursuit of his sometimes transcends monetary value. So here's what I'll do. I'll gauge your sincerity first. But I've made up my mind, if your sincerity is sufficient, I'll stay for all of you. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the academicians watched Gu Ran covering his face and trembling with laughter. Exasperated, this kid. Has he always been this dramatic? Zhao Heng cleared his throat twice. After all, he comes from an actor's background. Deng Yi suggested, send a few gifts. We'll reimburse from the Academy's funds as a welcome gesture. Who and Zhao Heng, the academicians. Everyone instinctively shifted their bodies away from Deng Yi, distancing themselves. Hu stated solemnly, "You're with the commission, we're the Chinese Academy of Sciences." "What do you mean, our academy?" Before anyone could react, Hu quickly pulled out his phone, created a secondary account, linked his bank card, and began frantically sending gifts. The pretty girl sitting beside Gu Ran on screen read out with delight, "Thank you to Why Aren't You at SAS for sending 100 carnivals. Thanks, boss. Such a generous boss. Damn this cunning old fox. Seeing Huin's gift-sending account ID ding, he seethed with anger. He hastily pulled out his phone and created another secondary account, while sneering coldly, "The person our department wants. No matter how many good impressions you stack at CES, it's useless." Then the same pretty girl on screen exclaimed again, "Wow. Thank you to regret not joining CAS for a lifetime, for sending 188 carnivals. Thank you, boss. Boss will never die." The atmosphere in the briefing hall suddenly grew much colder. From this, it seemed there was no room for negotiation. In the early hours of dawn, a gift-giving frenzy began to unfold in the late-night chat room, where nearly 20 million users were online simultaneously. Gu Ran's emotional and somewhat exaggerated performance was delivered just right, and countless viewers eager to show their sincerity and keep him there began to give generously within their means. A single carnival gift could hardly appear on the donation list, and even 10 carnivals would flash by in an instant. Only when the count reached 99 or more carnivals could they linger slightly longer at the very top of the gift notifications. Amidst this gift-giving frenzy, the main battleground was the clash between the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology. At its core, it was a competition of pension funds. Evidently, after the account, regret not joining the Ministry of Science and Technology for a lifetime, peaked with a burst of 188 carnival gifts, it fell silent, and various IDs associated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences clearly gained the upper hand. Although no single account sent a large number of carnivals, there were simply too many participants. Thus, IDs associated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences appeared far more frequently than those linked to the Ministry of Science and Technology. Countless viewers inspired by the exhilarating gift-giving fervor joined in the excitement. Come on, Ministry of Science and Technology, put more effort into this. The Chinese Academy of Sciences clearly shows more sincerity. Wait, let me change my name. Many viewers clicked on accounts named Chinese Academy of Sciences, discovered they were inactive accounts with no posts, and followed suit by renaming and creating new accounts. Following the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Ministry of Science and Technology, accounts from various government departments such as the Ministry of State Security and National Radio and Television Administration began appearing in Gu Ran's livestream. At CIA headquarters, agents busy investigating accounts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Ministry of Science and Technology watched as numerous additional departments emerged. After muttering a curse, they simply gave up. The sheer volume of empty accounts tied to the CAS and most had already overwhelmed them with nowhere to begin, and now looking up Gu Ran's livestream had basically collected every Chinese government department. What was there left to investigate? Old York observed the array of accounts bearing various department names and waved his hand dismissively. He was now fairly certain this was just another joke from bored Chinese netizens. Continuing the investigation would only waste CIA resources. Yet even without it, his assessment of Gu Ran remained unwavering. Meanwhile, CIA operatives stationed in China had been gradually approved for departure throughout this period. Over the coming weeks, the CIA's espionage network in China would be completely withdrawn. Nevertheless, intelligence gathering against China remained the CIA's primary focus. While Old York kept his attention fixed on Gu Ran's livestream, an agent knocked softly at the door. "Sir, I've finished investigating the public opinion campaign surrounding this stream." "Speak." The agent entered the office and displayed the investigation materials before Gu Ran. The entity behind that public opinion campaign was a company called Huafeng, Gu Ran's former employer. But this wasn't Huafeng's first attempt at public opinion warfare against him. They had already launched one before over a contract dispute. Old York patiently reviewed the documents, carefully examining the causes and consequences of the public opinion battles multiple times, including Gu Ran's career trajectory and development at Huafeng Group over the years. Reading through the entire report, even though he had subconsciously already considered Gu Ran a dangerous individual, viewing his journey still made his blood pressure rise. "That Huafeng Group is absolute garbage." The agent nodded. "The feud between Gu Ran and Huafeng runs deep. They're at each other's throats. I believe we can exploit this dynamic." Old York nodded. Though Huafeng's tactics made even a capitalist like him shake his head as enemies of Gu Ran, they were ultimately useful to the CIA. "Arrange a meeting with Morgan tomorrow. We need a middleman." "Understood, I'll set it up right away." The agent nodded and exited the office. Meanwhile, at China's National Security Bureau, Hu Wenba and the Cyber Administration staff had gradually shifted their focus from those foreign IP addresses to the gift donor list. Everyone was stunned. While most IDs bearing various ministry names were just netizens joking around, they knew the CAS, and most accounts were legitimate. Behind each ID stood one elderly academician after another. These veteran scientists had survived through eras of scarcity, living lives of frugality. Who would have imagined they could be so reckless with tipping? Hu Wenba had initially thought these gifts were simply welcome presents for Gu Ran joining the Chinese Academy of Sciences and hadn't paid much mind to them. But as the amounts were about to reach millions, he could no longer remain calm. This brat has gone too far. Looking at the live stream, they saw Gu Ran covering his face in feigned melancholy, completely indifferent to the plight of these two groups of old men. Hu Wenba quickly instructed his subordinates, Hurry and send anti-fraud warning messages to the spouses of these academicians. Make sure they monitor account balances and watch for any large expenditures. The massive wave of carnival gifts persisted for over 10 minutes. Watching the total gift value on the back end, old Ma went from being speechless when the stream first began to now babbling incoherently. Jimin, take a look. Count how many digits it is. Is it 7 or 8? I can't even count properly anymore. Jimin, while deftly sending red envelopes, glanced over. No need to think about it. Definitely 8 digits. My red envelope lucky bag and membership card earnings are already nearly $1 million, so the total can't possibly still be just $1 million. Old Ma's trembling hands sorted the gift list from this live stream by donation amount, and the IDs related to CAS, and most, alone totaled over 6 million. Over 10 minutes later, as accounts related to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology began appearing less frequently, the fervent gift-giving enthusiasm throughout the entire live stream gradually subsided. Seeing that the brothers' wallets had been nearly drained dry, Gu Ran cleared his throat twice, wiped his face, and took a couple sips from his water bottle. Thank you, brothers. You all have real power. I'm deeply moved, and I can see everyone's sincerity. I've already made my decision in my heart. You'll all know tomorrow. Gu Ran composed himself, and then checked the fan ranking on the livestream page. The highest number of gifts came from the Strategic Support Force ID, the largest cumulative amount from the Chinese Academy of Sciences ID, but the single largest donation came from the Ministry of Science and Technology ID. Gu Ran was torn. The only certainty was that one option had already been eliminated among the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Industry, and Late Night Chowkow. God, Gu, please stay. The entertainment industry truly isn't suited for you. Brothers have always got your back. As long as you stream for one more day, we'll follow for one more day. Countless veteran viewers and high-level patrons sincerely urged Gu Ran to remain. Gu Ran nodded, deeply moved by the screen, filled with heartfelt pleas and affectionate declarations. Everyone will know tomorrow. Gu Ran surveyed the staggering gift total and made a rough calculation. Excluding the opening subscription, a total of 530,000 people had sent gifts. The total amount, roughly estimated, had likely surpassed 10 million. Setting that aside, the strength of you brothers has left me thoroughly impressed. Gu Ran uncapped his bottle and took a drink, his gaze flicking to the scrolling comments on screen. Among them, several newcomers seemed surprisingly receptive to many of Gu Ran's conjectures, but they harbored significant doubts regarding the information component. This is understandable enough. Whether DNA or RNA or viruses and biological evolution, although much specific evidence remains lacking, the overarching narrative of development can be corroborated by paleobiology. At the very least, this constitutes a school of speculation. But the notion that water harbors information and genes store information borders entirely on sheer fantasy. There remains a distinction between speculation and pure fancy. Exploring every angle to verify the validity of a hypothesis, that is speculation. But fabricating origins from an existing event out of thin air, that is sheer fantasy. Take for instance an apple on the street. If you happen to notice a car on the street, and then coincidentally observe that its window is open and conclude that the apple may have fallen from the vehicle, that is speculation. But if you were to immediately declare that aliens placed the apple there, that would be pure fantasy. Because you cannot even provide a motive to prove why aliens would have placed the apple there in the first place. It is therefore easy to understand why such skepticism emerged among new viewers, because Gu Ran had already demonstrated from every angle, the apple's color, weight, composition, water content, microorganisms, and more, that this apple did not originate from Earth. Veteran viewers had already quietly accepted the prior assumption that the apple was placed there by aliens. But new viewers had never heard of this, and they would not be so easily dismissed. As Gu Ran pondered how to open the final phase of his broadcast, the screen full of questions gave him an idea. Brothers, after listening to so many days of speculation, I have always said that water contains information and genes store information. To prove this hypothesis, we have extended countless cases from biology, materials science, social sciences, and other fields for explanation. But I have never yet demonstrated to everyone why water would contain information. Gu Ran shook his head and said, this is my oversight. But before explaining this issue, let us consider a question first. Suppose everyone has a safe deposit box that will never deteriorate no matter how much time passes. The box has a combination lock, and inside sits the most precious thing on Earth. You plan to enter cryogenic suspension possibly for billions of years without awakening. However, over such an extended period you will inevitably forget the password, so you need to preserve the password so that when you wake you can find it and open the safe. Then tell me, how should this password be stored to be more reliable? After Gu Ran finished speaking, nearly 20 million viewers in the live stream began a brainstorm. Billions of years. And the most precious thing on Earth. Without question, the password certainly needed to be complex, impervious to anyone who might crack it. As expected, when viewers began to think, their reasoning immediately scattered in all directions. Gu Ran hurriedly added, let us simplify. Suppose there is only you alone on Earth. There is no need to consider being cracked by others. After this supplementary condition was stated, quite a few viewers immediately declared it simple. Store it on a hard drive beside me. Fool. Hard drives degrade. That spans billions of years. I'm not even mentioning water damage. Oh, just a little dust inside, and your password is gone. Carve it onto stone. Stone lasts long enough. Stone undergoes weathering and erosion. That won't work. In a few hundred years, whatever you carved will be worn smooth. Then carve it onto diamond. Diamond may not necessarily withstand billions of years either. The bullet screen buzzed with heated discussion, but whenever a possibility was raised, it was immediately rebutted by many. Over time, everything conceivable that might endure appeared almost brittle beneath the scale of billions of years. Soon the fierce discussion on the bullet screen subsided. Almost everyone eventually defaulted to a single answer. Billions of years, nothing can be preserved. Forget stone, diamond, chips, hard drives. Even Mount Everest on the scale of billions of years would likely be uplifted and submerged more than 10 times. The Pacific Ocean would probably have dried up several times over. The bullet screen gradually grew quiet. Everyone seemed unable to think of anything further and began making things up. Carve it on the sun. It will survive for tens of billions of years. Would it work to place it on the fission decay layer the streamer mentioned? I say, aren't you being frozen? Just tattoo it directly on your body. Is that what the streamer meant? Are you exploiting a loophole here? Watching everyone begin to aimlessly diverge, Gu Ran spoke calmly and steadily. Very good. Through countless examples and rebuttals, everyone has essentially confirmed one thing. Whatever matter we currently observe is almost incapable of remaining intact for billions or even tens of billions of years. The bullet screen largely endorsed Gu Ran's view because they had essentially dug up and scrutinized every possibility they could think of. Gu Ran said, in fact, this may indeed be the case. If there were no human activity, how long would it take for civilization's remnants on Earth to vanish completely? Everyone can follow my description. Close your eyes and imagine. Earth's civilization has already developed into a multi-planetary civilization. Nearly everyone has left Earth and journeyed to other star systems. And you, my friend, are the last human on Earth. At this moment, you are seated aboard the final rocket departing Earth. But you are most unfortunate. Due to a parameter-setting failure, the rocket has solidified the surrounding space-time and hovers above Earth. Fortunately, you can still see the Earth where you once lived for many years. At this point, what would you see? Within hours, as humanity ceased to interfere with the planet, power stations rapidly shut down. After the final surge of stored electricity was transmitted, artificial power began to fade from Earth, as though humanity had never discovered electricity in the first place. A week later, the world slipped into darkness as electrical systems failed. Urban infrastructure crumbled, and following a torrential downpour, underground facilities gradually deteriorated from water damage. As months passed without human intervention, thermal and nuclear power plants, deprived of their cooling systems, began suffering frequent leaks and even explosions. A year later, the abandoned city fell to vegetation. Cats, dogs, rats, and rabbits claimed it as their own. Over the next decade, roads and buildings decayed. Countless plants took root in the concrete jungle, spreading unchecked through cracks in roads and structures. In a mere century, the wonders humanity built began to fade. Dams and bridges collapsed, towering skyscrapers teetered precariously. These crumbling structures made one anxious, but eventually, after 1,000 years, they were swallowed entirely by dense jungle. One could no longer distinguish where the city ended and the forest began. 10,000 years on, all traces of human civilization since the Industrial Revolution had been erased save for a few stone monuments like the pyramids and the Great Wall. After 100,000 years, no evidence of humanity's existence remained on the surface, only the occasional remnants within oil wells and mine shafts hinted at a forgotten past. By 10 million years, even these last fragments vanished. Earth had been utterly transformed. Nothing remained to testify that humanity had ever existed. Gu Ran finished his words, and countless viewers in the live broadcast room remained trapped in this thought experiment, unable to shake off its impact. Beside him, Zhou Yiran slowly opened her eyes, a trace of fear visible on her face. Can 10 million years erase all traces of human civilization? Gu Ran fell silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Despite the brilliance of human civilization and the zenith of technological advancement, we remain as insignificant as ants when measured against the cosmos and eternity. If we count from the emergence of Homo sapiens, it amounts to merely 70,000 years. And if we begin from the Industrial Revolution, just over 260 years have passed. Earth, however, formed approximately 4.8 billion years ago. What does this magnitude truly represent? Compressing those 4.8 billion years into a single 24-hour day, Homo sapiens would emerge only in the final second, and all of humanity's greatest achievements in civilization and technology would be confined to the last fraction of a second before midnight. Within that final tenth of a second, the Hongshan and Liangzhu cultures arose. In the last 0.003 of a second, the Industrial Revolution began. This reveals one of the advantages of studying cosmology. Humanity is nothing special. What troubles, what drudgery, what grievances, what suffocation, all become trivial when set against the grand narrative of the cosmos. Perhaps Gu Ran's intellectual journey proved so absorbing that the barrage of comments remained fixed on this meditation regarding the erasure of human civilization. Gu Ran continued, as you can see, it seems that everything humanity has invented struggles to withstand the torrent of time. Does this mean preserving information for billions of years is entirely impossible? Gu Ran shook his head. Actually, water and DNA are the answers. Even without Gu Ran's guidance, many viewers were already directing their thoughts toward water and DNA. After dismissing all the substances they had considered, they shifted their approach. Instead of asking what could preserve information for billions of years, they asked what has endured on Earth since its formation, and suddenly the path became clear. The atmospheric components, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, along with water, soil, minerals, and various elements, and life itself. And if one seeks among these ancient entities, enduring for billions of years, what might preserve information, nearly everyone chose water and life, without hesitation. They instinctively separated these candidates from minerals, elements, and gases. Water, it seems, is far more complex than commonly assumed. I've heard of experiments where different music near water alters its crystalline structure. The streamer discussed water earlier. Those interested can check the replay clips that trended a couple days ago. I grasp the water concept, but what about life? Life is too fragile. We've witnessed multiple mass extinction events. Storing information in life seems as unlikely as winning the lottery. True. As the streamer explained, 10 million years is enough for Earth to erase everything human. If humans can't endure, other organisms certainly can't. The barrage of comments showed vigorous discussion among new and veteran viewers who largely accepted water as a reliable information carrier. The reason for choosing water is straightforward. For storing information, stability matters most, and a flowing water system with regular structure and self-sustaining cycles is undoubtedly the optimal storage medium. Yet everyone seemed more intrigued by life as an information carrier. As Gu Ran noted, life is utterly negligible on a cosmic scale. It lacks the steadfast reliability of water. Gu Ran chuckled. You seem unconvinced about life's durability. What if I reveal biology's third principle? Wait, there's a third logic. What is it? I'm eager to hear it. Gu Ran did not keep them waiting, continuing leisurely. The third logic is the drive to survive. From the moment life emerged, it propagated with masses of non-essential DNA, relentlessly seeking to persist. You might find this strange. Survival is instinctual, right? How does that become a logic? Isn't living inherently correct? Would any organism seek death? Gu Ran posed and answered his own question. But who decreed that life is good and death is bad? Have you considered how this notion originated? Why does every creature fear death? If reproduction was the original logic designed by them and evolution produced countless species through competition and information in water, then where does our third discovered logic, the will to survive, come from? When the third logic appeared, all viewers in the live stream fell silent for a moment. The bullet comments suddenly decreased significantly. Survival. Everyone pondered over these two characters, feeling a strange unease deep within. Is survival also a logic? Isn't survival an instinct? Can any creature be born seeking death? Then what is the purpose of being born? Humans are nothing but parroting machines. The reactions on the bullet comments were exactly as Gu Ran had predicted. Everyone was filled with confusion. Reproduction and competition. These two logics were more readily accepted by them, perhaps, because they could examine these two logics from an outsider's perspective. Moreover, to everyone's mind, although these first two logics existed objectively, they seemed something that could be relinquished. Take humanity, for instance. From the perspective of the entire species, the logics of reproduction and competition existed objectively throughout the group and were not swayed by individual wills. But as for individuals, there were always those who went against the current, choosing not to pursue romance or engage in competition, simply lying flat in a Buddhist state of mind. No one could do anything about it. But survival was different. If survival was a logic, it seemed one that no one could shake off, and it was bound extremely tightly. Survival should be a prerequisite for logic, right? I think it shouldn't count as a logic, because this is almost something every organism is born with. Speculation and skepticism on the bullet comments kept accumulating. Everyone clearly struggled to grasp the survival logic. Of course, the greater doubt stemmed from Gu Ran placing this logic third. This most fundamental matter in everyone's eyes was actually placed after reproduction and competition. It was simply unbelievable. Watching the frenzied discussions on the bullet comments that never seemed to reach any conclusion. Gu Ran then continued to lead everyone in divergent thinking. We can break down this survival logic for analysis. If survival has prerequisites, and these prerequisites drive organisms to exhibit survival behavior, then what might these prerequisite conditions be? After Gu Ran deconstructed and simplified the problem, the difficulty lessened considerably. The bullet comments quickly shifted from skepticism and confusion to serious speculation. The audience's educational backgrounds varied widely. Throwing an ultimate question at them would leave everyone speechless. But when presented with a new approachable question, the audience would have plenty to say. After all, the things that trigger the desire to survive are experiences essentially everyone has had. Illness. I'm a nurse, so I should have the deepest understanding of this. I agree with illness as an answer. I'm a chemotherapy doctor. Illness. Minor ailments might work, but major illnesses make people give up on survival, don't they? If I had cancer, I'd rather end my own life than go through such painful chemotherapy. You only say that because you haven't had cancer. Most patients' last words before anesthesia are hoping the surgery succeeds so they can still see this beautiful world. Speaking of illness, I think pain counts too. When I was a child, I fell from the second floor once. I truly felt I was going to die, and my whole body turned ice cold from fear. Hunger counts too, right? When you're starving to a certain extent, it seems like you could eat anything. So basically, when you're on the verge of death, the desire to survive is at its strongest. Exactly, whether it's pain or illness or hunger, the prerequisite condition that triggers survival is always being on the verge of death. As the heated discussion continued, the perspectives on the bullet comments gradually unified. Just as life and death correspond to each other, the prerequisite condition for survival is naturally the brink of death. Guran didn't show any judgment on this answer, but continued to ask, have you all realized something? It seems everything associated with death is negative. Pain, illness, hunger. Every single thing associated with death, just thinking about it made one wish to mutter, bad luck, go away in their heart. But the audience didn't find this surprising, because it's death after all. Death means life reaching its end, means never seeing the sun of tomorrow, means leaving this beautiful world. Therefore, everything related to death naturally makes all creatures shun it. From the bullet comments, the audience's attitude could be clearly seen, and their attitude was indeed reasonable. Guran silently nodded and said, what everyone said is correct. Through countless years of evolution, organisms have made countless efforts to avoid death. Evolved pain nerves, so when injured and bleeding, organisms feel pain and promptly check and tend to their wounds. When blood sugar levels drop significantly, the hypothalamus's feeding center and satiety center send specific electrical discharge frequencies to create the sensation of hunger in the brain. But these are mechanisms designed for surviving, yet they cannot explain our original question. Why did the fear of death arise? Everyone must avoid falling into a misconception. Surviving and fearing death are two different things, and this is even the greatest difference between lower and higher organisms. After Guran finished speaking, countless viewers in the livestream began to zone out. Many people's brains were already starting to falter. Life and death stand in opposition to each other. Isn't surviving simply about not dying? What's the difference? The bullet comments became much calmer, yet after everyone pondered for a long time, they still couldn't quite grasp what Guran was trying to express. Because we fear death, we survive. Isn't that the logic? My brain has stopped working. I finished a whole box of 8 walnuts during one live stream, and it was completely useless. Can I report the streamer for selling counterfeit goods? Hey. Watching the bewildered responses on the bullet comments, Guran continued to elaborate. The logic of survival stems from the fear of death, and fearing death and surviving are two entirely separate things. For instance, viruses and primitive organisms have existed solely for reproduction since they first appeared on Earth. Throughout this process, viruses and bacteria unable to survive become increasingly scarce due to their inability to reproduce, while those capable of surviving multiply and grow numerous through reproduction. And as countless years of evolution unfolded, the observable result is that all primitive organisms we can see have the ability to survive. Guran paused, then lightly tapped the table to signal everyone to pay attention. But please note, in this game, where the survivors are filtered out and the non-survivors eliminated, these primitive organisms have no concept of life and death. They do not desire to live, nor do they fear death. This is purely a process of natural selection. But survival is something entirely different. It signifies that organisms have begun to distinguish between life and death, and then they start to praise life and fear death. The viewers in the live stream were still bewildered, yet strangely amidst that confusion, faint threads of inexplicable understanding began to emerge one after another. It was like a surging flood slowly seeping through cracks in a levee. With just a single trigger, the dam would be utterly breached, and the waters would then cascade forth unchecked. Within the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Suong had never previously pondered Guran's third logic. After all, a conventional biologist would by all accounts not waste excessive time musing over the nature of life and death. Nor would they attempt to fashion such intricate variations from the dichotomy of existence and oblivion. Precisely because of this, Guran's thought experiment struck her as profoundly novel. In fact, it could almost stand alone as a dedicated research topic. The other academicians pondered Guran's words with thoughtful expressions before turning to Wang Suong. From what angle do you think his conjecture would be best understood? Wang Suong absorbed Guran's concepts, reorganized her thoughts, and then relayed them to the assembled academicians in simpler terms. What Guran means, in essence, is that he separates life and death. In his view, life divides into two categories. The first is life dictated by natural selection. Survival of the fittest, where those unable to endure are naturally culled. However, this kind of existence carries no fear of death. They originally held no distinction between being and non-being. They simply persisted because survival was possible. The second is chosen striving for survival. At this stage, organisms are no longer merely selected by nature. Rather, they themselves develop an aversion to death, thus driving living beings to actively pursue their own survival. Upon hearing Wang Suhong's rendition, the academicians' eyes instantly brightened with comprehension. Though this straightforward exposition necessarily omitted certain complexities, its clarity was undeniable. A collective intake of breath followed immediately afterward. Indeed, this was a question they had never truly contemplated. Hu turned to Wang Suang and asked, "Academician Wang, what is your take on this?" Wang Suang frowned slightly, her gaze fixed upon the youthful figure on the screen, momentarily unable to render a judgment. "This remains a thought experiment. How it translates to actual research is something I am reluctant to speculate on now, but if we consider the thought experiment itself." She paused for a moment. "I fundamentally support his conjecture. As the Dean of the Institute of Biology, she was the ultimate authority on all research projects within the institution. Years in such a position had forged in her an exceedingly rigorous and meticulous work ethic. Previously, she had almost never treated any thought experiment as a legitimate research project, for in her eyes, basic conjectures left unexamined and unverified were like water without a source, extremely unsteady. But now Gu Ran's entire chain of reasoning caused that high wall named prejudice to gradually crumble. Perhaps, as Gu Ran had stated, it was only with the emergence of the third logic, striving for survival, that the arrival of higher life was formally heralded. However, under the current personnel and talent reserves of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, such a thought experiment project would doubtlessly prove difficult to practically implement. Life sciences are a weak point for our country, lagging far behind the West. Wang Suang said, her voice tinged with agitation. If Gu Ran could join the Institute of Biology, it would be an ideal scenario. He might very well change numerous things. Unawares, the academicians had been watching Gu Ran's live stream for over 3 hours. Even though it was now deep into the early morning hours, everyone remained vibrant with not a trace of drowsiness. The breadth of his conceptual leaps, the expansiveness of his cognition, and the profundity of his reflections demonstrated over these 3 hours had already earned the full recognition of everyone present. Even without formal verification of his academic standing, he could already be deemed a prodigy. Hu felt a strange sensation. I cannot quite explain it, but given the intensity of this young man's thinking, it continually strikes me that his academic prowess is likely extraordinary as well. Zhao Heng replied, almost without hesitation. As I stated at the beginning, from his calculations and deductions regarding francium fragments, I have already become quite certain that what makes him truly formidable extends beyond mere intellect. Upon hearing this, a palpable sense of alertness immediately rose among the academicians at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They cast heavily guarded glances toward Ding Yi, as though some decisive resolution had just been forged within them. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Jiaotong University's Joint Laboratory of Biological Sciences and Bioengineering, an American biologist gripped his smartphone tightly, the rows of wrinkles on his face carved like canyons beneath the harsh glare of the overhead laboratory lights. He opened his iPad and synchronized Gu Ran's live stream to the tablet. Then he drew reading glasses from his breast pocket. Frowning, he slowly scrolled through his contacts list, which seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Finally, after half a minute of swiping, he unearthed that long-dormant number. George. Hardly had the call connected when on the other side of the globe, within the key laboratory of brain neurosciences and bioenergetics at the University of California, an elderly man conducting synaptic stimulation experiments heard his phone ring. He glanced up slightly, then froze entirely. When the other biologists in the lab noticed Professor George suddenly cease his work and were about to remind him to resume, they too caught sight of the name on the caller display. Wyatt. For a moment, no one pressed him further. Instead, they simply patted the elderly George on the shoulder. It's all right. Experiments can always be done later. Perhaps we need you to speak with him after all. George picked up his phone, shoved a hand into his lab coat pocket, and quickly strode out of the laboratory. Wyatt, a name that had been absent from George's world for far too long, yet one that continued to deepen his sense of guilt and self-reproach. The two had once collaborated extensively within Harvard University's Paul Life Sciences Laboratory before parting ways due to a patent dispute. Now, with so many years past, George looked back upon that patent dispute and could only regard it as a testament to his own foolishness. His selfishness and arrogance had driven a premier biologist away. It was only after Wyatt's departure that he realized virtually all the achievements and renown he had garnered at the Paul Laboratory were merely reflections of Wyatt's brilliance. In simple terms, during their years of collaboration, he and Wyatt had nearly swept clean every major accolade in biology, including the Nobel Prize. Yet the harsh reality was that Wyatt was a general possessed of genuine vision and resolve, whereas he himself had merely been a competent soldier. They say a soldier who does not wish to become a general is not a good soldier, but a soldier lacking ability, who nonetheless assumes the role of general, is a catastrophe for the entire unit. Over the decades, he had reaped the bitter fruits of his own, making more times than he cared to count. Standing outside the laboratory, George answered the call with a trembling heart. Before Wyatt could even speak, he confessed quietly, "These years of your absence have taught me a vital lesson: one must never be ignorant of one's own limitations." On the other end of the line, Wyatt was in no mood to indulge such sentimentality. His voice grew grave as he replied, "I just witnessed a fascinating live stream. That young man has given me a new direction regarding that experiment we abandoned so long ago." The time difference between the University of California and Shanghai was nearly 11 hours. The bright sunlight falling upon George made his thoughts wander. Wyatt, you must hear my sincere apology first. I wanted to tell you long ago, but I was too ashamed to face you. Thank you for reaching out. I don't have time for your nonsense, Wyatt said. If you're willing to help me organize the materials from back then, and come find me in China. George was somewhat stirred. You still want me to join your research? In the laboratory, Wyatt observed the petri dishes while helplessly shaking his head. China's top life science talents were scarce. After so many years at Shanghai Jiaotong University, he had become somewhat of a sinologist. In the field of life sciences, there were actually quite a number of Chinese scientists. However, if the scope was narrowed to the level of outstanding scientists, the gap with the West would immediately widen. Simply put, from an outsider's perspective, China's strength disciplines basically had three characteristics: leaning toward technology, leaning toward engineering, and even more so leaning toward applications. The exploration and development of basic disciplines had always been a weakness. And what he needed to study was a hypothesis proposed back when he was in the United States. A hypothesis concerning the working mechanism of brain neurons, minimal free energy, and the origins of consciousness. For this work, he could scarcely find a capable assistant even from the talent pool of Shanghai Jiaotong University or all of China. So despite his reluctance, he had no choice. As for whether George had reformed and come to terms with himself, he dared not be certain. But when the hypothesis was proposed and verified back, then George had been his assistant. He had some familiarity with the project, which counted as one of the few pieces of good news. Waiting for you. He hung up the phone. Wyatt looked at Gu Ran's live stream on his iPad, and an expression of disbelief returned to his face. Not only was he amazed by the young man's ingenious ideas and astonishing imagination, but he was also curious about how such talent could emerge from China's talent cultivation system. While watching the live stream, Wyatt opened his email and drafted a sincere invitation letter. He sent copies to both the head of the commission and the head of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Over at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, while Wang Suang was still complaining about the CAS neglect of the life sciences field, two notification sounds suddenly rang out from Huan and Ding Yi's phones. Huan interrupted the complaint, astonished. Speak of the devil, it's Professor Wyatt's email. Hearing this, Ding Yi glanced up at Huan. Mine too. The mere mention of Wyatt's name made Wang Suang straighten up with immediate respect. A pivotal figure in the advancement of life sciences, the founder of modern neuroscience, Nobel Prize laureate in physiology or medicine, and former director of Harvard's renowned Paul Life Sciences Laboratory. These numerous titles had essentially cemented Wyatt's esteemed standing in the field of life sciences. If one were to compare herself with Professor Wyatt, let's just say that much of her expertise in life sciences had come from the textbooks and papers edited by Wyatt. It was a pity that after Wyatt left the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, he did not change his nationality and had also firmly declined an invitation to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, with a biological luminary like him present, the gap between China's life science development and the West might have been considerably narrowed by now. Professor Wyatt is currently conducting neuroscience research at the Joint Biology Laboratory of Shanghai Jiaotong University, Wang Suang said with a sigh. But the patents on his work are still jointly owned by SJTU and Harvard. It would be wonderful if he could come to the CAS. Huan and Ding Yi carefully read through the email without responding to Wang Suang. However, as they read on, their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. In this email, this biological luminary, who was known for his blunt communication style and inflexibility, had actually begun to strain himself to employ all manner of rhetorical devices. What called fu bai and xing, what honorifics, what polite formalities, truly demonstrating a thorough understanding of Chinese social conventions. Even more unexpectedly, this biological luminary's letter was actually an invitation directed at Gu Ran. He hadn't even addressed Gu Ran as a colleague in the invitation email, but humbly referred to him as Teacher Gu Ran. They couldn't hold it together anymore. Honestly, if not for checking the sender, no one would dare to believe this email came from a Nobel Prize winner in biology. Now, even after seeing the sender information, they still needed a moment to process it. Had the account somehow been compromised? Huan replied, asking how Professor Wyatt had come to know about Gu Ran, and took the initiative to inform Wyatt that Gu Ran was indeed affiliated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, though he had not yet officially taken up his position. Ding Yi's reply was essentially the same, except he described Gu Ran as belonging to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology rather than the CAS. Soon both of them received replies simultaneously. I happened to come across Gu Ran's live broadcast and found great inspiration in his hypotheses. Huan showed the email to the other academicians. Upon reading its contents, everyone wore expressions that were somewhere between astonishment and disbelief. Wang Suang was even more impressed. The online joke about even a Nobel laureate would have to raise a toast to Gu Ran had unexpectedly been realized by this young man. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, after everyone had fully processed the distinction between surviving and fearing death, Gu Ran then continued, before explaining why the logic of survival generates a fear of death, we may need to conduct a thought experiment. Suppose there is a person who has been in a deep sleep since birth, never waking up until dying at the age of 100. Then how do you think we should define this person's death? Was it on the day they turned 100? Or did they actually die at birth, and it was only at 100 that they were buried? The answers in the comments varied wildly, encompassing nearly every possibility. Some even invented the concept of a superposition state between death and life, like being dead. Watching the comments grow increasingly absurd, Gu Ran said, "From the perspective of the information inheritance hypothesis, let me propose a radical idea. Sleeping until death at 100 is no different from having been dead for 100 years. Because in a state of deep sleep, both voluntary and involuntary consciousness completely disappear, and all vital activities serve merely as physiological maintenance. At this point, the human body is no different from a primitive organism. Cells and microorganisms within the body operate solely on the logic of reproduction and competition, while the survival logic unique to higher organisms plays no role whatsoever." The answer was already implied within the question itself. Gu Ran paused, glancing at the comments, and some viewers had already guessed the answer. Those who are perceptive have already deduced it. The fear of death coexists with consciousness itself. Next, I will guide you to explore the question that has confounded countless biologists to this day. How exactly did consciousness arise? As Gu Ran's voice faded in the CAS briefing hall, Wang Suhong's gaze grew intensely focused. At the SJTU Joint Biology Laboratory, Wyatt sat rigidly upright, already pulling out a notebook and taking out his fountain pen. Before the dawn of modern biology, the question of consciousness had already been the ultimate riddle that countless philosophers devoted their entire lives to contemplating. Thus, thousands of years ago, when a circle of nobles, having satisfied their appetites and with leisure on their hands, began to ponder the notion of they deconstructed a singular grand question into three smaller inquiries from a philosophical standpoint. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I destined to go? Yet countless philosophers who came after offered no answers. Philosophers were tasked with interpreting problems, while the work of solving them fell to another order of minds. At last, the baton concerning consciousness was passed into the hands of the life sciences. Over more than a century, innumerable biologists launched relentless assaults upon this question, but when the smoke cleared and the skies opened wide, all were startled to find that the question still stood resolute, unyielding as ever. For Wang Shuhang and the Institute of Biology, this question was unquestionably beyond their scope. She therefore hoped to glean some thread of insight from Gu Ran's livestream, perhaps even spark inspiration sufficient to launch a formal research initiative. As for Wyatt, as a luminary in the realm of modern life sciences, his research on consciousness had long outrun that of his peers by a considerable margin. Alas, in the study of consciousness, the difference between 50 paces and 100 held little consequence. He had pursued countless theoretical avenues and pored over every biological text, sifting through various hypotheses to test them. Yet in the end, all had met with failure. No matter the effort he expended, that insurmountable mountain persisted unmoved. The Nobel Prize could encapsulate much: his dedication, his discoveries, his scientific accomplishments. Yet it could not measure the distance he had traveled toward his deepest ambition. To speak plainly, if a sudden flash of insight could reveal to him the true nature of consciousness, he would gladly surrender every ounce of his hard-won reputation and renown. At that moment, Wyatt gazed intently at the iPad before him, watching Gu Ran on the screen speak with effortless charm. Regarding the ultimate question of consciousness, perhaps he still could not arrive at a definitive answer today. But he sensed that the embers long dimmed were about to catch flame once more. Gu Ran, roused from his drowsiness, composed himself, rose to fetch a glass of water, and then re-entered his live stream. "I have thoroughly reviewed every hypothesis and research finding currently existing within the biological community regarding consciousness, yet the results appear rather unsatisfactory. All research into consciousness rests upon conjecture, and the overwhelming majority of biologists have directed their efforts toward neural circuits and the microbiome." Gu Ran shook his head and murmured, "But unfortunately, the entire direction is misguided. My point is not that they have misidentified particular neural pathways or bacterial strains, but rather that if research continues to be grounded solely in neurons and gut flora, no breakthrough will come, even 100 years from now. This is not merely a narrow misstep, but a fundamental error pervading the entire framework through which life sciences approach the study of consciousness." In an instant, the screen fell utterly silent, with scarcely a single comment drifting across. 3 seconds later, fierce debate erupted across the screen. Few could fathom how Gu Ran, known for his warm and affable demeanor, could deliver such scathing words. These calm few sentences nearly invalidated the lifetime of painstaking effort invested by countless biologists over decades. More unsettling still was that the speaker was none of the established titans of biology, nor a tenured professor, nor even a graduate student. It was merely a streamer. The chat quickly fractured into opposing camps. Some felt Gu Ran had overstepped, but were curious to hear his subsequent argument. Others agreed he had gone too far and immediately began to criticize him. Yet both factions shared a common conviction that such words coming from Gu Ran's mouth were profoundly inappropriate. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Shuhang grew visibly tense upon hearing these remarks. She herself was not directly implicated, but the crux of the matter was that Professor Wyatt was also watching Gu Ran's livestream. He was a preeminent expert in this field and had dedicated his career to the study of consciousness. If he heard those words, what offense they would carry. Yet in truth Wyatt himself felt little disturbance. Indeed, he found himself somewhat aligned with Gu Ran's assertion. Having personally validated every hypothesis offered by biologists, he knew all too well that none had succeeded in resolving the mystery of consciousness. So he too had at times wondered whether the entire foundational direction had been flawed. It was simply that as a Nobel laureate and a towering figure in biology, his position carried such weight and consequence that he dared not voice such doubts so readily. Were it not for that constraint, Gu Ran would hardly have been the first to utter these words. Meanwhile, within the late-night livestream, Gu Ran paid no heed to the heated debate in the chat. "Let me pose an aside," Gu Ran asked. "Have any of you ever experienced this particular state while sleeping? Drifting into slumber only to suddenly feel as though you are falling, jolting yourself fully awake?" The chat offered unanimous affirmation. "This happens to me frequently. I've heard it's a sign of growing taller. My own experience disproves that myth. I am well into my 40s or 50s and still feel it, yet clearly no taller. This occurs quite often for me as well." After granting the audience a few seconds to absorb the exchange, Gu Ran continued, "Some researchers speculate this phenomenon stems from our arboreal ancestors. Our bodies, in an inherited protective reflex, rouse us from sleep lest we fall. The explanation sounds plausible at first glance, yet it is riddled with flaws, so many that one scarcely knows where to begin. I am sometimes startled awake from dreams of stumbling onto a street stark naked, yet our ancestors unclothed, as they were moved about with complete nonchalance." Gu Ran fell silent for a moment, down 2 large gulps of water, and then continued, "Earlier we discussed how during deep sleep, that sudden sensation of falling is actually consciousness verifying whether we are dead. Consciousness, verification, death. From these 3 words you might actually uncover something rather intriguing. It seems that consciousness and the body are in fact separate entities. When you sleep, the microbiota cells and neurons within your body know you are alive, maintaining normal vital signs. Yet consciousness remains incapable of determining whether you are alive or dead." Speaking thus, Gu Ran frowned slightly, his expression grave as he stared into the camera. "Doesn't this strike you as peculiar?" His words hung in the air. The previously calm barrage of comments erupted as countless viewers struggled to articulate their astonishment. Consciousness and the brain. Are they truly separate? Everyone found Gu Ran's conclusion utterly unbelievable, yet it remained merely unbelievable. For indeed his words carried a compelling weight of logic. Meanwhile, before the livestream screen, Wang Suhong's brows were tightly knit. His hand gripping the phone trembled imperceptibly, while his inner world was already engulfed by a devastating tidal wave. Because the research direction on consciousness that Gu Ran had outlined was still an uncharted wilderness, blank enough that no one had ever set foot there. And more crucially, within Gu Ran's proofs and discourse, this hypothesis proved sufficiently robust. Seated and fixated on the screen, Wang Suong had already begun drafting a project proposal in his mind. Inside the Shanghai Jiao Tong University Joint Biological Laboratory, Huaiate was still bent over his desk writing furiously. His notebook was already filled to the brim with densely packed English, meticulously categorizing Gu Ran's key points into numbered sections. Once life sciences reach a certain altitude, even the most minute discovery is enough to anchor a groundbreaking research initiative. Thus, while Wang Suong was still planning to treat consciousness research as a single comprehensive project, Huaiate had already dismantled it into 4 or 5 subdisciplines. As he finalized his last keynote, Huaiate glanced back at the livestream, his expression only growing more astonished. If his previous assessment of Gu Ran was that he possessed a wealth of unconventional ideas, then now in his eyes Gu Ran had inadvertently proposed a paradigm-shifting hypothesis, severing the link between consciousness and the brain. This bold speculation sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. As a seasoned veteran of academia, the papers and hypotheses he had encountered likely outnumbered the very roads Gu Ran had walked. For so many years he had long since achieved a transcendent state of observing clouds roll and unfold, remaining entirely unruffled by worldly tides. Yet now a curiosity dormant for far too long stirred freshly from the depths of his heart, feeling strangely alien. But immediately thereafter a cascade of questions rapidly surfaced in his mind. Each of these derived problems seemed like an insurmountable barrier. He gripped his pen with barely contained excitement, a singular fierce desire flooding his mind. He had to meet Gu Ran and have a thorough conversation. Moreover, he firmly believed that the collision of their minds would spark brilliant revelations within the realm of human biosciences. Gu Ran's livestream had already stirred a tremendous uproar across China's life science community in the dead of night. Yet within the late-night chat room, entirely undisturbed by these surging waves, tranquility reigned supreme. Gu Ran, perpetually drowsy, Zhou Yiran seated beside him, with wide, sparkling eyes, the ever-excitable Lao Ma, and the unflappable Jimin. Everything unfolded with the practiced ease of an ordinary broadcast. Cradling his water cup, Gu Ran watched the barrage of questions and bewilderment steadily accumulate. Once he had granted the audience sufficient time to ponder, he resumed. The paramount enigma surrounding contemporary consciousness research lies in this: why can a mere collection of lifeless matter generate a conscious life form? If a pile of inert matter can indeed give rise to consciousness, then does this consciousness emerge gradually, or does it appear suddenly? Neither scenario has been addressed in any existing research or hypothesis, nor has anyone managed to provide a satisfactory explanation. To aid audience comprehension, Gu Ran posed a contemplative question. Take for instance the journey of an organism from a fertilized egg to birth. At precisely what moment does consciousness manifest? The question was hurled into the void, met only with utter silence from the comment section. Gu Ran was hardly taken aback, nor were Wang Suang and Huai. For simply put, no one could answer that question. It was in this fleeting moment that every viewer, including Huai, became acutely aware of a grave reality. Despite decades of vigorous and elaborate research into consciousness, virtually no substantive progress had been made. To this day, not even the most foundational and rudimentary question, whether consciousness arises incrementally or instantaneously, has yielded an answer. It was profoundly disheartening. Gu Ran gently tapped his fingers against the desk, cutting through the audience's reveries. Then, fixing his gaze earnestly upon the camera, he said, "All right, worldline convergence. From this moment forward, recall everything discussed during this broadcast and attempt to accept a hypothesis. Water gave birth to consciousness. Before we unveil the final veil of consciousness, we lack but one last step: understanding how we control our own bodies." In truth, the endeavors of countless biologists studying consciousness had not been entirely fruitless. Though they had failed to pierce its veil, the incidental findings gathered along the way provided Gu Ran's hypothesis with a wealth of invaluable information. Many elements govern our bodies, such as microbiota, the cerebral cortex, various sensory cells, and the nervous network sprawling throughout us. Consider the most fundamental biological act of feeding. In the early decades of the last century, biologists universally held that humans eat because the brain secretes dopamine postprandially, inducing pleasure. This positive reward feedback loop is what eventually led humanity to savor gourmet cuisine. Yet in recent years, a growing body of research suggests that the motivation behind human eating may not be self-directed. For example, in April of the year prior, Science magazine published an article detailing how gut bacteria exert control over the brain, presenting a research report on direct dialogue between the brain and intestinal flora. This article unveiled a profoundly counterintuitive yet objectively existing truth. When you experience an intense craving for high-calorie, high-sugar, or high-fat foods at a specific moment, it may not be your desire driving you, but rather the gut bacteria themselves longing for nourishment. In other words, Gu Ran smiled. What appears on the surface as a group of people sitting in a restaurant perusing a menu to place an order is in reality a chorus of gut bacteria calling the shots. Upon hearing this revelation, the livestream audience immediately erupted into chaos. Wait a minute, according to you, am I being puppeteered by bacteria? Good heavens, am I merely a host to these microbes? Are bacteria the true sovereigns of this earth? Watching the livestream comments buzzing with excitement, Gu Ran continued, the gut microbiota can influence far more than you think, such as your mood, decisions, and health. Previously, Finnish bioinformaticians led a study analyzing the genetic makeup and gut microbial composition of over 6,000 subjects, and they discovered a clear, strong correlation between certain microbial features in the gut and depression. Just as he mentioned eating, Gu Ran felt hungry. He whispered to Joey Ran, "Order me some fried chicken and an extra serving of fries." Joey Ran nodded and quickly picked up her phone to place the order. As midnight approached, the audience was also getting hungry. The moment Gu Ran mentioned fried chicken and fries, the comments were instantly flooded with praise. "Are you a dog streamer? Poisoning us late at night. Brothers are still starving. How can you eat in good conscience? I can't take it anymore. Just hearing fried chicken makes my stomach growl." Seeing the complaints flooding the comments, Gu Ran took the opportunity to criticize the audience. "Everyone stop digesting food for a moment and digest the knowledge I just taught you first. I see that you all let it go in one ear and out the other. Not a single bit stays in your head. Did I order fried chicken and fries because I wanted to eat them? No. The one who truly wanted to eat wasn't me, but the microbiota in my gut. I'm just too weak-willed to overcome them." Gu Ran kept firing off words, then tapped the table. "Don't doze off, brothers. Stay alert, let's review. When I ordered fries and fried chicken, what information transfer actually happened inside my body? First, these bacteria sent the command, I want to eat fries and fried chicken, to my brain. Then after receiving the order, my brain immediately ordered its little brother, the hypothalamus, to secrete ghrelin, converting a series of chemical and electrical signals, and finally telling me, I want fries. To make sure I ordered fries instead of something else, my brain started using carrots and sticks. If you order fries, I'll reward you with dopamine. If you order something else, I'll suppress serotonin secretion and make you feel low. In the end, under the brain's signal stimulation, I still chose fried chicken and fries." As Gu Ran spoke, it was hard to say whether the audience understood in their heads, but their stomachs were certainly growling louder. Gu Ran picked up his water bottle, opened the lid, and said softly, "Now here's the interesting part. Throughout the entire process of ordering fried chicken and fries, when did consciousness come into play?" Gu Ran began to drink water, and the comments erupted in heated discussion. Because breaking down the entire eating activity, it was nothing but the coordination of countless bacteria nerve cells in the brain's central hub. Moreover, Gu Ran's description was intentionally misleading as he anthropomorphized the brain and bacteria. In reality, the so-called urge to eat from bacteria might just be a series of chemical reactions inside them, not consciousness. And the so-called brain immediately releasing hunger was merely the hypothalamus secreting ghrelin, causing an irresistible craving for food. The so-called reward from the brain might simply be the food entering the body and stimulating the release of pleasure-inducing pheromones. From start to finish, if we only analyze the act of eating zooming into the microscopic level, it seems to be just a series of biochemical reactions. But then thinking about fried chicken and fries. Although no one wanted to think about these things around 1 in the morning for the sake of science, they endured their rumbling stomachs and pondered. And it was precisely when they thought of fried chicken and fries that consciousness gradually surfaced. Why must it be fried chicken and fries? Do bacteria need high-fat, high-calorie foods to replenish energy? But there are many such foods. Even drinking cooking oil directly would satisfy the need, right? It's consciousness. Bacteria and neurons don't know about fried chicken and fries. Only consciousness knows. Seeing the audience's thoughts gradually becoming clearer, Gu Ran said, I see some brothers have already guessed correctly. Consciousness transcends the act of eating, providing personal subjective preferences beyond the basic energy intake process. Just like the repeatedly flogged centenarian brother. Why is it said that he died at the start, but was only buried at 100? Take eating for instance. During his deep sleep, there was no manifestation of subjective preference. He only needed nutrient infusions to maintain vital signs, and he could sleep until 100. Maybe it was the scheduled drowsiness, or perhaps the time for late-night melancholy had arrived. As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, his tone became much heavier. Most of you probably have encountered or heard of depression patients. Sometimes you too fall into despair and helplessness. Sometimes you feel you've accomplished nothing and are worthless. Sometimes you feel incredibly dejected, even having countless impulsive thoughts. Please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I don't accept your gifts for nothing. What follows might change some people's lives. With that, Gu Ran, almost word by word, said, let's discuss where these subjective personal preferences come from. He set down his water bottle, then adjusted his posture to make himself as comfortable as possible, preparing for a long narration. First, let's summarize the conclusions we've already proven. The difference between higher and lower organisms lies in the third logic, survival. Survival logic coexists with consciousness. Consciousness and thinking are separate. Water nurtures consciousness. Water carries information. Consciousness imbues actions with subjective preferences. Consciousness can resonate. Consciousness resonance can activate some information in water. Slogans are one of the ways to achieve consciousness resonance. Gu Ran meticulously listed all the content he had discussed over these days. Longtime viewers, hearing content they had almost forgotten come back one by one, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. New viewers also became excited. They had never heard Gu Ran's previous broadcasts, they didn't understand some concepts at all. Yet they couldn't help but feel excited. Because even if they knew nothing, they could sense that something mind-blowing was about to be revealed. Gu Ran looked into the camera. Everyone, please remember the next sentence. Even if you don't understand it now, remember it. Because if someday you do understand it, might change your life. Just like how deep sleep creates a deception of death for consciousness. Gu Ran paused for a moment, his gaze turning exceptionally serious. Consciousness can be deceived. And if you obtain the method to deceive consciousness, then you will be able to gain much from it. Regarding the question of whether consciousness can be deceived, Gu Ran would rather not bring it up, if not for this being his final livestream. For this may be the ultimate question facing humanity, and even Gu Ran, who proposed this hypothesis, still has no answer. He could hardly articulate precisely what method one might use to deceive consciousness, but he knew what effects would follow from a successful deception. Because he had succeeded, and not merely once. In his past life, long before entering the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had already been a notorious eccentric renowned throughout China's scientific research community. And after many years of drifting through the academy, he had managed to cement his reputation as a celebrated oddity, known far and wide in both domestic and international physics circles. But eccentric was not a derogatory term. According to the academy director, it was the most accurate description of him. Because in frontier physics research, cognition operates as a pyramidal structure. The higher one climbs, the more focused the scope becomes, and the more one must leave behind. When a field reaches its apex, the gap between it and other disciplines widens considerably. Many online commentators like to say that professors and academicians are only outstanding within their own fields and otherwise ignorant, a statement that holds some truth. Take a nuclear physics professor, for instance. Decades of teaching and research would undoubtedly elevate them to the pinnacle of human cognition in that domain. Yet in other fields, their level might merely be average. Gu Ran, however, was a complete exception at the academy. He possessed an energy and breadth of cognition that left every academician dumbfounded, exceeding ordinary research standards across virtually all disciplines. While all the academicians chose a single field and cultivated it with painstaking dedication, what was Gu Ran doing? He was rotating through various research institutes. From astrophysics to biology, from high-energy physics to polymer materials. The entire spectrum of 18 major disciplines, and 140 research institutes at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Gu Ran had left his mark nearly everywhere. His own explanation was that he wandered from place to place simply because he lacked clear direction for his future, wishing to experience everything before choosing his primary focus. Yet the absurdity was that whenever Gu Ran appeared in any scientific project, those stubborn obstacles that had blocked progress for years would suddenly yield. His cross-disciplinary synergy and extraordinarily vast cognitive domain allowed him to find breakthrough angles that specialists themselves rarely noticed. Of course, the institute most fascinated by Gu Ran was undoubtedly the Institute of Brain and Neurosciences, which had openly and repeatedly expressed their desire to study his brain. But as Gu Ran had just stated, they were wrong. In fact, they were pursuing the wrong direction. The brain and consciousness are separate. Gu Ran himself clearly understood that his all-encompassing cross-disciplinary cognition did not stem from his brain. It came from successfully deceiving his consciousness, more than once. The first time occurred during his high school years in a past life at an utterly unremarkable county-level high school in Luoqing. How unremarkable was this school? It was so inconsequential that Luoqing's secondary education system would have functioned identically without it. For at this school, a considerable portion of students had gained admission through financial means, while the rest had barely scraped past the admission cutoff. In cramped classrooms stuffed with over 80 youngsters whose ambitions lay elsewhere, dormitory plumbing pipes hosted at least 3 gamers scaling walls every dawn to sneak out for gaming sessions. In such a hostile and intellectually barren learning environment, the annual undergraduate acceptance rate averaged a pitiful 5%. As for admission rates to 985 and 211 institutions, well, 0 would be generous. They approached infinitesimally small. Before Gu Ran, the last student admitted to a double first-class university dated back to the year the college entrance exam was restored. This was no exaggeration. It was the principal himself who said these words while offering Gu Ran a toast upon his admission to Tsinghua or Peking University as Luoqing's top science student. From a school existing in a liminal state between ordinary and vocational high schools emerged a national college entrance examination champion, an occurrence so bewildering it sent tremors through Hunan province's entire educational system. Countless reporters, officials, distinguished educators, and university delegations flocked to the school in succession. When everyone presumed such a champion must possess the extraordinary diligence, resilience, seriousness, and fortitude lacking in their peers, the conclusion drawn left everyone once again stunned. More astonishing than merely becoming the top scorer was this Gu Ran's success seemed to derive purely from raw intelligence. In the second semester of his sophomore year, Gu Ran experienced what could only be described as an epiphany. Afterward, his understanding of how learning operates underwent a complete transformation. Before that moment, learning proceeded gradually. Eyes absorbed content from textbooks, the brain analyzed and digested it, and only what could be successfully processed was retained while the rest was discarded. It was an exceedingly slow and incremental process. Because content that resisted digestion in one session proved equally recalcitrant the next, and each undigested fragment formed new connections with emerging knowledge progressively accumulating into an insurmountable burden. Over time, one simply gave up. That was Gu Ran's academic state before his junior year. But after his epiphany, something fundamentally shifted. Textbook content was no longer new knowledge. Rather, it resembled a linguistic process defining the world as he perceived it. The world had always operated this way, unchanged. Humanity's achievements in physics, chemistry, biology, and other disciplines were acts of discovery, not invention. Even without textbooks or knowledge points, motion would still follow its laws, cells would still divide, matter would still oxidize. When reporters asked him about his study methods, Gu Ran once tried to recall what had triggered his epiphany. But he could never remember precisely what had happened in that moment. He only knew that at some instant a flash of inspiration had struck and the entire world had become translucent. The torrent of reporters ultimately branded him merely brilliant and departed in disappointment. In the long stretch that followed, he could not fathom what that bolt of lightning, which had streaked across his consciousness, actually was. That secret remained buried within him, shared with no one until the day he successfully and deliberately deceived his own consciousness. That deception of consciousness, I guess, happened in my freshman year second semester, or perhaps the sophomore year first semester. I can no longer recall the exact time. But the node, he knew it very clearly. By then he had just completed his naming of everything in this world. All the materials and books in the Qingbei library, every paper in the physical society and natural science journals, had all made outstanding contributions to perfecting this world before him. Yet the pace of scientific development was no longer sufficient to satisfy his insatiable thirst for knowledge. On the contrary, the endless conflicts and contradictions of ideas began to make the world before him grow frail and crumble. But as the observer and heir of this world, he could not alter a world that seemed exquisite yet riddled with flaws. Thus, more and more paradoxes and contradictions led him to question whether the world he had painstakingly perfected was truly real. The origin of this world lies in that very instant when human consciousness emerged. All of humanity's observations, sensations, measurements, and encounters once processed by consciousness formed our understanding of this world. And from this origin, humanity gradually built a towering edifice called science. But here lies the problem: the visible light wavelength that humans can perceive ranges only between 390 nanometers and 780 nanometers. They remain entirely oblivious to electromagnetic waves beyond 780 nanometers or below 390 nanometers. The sound waves humans can hear span only from 20 Hz to 2.0 Hz. They are deaf to frequencies above 2.0 Hz or below 20 Hz. Even touch is an illusion. It may seem that humans can grasp anything on Earth, but in reality, at the microscopic level, an inherent gap always exists between humans and objects due to electromagnetic repulsion. Take this example: if you were holding your boyfriend or girlfriend's hand right now, the tactile sensation and warmth you feel would merely be the feeling generated by the electromagnetic repulsion between the atoms of your palms. In truth, you are not truly holding anyone's hand, and there is no boyfriend or girlfriend at all. Once Gu Ran perceived how profoundly limited human cognition of the world truly was, countless doubts and questions eventually brewed into a deeper, more intense skepticism. While everyone else was still laboriously moving mountains beneath the towering edifice of physics, Gu Ran had already reached the summit, pondering a single question: perhaps he should build an even greater mountain. As he began to question the world before his eyes, a new, real world that he believed in also started to gestate within his consciousness. During this process of incubation, consciousness still intervened. All his past understanding of this world provided components for this real world, which consciousness then repeatedly suggested to him: this is how the world is. But Gu Ran simply did not agree. Thus a protracted debate was launched. One side was I, and the other was consciousness. And Gu Ran possessed precisely that stubbornness and tenacity uncommon to ordinary people. So once he began to doubt his consciousness, he dismissed everything it transmitted to him entirely. In the end, consciousness was driven into a dead corner and utterly defeated in this debate. The process of discarding all past cognition made consciousness experience an illusion of being abandoned. Perhaps in order to maintain dominance over the body, consciousness had no choice but to provide Gu Ran with new information. Thus the information hidden within began to activate. At that time, after winning this debate between consciousness and I, Gu Ran could clearly feel some unprecedented cognition beginning to emerge within his consciousness. It was precisely this cognition that later enabled his discovery of francium fragments and his extraordinary achievements in scientific research. Although Gu Ran was not entirely certain about the deception of consciousness, if he were to summarize the method, it could be distilled into simply two steps. The first step is doubt. The second step is denial. While Gu Ran was deep in thought, the live chat was also ablaze with fierce discussion around this question. Consciousness can truly be deceived. Sometimes when you have a wound, you don't even realize it's healing itself. These situations are very common, such as walking on a glass bridge. Even with the same width and height, your mindset changes entirely. What the streamer means by deception is probably exactly this. For example, when you're nervous, your body releases certain hormones that make you more efficient and help you tap into greater potential. We could deceive our consciousness into entering a nervous state during everyday times. Holy crap, that would be awesome applied to sports. Like for sprinting, I could deceive my consciousness into thinking I'm being chased by a dinosaur, and then I'd run faster than a rabbit. All sorts of ingenious ideas kept flooding across the chat. Some shared their own experiences, others proposed their hypotheses, and some offered explanations from philosophical or religious perspectives. After a long while, once the chat had fully digested the hypothesis about deceiving consciousness, Gu Ran was able to save his energy and focus on explaining how to utilize this mechanism. But before attempting to deceive consciousness, one must first confront it honestly. Actually, without consciousness, we might not be much different from AI, Gu Ran said calmly. When a red diamond appears before us, without consciousness, we would merely objectively analyze its color, shape, material, hardness, and so on. So what does consciousness bring us? It assigns value to the diamond, defines its prestige, and stirs our inner preference. Is this a good thing? Gu Ran asked and answered himself, perhaps it is. It is precisely consciousness's definitions that gave humanity concepts of beauty and ugliness, good and evil, preference and aversion, love and hatred, order. But think carefully. Throughout your life, when facing all things, hasn't it been consciousness telling you what to like or dislike? Hasn't it been consciousness telling you what is right or wrong? Everything is dictated by a consciousness that transcends our individual selves. Then what if one day consciousness suddenly tells you that this world is not worth living in? After Gu Ran finished speaking, the live stream fell into an uncomfortable silence. Then someone timidly asked, surely, that won't happen, right? But soon the chat grew even quieter, because everyone realized that Gu Ran was not raising false alarms. Perhaps at this very moment on Earth, many people are going through this process. They simply do not know that the culprit behind it all is their own consciousness. People seem to have grown so accustomed to the presence of consciousness that they even regard it as part of I. So naturally they assume that whatever decisions consciousness makes are the decisions of I. But that is not so. Consciousness is consciousness. I am I. Consciousness can also murder us. It's just that on a legal level we call it suicide. Separating consciousness from the self was the first concept that Gu Ran taught his 20 million viewers in the live stream. Judging from the comments scrolling across the screen, it appeared that many of the audience had already grasped and internalized this idea. Gu Ran set down his water cup and said calmly, "At present, I also find it difficult to determine the true purpose of consciousness. However, one thing is certain, all its mechanisms emerged from the evolution of the collective. The group's consciousness resonance gave rise to survival instincts, aversion to death, distinctions between good and bad, preferences and aversions. And then it outputs these impulses to the individual. Therefore, those seemingly personal thoughts and emotions attributed to me are actually just the individuated expressions of a consciousness evolved from the collective. It is merely because consciousness exists above the individual that we mistakenly believe its likes and dislikes are our own." Gu Ran tapped the table lightly. "But everyone must understand one thing, it is only a simple mechanism, a straightforward system that outputs specific information under certain conditions. To use a more abstract analogy, it is like a stray dog tied by the roadside. When we pass by, the dog may chase and bite at us. When we offer it a fragrant chicken leg, it wags its tail toward us. This is merely a law of nature, a simple mechanism forged through eons of evolution. However, when the dog barks at us furiously, we should not waste time pondering what we did wrong. When it wags its tail, we should not conclude that giving it the chicken leg was the right thing to do. Whether it barks or wags its tail is none of the dog's concern. It has nothing to do with me. We are merely passing by, and the act of passing itself carries no moral judgment. It is merely consciousness in its meddling way passing judgment upon the self." The audience wrestled with these profoundly abstract concepts using their already limited mental faculties. Before they could fully grasp the logic, Gu Ran continued, "The same principle applies to both the stray dog and consciousness itself. We should not blindly obey, but maintain a spirit of skepticism. For instance, when at some moment you feel worthless, like a burden, as though life holds no meaning whatsoever, understand this: your body, your brain, your cells, your microbes have never harbored such thoughts. They have never abandoned you, nor will they ever do so. Throughout your entire existence, they have been tirelessly engaged in a series of complex and exquisite life-sustaining activities on your behalf. The reason suicidal thoughts arise is simply because you have walked a stretch of road, and along the way that stray dog barked. In such moments, what you should do is continue walking, or find a way to make the dog shut up, rather than panicking and obsessively analyzing why the dog barked in the first place." At that moment, the live stream grew remarkably quiet, perhaps due to the late hour, or perhaps because the content merited deep contemplation. But how do we overcome consciousness? Gu Ran did not give the audience time to discuss among themselves. He continued, "What we currently know is that every time we pass along that stretch of road, the dog will inevitably choose between chasing and biting or wagging its tail. Our goal should be to ensure it wags its tail continuously. Which brings me to what I will now call deception." Gu Ran rose to fetch a glass of water, granting the audience some time to reflect and internalize what he had said. In the reporting hall of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, all the academicians wore complex expressions. What Gu Ran was discussing seemed to transcend the boundaries of physics and biology entirely. Huan spoke with gravity. "I wonder what he will say next." Ding Yi shared Huan's unease. Furrowing his brows, he remained silent. Concerning consciousness, the entire field of life sciences remained in a state of profound confusion. No one truly knew what consciousness was. This meant that whatever Gu Ran said next would be extraordinarily difficult to evaluate as right or wrong. It also meant that no one could predict the potential impact of his forthcoming words. Huan looked at the assembled attendees. "Do you still recall that research project conducted by the Chinese Academy of Sciences back in the 1980s and 1990s? That study in the life sciences drew participation from nearly the entire academy. Several of these directors had been involved at the time." The group nodded faintly. "Try to recall every fragment you remember, then piece them together," Huan said solemnly. "If there is any hidden danger concealed within Gu Ran's exposition, you must immediately block his subsequent words across the entire internet, as though he had never spoken them at all." No records of that research project had been preserved within the academy. Moreover, each person had only participated in an extremely minute aspect of the project. Therefore, they could only rely on their own past experiences to slowly recall certain details and research findings, painstakingly piecing together a fragmented conclusion. Meanwhile, Gu Ran had returned to his seat before the camera. Setting down his water cup, he continued, "Deception comes in two types. You previously mentioned one category in the comments, self-comfort and deceiving others. I tend to view them as essentially the same. Self-comfort can be crudely understood as follows: when you pass by that stray dog, you choose to endure its bites and scratches, and afterward from a distance you brainwash yourself into believing it was wagging its tail. As for deceiving others, it can be understood as choosing to tread lightly when you pass by, thereby avoiding the dog's attention. Although these constitute forms of deception, they are of limited significance. Because if you engage in such behavior, you are in essence still being bullied by consciousness." Gu Ran picked up his water cup with one hand and gently rotated the lid. "Therefore, I advocate a second type of deception more strongly, one that requires us to fight against the dog. In reality, as individuals within a collective, we cannot truly defeat a consciousness evolved from that very collective. But we can create an illusion, a false impression that makes consciousness believe we have conquered it, thereby completing the deception. When the audience heard about this second form of deception proposed by Gu Ran, they immediately flooded the screen with dense comments, eagerly anticipating the details of how to wage this battle. Gu Ran delivered his answer: forge a genuine self. Use the self to strip away all definitions imposed by consciousness. Use the self to command the brain, the cells, the microbial flora. Once consciousness releases its information, allow the self to review it first, and then let the self decide whether to approve it. Elevate consciousness to the same level as the self, or even beneath it. Make consciousness mistakenly believe that because of the self's existence, it is no longer needed by the individual. As someone who had already fought a vigorous battle against consciousness and emerged victorious, Gu Ran said with profound meaning, and here lies the fascinating paradox: a fundamental mechanism of consciousness is that its existence inherently requires it to dominate above the individual. Thus, when this mechanism compels consciousness to find ways to reassert its dominance, what does not kill you will only make you stronger. After Gu Ran finished speaking, the livestream room fell into an eerie silence. The viewers, who had been desperately floundering in the ocean of knowledge, finally felt a strange sense of relief, as though sinking to the seabed and setting their feet firmly on solid ground. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, every academician stood rigid in place. They had intended to evaluate Gu Ran's content and determine whether it was suitable for dissemination, but now that question was set aside entirely. The real issue was that they seemed unable to comprehend what Gu Ran was even saying. Every single character was a familiar Chinese character, and each one's meaning was clear enough on its own, yet strung together, they became something profoundly alien. At the Joint Biology Laboratory of Shanghai Jiaotong University, Wyatt was far more serene. His iPad continued playing Gu Ran's live stream, while he had already drifted into slumber. Yet as more and more people began to abandon their thinking, in a dormitory of a key high school in Hunan Province, a senior student buried beneath his covers experienced a sudden flash of clarity in his consciousness after countless rounds of reflection. Immediately afterward, every word Gu Ran had spoken about consciousness and self became etched into his mind like a brand. What set him apart from the rest was that he seemed to perceive the hidden messages concealed beneath Gu Ran's words. Though difficult to articulate, he could clearly feel that he had genuinely received those messages. His name was Yuan Tao. As a student at a provincial key school who buried himself in relentless study, yet made hardly any progress. A perpetual last-place finisher. When the top students around him loudly debated which prestigious universities to choose, he could only sit quietly on the sidelines, listening with a mixture of envy and inferiority. He had also wondered how wonderful it would be if he were the one chatting so confidently. But then came the self-mockery: forget it. Haven't you any idea of your own limitations? Dreaming of getting into Qingbei? That'll have to wait for your next life. With fewer than 50 days remaining before the college entrance examination, his heart had been consumed by dread and self-doubt throughout this period. And the towering wall, built from these fears and uncertainties, loomed impenetrable like a southern wall he could never break through, leaving him battered and bleeding, paralyzed by intimidation. Had he not succumbed to anxious insomnia and absently opened his phone to pass the time, and had the algorithm not dared to surface Gu Ran's live stream for him, that towering wall would only have grown taller and more insurmountable as he matured. But thankfully he eventually heard Gu Ran's words and grasped something meaningful from them. Consequently, the wall he had believed indestructible began to crack and tremble, appearing to need only a gentle push from him before it would collapse entirely. He began searching for the origin of this wall, determined to tear it down with his own hands. He still remembered that as a very young child he had harbored a sincere and urgent desire to become a scientist. After entering middle school, he still wanted to become a scientist, but reality taught him forget about it, stop daydreaming, just getting into a senior high school would be a victory. By the time he reached high school, he still wanted to be a scientist, but he already knew it was impossible. His mindset shifted once more. Simply gaining admission to an undergraduate program would be considered a miracle. What had over 10 years of painstaking study brought him? The passionate dream he once held had become an impossibility. Getting into a Project 211 or even 985 university, let alone becoming a scientist. Now even the mere thought of it would prompt him to immediately tell himself, I can't do it, I'm incapable. It seemed that ever since discovering he possessed no extraordinary intellect, he had been trapped in a cycle of self-denial. In the past, he had viewed this as self-awareness, understanding his own limits, and therefore refraining from setting unrealistic ambitions. But after watching Gu Ran's live stream, this deeply ingrained self-awareness was beginning to be uprooted. That wasn't what I meant. Yuan Tao clenched his fists tightly, his cheeks damp with tears. The voices in my mind that deny me, despise me, mock me, and ridicule me, they are not my own words. Only now did he suddenly realize that the true self, which had once passionately and sincerely declared its desire to become a scientist, had gradually been pushed aside into the margins and left to slowly wither away as he grew older. Those subsequent acts of self-awareness, the self-deprecation, the thoughts of feeling utterly worthless, all of these were expressions of consciousness. He did not blame consciousness, for as Gu Shun had explained, consciousness simply operates through basic mechanisms. When confronted with criticism from teachers, dismissal from parents, excellence from classmates, self-blame when studies fell apart, and disappointment when grades plummeted, consciousness merely followed its mechanisms, evaluating what was good and what was bad. These judgments in turn continuously interfered with consciousness itself, ultimately producing the conclusion that I can't do it, I'm incapable. And once consciousness arrived at conclusions of inability and failure, it naturally descended further into decline. As though everything suddenly fell into place, Yuan Tao lay beneath his covers, gasping for breath. He walked toward the wall that had once left him battered and bleeding, reconciled with his consciousness, and reclaimed the lost sense of self. Once that towering wall completely crumbled, the entire world seemed to transform entirely. The thought of having fewer than 50 days until the college entrance examination melted away, replaced by the conviction that everything was still within reach. The slogan, once shouted in unison every morning, "The outcome is undecided, you and I are both dark horses," now truly became his guiding principle. The dream of "I want to become a scientist," long abandoned for years, no longer seemed like an absurd fantasy at this moment. Yuan Tao quietly gathered all his spare change from every platform and loaded it into his account, a total of 123.6 yuan. He sent Gu Ran a virtual sports car worth 120 yuan, 3 bouquets of flowers at 1 yuan each, and 6 membership cards worth 10 cents apiece. After spending every last cent amid the endless, meaningless barrage of comments flooding the screen, he typed and sent several messages. "Thank you, Master Gu. If a distinguished scientist named Yuan Tao ever emerges at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the future, that would truly be a miracle. But that Yuan Tao will tell everyone that he wasn't the one who created this miracle. It was you. Even if he never makes it to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he'll undoubtedly excel in whatever field he chooses. Your words have taught me more than 10 years of study. I love you, Master Gu." Though most viewers weren't genuinely reflecting, with over 10 million watching, the comments section remained constantly flooded. Gu Ran never saw Yuan Tao's messages. Simply observing the tepid response on his stream, he calmly spoke, "It's alright if you don't understand now. Just keep it in mind. When the day comes that you do, it will prove useful." As always, if you asked them to think, the viewers would not bother. But when Gu Ran told them to remember something, they eagerly replied, "Got it. Easy peasy, remembered. Easy to remember, no problem." Gu Ran nodded and said, "If you truly do not wish to overthink, then focus on just one thing: how to shape the true self." Pausing for a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "My experience is difficult for you to replicate, but I know there are many ways to shape the self. No matter which path you choose, all roads lead to Rome. In the final analysis, there is only one goal: to deceive consciousness so that consciousness ignites your potential." There were indeed similar examples, but Gu Ran could not discuss them in the live stream. For instance, under normal circumstances, a mother's hormone levels remain within the human average. But when she witnesses her child falling from a building or being crushed by a vehicle, the true self as a mother receives a profound stimulus and directly takes control, unleashing every ounce of hidden potential and achieving speeds and strengths beyond human imagination. Or consider the case where a person suffers catastrophic injuries, losing half their body, and consciousness has already determined that death is imminent. The true self then assumes control of the body, flooding it with unlimited adrenaline to suppress all pain, grasping for the faintest sliver of survival. Of course, these examples may represent one pathway, but conditions to replicate them are virtually impossible. More importantly, they are far too dangerous. Therefore, the question became how to gently deceive consciousness. Perhaps the only option was to leave it to the audience to explore on their own. Gu Ran glanced at the time. The broadcast was nearly over. This lengthy live stream could be considered a fitting conclusion to his fleeting streaming career. Today's broadcast ends here. Gu Ran asked Zhou Yiran to fetch water. As a final farewell, he intended to show the audience something extraordinary. When he announced the live stream was drawing to a close, countless viewers in the room began to awaken. The once silent barrage doubled in volume. Even after strict filtering, it remained nearly impossible to read through the clutter. However, paying users enjoyed certain privileges. Messages sent by the generous patrons who had once splurged in this live stream floated above ordinary comments, accompanied by dazzling bubble effects. It was hard for Gu Ran not to notice. "Master Gu, there is still one loose, and you haven't tied up." Gu Ran glanced at the username Xiao Cici's daddy, level 69. The barrage immediately erupted with astonishment. Wow, a level 69 patron. How much did a level 69 account cost? I think it was around 8 million. Now that's dedication. In a live stream with over 20 million viewers, admiration and astonishment lavished emotional value upon the patron. The patron was equally generous. With a single gesture, 30 carnival gifts flooded the screen. Zhou Yiran, having returned with water, quickly exclaimed, "Thank you, Xiao Cici's daddy, for the 30 carnivals." Gu Ran examined the somewhat peculiar username and pondered. Xiao Cici. Could she be a female streamer? If the patron had chosen this username, perhaps every cent he spent was dedicated to her. The patron was certainly misguided. The audience seemed to share Gu Ran's thoughts, eagerly clicking into the patron's profile to trace a few clues. But upon opening his videos, they found every comment, regardless of gender, bearing the uniform username xiaocc. Just as everyone left in disappointment, someone casually typed in the barrage, "Check the patron's favorites." Everyone swarmed back to his page, and in an instant the entire internet was moved to tears. The patron never hid his treasures. Over 200,000 videos, exclusively high-quality content of humans. Moreover, they were neatly organized into 30 categories by body type, age, style, clothing. This patron commanded utter respect. "I'm following you, boss. From now on, I'll only browse your favorites. This isn't a favorites list, this is boss's curated selection." Brothers, I saw Joey Ran in his collection. Joey Ran is finally making it even recognized by the boss. As the barrage poured forth with sincere gratitude toward the patron, 2 more messages drifted across the screen. Master Gu, regarding logic, you mentioned earlier that higher organisms exhibit survival instinct. What logic gives rise to civilization? The message floated gently by. Countless viewers in the live stream gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Not only was the patron appreciating content, he was truly learning. Boss, my suggestion is to continue your curated selection work. Don't waste your energies on studying, attend to what truly matters. The barrage buzzed with lively teasing. Seeing the patron's sincere inquiry, Gu Ran smiled and nodded. Impressive. I thought you had all forgotten about this. Others might not have known, but without this patron's question, Gu Ran himself surely would have forgotten. The logic of reproduction caused primordial life to proliferate massively, giving rise to Earth's earliest ecosystem. The logic of competition drove organisms to evolve DNA, triggering the Cambrian explosion. The logic of survival marked the emergence of consciousness, bringing about preferences for life and death. Then what brought forth civilization? After Gu Ran finished speaking, the chatter in the live stream gradually subsided. Everyone fell into deep thought. Perhaps the fourth logic. Obviously. But what exactly is the fourth logic? Civilization is the result of resonance among consciousnesses. Is the fourth logic resonance? That sounds a bit far-fetched. Don't animals also resonate? Why didn't they resonate their way to civilization? Amidst the heated discussion, curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Everyone felt that a fourth logic must exist, yet they knew it must be something uniquely human, absent in all other creatures, making it extraordinarily difficult to pinpoint. Gu Ran smiled. Actually, the answer is quite simple. I once even believed it could serve as proof of the superiority of Chinese civilization. These words instantly drove the audience's curiosity to its peak. If he had merely asked for an answer, the viewers might have guessed half-heartedly. But by claiming it could prove the superiority of Chinese civilization, he had struck a chord. It was akin to showing off one's wealth. Who would not take an interest in the prosperity of their ancestors? Gu Ran leisurely picked up his water cup. In that instant, the live stream erupted with flowers of affection. Gifts of all kinds and multiple carnival explosions poured forth. Don't keep us in suspense, streamer. Stop waving that cup around, we beg you. Gu Ran had witnessed the capabilities of the audience firsthand. But since this was his final live stream, honestly, he would feel somewhat regretful if he didn't give it his all. Joey Ran watched the gift effects flood the screen, dry-throated from speaking, and took a sip of water. With a smile, she offered emotional value to her generous viewers. Thank you, Chimu Zhu, for the 139 carnivals. Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you, Xian Ru Yuan, for the 129 carnivals. Thank you, Sakura, for the 100 carnivals. Thank you, Zeta Light, Xiang Yun Tian, and Ichki for the 40 carnivals. Thank you, Big Brothers. Wishing all our benefactors invincibility. Seeing another wave of gifts arrive, Gu Ran finally set down his cup with satisfaction and delivered his answer. Actually, there is no fourth logic. His words were like stirring a wasp's nest. The barrage instantly filled with messages like, I'm applying for a minor refund, and brother, you've lost your mind. The generous viewers played along with great humor under the audience's teasing. Customer service, let me explain. I have no idea what happened. The moment he picked up that water cup, I couldn't control my own hands. I truly didn't intend to send a carnival. My conscious mind controlled me to send it while my inner self didn't want to. Watching the room's energy pick back up, Gu Ran stopped joking with them. In truth, there really is no fourth logic. But the birth of civilization is indeed connected to logic. Because humanity discovered the existence of logic. As Gu Ran spoke, he calmly gazed into the camera. All the viewers pondered his words, gradually beginning to grasp their meaning. Who bestowed logic upon us? According to Gu Ran's explanation, it was extraterrestrial civilization, or rather a higher dimensional consciousness. Perhaps our ancestors had also discovered this, but instead of using such a modern term as extraterrestrial civilization, they chose a far more mystical name: spirits and ghosts. Thus, alongside the birth of civilization, the worship of spirits and ghosts naturally arose. However, everyone still found it somewhat difficult to understand why does discovering logic equate to the birth of civilization. From the perspectives of survival, reproduction, and competition, these logics do not seem to distinguish humans from animals, because these are inherent attributes within all living organisms. Once bestowed upon life, every newly born being has consistently followed this logic ever since. Take computers as an example. You can use code to implement addition or subtraction and eventually even input numerous logical operations. But no matter whether you ultimately write 1,000 lines or 10,000 lines of code, the computer remains merely a machine. It can never produce consciousness. When everyone was deeply puzzled, Gu Ran continued, logic may be somewhat abstract, it always carries a certain mechanistic tone. So if I were to describe it with a different word, perhaps everyone would understand. Our sages referred to it as Tao. In the early stages of civilization, humanity discovered the existence of logic and realized that it might have been bestowed by a higher realm of spirits and ghosts. Therefore, driven by fear of the unknown, humans performed sacrifices to deities, praying for blessings and seeking to ward off calamities. By the Axial Age, when civilization flourished brilliantly, one could summarize the work of those sages into a single endeavor, attempting to excavate logic so as to better help humanity survive and thrive, which is precisely the process of perceiving the Tao. During that period, our idle ancestors would sit atop mountain peaks or beside waterfalls all day long contemplating but one thing: what other truths remained undiscovered. Consequently, beyond mere survival, reproduction, and competition, various logics began to emerge like bamboo shoots after rain. The discovery of these new logics catalyzed an unprecedented intellectual explosion in human history, the rise of 100 schools of thought. From that point onward, logic was fully explored and civilization advanced from infancy to complete maturity. Gu Ran pondered for a moment and murmured, although during the Axial Age every region on Earth was engaged in the excavation and exploration of logic, I have always believed that among them Huaxia performed the most flawlessly. If everyone has read the philosophical works from that era, you will find that our ancestors' summation and pursuit of the Tao far surpassed the completeness and advancement of any other contemporary civilization. Without exaggeration, the intellectual explosion of the Axial Age was the sole opportunity for every civilization to lay its foundational stones. The way each civilization explored and utilized logic directly determined the essential character of an entire nation. And the 100 schools of thought that emerged from our intellectual rivalries, tempered by the brutal selection process of the spring and autumn and warring states periods, ultimately reached heights far beyond those of any other civilization. Come now, let us pay tribute to our captivating ancestors. Having said this, Gu Ran watched as the barrage erupted in a thunderous homage. Pride in their ethnicity was displayed with striking clarity within Gu Ran's late-night livestream at this very moment. And so Gu Ran's broadcasting career came to a perfect conclusion. If asked to rate his broadcasts over these past few days, he could give himself no more than 30 points. Because these streams had constituted a philosophical journey concerning life. All the topics involved fields far from his expertise. He had originally intended to save his specialized subjects for later streams, but considering he was due to report to the Chinese Academy of Sciences the next day, that opportunity had slipped away. Brothers, tomorrow is not something we can chase. Tonight we drink and rejoice. Even if I never appear on Night Chat again tomorrow, brothers, please remember, I am truly happy to have met you all. To commemorate our profound friendship, I shall finish this bottle. To our friendship, to all the days of companionship. I'll show you all how it's done. As long as I don't stop, neither should your gifts. Saying this, Gu Ran slowly unscrewed the cap. While bringing the water bottle toward his lips, he said to Zhou Iran, Iran, you must read out every generous donor's name one by one. Don't let me miss a single friend. Zhou Iran looked at Gu Ran, who was putting on quite a performance, and could only admire him deeply. Previously, she had believed herself quite skilled at live streaming, until she met Gu Ran. Only then did she witness a true master of the craft. And the viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Gu Ran say he wouldn't miss acknowledging any donor's name, began sending gifts one after another. After all, previously their 1 or 2 carnivals had been entirely overlooked. Although compared to the 100 or 200 carnivals that routinely flowed into Gu Shan's live stream, their single donations were indeed negligible. For each individual donor, it was equivalent to nearly half a month's wages. To have such efforts so carelessly ignored would have been utterly discouraging. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as Gu Ran's broadcast entered its final moments, the atmosphere in the briefing hall plummeted to a chilling extreme. Ding, he held his phone, dare not move a muscle. He could sense that the moment he unlocked the screen, the dozens of elderly researchers from the academy surrounding him would begin their interrogation once again. Seeing the tension in the air, Ding, he took the initiative to break the deadlock, hoping to avert a war by showing goodwill. Look, that Gu Ran guy is a completely different person when he's serious versus when he's being frivolous. The group of academicians nodded warily. Ding dong. A notification sound shattered the silence of the lecture hall. A message appeared on Ding Yi's phone screen. It was a 60-second voice message from his wife. The length of the voice message was directly proportional to his wife's anger. For 3 or 5 seconds, Ding Yi could afford to ignore it, but a 60-second long voice message. If he still ignored it, he wouldn't be able to go home tonight. Sitting on pins and needles, Ding Yi smiled apologetically. It's from my wife. As he spoke, he opened his phone with sweat beading on his forehead, bent over under the table, and cupped the phone to listen to his wife's admonition. The moment Ding Yi ducked his head down, the academicians brought their phones back up. Under Hu En's command, everyone began to execute the gift-giving operation in perfect unison. After listening to the voice message ding, he seeing the flood of gift notifications from the Chinese Academy of Sciences muttered curses under his breath and left the academy in a huff. What kind of people are they? Immature. Later that night in the live stream room of late night chat, Gu Ran drank his water very slowly. He was adept at multitasking. The instant he brought the cup to his lips, his peripheral vision caught the gift notifications on the screen, and he had already roughly calculated the functional relationship between the number of galas and the rate of water consumption. His expected number of galas was 500. Over 7 minutes, he finished the entire cup of water. The number of galas was exactly 834, neither more nor less. That was the limit of the audience's wallets, not the limit of Gu Ran's drinking capacity. If it hadn't been for the fact that toward the end a gala popped up only once every 10 or 20 seconds, signaling that the viewer's pockets were truly empty, he could have easily kept drinking for another 5 minutes. Beside him, Zoe Ran's mouth hadn't stopped since the first gala. Her voice, kissed by an angel, was now hoarse from constant talking. Her face flushed breathless throughout the entire live stream. She hadn't done anything except thank the audience for the gifts, yet it felt more exhausting than dancing all night. At exactly 2 in the morning, the live stream, with tens of millions of viewers and tens of millions in tips, shattered all of Douyin's platform records. Gu Ran gazed at the dazzling gift effects and the flood of comments, and delivered his final closing words. Everyone, it's been a pleasure to meet you. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Gu Shan. In a police station near the University of Science and Technology of China, 4 young men gripped the iron bars of their cell, staring excitedly at the phone screen of the officer in the distance. In a student dormitory of a key high school in Shandong Province, Yuan Tao, hidden under his blanket, reluctantly gazed at the now black screen of the live stream. At that moment, netizens scattered across the country, still savoring the content of the live stream, simultaneously worked together to create a trending hashtag. Until we meet again, Gu Shan. In Beijing, inside a lakeside villa not far from Huafeng Tower, a woman put down her phone, her gaze calm as she looked at the bedside lamp. Beside the lamp lay a stack of selected works of Mao Zedong, which she had read countless times. The book cover bore her name, Sun Xiaofan. As the CEO of Huafeng Entertainment, Sun Xiaofan had witnessed the full spectrum of human diversity on her journey from a small artist studio to the present, but Gu Ran still filled her with a sense of novelty. If it were just a 2 or 3 hour live stream, it might have been the result of prior planning, thorough preparation, extensive research, and rote memorization. But this time Gu Ran started 3 hours early and doubled the duration of the stream. The content spanned biology, physics, philosophy, history, and many other fields, and not only did he speak with effortless ease, but he also seamlessly connected all the topics in an organized manner. This was ample proof that Gu Ran's mind already possessed a very mature scientific worldview. Of course, after this live stream, conspiracy theorists would always emerge. They might speculate that Gu Ran's ability to deliver such profound content was backed by a massive and powerful scriptwriting team, or that he had a teleprompter in front of him. But Sun Xiaofan, as the head of the company, knew everything clearly. The company had done nothing, and no script could produce such content. If the company had done anything at all, it was that they had just decided to make Gu Ran the focus of the next phase of work. However, before the leadership had even finished discussing an operational process, Gu Ran had already climbed to the summit all by himself quietly. Given the current nationwide buzz and Gu Ran's performance, no one else like him could be found in the entire entertainment industry. Sun Xiaofan even felt that using the term artist to describe Gu Ran was somewhat insulting. She also firmly believed that if Huafeng could tightly bind itself to Gu Ran, gaining the favor of the new cultural and entertainment policies would be almost a certainty. But after pondering for a long time, Sun Xiaofan opened her phone and sent a message to someone whose profile picture was a lotus flower with the note, "Second sister. Sister, I think Gu Ran shouldn't stay at Huafeng. Tomorrow I want to go to Tsinghua Peking University or Beijing Institute of Technology to see if I can pull some strings and get him enrolled." Huafeng Entertainment had signed employment agreements with local universities in Beijing, so she had decent relationships with the university leaders. Although it was impossible to make the school admit a student irregularly, even if it meant no degree or formal enrollment, letting Gu Ran sit in on lectures would be beneficial. Through this live stream, she could clearly sense that Gu Ran's thinking and ideas far surpassed ordinary people. He was definitely a genius. Moreover, he was still very young, and keeping him in the entertainment industry would be a waste of his talent. Sun Xiaofan turned off the lamp and was about to sleep when her phone suddenly received a message from second sister. "Going to school is good. The entertainment world is too chaotic and I'm always worried about him. I'll feel more at ease if he's at school. I also have some friends in the education commission. If you can get him in, that's best. If not, I'll talk to them." Seeing second sister's message, Sun Xiaofan quickly replied, "Sister, you're still awake too." I was watching his live stream. His profile really resembles Hao Hao's, and he's just as smart. Hao Hao was second sister's child, Sun Xiaofan's nephew. He was also a very intelligent person. While studying at Stanford, he was caught in a street shooting and died from a gunshot wound. Nearly 10 years had passed since then. Of course, the claim that he was accidentally caught in a shootout was the American court's version. Second sister never believed it. Time can dilute many things, but longing and suspicion are exceptions. They only grow stronger with time. It was still deep into the night. The staff of the Cultural and Entertainment Workgroup sat in silence after ending their live broadcast, unable to shake the lingering sense of disbelief. Having worked in the cultural and entertainment sector for so many years, as one of its guiding hands, they had encountered all manner of performers. There were those of outstanding virtue and artistic talent, the multi-skilled, the emotionally brilliant, and even the utterly unrefined. Yet they found it exceedingly difficult to categorize Gu Ran within any existing classification. In the pages of history, one often encounters accounts of great figures whose extraordinary talents were recognized from an early age, with prophecies that they would one day accomplish monumental deeds. I used to think those were merely embellished tales fabricated by historians, but now I see such people truly exist. To the staff of the Cultural and Entertainment Workgroup, Gu Ran was not merely a suitable candidate for an ideal artist in their field. Without exaggeration, the most perfect artistic figure they could imagine paled in comparison to him. His personal magnetism radiating from his erudition caused audiences to overlook conventional concerns about an entertainer's image. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Human beings are naturally bound by cognitive inertia. This was especially true for Gu Ran, a top-tier celebrity whose past scandals had left an indelible impression in the minds of netizens. Yet through just a handful of live streams, Gu Ran had utterly overhauled his image in the hearts of his audience and fans. Knowledge changing destiny. In Gu Ran's case, it was made vividly tangible. There are many knowledgeable people. There are plenty of celebrities. There are many with upright moral principles. There are also many with broad influence and reach. Yet to find someone who possesses all these qualities simultaneously, aside from this Gu Ran, there is no second. A staff member spoke thoughtfully, but having just one person is not enough. The cultural and entertainment reform work is not about putting on a show, not about selecting a role model and filing a report to declare the task complete. The cultural and entertainment reform work must stir a mighty wind through the industry, sweeping away the filthy, sordid corruption, clearing the dust from 10,000 miles. One person alone is insufficient. We need a group. The other members fell into contemplation. When Gu Ran was at Huafeng, he had appeared remarkably unremarkable. But upon joining Huafeng Entertainment, such immense potential had been unearthed. It was evident that Huafeng had cultivated valuable expertise in nurturing talent. How about this? Tomorrow let's hold talks with Huafeng Entertainment. Ask them to share their experience so we may draw upon it. The others all expressed their agreement in unison. Meanwhile, in the late-night chat studio, after shutting down the live stream, Lao Ma and Jimin immediately rushed into the broadcast room. Lao Ma was already half delirious, expressing his astonishment and excitement through exaggerated gestures, unable to form coherent words for a long while. I'm parched. Zhou Ran stood beside the water dispenser, pouring cup after cup down her throat. Only Jimin remained composed, calmly summarizing the broadcast data. The peak viewership reached 34.6 million. After experiencing massive attrition, the numbers eventually stabilized at around 22 million. Although tens of thousands of viewers continued to drift away each second, the exceptional technical prowess of those students from the University of Science and Technology of China kept a steady stream of new audiences flooding and maintaining the figures above 20 million for quite some time. It was not until the final segment approached, when the discussion turned to philosophy and topics such as consciousness and the self, that the viewer count experienced its second dramatic drop. However, by that point the broadcast was drawing to its close, so the impact on the overall performance was minimal. Having finished speaking, Jimin, Lao Ma erupted excitedly. The total gift revenue for this entire broadcast was 23 million yuan. Regarding merchandise sales, ever since you mentioned those 8 walnuts, orders poured in at dozens or even hundreds of boxes per second. In the end, they sold 24000 boxes, generating nearly 17 million yuan in revenue. With a 30% commission, the earnings for merchandising came to approximately 5 million. And that's because at the start we failed to react quickly enough, allowing the Ba Gu He Tao stream to capture some of that profit. Otherwise, the total earnings from this broadcast could have easily reached 30 million. Listening to Lao Ma's staggering figures, Jimin glanced down and opened a game. Where he would once hesitate over spending 198, he now topped up 10 consecutive 648 payments without a second thought. When you stand at the crest of the wind, even pigs can soar to the heavens. Without a doubt, they had found their wind. I'm heading out. Gu Ran waved and, rubbing his weary arms, walked toward the studio door. Want to go celebrate together? Zhou Ran asked. I'm sleepy. You guys have fun. Will you come back tomorrow? Gu Ran paused, then turned and waved to the friends who had fought alongside him through countless late nights. No more streams. It's been a pleasure meeting you all. Gu Ran was gone. Lao Ma remained immersed in those dreamlike numbers. Before the broadcast, Gu Ran had promised to show them the true limits of their late-night chat show, and he had elevated them to heights they had never imagined possible. Although Gu Ran had only streamed for a few short days, in everyone's hearts they had already come to regard this as Gu Ran's own talk show. Jimin recalled what Gu Ran had said before going live and mused, could he really be going to the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Old Ma pondered, he probably wouldn't, would he? In their minds, the CAS was a realm of the elite, a place of unmatched prestige, home to high-level researchers they would likely never encounter in an entire lifetime. Their sole connection with such geniuses would be through the technological creations they produced. Gu Ran, though possessing unique, thinking broad knowledge and thought-provoking insights, still carried the significant liability of his educational background. Not to mention the CAS. He might not even be able to enter the University of Science and Technology of China. While Old Ma and Jimin were still engaged in their reasoned analysis, Zhou Ran harbored no doubt whatsoever. Hearing Gu Ran say he would not return, her spirits dropped considerably. Although Gu Ran often had her rushing about to thank the boss until she was nearly dead on her feet, watching him perform as his little assistant during the live streams was genuinely enjoyable. Finding something interesting did not seem like a difficult task, but for her it had truly been a long time since she had encountered anything that felt genuinely interesting. But a genius remains a genius. They will always be someone else. Perhaps across the vast stretch of life, sharing a brief journey together is already something to be grateful for. Zhou Ran watched Gu Ran's figure disappear from the late-night chat studio, step into the elevator, and vanish from the 13th floor. She sighed softly to herself, quickly adjusted her mindset, and forced a somewhat unnatural smile onto her face. Let's celebrate. We'll go get some barbecue. In the early hours of dawn, apart from the public relations department, the floors of Huafeng building were shrouded in darkness. A single lamp burned in the first-floor lobby, casting its light upon the empty, desolate space. Zhou Ran and her two companions descended from the elevator, chatting and laughing. Ma Lao recounted with great enthusiasm and vivid detail just how recklessly the gift donations had skyrocketed. Zhou Ran declared, her voice hoarse from all the thank yous, and insisted on drinking several more bottles of beer, while Jimin trailed behind, head bowed over his phone. After the trio had departed the hall, Gu Ran emerged from a corner with his hands tucked into his pockets. Watching the three figures recede into the distance, a thoughtful smile played upon his lips. In his world, everyone had always been little more than colorless NPCs. Whether high-ranking officials or humble street vendors to him, they were all nothing more than a kind of material. He viewed every person with complete impartiality and naturally never invested emotion in anyone. And yet now, these three friends, were beginning to take on some color. Though none of them were particularly brilliant, they were quite amusing. The following day, while Gu Ran was still fast asleep, Sun Xiaofan and the board of directors were already swamped with work at the Huafeng Technology Building. First came the staff from the Cultural and Entertainment New Initiatives Task Force, and every director properly attired and grave-faced went out to greet them. Even before the staff had finished registering in the lobby, Sun Xiaofan had already booked a hotel for the banquet. But the task force personnel, not one to dawdle, outlined their assignment and departed. To summarize the advanced work experience regarding Gu Ran's phenomenon-level performance across the entire internet, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that the Cultural and Entertainment New Initiatives had used the word advanced to describe Huafeng Entertainment. The bad news was that Gu Ran's phenomenon-level success had absolutely nothing to do with them at Huafeng. It was like a hopeless student at the bottom of the class who, due to unsatisfactory Gaokao results, randomly applied to a vocational college. And then the school, through its own efforts, upgraded itself to a bachelor's degree-granting institution. And then you go interviewing this failing student about how he managed to get into a university. How exactly are you supposed to answer that? I got into a university, but it has nothing to do with me. It was all because the school was so motivated. But then again, this work experience summary was also Huafeng Entertainment's one and only chance to shine, and they certainly could not afford to waste it. But watching the directors sit around the conference table, each with a notebook, forcing themselves to struggle, but unable to produce a single word, Sun Xiaofan had no choice but to send Lu Keqing to invite Gu Ran. Forcing it would not work, but an interview should do. On the way to Gu Ran's apartment, Lu Keqing noticed that nearly every trending topic across all media platforms was related to Gu Ran. Yesterday's marathon live stream, which ran a full 6 hours non-stop, had already set the internet ablaze with its relentless wave of creativity. The staggering number of concurrent viewers, the mind-boggling total of gifts, Gu Ran's identity, and his live stream content that left everyone breathless. Every single element was explosive. Under the full fermentation of the entire internet, Gu Ran's trending search index had achieved a precipitous lead, becoming an indisputable phenomenon-level topic. Previously, she loved to claim that she had become a top agent in merely 2 years because of her sharp eye. But now she could not bring herself to say such a thing. When it came to Gu Ran, she had been completely wrong. So even though she knew Huafeng was now beating their thighs in regret, she would not mock them, because with Gu Ran's hidden talents, anyone would be fooled. 10 in the morning. A knock at the door roused Gu Ran from his slumber. Though the knocking was gentle and courteous, soft-spoken, and pausing frequently between each tap. But none of that prevented Gu Ran from finding it infuriating. Are you insane? It is early morning, and you are knocking like this. Another knock, and I will wring your damn head off. Outside the door, Lu Keqing tensed up nervously, her voice full of grievance, as she said cautiously, Gu Ran, the boss is looking for you. It was impossible to make out what was being muttered from behind the door. All that could be heard was a clatter from the bathroom. Then, after a rush of running water, the door opened. Gu Ran struggled to open his utterly lifeless eyes and staggered toward the doorway. Next time anyone comes looking for me in the morning, just tell them I am out of town and won't be back until afternoon. Lu Keqing was still paralyzed with fear of having her head wrung off, daring not to speak loudly. Oh, okay. Along the way, the once decisive and vigorous young woman was now as timid as a quail, forcing herself to walk ahead, with feigned composure, striving to maintain the last shred of her presence. Gu Ran was not unwilling to break the ice himself, but he was simply too exhausted. Sometimes he would start to say something to ease the atmosphere, but before the words even reached his lips, his mind would weigh them, decide they were meaningless, and swallow them back down. Upon arriving at the Huafeng building, Lu Keqing pressed the elevator button for Gu Ran, then lowered her head, and slipped away prematurely. Watching the elevator doors close, Gu Ran cleared his throat lightly. I might get grumpy when woken up. Next time you need to fetch me, send someone I dislike. Never mind, there will not be a next time. Okay, understood, Lu Keqing replied, and the elevator doors shut. Arriving at the CEO's office. Since Gu Ran actually had a decent impression of his own boss, he put away his carefree demeanor, quickly ran his hands through his hair, adjusted his clothes, and then stepped inside. Boss, Sister Keqing said you wanted to see me. Sun Huafeng nodded. Yes, come in. Gu Ran entered the office, noticed his boss was still writing something, and took the hint by sitting down on the nearby sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Streaming so late yesterday, you worked hard. Sharing was actually quite fun. No hardship, just sleepy. Sun Huafeng set aside what he was doing, and walked over to sit beside the sofa. I called you here mainly for two things. I have watched all your streams. I think your thinking is very sharp, and you have many ideas. After discussing with the directors, if you could seriously and systematically study some knowledge, you could become an exceptionally talented person. From the company's perspective, if you stay at Huafeng, the company will certainly benefit greatly. But speaking as an elder, the entertainment industry cannot teach you much. Perhaps the academic world is your stage. I have considered it, and want to try using my connections to arrange for you to study at Qingbei. What do you think? Gu Ran was taken aback. Qingbei. Sun Huafeng said Qingbei might be a bit difficult. Beijing Institute of Technology would also work. If you were just auditing classes, it should be quite easy to get in, and the academic atmosphere is good too. Gu Ran was stunned. Just yesterday, during his live stream, he had been struggling to choose between the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and now they were waking him up early in the morning to pick a university. Was this not pushing someone straight into the fire? Gu Ran shook his head. I am not going. Nowhere. Upon hearing this, Sun Huafeng's expression grew suddenly cold. That sense of parental desperation when a rebellious child refuses to study began to well up within her. But before she could react, she was interrupted by a second wave of visitors. The secretary knocked gently at the door. People from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology had arrived. The Ministry of Science and Industry. Sun Huafeng rose from the sofa and glanced at Gu Ran. We'll talk about this later. Think it over yourself. With that, she hurried toward the door, her mind clouded with confusion. How could the Ministry of Science and Industry possibly come here? Huafeng Entertainment was an ordinary cultural and entertainment company. Nothing they had to do with the ministry whatsoever. Though she didn't know why, she still went to greet them with a heavy heart. The Ministry of Science and Industry was the overarching authority for national science education and industrial development, wielding regulatory power. With regulatory authority came immense pressure. For any private enterprise, no matter which ministry, it was a matter of dimensionality strike. Sun Huafeng dared not be negligent and walked straight to the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a dark gray administrative jacket, emerged alongside two middle-aged men. Although Huafeng had little interaction with the ministry, Sun Huafeng knew the people who mattered there. Seeing the elderly man before her, her expression grew even more tense. Was this academician Ding Yi? As the principal person in charge of the ministry, Ding Yi's rank was exceptionally high. More importantly, someone like him was like a walking national policy broadcast machine. Wherever he went, countless publications would analyze and speculate on his every word. Such people never made casual visits. Academician Ding, what brings you here? Sun Huafeng quickly composed herself and greeted him with composure. A staff member beside Ding Yi introduced, this is Ms. Sun Huafeng, president of Huafeng Entertainment. Ding Yi nodded, just about to say something, when to everyone's surprise, he let out a sudden yawn. Only then did Sun Huafeng notice the severe dark circles under the old man's eyes. He looked thoroughly drained. Academician Ding, please come rest inside. Let me pour you some tea. Ding Yi waved his hand. No tea needed. I'll catch up on sleep when I get back. Getting older means the body can't survive even a little less rest. You must take care to rest, and not overwork yourself, Sun Huafeng said, then turned and whispered to her secretary, go heat a cup of milk. Ding Yi had no time for polite exchanges. Walking toward the office, he asked in a low voice, has anyone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences arrived yet? This question left Sun Huafeng even more bewildered. The ministry's visit was already outrageous. Why was the Chinese Academy of Sciences coming too? And no, not yet. A hint of satisfaction broke through the fatigue on Ding Yi's face. What good was it if those elderly scholars at the academy sent lavish gifts? They simply couldn't get out of bed early. Hadn't he beaten them to it? Watching the smile on the old man's face, Sun Huafeng, though accustomed to great turbulence, felt a flicker of panic. Academician Ding, you came to Huafeng too? Ding Yi replied, to see Gu Ran. Please ask him to come here. Sun Huafeng stood frozen. You came all this way for Gu Ran? What else would I come for? Sun Xiaofan's mind raced, yet she still couldn't fathom it. This VIP, whose every breath and exhalation was tied to the nation's development, had come just like that for Gu Ran. Ding Yi cared nothing for such formalities. Nearing the office, he instructed, "Tell the lady at the lobby desk, if anyone from the academy arrives, don't let them up yet. Schedule them for this afternoon." "Yuum." "All right," Sun Xiaofan replied hurriedly. Gu Ran is in the office now. He is a look of delight crossed Ding Yi's face. He had been worried Gu Ran might be intercepted by the academy on his way to the company. Now that last remaining worry had vanished. Could take me to him at once. In the office, within just these 2 or 3 minutes, Gu Ran had already leaned back on the sofa and fallen asleep with his head tilted. He streamed live until 2 a.m. last night, and probably didn't sleep until 3 or 4. Sun Xiaofan hurried to explain. Shu Dingyi lowered his voice. Let him sleep a little longer. Holding the milk his secretary handed him, Ding Yi looked at Gu Ran sleeping soundly, his eyes full of affection. Streaming all that content yesterday must have taken a tremendous mental toll. If he doesn't rest well, it could damage his brain. Sun Xiaofan listened from the side. It felt as though Gu Ran were the old man's own grandson. You watched his stream yesterday too? She asked softly. I did, and I even sent gifts, Ding Yi said with a smile. I wonder who complained to my old woman. She made me explain myself for ages last night. I didn't even sleep until 4 or 5. Hearing this, Sun Xiaofan immediately grew tense. She took out her phone and hastened to have the operations department verify Ding Yi's gift records. With an academician of Ding Yi's stature, Shifeng did not have the fortune to accept his money, under no circumstances. While notifying operations, she offered kindly, Gu Ran is taking a nap now. Shall I bring out a folding bed so you can rest too? No need. I'll catch up on sleep when I get back. Resting now would only keep me awake later. Chatting with Sun Xiaofan, Ding Yi's gaze never left Gu Ran. He looks much younger than on stream. Perhaps due to the camera angle yesterday at the briefing hall, he had estimated Gu Ran to be around 24 or 25 based on his appearance and manner of speaking. But now he looked far more youthful than in the lens. 18 or 19. Only 18 or 19. Ding Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Unbelievable. In Ding Yi's heart, Gu Ran's genius quotient kept climbing. Still hard to believe. TSK. As Ding Yi and Sun Xiaofan chatted, Gu Ran frowned in his sleep, then grumbled irritably, his lips moving restlessly behind closed eyes, apparently quarreling with someone in his dreams. So noisy. I'm done with this. Hearing Gu Ran's mumbling, Sun Xiaofan's face turned green. Before he could unleash his full verbal barrage, she rushed over and patted his shoulder to snap him out of his profanity-spewing state. Academician Ding from the Ministry of Science and Industry is here to see you. Wake up, stop sleeping. Gu Ran processed her words for a moment, then rubbed his sleepy eyes, let out a yawn, and sat up straight. Spotting the smiling old man before him, he immediately asked, Did I say any dirty words just now, eh? Gu Ran was all too familiar with his unpleasant sleeping habits, especially in those moments just after waking, when he had little faith in his own dignity. It's nothing, Ding Yi said. A short nap always revitalizes you, doesn't it? Yes, much more alert. Gu Ran was not surprised by Ding Yi's arrival. The only unexpected thing was that the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology had arrived before the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It seemed this ministry was even more eager than CAS. I watched yesterday's live broadcast in its entirety, Ding Yi nodded quietly. I'm just curious, where did you learn all those things? Gu Ran had anticipated this question and replied candidly, from various academic journals. The more I read, the more problems I discovered, and inevitably I started thinking, and from that thinking came these insights. Ding Yi asked in disbelief, journals? Which journals? Can you even understand them? Nature, Science, Communications, Cell, Physical Society journals, Physical Review, Letters, Advances in Physics. I've read them all. At first it was challenging, but that's how learning works. When I want to understand something, I always find a way. Witnessing Gu Ran's calm confidence, Ding Yi felt deep appreciation. How many do you remember? Gu Ran answered almost without hesitation, all of them. Sputtering. Milk splashed onto Ding Yi's sleeve, which he neglected to wipe as he stammered in shock. All of them. Gu Ran recalled, I've basically gone through over 20,000 papers from the 3 major international journals, Cell, Nature, Science, over the past decade, along with higher impact factor works from earlier years. Excluding subsidiary journals which tend to be less rigorous, I went through every publication from the Physical Society, nearly finished with Physical Review A, and completed Communications in Physics. The secretary wiped milk from Ding Yi's sleeve while Ding Yi himself sat stunned, staring at Gu Ran, who ticked off each journal with the ease of someone reciting treasures from his own collection. Throughout the entire office, beyond Gu Ran's low voice, no other sound broke the silence. After nearly 5 minutes, Gu Ran finally concluded his report. I still have impressions of everything I've read. You can ask me questions. I may not be able to recite them word for word, but I can explain them in my own words without difficulty. Ding Yi closely examined Gu Ran's expression, noticing the complete confidence in his eyes without a trace of nervousness or hesitation. There was hardly any need to ask further questions. Yesterday's live broadcast had already been the best proof. What surprised him most was that Gu Ran's breadth of knowledge exceeded his wildest expectations. I'm a straightforward person and I value efficiency in everything I do, so I won't waste your time with unnecessary words. Ding Yi launched directly into his purpose. I deeply admire your thinking, logic, and reasoning. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology currently bears the critical responsibility of advancing technological innovation and theoretical physics. Under normal circumstances, the requirements for entry are exceptionally stringent. But I have strong faith in your abilities, and I have personally advocated for you against considerable opposition, willing to offer you a place in the ministry. Consider it carefully. If you're willing to join the ministry, give me your answer now. Ding Yi had spent considerable time crafting these words, and had rehearsed them countless times on the way to Huafeng. Though concise, the effect was remarkable. First came the expression of appreciation, followed by an elaboration on the ministry's monumental responsibilities. Every essential point was covered, and more importantly, the emotional momentum built progressively. The two phrases, exceptionally stringent requirements, and I personally fought against the odds, formed a deliberate rhetorical echo, not only illustrating the formidable barriers ordinary people face in joining the ministry, but also powerfully conveying the message: I have gone to great lengths to bring you here. Having communicated the rarity of this opportunity, Ding Yi concluded with a forceful closing: give me your answer now, using a commanding tone to prompt Gu Ran to make an immediate decision. Sun Xiaofan, standing off to the side, was utterly bewildered. When had Gu Ran read so many papers? The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, inviting Gu Ran. Was she still asleep, or had this grandfather and grandson pair simply not woken up yet? Why was the world becoming increasingly unreal? Watching Gu Ran hesitate, and though her mind was still a chaotic mess, she quickly voiced her position. The company will unilaterally terminate the contract. Don't worry about that. Gu Ran, of course, was not concerned about any contract matters. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Once inside such institutions, currency ceased to hold real significance, becoming merely a unit of measurement. What truly made him hesitate was Ding Yi's attitude of invitation, which left him deeply unsatisfied. This old man was far too stiff and pompous, sitting there with a stern expression, displaying neither warmth nor sincere tone. One could only say his sincerity was somewhat lacking and disappointing. Gu Ran asked, if I join the ministry, can you provide me with an independent laboratory? Can I immediately begin military-related projects? Can you assign me a team to explore a new physics framework? His triple question caught Ding Yi completely off guard. He had never imagined Gu Ran would counterattack. When the ministry was first established, nearly every academician had been personally invited by Ding Yi himself. Back then at the academy, all the academicians had waited eagerly, and upon receiving the invitation, none had hesitated for even a moment. Why was Gu Ran so unpredictable? And now, reflecting on Gu Ran's three questions, each one proved more difficult to answer than the last. An independent laboratory. That would at minimum require becoming a principal investigator, which was far from guaranteed. Military projects. These demanded not only outstanding research credentials, but also identity verification that could take a year or more. A new physics framework. At the very least, one would need decades of accumulated reputation in the scientific community. Could it really be that a barely 20-year-old youth fresh into the ministry would receive an independent laboratory, participate in top-secret military projects the very next day, and then lead academicians many decades his senior in a physics revolution? That was absurd. Ding Yi pondered for a moment and said gravely, once you join the ministry, I believe these will gradually come to you based on your abilities. Gu Ran frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure in his heart. Promises. When he had previously advanced his research on francium fragments and their applications, they had used the very same rhetoric to brush him aside. He would not fall for such tactics now. Ding Yi continued, join the ministry first. That is the foundation. Everything else that follows is merely zeros. With the one, those zeros gain meaning. Sun Xiaofeng grew anxious on Gu Ran's behalf. How could this child not recognize a golden opportunity? The former director of the academy personally inviting him to join the ministry. What a rare chance. Gu Ran simply shook his head. Then let's wait. When the Chinese Academy of Sciences arrives, let's hear what they have to say. Ding Yi's face twitched slightly. Older ginger is indeed spicier. He could tell at a glance what Gu Ran was planning. He was simply waiting for the Chinese Academy of Sciences to arrive, then forcing both the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the CAS to continuously raise their stakes in the competition. The young lad may be small in years, but his mind is full of schemes. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The CAS would not be coming. He had already put in a word with Sun Xiaofan, asking her to block the CAS people. Gu Ran's little scheme would likely fall through. Ding Yi sat confidently in his chair, glancing at the time. It's 10:34. I'll wait until 11, then head back. Give me an answer before 11. Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby of Huafeng Technology Building, Huan and Zhao Hong were attempting to climb over the access control gate. The lobby receptionist was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. If you don't have an appointment, you'll really have to wait until this afternoon. I'm so sorry. How did Ding Yi get up? Does he have an appointment? He only met Gu Ran yesterday, and I was the one who introduced them. Zhao Hong was furious, and Huan, with his even shorter temper, was about to kick his way over the barrier. The security guards nearby were stunned. These two academicians had both made tremendous contributions to the nation. Not only would they feel guilty for life if either of them fell and got hurt, but even if one of them got a leg cramp, they would blame themselves forever. Rules are rules, but these two old men were far too precious and too stubborn. They simply could not be stopped. The front desk girl quickly called the secretary, who then hurriedly reported the situation to Sun Huafeng. President Sun, two academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences are downstairs saying they want to see Gu Ran. According to Xiao Qiu, even an appointment won't help until this afternoon. If they're not allowed up, they'll climb over the gate. Sun Huafeng was also terrified upon hearing this. Considering that if the two academicians actually tried to climb over the gate, their elderly arms and legs would not be safe, she asked. Dean Hu from CAS and Dean Zhao from the Materials Academy have also come. It seems we won't be able to wait until this afternoon. Gu Ran said, looking for me. If they're looking for me, no appointment needed. I'm free right now. Sun Huafeng looked at Ding Yi apologetically. Then let the two academicians come up first. Shall we? She dared not offend Ding Yi, but she also could not bear to let the two academicians actually climb over the gate at the company. As the two academicians were granted passage, Gu Ran became increasingly relaxed in his mindset. Ding Yi, feeling uneasy as if sitting on pins and needles, struggled for a moment before relenting. I can find a way to satisfy your request for an independent laboratory first. What about the rest? The rest needs to happen step by step. It can't be step by step, Gu Ran firmly rebutted. My idol once said that having a sword, but not using it, is different from not having a sword at all. These rights may not be used by me for a long time, but if they ever need to be used, I don't want to be stopped because of lack of permission. Scientific research cannot stop, and a research project that can be paused from time to time will definitely not produce any achievements. I cannot allow my energy to be wasted on some meaningless things. Ding Yi frowned, looking at Gu Ran. This kid was clearly just a youth who had become accomplished through self-study via academic journals. For some reason, he seemed to hear a hint of the sorrow and indignation that belonged to a scientific worker whose endeavors were on the verge of failure. Was it an illusion? Before Ding Yi could ponder further, Huan and Zhao Heng's voices came from outside the door. Ding Yi, did you have someone stop us downstairs? Is this something a human being would do? Ding Yi waved his hand and said, stop arguing. Gu Ran is much more mature than we imagined. Upon hearing this, the resentment on the old couple's faces diminished considerably. They glared coldly at Ding Yi and sat down on the sofa without saying a word. Although the two academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences had arrived, the scene of both sides inflating prices that Gu Ran had imagined never materialized. This disappointed him greatly. What do you mean? You don't want the mature one? Ding Yi shook his head. Yesterday, he and the academicians from CAS had only regarded Gu Ran as a promising researcher. At that time, their thought was merely to recruit him and cultivate him gradually. But Gu Ran's words just now had caught Ding Yi's attention, making him feel that Gu Ran was not as simple as he seemed. Whether it was the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology or the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the attitude towards a genius under 20 with unique ideas and broad knowledge was completely different from that towards an idealist with lofty enthusiasm for scientific research. The three conditions proposed by Gu Ran, impossible as they would be to accept from a genius, might not necessarily be refused to that idealist. The reform of the scientific research work process is also part of the work content of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Ding Yi said. And I am the person who formulates rules and issues permissions. To be honest, I think you are very suitable for the ministry. I sincerely hope you can join us. But you also need to understand that the ministry is an extension of the national will representing national interests. It cannot cater to your demands simply because of my personal preferences. However, the main responsibility of the ministry is indeed to support technological innovation and development. The things we need to do are also responsive to requests. I cannot fulfill the three requirements you proposed, but the ministry might be able to. Huan and I happen to be here. As long as you can convince us to, the ministry will approve all the permissions your project needs. I assure you I will not let you waste your energy on anything unrelated to the project, as you mentioned. Of course, this is not your privilege, but the privilege that all scientific researchers have had since the establishment of the ministry. But the premise is that you must convince us. Gu Ran put away his playful expression and looked at Sun Huafeng. Boss, let me have a private chat with them. All right, you talk. Sun Huafeng greeted Ding Yi and Huan, then hurriedly left the office. At this moment, inside the office in front of that small tea table, Ding Yi, Huan, Zhao Heng, and the fourth person all looked at Gu Ran with great expectation, listening attentively. The francium fragment is not just a new material, Gu Ran said. There are many secrets hidden within it which may be far more valuable than the material itself with its excellent performance. Ding Yi frowned and asked, for example, a completely new physical system. Huan, Zhao Heng, and others all became serious. But there was no trace of joking on Gu Ran's face. I'm serious. Moreover, the United States, which first discovered the francium fragment, may have already started. Ding Yi was somewhat puzzled. Did you really see the materials in Area 51? Of course not. I said that in the live broadcast just for the gimmick, Gu Ran said with a smile, shaking his head. Then how did you guess that the United States might have started? Gu Ran said, "The reason I was able to calculate the francium fragment actually started when I was going through the declassified documents of Operation Paperclip and discovered it in one of Dirac's papers. In other words, the discoverer of the francium fragment is neither me nor Area 51 in the United States, but Dirac." Ding Yi shook his head. But this is not enough to prove the connection between the francium fragment and the new physical system. Paul Dirac, Max Born, Werner Heisenberg, Max Planck, Erwin Schrödinger, Wolfgang Pauli. Gu Ran calmly read out a whole bunch of names. Ding Yi Huin and others frowned slightly listening to the names, while pondering the commonalities among these people. These people were either Germans or Austrians from the hometown of the failed art student, and only Paul Dirac was an outsider, but unsurprisingly went to Göttingen, Germany in 1927. The commonality was very obvious. They all had a prestigious background in the physics world, the Copenhagen School. Apart from that, they also had a more distinguished title, founders of quantum mechanics. In the early 1920s, when the edifice of modern physics was declared to be completely built, and no one could shake it, these people suddenly built a physical edifice belonging to quantum mechanics next to it. In an instant, Ding Yi and Huin's voices both trembled slightly. "You mean quantum mechanics is actually francium fragments, Dirac, the Dirac equation, the Copenhagen School, quantum mechanics." After Ding Yi and Huin extracted the key information from Gu Ran's words, their expressions grew increasingly grave. "Is the establishment of quantum mechanics related to francium fragments?" Zhao Heng voiced the speculation that Ding Yi and Huin had been hesitant to express. Gu Ran shook his head. "I'm not 100% certain, but after reading the papers and speculative works of the Copenhagen School, my intuition tells me it might be so." "Do you have any more convincing arguments?" Ding Yi asked, looking at Gu Ran with visible excitement. "More convincing?" Gu Ran pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "There is a circumstance, not exactly an argument, but although it cannot serve as direct proof, those coincidences have only strengthened my conviction." "Tell us," Huin urged eagerly. "Electronegativity, resonance theory, hybrid orbital theory, hybrid orbitals. Traces of francium fragments appear in the characteristics and derivation processes of these theories," Huin said. "These are theories proposed by Pauling." Ding Yi thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Heng. "I remember Pauling being an American scientist, don't I? Pauling's theory of covalent bonds held immense significance in chemistry and materials science, so compared to him, and Huin, Zhao Heng, as the Dean of the Academy of Materials, would likely be more knowledgeable." "Yes, an American." Zhao Heng nodded, though unease deepened in his gaze. "But in 1927, he happened to be studying in Europe, and he studied under Bohr and Schrödinger." Upon hearing this, both Ding Yi and Huin fell silent. Francium fragments, the Copenhagen School, 1927. A series of coincidences prompted them to involuntarily draw connections, and those associations gradually converged toward Gu Ran's speculation. In the end, their certainty began to waver. Could there truly be a connection between the two? After deep contemplation, when Ding Yi and the others looked up at Gu Ran again, turmoil had already churned within their hearts. To them, his hypothesis had transcended being merely a conjecture. Most conjectures merely refine and develop the minor details of physics, like gardeners tending to ornamental trees in the garden of physics, trimming each one to please the eye. But what about Gu Ran? That reckless young man intended to bring a bulldozer and level the entire garden. More terrifying still, this hypothesis touched upon an extremely serious issue. Suppose Gu Ran's conjecture were true. If behind the francium fragments truly lay an entirely new system of physics, how should the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Industry choose their path forward? What of the thousands of academician physicists, the tens of thousands of researchers, the millions of physics students and educators? In just a few short minutes, these elderly men had already rehearsed countless intense scenarios in their minds. Yet Gu Ran remained as unperturbed as ever. He had not once considered what impact his hypothesis might cause. He pursued only the truth. Such far-reaching matters were not his to govern. Ding Yi contemplated every possible problem that might arise during the exploration of a new physics framework, but there was one question he could not answer on his own. And this was the most fundamental question: whether Gu Ran's bold and subversive hypothesis was flawlessly sound enough to pass the ministry's project approval committee. By now, Ding Yi and Huin's perception of Gu Ran's hypothesis had shifted. This paradigm-shattering revolution in physics might deal a devastating blow to countless scholars in the field. Yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This was equally an important opportunity for Chinese physics to overtake on a curve. In the construction of all foundational physics systems, classical physics, modern physics, quantum physics, China had never participated. Perhaps the next physics revolution should also be led by China. But as anticipation began to accumulate, concern followed in due course. He hoped Gu Ran was telling the truth, and even if it were false, he wanted to try. But on one condition: it must truly be a hypothesis, not fanciful babbling. Two questions Ding Yi asked. Given that the Copenhagen interpretation has been confirmed to have many flaws, can it be proven that some physical properties exhibited by francium fragments might represent misjudgments by the Copenhagen School, led by Bohr? The second question: if your project faces numerous objections and doubts from the very beginning, would you still persevere without hesitation? All eyes fixed on Gu Ran awaiting his response. For Ding Yi, this might be the most ambitious and perilous research initiative the ministry had undertaken since its founding and perhaps throughout its entire existence. Yet he did not need Gu Ran to prove 100% feasibility. Even if ultimately wrong, they still sincerely hoped that through Gu Ran's vitality and passion, they could ignite a spark within Chinese physics. Methodical routines and calm waters simply could not cultivate innovation. Listening to Ding Yi's inquiry, Gu Ran pondered briefly before answering. It must be viewed dialectically. Perhaps constrained by the limitations of their era and technology, some deviations in deduction and concepts may objectively exist. But they were a group of the smartest people on Earth. In the broad direction, I believe they would not have misjudged. Regarding the second question, he thought for a moment and said, "As for your second question, I will use a famous quote from Planck, the founding father of quantum theory, as my attitude: a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Perhaps in the end, all my efforts may also be proven wrong. But I believe there will surely be a new generation who one day in the future discover some of my papers amid the vast ocean of literature, and who like me will continue forward. Perhaps this is the charm of physics." Ding Yi and Huan exchanged glances, then nodded in silent understanding. "Then I will fully support this project," Ding Yi said. "But the requirement is that you must first complete a preliminary task." Gu Ran's eyes brightened. "What? To construct an entire physics framework you need a team," Ding Yi replied. "And at the very least you must be able to convince those academicians." "True," Gu Ran nodded, then hesitated. "Then what should I do?" "A live broadcast would work well," Huan said. "We several deans only recognized you after watching your broadcast." Ding Yi also nodded. "The timing of your live broadcast is good as well. Most academicians will have finished their work, so it won't occupy their working hours." Watching Huan and Ding Yi trade words back and forth, Gu Ran's face was filled with skepticism. "Wait, a live broadcast too?" Ding Yi explained. "You are a public figure. After these few live streams, you are certainly the focal point of online discussion. Countless pairs of eyes are watching you right now. Imagine how public opinion would react if you simply walked into the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology." Huan quickly chimed in. "Let alone your current situation with live streaming. Even if you eventually get a project approved and enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences, you'll still need to stream publicly. Scientific research requires a certain degree of confidentiality. You can't be too conspicuous." Ding Yi hurriedly added, "You need to understand that the requirements for joining the State Administration of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense are extremely high. Many academicians don't even qualify. If your situation becomes known externally, it would cause trouble for both you and the administration." Huan seized the opportunity. "Actually, I suggest that while you continue streaming, you could also get a nominal position at the University of Science and Technology of China. Officially, just say you're studying there. That way, when you eventually enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences, there'll be less controversy." The two of them exchanged piece after piece of earnest advice, their exchanges veiled and direct countless times over. Yet Gu Ran could only feel a splitting headache. The headache lay in the fact that everything they said actually made sense. "But I just want to focus on scientific research." Ding Yi and Huan shrugged helplessly. "Nobody can prevent a wrong step. We'd also prefer you weren't a public figure. That way you'd have less trouble, and so would we. But there's no turning back once the arrow leaves the bow. You chose to become an idol yourself." This meeting around the coffee table continued until noon, and Gu Ran's upcoming arrangements were basically finalized. Live streaming would continue. On the public front, his identity as an entertainer would remain intact. But outwardly, the story would be that he was pursuing advanced studies at the University of Science and Technology of China, crafting a public image of someone relying on natural talent and hard work. After all this twisting and turning, from the entertainment circle to the scientific community, he was building yet another persona. As for choosing between the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Gu Ran's final decision was to spread his blessings evenly. He would explore the physics framework at the ministry while conducting research on francium fragments at the academy. They were all part-time positions anyway. One was part-time, two were also part-time. Ding Yi and Huan considered it and found it reasonable enough. However, Huan privately struck another supplementary agreement with Ding Yi. The gifts given at the academy needed to be matched by the ministry, and they should create a secondary account under the academy's name to send tips. Yesterday, the total amount donated by the academy directors was nearly 5 times Huan's contribution. Returning home, they had all been reprimanded by their families until midnight, too scared to say a word. Now, without yet securing exclusive rights from Gu Ran, the academicians were somewhat discontented. Ding Yi, however, was straightforward. Having obtained such a talent, spending a bit of money was only right. After Gu Ran left, Ding Yi, Huan and the others briefly explained the situation to Sun Xiaofan as well. If you're going to put on a show, do it completely. At least until Gu Ran achieved some notable results in the scientific community, news of his research work at both the ministry and the academy should not appear online. And to keep this secret from everyone, Huafeng Entertainment would also need to play its part. Standing before the two veteran academicians, Sun Xiaofang's mind went puzzling upon hearing that Gu Ran had already been granted provisional special appointments at both the ministry and the academy. Though he couldn't quite process it immediately, he still solemnly promised, Huafeng Entertainment will fully cooperate in keeping comrade Gu Ran's identity hidden. Hearing this, Ding Yi and Huan felt something was slightly off, though neither could quite pinpoint what was strange about it. Beyond concealing his identity, you should also consider how to shape Gu Ran's image to appear more academic, said Ding Yi. That way, even when he joins the academy and the ministry, it won't seem out of place. You're far more professional than we are in this regard. Sun Xiaofeng nodded. This wouldn't be difficult. The internet was a maze of truth and falsehood. Through proper planning, even someone with little scholarship could be crafted into a high-level intellectual. For someone like Gu Ran, whose knowledge was so broad and profound, it would naturally be even easier. Good. I'll figure something out. After some further details were addressed, Ding Yi and Huan and the others prepared to leave. Seeing the two elderly academicians yawning one after another, swaying in their seats, and barely able to remain seated, Sun Xiaofeng quickly had his secretary escort these pillars of the nation to their cars. Hardly had he seen off the three academicians when a friend from the Academic Affairs Office at Qingbei University called. After connecting, a somewhat awkward tone came through. President Sun, I've communicated with the leadership about your situation, but they still feel it's rather difficult to arrange. Qingbei has been strictly enforcing management regulations recently, especially regarding external visiting students. How about you look into other universities? Sun Xiaofeng sighed bitterly. Sorry to bother you. It seems it won't be needed after all. He had genuinely hoped Gu Ran would enroll in a proper university for further study, but Gu Ran was already excellent, straddling two boats, so to speak. The internet today was considerably livelier than usual. Through the fermentation of the day, Gu Ran's transcendent performance during yesterday's livestream had already become common knowledge across the entire web. Speculations about civilization and logic were sparking intense online discussions. In particular, the topic of deception consciousness resonated deeply with countless people. The tarnished image of a once stigmatized entertainer, long drowned by negative public opinion, had been thoroughly washed away by this wave. From the start of yesterday's livestream to now, late-night chat host had accumulated over 8 million new followers, and tonight's livestream reservations had exceeded 7 million. It had jumped to become one of the top-tier accounts. No exaggeration, late-night chat host had become the most profitable and influential livestream program across all internet media platforms today. Business proposals from countless brands poured in one after another. Yet Joey Ran, glancing at the jaw-dropping quotes, felt not an ounce of interest. What time is it? Jimin scrolled through his phone status bar. 9:20. Joey Ran sighed. Gu Ran really isn't coming. Old Ma asked, should we still broadcast tonight? Everyone fell silent. Joey Ran looked at her downcast companions and encouraged them, let's stream. Just pretend he was never here. Jimin, playing a mobile game, muttered, how could that possibly be? His impact was too enormous. Once he was here, the traces can't be erased. Everyone involuntarily glanced toward the seat in the studio where Gu Ran had once sat, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in their hearts. The entire studio seemed to have lost its soul. I'll do the dancing, said Joey Ran. Old Ma, you explain the situation to all our business partners and confirm with them. If they're still willing, we'll proceed. If not, we won't force anything. 1 carnival per night or 2. This is our true level. We can't stop simply because Gu Ran elevated us to heights that originally didn't belong to us. She optimistically patted Jimin and Old Ma on the shoulders. Tonight's goal, 5 carnivals charge. The atmosphere gradually lifted under Zhou Yiran's influence. She began revisiting the dance moves she had abandoned days ago. Old Ma started coordinating with various business partners. Jimin sat before the operations computer, clearing the broadcast configurations from the previous 2 streams. Everyone could anticipate that tonight would be a tough battle. The sensation of falling from the peak to the valley in a single moment. No one could predict how bitter it would feel. As for Gu Ran, he was still sleeping. At 7:30 in the evening, he had briefly opened his bleary eyes, mistaking dusk for dawn, and without a second thought, pulled the blanket over his head and fell back asleep. 11 o'clock at night. The live stream began as scheduled. The moment late-night chat went live, an overwhelming surge of traffic flooded into the room. Within 3 short minutes, the total number of online viewers reached over 2 million. Before the camera sat Joey Ran, who had applied her makeup multiple times and changed clothes countless times, yet still lacked confidence. Gazing at the staggering viewer count that would have been completely out of reach on her own, she remained visibly uneasy. Hello everyone. Gu Ran isn't here today, so I'll be chatting with you. The Damica screen was filled with question marks and inquiries. The day before, Gu Ran had mentioned that he might not be joining late-night chat again today. As a result, many longtime viewers were immediately inflamed with emotion upon seeing that Gu Ran was truly absent. 2 million plus viewers and an endless barrage of Damiku. Joey Ran found herself quickly unable to hold her ground. Noticing Zhou Yiran's distressed state, Jimin swiftly disabled the livestream Damiku. Joey Ran didn't possess Gu Ran's profound knowledge, nor did she have as many interesting stories to tell. Watching the viewer count continue to climb and the Damiku panel go blank, she forced herself to say, I'll dance for everyone. And so Zhou Ran began dancing gracefully. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a group of senior academicians watched the late-night chat broadcast and frowned deeply. Seeing the graceful yet perplexing dance on screen, many were utterly bewildered. Quite a few exited the live stream and carefully checked the link Huan had shared, comparing it against the room name. The link was correct. Late-night chat was correct. But this content. Some of the senior academicians barely had the stomach to keep watching. They had figured the Academy's joke had gone far enough, only to discover the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology was in an even greater state of distress. Deng Yi was organizing all members of the ministry to watch together, hoping to use this opportunity to introduce Gu Ran to the other leadership, showcase his learning and abilities, and leave a favorable impression in their minds. But the conference room had descended into an atmosphere so suffocatingly quiet it was unbearable. On the positive side, the ministry's members were either innovatively outstanding talents handpicked by the Academy or distinguished researchers, recipients of the National Science Fund for Distinguished Young Scholars, the Excellent Young Scholars Program, or the Changjiang Scholars Program. Their ages were far below the Academy's average, and their capacity to accept new things was far greater than that of the senior academicians. The bad news was that they were genuinely willing to accept it. After joining the ministry with customized phones and software, those who rarely followed public opinion knew absolutely nothing about the entertainment industry. They truly believed this beautiful young woman before them was Gu Ran. Unlike the frowning, puzzled expressions of the senior academicians at the Academy, the young talents of the ministry stared unreservedly at this future junior colleague. Teacher Ding is right. Gu Ran truly is comprehensive. Ding Yi clenched his fists, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening, and cleared his throat twice. She is not Gu Ran. Then his gaze sharply swept across everyone in the conference room. He wanted to see who among them was regretting it. Over half an hour passed. The girl on screen showed no sign of stopping her spinning dance, yet Gu Ran never appeared. Viewers wanted to send a Damaku asking when Gu Ran would arrive, only to find the Damaku feature had been turned off. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ding Yi quickly phoned Huan to ask what was going on. Huan had no idea and hastily called Zhao Hong then contacted Cui Jimin, who in turn reached out to Lu Keqing, and Lu Keqing was at a complete loss. Bracing herself, she called Gu Ran over a dozen times, and finally got through, only to be subjected to a torrent of reprimands. After his morning irritability subsided, she dared to ask, "Why aren't you live streaming today?" Gu Ran squinted at the pitch-black room, his phone discarded on the nightstand, and said wearily, "I streamed for 3 extra hours yesterday. Isn't it reasonable that I'd rest today? There's no need to call me up at midnight. The Academy called. They're all waiting to watch your live stream. Why don't you prepare for it?" Gu Ran shook his head. "I can't prepare for anything. I don't want to get out of bed. Tell them to come back tomorrow." Lu Keqing couldn't persuade Gu Ran, but she also couldn't simply dismiss the Academy. "Don't you care about your colleagues at least? There are millions of viewers in the live stream. They're all here for you." Iran has been performing non-stop for over an hour and her face has gone completely pale from exhaustion. "Any other matters?" "Alright, I'll hang up." Gu Ran hung up the phone and slowly sat up from bed, weak and listless. He unlocked his phone and entered the late-night chat livestream. The viewer count had dropped from a peak of 7 million back to 3 million, but this number still placed enormous pressure on Zhou Ran. With Damaku and gifting disabled, Zhou Ran had nothing to do but keep dancing relentlessly. This hardly resembled a talent performance. It was more like penance. In the late-night chat room, though Zhou Ran was already gasping for breath from exhaustion, she dared not stop. Before Gu Ran arrived, she had dreamed of one day reaching 1 million viewers. But now, with this traffic far beyond her capacity crashing down upon her, she was beginning to realize it wasn't necessarily a good thing after all. At 2,000 or 3,000 viewers, she had been eloquent and charming. But before 3 million, she couldn't even open her mouth. The already lengthy live stream dragged on even more painfully slowly. Tension, exhaustion, grievance, and discomfort wove together, making her fear the broadcast more and more with every passing moment. Just as she was drowning in despair, a livestream connection request made her suddenly halt her dancing. Outside the studio, Jimin excitedly pointed at the screen. "Gu Ran. It's Gu Ran's connection request." "Gu Ran." Zhou Ran rushed back to the camera. Immediately, Jimin accepted the PK connection request and re-enabled the gift and Damaku functions. In an instant, it was as if a floodgate had burst. Countless Damaku swept across the entire screen. "Where's our Gu God? Stop dancing. Call Gu God out already. Has he really left? Host, did Gu God really leave late night chat? Host, do you know which show Gu God went to?" Countless Damaku. Not all of them about Gu Ran, but at least 98% were. While the Damaku churned in a frenzy, the livestream screen suddenly split in two. And then Gu Ran appeared in the right half of the broadcast. Zhou Ran saw Gu Ran in the camera frame, wearing pajamas and with tousled hair. Her emotions surged uncontrollably. The tension and fear that had plagued her moments before vanished in an instant the moment he appeared. Why are you here?" The long-restrained big spenders, after finally seeing Gu Ran appear on camera, immediately began throwing their money around. In an instant, the once sluggish live stream room erupted with a burst of vibrant activity. Zhou Ran's attention was entirely away from the gifts and chat messages. She looked at Gu Ran with surprise, her eyes slightly reddened. Didn't you go to another place? I couldn't make it. Zoe Ran said, sounding somewhat regretful yet unable to hide the joy on her face. I thought you would definitely be able to go there and never come back. If I hadn't come back, wouldn't you've been driven mad by my fans? Gu Ran retorted with mild irritation, subconsciously reaching out as if to grab something. But his fingers closed around nothing but air, leaving him with a hollow ache in his chest, as though something vital had been torn from his life. Everyone, please wait a moment. Gu Ran placed his phone on the bedside table and stepped out of frame. Though he had left the frame, his viewers remained utterly attentive, hanging on every faint sound he made, as if unwilling to miss even the slightest noise. After about 2 minutes, Gu Ran returned to the camera, this time holding a cup in his hand. In the late-night chat stream, Zoe Ran froze for a moment, then quickly covered her mouth and doubled over, laughing under the table. Old Ma observed the PK screen showing Gu Ran and offered an honest assessment. He's truly shameless. Even the usually composed Jimin's lips twitched slightly. He pushes himself too hard. As employees of Huafeng building, their living conditions matched Gu Ran's exactly. They all lived in one-bedroom apartments furnished identically. The only drinking vessels available were disposable paper cups. Nowhere to be found was the large glass cup Gu Ran possessed. Despite this, they immediately recognized where he'd found that cup. It was his toothbrush holder. While everyone in the building knew, the viewers watching the stream did not. Gu Ran returned to the frame, savoring the tea in his cup. Though jasmine tea leaves floated within, they couldn't disguise the unmistakable minty tang of toothpaste. Even Gu Ran admired his own dedication. Using a toothbrush cup inevitably carried traces of its former purpose, but the paper cups were far too small. They couldn't satisfy his thirst. Gu Ran blew gently on the surface twice, then took deliberate sips. I suppose I am a bit thirsty. By now the barrage of comments had piled up like a mountain of speculation. Yet watching Gu Ran leisurely enjoy his tea sent everyone into a frenzy. Damn it, you can spawn a teacup anywhere, can you? God Gu has acquired a legendary item, Teacup X1. Honestly, if God Gu doesn't touch his teacup first, I feel embarrassed sending gifts. As Gu Ran savored his tea, the carnival count that had just dipped surged again. Countless benefactors tipped without hesitation. After days of watching him stream, they had developed the illusion that tipping God Gu would teach them something worthwhile. But when they tipped other streamers, all those carnivals went straight to the consciousness, making them rich, leaving them with nothing. Watching the PK interface where the numbers kept climbing and gift values skyrocketed, Gu Ran's understanding of the situation was thoroughly reshaped. It seemed his assessment of his fans' wealth had been off. He had thought he had squeezed them dry yesterday, but instead the viewers had been holding back from the start. A little provocation and they had all revealed another round of carnivals. Zoe Ran watched the breathtakingly extravagant gift effects that had poured in since Gu Ran appeared, her spirits lifting as she enthusiastically began offering her thanks. But before she could even begin her thanks, Gu Ran set down his water cup and frowned at her. Aren't you tired from dancing for so long? Just rest here. You don't need to thank anyone today. It's fine, I'm not tired. Zoe Ran laughed. Gu Ran looked at her. Just moments ago she had been dancing through tears, and now she was grinning foolishly and foolishly, his brows furrowed slightly. How could this girl remain so unbothered after those diehard fans had bullied her so viciously just now? Just stay there and rest. I'll handle the remaining time of the stream myself. Gu Ran set down his water cup, leaned back against the headboard, and continued chatting casually. I've also seen the live stream clips from the past few days online along with the discussions below them. I noticed that everyone seems quite interested in the issue of conscious deception. Countless viewers in the live stream, hearing Gu Ran bring up the topic again, immediately perked up with interest. Ever since the previous broadcast, countless minds that had long gone idle had been turned over in deep contemplation. After all, this thing sounded like something that could defy heaven itself and change one's destiny. Who wouldn't want to try? Almost instantly, countless ones flooded across the bullet comments. Gu Ran continued, I saw some ideas and rather philosophical reflections in the comment section. They were all quite interesting, each with their own understanding and insights. With that, his tone shifted, but everyone seems to have missed one issue. And this issue is of paramount importance. He gazed at his phone screen and said calmly, that is our understanding of this world. Whether it be life or genes or civilization or consciousness. They are all interpretations and elaborations of this world, and what we need to do is think about how to bring about change. A stinking piece of rock sits there, and no matter what efforts I or consciousness make, objectively speaking, it will always remain nothing more than a stinking piece of rock. If you want to turn that stinking piece of rock into gold, then the first thing we must do is come to understand this world. Just a few short sentences, and everyone's interest was immediately captured. Guesses and discussions gradually fell silent, while gifts continued to pour in relentlessly. All the viewers felt a chill run down their spines. They simply needed to tap to send gifts and quietly wait in front of their screens for Gu Ran to unravel the mystery, but Gu Ran had far more to consider. The livestream duration was only a little over an hour. When Lu Keqing had called him, she had also told him that both the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Science and Technology Commission were watching his broadcast. So he was very clear the effect of this live stream would likely determine the pace of the subsequent research project's advancement. If the live stream went particularly well, then the process of project approval and recruiting academicians to fight alongside him would face far fewer obstacles and skepticism. After a brief pause, he continued, "The question just now seems quite simple. A provincial top scorer with outstanding academic performance is told they only need to reach associate degree level, which sounds utterly absurd. And throughout our lives we may encounter countless similarly absurd problems every day, and everyone can answer them without a moment's hesitation. We may even sometimes feel that the other person's question is incredibly stupid, and we can give an affirmative response almost without any thought whatsoever." Gu Ran gazed at his phone screen, his voice chillingly cold. "But the question is this correct?